The investiture of the gods. In Chaoga, capital of the Great Shang, within the temple of Nüwa. It was the 15th day of the 3rd month, the birthday of Nüwa, holy mother of the human race, according to legend. On this day, the incense offerings in her temple were at their most flourishing of the entire year. At this moment, the temple was surrounded inside and out by layers of soldiers standing guard. Dxian, Lord of Great Shang, accompanied by Prime Minister Shang Rong and his civil and military officials, was inside the temple offering incense. Suddenly, the aged voice of Prime Minister Shang Rong rang out. His tone was filled with horror and anxious urgency. "Your Majesty, you must not do this." Shang Rong's startled cry made Dxian, who was standing before Nüwa's pink-plastered wall, composing a poem with sweeping strokes, suddenly pause. His mighty, imposing figure seemed to freeze, remaining motionless for a long moment. Yet Shang Rong's heart was seized by fright. Thinking only of hurrying closer to see what poem Dxian had written, he failed to notice anything strange about Dxian's state. As long as a bewitching beauty can move with grace, bring her back to serve the Lord in everlasting delight. Silently reciting the poem, once Shang Rong felt as though 10,000 divine beasts were stampeding through his heart. The bark-like wrinkles of his old face twisted together. The literary skill was impressive, yet he had penned such verses to flirt with the great goddess Nüwa. And this was inside Nüwa's own temple. Shang Rong lifted his head toward Dxian, even carrying a hint of pleading in his voice as he said, "Your Majesty, Nüwa, Holy Mother, is an ancient great goddess who mended the heavens and saved the world, her merit immeasurable. How can you write such verses to profane the sacred? It would be better to have someone wash it away with water at once." At that moment, Dxian, who had stood there in a daze like a statue, finally moved. It was as though Shang Rong's words had only just awakened him. A trace of clarity returned to his gaze. Then it filled with incredulity and astonishment. Yet it was not Shang Rong's admonition that shocked him, but the realization of where he was. "Where am I?" Turning his head to glance at Shang Rong before him, Dxian's brows knit. Why did this old man look as though he were about to burst into tears? What is going on? He suddenly raised a hand to his forehead. A violently sharp pain struck him, his vision went black, and he nearly lost his footing. In the next instant, countless fragments of memory surged into his mind like a flood. Your Majesty, what is wrong?" Several burly generals rushed out at once, moving to surround Dxian. With every step, the armor on their bodies clanked loudly. Just then, Dxian abruptly stretched out a hand in a gesture of restraint. The men halted at once. They remained where they were, staring anxiously at their king, still calling out, "Your Majesty." Dxian hurriedly waved his hand and spoke softly. "It is nothing." Their expressions were doubtful, yet they obediently withdrew a few steps. After a short while, the pain in his head lessened slightly. Only then did he lift his eyes to look around, his gaze roaming continuously. Inwardly, he cried out in shock, "I have actually become King Zhou, burning incense in Nüwa's temple, and just now I wrote a crooked poem that offended Nüwa herself. This gives me no chance at all to stop the opening act of the investiture of the gods." In that brief instant earlier, the soul within Dxian's body had already been replaced. It was a soul named Shou from a later age. As fragment after fragment of memory in his mind fused together, Shou grew ever clearer about his situation. "I have become Dxian, King Zhou, that same ruler famed for arrogance and debauchery, drowning himself in wine and women, morally depraved, in the end overthrown by Gfa, burning himself upon the star-plucking terrace, and being granted by Jiangxia a humiliating posthumous title as the celestial joy star, that King Zhou. In his previous life, Shou had been an ordinary man, just one among the countless masses rushing about each day simply to survive. A person so unremarkable that thrown onto the street no one would have noticed his existence. As ordinary as could be. If he had any truly distinctive feature, it would be only his name. Shou. Exactly the same as that of Dxian, ruler of Great Shang. Perhaps the weight of that name was too great for his destiny to bear. Though he wore the yellow robe of a lowly job and spent his days beside fish and meat, he could not even save up enough for a bride price. Dxian had his Daji, but Shou could only rely on himself. In the final scene of his past life, a heavy dump truck ran a red light and barreled straight toward him. As Shou's soul shattered, his last thought was, "Damn, I forgot to clear my browser history." Then he plunged into deep darkness. When he woke again, the scene before his eyes was entirely different. As more and more memories merged in his mind, Shou confirmed his situation. He had become Dxian and entered the world of investiture of the gods. With a single thought, he hurriedly called out within his heart, "System." As a young man who had not read several novels set in the primordial era, which protagonist hoping to rise up and trample natives did not come equipped with that standard accessory, a system. The best, of course, would be a sign-in system, invincible while lying down, drawing on Panga's blood every now and then. A lottery or choice-based system would be acceptable as well. But if it were a mission system that constantly threatened annihilation should he fail its tasks, he would hardly dare mention it to others. Thinking of all this, Yin Shou's emotions surged. His mind wandered without limit. This is the world of investiture of the gods, filled with countless immortals and deities' wondrous Tao arts. Even attaining longevity is the simplest of matters. Once the system arrived, he would let everyone in this world see his potential. Then he would trample sages and suppress heaven itself. At that thought, Yin Shou could not help but chuckle inwardly. Honored system. You damn dog of a system, hurry up and come out. Time passed. No matter how he shouted in his heart, threatening or enticing, nothing changed in the slightest. A jolt ran through Yin Shou's heart. An ominous premonition arose. Everyone was supposed to receive a system. Why was there none for him? Had it been slain by heaven or seized and dissected by some saint? Damn it, system, come out now. This is investiture of the gods, and I am Defy. Without a system, how am I supposed to survive? As they watched their king's face shift from exuberant joy to utter despair, those nearby exchanged looks in silence. Even the ever-chattering Shang Rong wore an expression of deep concern. Shang Rong even began to panic inwardly. Could Nüwa truly be this responsive? He had only just written that licentious poem, and her retaliation has already arrived. Startled by the thought, Shang Rong hurriedly took a step forward, calling softly to the king. Yin Shou, his mood soaring and plunging because the system refused to appear, suddenly saw a trembling old man approaching him. Instinctively, he leapt back a step. The impressions from his former life were simply too vivid. Fortunately, in that instant, Yin Shou remembered that his identity was no longer the same. He was now Defy, the supreme human king of Great Shang. I am the human king. Why should I fear a little old man? Yin Shou arched a brow and glanced at the faces around him, noticing their strange expressions. He promptly asked, "What is that look on your faces?" Shang Rong halted and cautiously ventured, "Your Majesty, are you quite well?" Yin Shou's heart tightened. A sudden worry arose. Had this man sensed something amiss? It should not be. He had barely spoken a few words. At once he mimicked the tone of the original Defy that lingered in his mind. He flicked his long sleeves, gave a cold snort, and said, "How could anything be wrong with me?" Though Yin Shou's manner was harsh, Shang Rong and the others instead breathed out in relief. Their king was. Then Shang Rong's gaze drifted back to the poem Defy had inscribed. The skin on his face twitched once more as he said, trembling, "Your Majesty, Nüwa is after all an ancient great goddess." The old prime minister launched into another long-winded attempt at persuasion. In essence, he was trying to convince Yin Shou to have the poem washed away. Shang Rong even proposed, it would be best to prepare dozens of human sacrifices for a new rite to calm Nüwa's anger. Though those around said nothing, they quietly nodded at his proposal. In Great Shang at this time, human sacrifice was extremely common. Not only did the nobles of Great Shang frequently offer human lives to honor their ancestors, even common folk were keen on such practices. When building a house, they would drive sacrificial stakes and bury slaves beneath to protect the peace of the household. When a road was laid or a bridge raised, they would slaughter a number of victims and offer them to the various gods. All the more so after offending Nüwa. Roused by Shang Rong's words, several images suddenly surfaced in Yin Shou's mind. Memories left behind by Defy. Upon a lofty platform, Defy stood with a cold expression. Below, densely packed human sacrifices were slaughtered by various methods, collapsing into pools of blood. The very air was thick with the stench of blood. Crimson filled the eyes. Yet beyond the altar, countless frenzied spectators cheered incessantly for Defy. A strange yet solemn and sanctified aura permeated everything. How can this investiture of the gods' world feel so wrong? Yin Shou's heart shuddered violently. He hastened to banish these restricted images from his mind. Yin Shou had never witnessed such scenes before and could not endure the bloodshed. He immediately glared at Shang Rong, speaking angrily. Slaughter dozens of slaves to apologize. Why not bind me instead and offer me to Nüwa? Boom. A thunderous crash of armor rang out in unison, and the civil and military officials of Great Shang, standing around Yin Shou, dropped to their knees in an instant. The frail old Grand Chancellor Shang Rong actually reacted even faster than the young men beside him. With a sudden swoosh, he bowed low toward Yin Shou. Cold sweat almost broke out on Shang Rong's forehead as he hurriedly apologized. This old minister would not dare. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It was no wonder Shang Rong and the others reacted so violently. This matter was an especially sensitive topic in Great Shang, all the more so in front of Defy himself. In the sacrificial rites of Great Shang, the offerings of living humans were by no means limited to slaves. The more exalted the status, the better for the sacrifice. Merchants of Shang believed such offerings were more pleasing to gods and ancestors. More outrageous still, at the founding of Great Shang, after Shang Tang overthrew Xiajia, there was once a great drought lasting 7 years. No matter how Shang Tang prayed to all manner of deities, no rain fell. In the end, Shang Tang simply organized a grand, unparalleled sacrificial rite. During the ceremony, Shang Tang, hair disheveled, stepped up the timber-built altar one step at a time. After his prayer, he set the pyre alight. The sacrificial victim of this rite was Shang Tang himself, the king of Great Shang. Fortunately, a downpour finally descended from the heavens, allowing Shang Tang to climb down from the pyre. From then on, it was as if he had gained the recognition of ancestral spirits and gods. Xin, however, was extremely displeased with the practice of human sacrifice. Good, healthy slaves could be used to open up wasteland or build great works. Why waste them upon the altar? Yet, constrained by the deeply rooted customs of Great Shang, Xin could only alter a few minor details, abolishing some of the less important sacrificial rituals. After Yin Shou absorbed this portion of memory, he could not help feeling a sense of kinship across time. That makes sense. Great Shang isn't exactly bursting with people right now. The land is vast and sparsely populated. Wouldn't it be better to use these precious human resources where they belong? And we still sacrifice to ancestor spirits and gods. During the investiture calamity, why don't they come out and take a few steps for once? Yin Shou could not help curling his lips at the thought. The original Xin had not known, but he was well versed in the plot. The deities whom Great Shang now worshipped with nationwide offerings did not appear even once during the investiture of the gods. Even if those beings truly existed, they had merely watched with cold eyes as Great Shang perished. Yin Shou felt a surge of displeasure. In that instant he had already decided. If bowing to you is useless, what need have I of sacrifice at all? As more and more memories gradually fused, or rather revived, within him, Yin Shou beheld amid those fragments of the past a Xin utterly different from the one in legend. This isn't right. Wasn't Xin supposed to be a muddle-headed tyrant? Suppressing divine authority, reducing human sacrifice, subduing the Dongi tribes, expanding the borders. Aren't these all enlightened policies? Yin Shou paused in surprise, then could only give a wry smile in his heart. History is written by the victors. When the heavenly Tao saints have already decreed the verdict, how could Xin decide for himself whether he was tyrant or sage? Thus, in later ages, Zigong would say, Zhou's faults were not as excessive as they are portrayed. That is why the gentleman detests dwelling at the lowest point, for then all the world's evils are ascribed to him. The meaning was that Xin had not been so monstrously cruel. He had merely lost, and thus all the sins of the world had been piled upon his head. As he sighed over this in his heart, a powerful resonance welled up within his body. Suddenly, Yin Shou's vision went black. His perspective shifted, and he found himself in a void. The space was utterly lightless save for a vast surging river that shook and roared without cease. Within that long river, every drop of water emitted a faint radiance. Every cresting wave reflected uncountable scenes of the human race. This is the chi of humanity's destiny. Yin Shou felt it in his heart. He lowered his head to look at himself and saw his slightly translucent soul form floating above the mighty current. All at once, countless fragments and beams of purple-gold light burst forth from the river. They traced streaks of violet across the darkness and plunged into Yin Shou's incorporeal body. The purple-gold light threads wove through Yin Shou's soul, the radiance filling him with a gentle warmth. Finally, all of the light converged between his brows. Boom! An incomparably vast and abstruse purple-gold Tao sigil formed at great speed. The moment it appeared, it blazed with light, illuminating every corner of Yin Shou's soul and branding every strand of it with its mark. At once, a majestic aura of purple gold surged forth from Yin Shou's body. That aura spread outward into the endless void. The mighty river itself was affected, its turbulent shaking calmed noticeably. The mandate of the human emperor. The knowledge surfaced in his mind. Yin Shou was both startled and overjoyed. He marveled that Xin truly had been the last human emperor, and rejoiced even more at the purple gold talisman now appearing within his mind. Was this mandate of the human emperor to be his golden finger? Yin Shou could scarcely wait to explore the mysteries of this purple gold talisman. In ancient times, when there was a human emperor, a single word could confer godhood, a single word could spare a life. He could bestow blessings and dispel calamities, grant fortune, and confer virtue. Yet after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as the heavenly Tao reached completion and saints ruled the world, the might of the human emperor gradually faded. It was as though some unseen restriction in heaven and earth had bound and sealed away his many powers. Yet Xion's final strike before death, his soul's self-detonation, filled with grievance and fury, seemed to have shattered those invisible shackles upon the mandate of the human emperor, breaking its seals. The resplendent purple tally of the human emperor was undergoing a wondrous transformation. To pardon lives and confer godhood in the human realm required the support of chi and destiny. Perhaps because this was the critical juncture of the investiture calamity, the greatest change in the human emperor's purple tally lay in its ability to amass destiny. It was no longer limited to drawing chi from benevolent deeds for the common folk. In other words, the former human emperor had gained destiny by uniting hearts and doing good for the human race. But now with the investiture tribulation underway, as long as Shou could alter a person's original fate, he could gain a portion of destiny from that person. Or by slaying someone he could strip away all of that person's fate entirely. Yet Shou knew none of this. His soul was still fusing, and before the boundless might of the human emperor's purple tally, how could he stir it? How could he possibly perceive these changes? The purple gold talisman in his mind remained as unmoving as a mountain. Like a divine nail pinning down the seas, it merely radiated light, without cease bathing Shou's soul, and filling it with ever-deepening comfort and warmth. He could only gaze upon it in awe and sigh inwardly helpless. Gradually information began to flow toward Shou. He at least learned that this human emperor's tally would instinctively shield him, and that after having been ambushed once it had grown even more keenly alert. So I've basically gained a passive buff that makes no one dare to mess with me. Shou muttered, a bit disgruntled. After finally obtaining a golden finger, it seemed all but useless. It was hard to blame him for thinking this way. In his view, if this human emperor's tally were truly so formidable, how had the original Dexion's soul been shattered and replaced by his own? The transformations of the human emperor's purple tally were still far beyond his control. With that thought, Shou felt a chill slide through his heart and sighed inwardly. No system, and now a lackluster golden finger. Damn it! Are they forcing me to be a fatuous tyrant? As he said this, Shou's expression suddenly shifted, a spark of light flaring in his eyes. A fatuous tyrant. That doesn't actually sound so bad. I was just an ordinary man in my previous life. Now I can sit as the ruler of Great Shang for 28 years, living freely and in pleasure. When the investiture ends, I can even secure a post in the heavenly court, a lifetime iron rice bowl. That doesn't sound like a loss at all. Shou's mind began to stir with possibilities. It's not just not a loss, it's a massive profit. Besides, if I really had what it takes to be a wise ruler, to toil day and night and revitalize Great Shang. He knew his own limits all too well. If Shou truly had the ability to be a sage king, his previous life would have flourished long ago. How could he have ended up in such a sorry state? But being a fatuous tyrant, who can't manage that? Isn't it just extravagance and debauchery, wine pools and forests of meat? If Shou have any strength at all, it's that I love to study. With these thoughts, the dejection he had felt over the missing system and underwhelming golden finger vanished at once. In an instant, Shou made up his mind. He would be a fatuous tyrant without a doubt. Not only would he complete the task to perfection, he would do so with flair, elevating it to new heights and erecting an unsurpassable monument for all future generations of tyrant kings. Upon realizing this point, Shou's original feelings of anxiety, worry, and conflict vanished completely. He felt utterly refreshed. He decided not to continue toying with the human emperor's position in his mind, and with a thought his gaze returned to the Nüwa temple. He slightly raised his head, looking at the crowd before him. In Shou's perception, it felt as if a long time had passed, but in reality only a brief moment had gone by in the Nüwa temple. Shang Rong and the others merely felt a sudden change in the aura emanating from the king, the pressure increasing dramatically. Like a mountain or a towering peak, it weighed down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. The crowd bowed their heads, even lower, afraid to speak, until Shou let out a light snort and addressed the crowd. All right, you all can get up. As soon as Shou's words fell, the invisible pressure surrounding him quietly dissipated. Everyone felt a sense of relief in their hearts, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After thanking Shou, they all rose together. Shou watched as Shang Rong trembled to his feet, intending to lend a hand, but then remembered Shang Rong's previous swift movements that even a crowd of fierce generals could hardly match. This immediately dispelled the thought, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "You old man, you sure know how to put on a show." Yet he couldn't really blame Shang Rong. Similarly, alongside Wen Taisher, he had been entrusted by De to care for and assist Dexian. With one being literary and the other martial, as Dexian gradually grew stronger, Shang Rong could only rely on his seniority. He wasn't like Wen Taisher, who wielded dual whips capable of striking down tyrants and scoundrels alike. He could only gather some sympathy to influence Dexian. Wen Taisher truly dared to take action. Moreover, Dexian really couldn't contend with him. Alas, the king is becoming increasingly resistant to advice. Shang Rong secretly sighed. However, with Shou's anger in the forefront, he refrained from saying anything more. He was only thinking, should he quietly devise some compensatory measures after the king returns to the palace? Looking at Shang Rong, Shou suddenly thought of a question. For Dexian to need Shang Rong to remind him to offer incense at the Nüwa temple was quite peculiar. Moreover, when Shang Rong introduced Nüwa, he merely stated she was an ancient deity mending the sky, and saving the world, possessing great powers. Wasn't Nüwa's most important identity that of the Holy Mother who created humanity? Under such emphasis on rituals in the Dashang, how could Xin as the ruler forget to honor the Mother of humanity? This shouldn't be the case. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? Inshou murmured to himself. This world of Fengshen is getting stranger by the day. The bizarre rituals. Nüwa's identity. Inshou did not dare to ask, worried that he might expose any flaw. If he were to question Shang Rong and inadvertently show a different attitude than before, wouldn't that raise suspicion? He decided to bury these doubts in his heart, thinking, after all, I am prepared to be a tyrant. Why worry about it? With that in mind, Inshou decided to follow Dizin's tone and waved his hand grandly enough. It's not like the sky is falling. I, as a mere man, am just writing a poem to express my respect for the Holy Mother Nüwa. As the Emperor of humanity, is it not acceptable for me to compose a poem? Shang Rong's face contorted again, his eyes filled with bitterness. You are planning to drag the Holy Mother into your bed, and yet you call this respect. However, seeing Xin speak, Shang Rong knew it would be difficult to dissuade him. The current Xin was becoming increasingly resolute, his word was law. Aside from Wen Taisher, no one else's words held weight. Thus Shang Rong merely thought of ways in his heart. At worst, once the king returns to the palace, I could secretly find someone to wash it away. Before Shang Rong could say anything more, with his heart aflame, and unable to contain himself any longer, Inshou directly addressed the crowd around him. The ritual is complete. Let us return to the palace. Just after finishing his words, Inshou suddenly seemed to recall something, turning his head to look at the poem on the pink wall. Xin wrote. Can I? Inshou write something. Determined to make a statement, Inshou suddenly wanted to add something to this wall. It would also serve as a proclamation of his arrival in this world, marking the first step in his tyrant journey. But what should he write? Inshou racked his brain. He couldn't come up with a proper line of poetry. Not every transmigrator has a database in their head. After a while, the brush in Inshou's hands suddenly danced with vigor. Amidst the oddly curious gazes of Shang Rong and the other ministers, he wrote a large line next to the poem, Inshou visited here. With a flourish, Inshou declared aloud, return to the palace. Under the grand protection of the Dashang soldiers, Inshou made his way back to the royal palace. Meanwhile, Shang Rong slowed his pace slightly and quietly summoned someone. He whispered to this person, after the king leaves, quietly fetch some water to wash this poem away. But my king, rest assured, if the king places blame, I will take it all. At worst, he would just rely on his seniority. Once again, Shang Rong thought to himself. After speaking, he glanced at the pink wall again. He felt the veins on his forehead throb once more. Hiss! How could the wise and mighty king suddenly make such an unwise move? Shaking his head helplessly, Shang Rong hurried out of the Nüwa temple, chasing after Inshou. Once the grand procession accompanying Inshou had left and the tail was no longer visible, the remaining individuals quickly fetched water and began to wash away the characters on the pink wall of the Nüwa temple. After a flurry of activity, seeing the unchanging characters on the pink wall, they couldn't help but be astonished. This is bad. It seems the Holy Mother Nüwa may hold us accountable. This simply cannot be washed away. I must quickly report to the chancellor. The Nüwa temple quickly fell silent. The incense, rising barely perceptible in the void, resembled a column of clouds continuously ascending. It drifted through layers of space, heading towards the realm of the Empress Nüwa. In the Nüwa Palace, Nüwa, who was meditating, was startled awake by the incense ignited by Xin. Opening her eyes, so it is the Emperor of humanity offering incense. Nüwa felt a stir in her heart and developed the desire to see the mortal realm. Since the heavenly Emperor Fuxi attained enlightenment, she had not ventured into humanity. Immediately she divided a thought. A speck of luminescence floated out, heading towards the Nüwa temple. Upon arriving at the Nüwa temple, her divine consciousness first settled on the central statue of Nüwa, collecting the incense that had accumulated over time. Then a flash of white light appeared above the statue. A figure gracefully emerged, entering the grand hall, appearing as Nüwa herself. Strolling through the Nüwa temple, observing the surroundings, the temple statues, due to the rituals, had been cleaned thoroughly, while countless flowers bloomed outside. She felt many emotions arise. I never expected humanity still remembers me. A hint of nostalgia appeared on Nüwa's breathtaking face. Since the conclusion of the witch demon calamity and Fuxi, the heavenly emperor's attainment of the Tao, she had not involved herself with humanity. Exiting the grand hall, she stepped into the courtyard. Nüwa was attracted by the poem on the pink wall and glanced up to retrieve the long-lasting beauty of the king. Nüwa's brows furrowed and the aura around her suddenly shifted. She shouted angrily, how dare you, wretch, deceive me? Nüwa felt deeply insulted, wishing to immediately march into Chaoga and kill Xin. How could a dignified saint be mocked like this by a mere human boy? It was infuriating. Nüwa's figure flickered and instantly appeared above the Nüwa temple, preparing to go to Chaoga to settle accounts with this licentious scoundrel. However, just as this thought arose, the luck of humanity responded. A vast aura revealed itself through the void, and in the direction of Chaoga City, the totem of the heavenly mandate, Xian bird, continuously soared. Nüwa furrowed her brows, her expression somewhat serious. It wasn't that she couldn't break through the protection of destiny. After all, she was a saint, but she contemplated the backlash of humanity's luck after she took action. Nüwa hesitated, pondering whether to take action. At that moment, she sensed a strange aura. Something's not right. After a slight investigation, Nüwa's phoenix-like eyes widened in anger, and her heart grew even more irate. I wondered why this fellow dared to treat me with such disrespect. Turns out it was you shamelessly plotting behind the scenes. Boom. With the emergence of Nüwa's intervention, a figure was forced out from the void, somewhat disheveled, with a peculiar hairstyle and a slender face. What drew more attention was the treasure held in his hand. This treasure resembled a branch splitting into 7 prongs with numerous radiant lights circulating upon it. Continuously multicolored mystical lights flew out from above. It blocked the attack from Nüwa's avatar. Who else could this person be, if not Zhuan Ti Shangren? As for the magical artifact, it was naturally the famed 7 treasures Miao Tree of Zhuan Ti Shangren. Friend, please allow me to explain. Zhuan Ti Shangren could certainly suppress Nüwa's avatar if he exerted his full strength. However, he felt somewhat guilty, a bit flustered. Having just made a small move, he was caught by the main party. Even though Zhuan Ti Shangren was known for his thick skin, he felt awkward in his heart. Wait a minute. My actions left no trace, even deceiving the protection of the Deshang's fortune. How did my aura leak, allowing Nüwa to detect me? Zhuan Ti felt secretly frustrated. Just before, after Emperor Xian came to pay respects, he had been wandering around the Nüwa temple. Prepared in advance, Zhuan Ti waved his hand, releasing a fragrant wind that floated towards Emperor Xian, while simultaneously lifting the curtain over the statue of Nüwa. This fragrant wind contained the peculiar power that Zhuan Ti had specially prepared. This strange power was exceptionally unique, refined through Zhuan Ti's arduous efforts. It carried no killing intent or malice, resembling an invisible pink mist infused with the essence of incense, as if countless beings were bathing in fire, converging towards the protective power of the human emperor. If an ordinary spell were to fall upon Emperor Xian, the protective fortune would instantly block it. However, at this moment, the power of incense was pervasive within the Nüwa temple, and the power of desire was inherently of the human race. Moreover, the timing of the activation was also quite clever. At this moment, with Emperor Zin's offerings, the countless human incense and wishes accumulated on the statue of Nüwa were activated. The statue instantly radiated brilliance, exuding a vibrant aura, as if it were a real person. More importantly, the power of incense attracted Nüwa's aura. At the moment of this surge of Nüwa's aura, this peculiar power quietly broke through the barrier of Emperor Zin's protective fortune and entered his soul. Suddenly activated, it swiftly bewitched Emperor Zin's soul, inscribing such verses. In the next moment, the fortune of the human race counterattacked. In the inexplicable void, the vast river of fortune trembled, and an extraordinarily mystical dark bird flew out from the river of human fortune, rushing towards a certain direction. It was none other than the totem of Deshang, the dark bird of destiny. Boom. The powerful impact shattered pieces of space, causing countless ripples between heaven and earth, attracting innumerable gazes. And at the moment of the dark bird of destiny's startling cry, Emperor Xian instantly awakened. Upon realizing that his soul was trapped within a mass of pink mist, Emperor Xian was immediately furious. Who dares to plot against me? The soul of Emperor Xian showed no fear at all, and charged directly towards the pink mist. In the Nüwa temple it was but a moment, yet for Emperor Zin's soul it felt like an eternity of being trapped. In the end, Emperor Xian roared, "As the ruler of Deshang, I will rather die than yield." Boom. The pink barrier shattered, the void exploded, and Emperor Zin's soul also fractured. Golden purple light drifted down from Emperor Zin's soul. At this moment, Yin Shou's soul floated in from countless shattered spaces, quietly occupying Emperor Zin's body. Zhuan Ti quickly acted to cover up the commotion. However, it was ultimately a sudden event, leaving traces of his action. At this moment, Zhuan Ti, while feeling frustrated, continued to fend off Nüwa's attacks. He kept trying to explain, but Nüwa was not willing to listen at all. She was in a fit of rage, needing to vent her anger, and did not care for the circumstances. She would strike first. How can I not strike at Emperor Xian? Shouldn't I vent my anger on you, Zhuan Ti? Nüwa completely disregarded Zhuan Ti's words, and with an angry shout she exclaimed, "Zhuan Ti, you dare to be so shameless, thinking I am easy to bully." The next moment, her true body, sitting in Hua Huang heaven, directly struck out, throwing the red embroidered ball towards the direction of the Western world. This supreme innate spiritual treasure, as soon as it burst out of Hua Huang heaven, immediately expanded. In the end, it transformed into a size akin to a primordial star radiating brilliant light that obliterated the chaotic energy along the way, crushing countless spaces, rumbling as it surged towards the Western world. Stop! Zhuan Ti sensed this, and his face changed drastically. The body of the saint instantly vanished above the Nüwa temple, appearing in the boundless void, continuously waving the seven treasures Miao tree. Streams of multicolored mystical light flew out from the seven treasures Miao tree. They formed intricate runes in front of the red embroidered ball, blocking its advance and continuously wearing down its impact. After great effort, he finally managed to block the red embroidered ball, but the next moment countless attacking mystical lights shot towards Zhuan Ti once again. Zhuan Ti silently groaned in despair. It seems I've truly offended Nüwa this time. Alas, I wonder if it was worth it to cause such a scene. After sighing inwardly, Zhuan Ti quickly made up his mind. Let Nüwa vent her anger properly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to listen to anything he had to say. From here on, the direction of the battle became quite clear. One was attacking out of anger, while the other only thought of defending for a while, even accepting some minor setbacks to let the other vent. Naturally, this favored Nüwa. As Zhuan Ti's expression turned increasingly disheveled, even his hairstyle, slightly disarranged, Nüwa's attacks finally slowed down. Zhuan Ti hurriedly seized this opportunity and called out towards Nüwa. Nüwa, please calm your anger. Allow me to explain. Nüwa snorted lightly. Raising her hand to continue attacking, Zhuan Ti dared not delay any longer and quickly shouted, Nüwa, how many among the human race still know the name of the Holy Mother of Humanity? With the sealing of the gods approaching, do you not have any thoughts on this? As his words fell, the mystical lights in the sky came to a halt. Nüwa's hand paused, and her raised hand lingered in midair, a slight frown forming on her brow. What do you mean? Hearing Nüwa finally stop and engage in conversation, Zhuan Ti's heart filled with joy. He was not afraid of not being able to persuade Nüwa, but rather he needed the opportunity to speak. Fortunately, his previous words had indeed captured Nüwa's attention. Zhuan Ti relaxed slightly in his heart and quickly continued, the sealing catastrophe is imminent. Surely you are aware of the true purpose of this sealing. Hao Yan said that there is no one suitable for the heavenly court, yet as the heavenly emperor, if he gave a command, how many scattered cultivators would be willing to ascend for a chance at prominence? Why then resort to the sealing? Moreover, this sealing catastrophe is a calamity for the immortals. Why must it occur among the human race, using the changing of dynasties as a battleground? Isn't it all for the sake of fortune, for the purpose of human education? Originally, you, as the Holy Mother of Humanity, should possess the most fortune among the human race, yet now how many can remember you? Do you not wish to do something about this, eh? Seizing the opportunity, Zhuan Ti spoke rapidly like firecrackers. Upon hearing this, Nüwa's brows furrowed even tighter. Indeed, her incense among the human race had become increasingly weak. Most of the human beings only remembered her as the savior who mended the heavens, but no longer recalled her as the Holy Mother of Humanity. In truth, Nüwa regarded this matter with indifference. During the Wu and Yao War, the Yao race committed many atrocities against the human race. Although she was the Holy Mother of Humanity, she was also the Hua Huang of the Yao race, often taking a laissez-faire attitude. Thus, Nüwa was well aware of the discontent and grievances within the human race. However, when others spoke of this matter, Nüwa felt another kind of emotion stirring within her. Nüwa felt a tumult of emotions within her. Yet she did not wish to reveal anything before Zhuan Ti, and coldly said, Zhuan, what exactly do you want to say? Now that you have unwarrantedly offended me, do you think you can settle this with your flowery words? Zhuan Ti chuckled awkwardly and said, though this matter has offended you, it just so happens that you have an excuse to intervene in the great calamity of deification. Seeing Nüwa's displeased expression, Zhuan Ti quickly cupped his hands toward Nüwa and said, friend, this matter is my fault. Consider it a debt of karma I owe you. How about that? Nüwa snorted lightly, too lazy to continue entangling with Zhuan Ti. At their level, even a life-and-death battle could not be concluded quickly, and moreover, a saint's primordial spirit was entrusted to the Tao, immortal and indestructible. How could victory or defeat be so easily determined? Now that Nüwa had acted to vent her anger, and with Zhuan Ti yielding and owing a karma, she was ready to temporarily set aside the matter. However, she still sneered at Zhuan Ti, saying, Zhuan Ti, you take pride in your saintly power and unwarrantedly attack the Emperor of Humanity. Do you think this matter can be so easily concluded? When the time of karma and retribution comes, you will regret it. Saying this, Nüwa abruptly flicked her sleeve, gesturing to the distant red silk ball, and turned to return to the Hua Emperor's realm. As Nüwa's figure vanished, Zhuan Ti looked in the direction she had left secretly, letting out a sigh of relief. I finally passed this hurdle with Nüwa. As for the backlash of the human race's fortune, Nüwa's words before leaving struck right at Zuni's heart. Once Nüwa's aura completely faded, a hint of worry appeared on Zuni's face as he sighed softly, alas. Do I not know the consequences of attacking the Emperor of Humanity? It's just that. Zhunti shook his head slightly, a look of regret on his face. The great calamity of deification is about to begin, and Hongjun Daozu has instructed the three teachings to sign and press the deification list, determining that this calamity will unfold among the three teachings. If Zhunti does not take this risk, he may not even have the chance to intervene in the calamity. According to the three pure ones, what happens in my Eastern world is none of your Western world's concern. The matter of deification began when Hao Ian reported to Hongjun Daozu that there was no one suitable in the heavenly court. But why is there no one suitable? As the heavenly emperor with high status and authority, isn't there anyone who would be tempted? Can't he recruit disciples from the major sects, or even casual cultivators? Once in the heavenly court, in a high position wielding power, is there really no one whose heart would be moved? The problem lies in this authority. The divine positions of the heavenly court cannot just be arbitrarily designated by Hao Ian. Each divine position corresponds to a force of law. During the height of the witch and demon tribes, the forces of law were originally held by the two tribes. Elements like water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were innate laws of the ancestral witches, while many celestial powers were dominated by the demon tribe. After the battle between the witches and demons, both tribes declined. The corresponding forces of law scattered between heaven and earth, and due to intermarriage between humans and witches, the forces of law belonging to the ancestral witches were absorbed into the human race, while the Jia sect similarly absorbed many of the demon tribes, beings that had scales and horns, feathered and egg-born. The most important purpose of the great calamity of deification is to gather these forces of law, to bring them back under the control of the heavenly court. Of course, taking advantage of the dynasty change to cleanse and redistribute the faith and incense of the human race is also of utmost importance. Take Wen Taisher Wenzhong, for example, who became a righteous god of the thunder department after being listed on the deification list. As the primordial ruler of thunder, he became the nine heavens regulator of thunder. However, at this time in the great Shang Dynasty, the countless humans worshipping the thunder god were actually the ancestral witch Xiangliang. Though the witch tribe had declined, the renown of the ancestral witches still lingered, continuing to accumulate the human race's incense and will. After the deification, the thunder god in the mouths of the human race would gradually become Wenzhong. The name of ancestral witch Xiangliang would slowly fade from the memory of the human race, and the incense would be seized by the heavenly court. Such a grand feast. How can I from the Western world stand by idly? So even though Zhunti knew the risks of attacking the Emperor of Humanity, he still acted without hesitation. However, Zhunti also had some thoughts. He planned to act within the Nüwa temple to involve Nüwa. The more people involved, the more chaotic the situation would become, allowing him to profit amidst the turmoil. Otherwise, with the three pure ones united, where would he have the chance to speak? Zhunti glanced in the direction of Kunlun Mountain deep in thought, then concealed his figure and headed toward the 9 provinces of the human race. Having paid such a great price, how could he sit still at this moment? Naturally, he needed to hurry and make more arrangements. In the Hua Emperor's realm, Nüwa sat on a dais, her back radiating boundless brilliance, the force of creation continuously spreading in all directions, nourishing this world. Her eyes narrowed slightly, wearing a contemplative expression. After a long while, Nüwa began to move. She took out a yellow gourd, gently shook it, and a beam of black light shot out from the mouth of the gourd, unfurling in the wind into an enormous flag. It was indeed the treasure of the demon tribe, the summoning flag. This flag was originally refined by the demon emperor, Dejuan. When this treasure was completed, millions of demons had infused a strand of their souls into it. Dejuan did this to strengthen control over the demon tribe. On the other hand, if the demons were to die, he could use the soul energies on it to summon the souls of the deceased demons, thus providing them with an extra layer of guarantee. During the decisive battle between the witches and demons, Dejuan fell, and Dongwang Tai, along with the chaos bell, vanished without a trace, leaving this treasure in Nüwa's hands. Only Nüwa among the entire Honghuang had the qualifications to wield this treasure. As the summoning flag waved, countless demons in the Honghuang sensed it and began to be drawn towards the Hua Emperor's palace. Previously, though Nüwa had not paid attention to Zhunti, she indeed felt somewhat tempted. She had long contemplated intervening in the great calamity of deification, but did not force the issue. The spiritual pearl she had cast upon the mortal realm was merely a casual move for Nüwa, but now her thoughts were stronger than ever. My senior brother has already taken so much fortune since establishing his sect. I cannot just sit by and watch them divide the human race's teachings without doing anything, can I? If she were still in the height of human belief, how could DXIN dare to insult him with poetry? It's just that after the great calamity of witches and demons, Nüwa had been quietly cultivating in the Wa Emperor's palace, rarely making appearances. She had not established a sect nor had disciples. She could only watch the incense of the human race dwindle. On the surface, the deification was a calamity for the immortals, and it indeed had little relation to her. Thus, she did not speak up when the deification list was discussed earlier. But now it was different, as she had an excuse. This Xian insulted me with poetry. If I do not act to teach him a lesson, where is the dignity of the saints? Nüwa murmured to herself, continuing to sway the summoning flag. As the summoning flag swayed, countless demon souls left their bodies, following its pull towards the Wa Emperor's palace. The summoning banner stirred. The world of demons trembled. However, many powerful demons were unwilling to heed Nüwa's call. Most of these demons had survived since the witch demon wore their minds still occupied with thoughts of their demon emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai. How could they possibly heed Nüwa's decree? Yet they dared not resist openly. After all, Nüwa was a revered. They simply used their divine powers to stabilize their souls hiding within their treasures, quietly resisting this soul-deep summons. They opted for a passive response, non-violent non-cooperation. If the emperor himself summons me, I shall go willingly. Humph. The feedback from the summoning banner fell upon Nüwa's heart, but she paid it no mind. She understood the thoughts of these demons. Many demons harbored grievances, reflecting that during the witch demon war as a revered sage and the queen of demons, if Nüwa had exerted herself fully, how could the emperor have fallen, and how could the demon and witch clans have ended up in mutual destruction? Alas, Nüwa felt a sense of frustration. During the witch demon war, she was not the only sage. All 6 sages of heaven had already returned, so how could the 3 pure ones and the western sages allow her to intervene and alter the outcome of the witch demon war? The witches and demons had to lose, they had to retreat from the primordial world. Even a handshake of peace at the last moment between the 2 clans was not permissible. Otherwise, with these 2 disobedient and terrifying forces in existence, where would the sages have a place to voice their authority? Nüwa's position was even more awkward. Not only was she a sage, but she was also the queen of demons and the holy mother of humanity. This was why she rarely manifested in the world thereafter, intervening in the primordial realm. As the hordes of demons arrived, Nüwa reigned in her thoughts and turned to face the multitude. Suddenly she waved her hand, sprinkling a thread of transformative power upon the arriving demons, allowing them to retreat amid their excitement and gratitude. Only the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb remained. These 3 were the 9-tailed fox spirit, the 9-headed rooster spirit, and the jade peepa spirit. The 3 demons had just received Nüwa's blessing, the thread of transformative power circulating within them, continually nourishing their forms. As they were reveling in joy, that joy turned into fear. Why are only the 3 of us left? The other summoned demons had no idea. Among the demons, the 3 were undoubtedly the weakest. Had it not been for the summoning banner's guidance, they might not have even reached Nüwa. Yet Nüwa waved away the hordes, leaving only them. This immediately made the 3 demons uneasy. Though lacking in cultivation, perhaps due to their unique bloodline, their transformations were remarkably complete. Especially the 9-tailed fox, due to her race's unique talents. Even in the presence of Nüwa, the 9-tailed fox unconsciously emanated an innate allure. Her exquisitely beautiful visage, coupled with her current anxiety, evoked a sense of pity. Do you know why I have left only you 3 demons? Nüwa sat above them, asking calmly. The 3 demons lowered their heads and exchanged glances before the seemingly weakest 9-tailed fox spoke first. Summoning her courage, the 9-tailed fox raised her head and said, "This little demon does not know. However, whatever the lady commands, we 3 demons will surely do our utmost." The face of the 9-tailed fox, filled with allure, was also filled with determination. For such little demons to have the chance to catch Nüwa was a tremendous blessing. Now, even if it meant climbing a mountain of swords or descending into a sea of flames, they would seize this opportunity. They needed to cling to Nüwa's side. Whether we can achieve great things in the future depends on today, the 9-tailed fox firmly thought. Observing the 3 little demons, especially the expression of the 9-tailed fox, Nüwa nodded in satisfaction. This 9-tailed fox seems clever enough. After all, the Fox clan was known for their wisdom, and this little demon did not disappoint her bloodline. Though suppressing her inner thoughts before Nüwa, her ambitions were undoubtedly revealed in her eyes. Nüwa was not afraid of their thoughts or ambitions. In fact, the more initiative they showed, the more dedicated they would be to the tasks she assigned. Nüwa then looked at the 3 demons and said, "I have a matter for you to undertake. If you succeed, there will naturally be benefits for you. Currently, the Great Shang's Emperor Xian is incompetent and morally lacking, resulting in only 28 years of fortune. You are to find opportunities to approach this Emperor Xian, disrupt his governance, thus fulfilling the cycle of fortune and the change of dynasties. Once the Great Shang is destroyed, it will count as your merit." Nüwa was swayed by the words of Zhuan Ti. At this moment the arrangement was to take advantage of Emperor Zin's poetic endeavors, sending demons to enchant him, thus preserving the sage's face and naturally positioning herself to intervene in the upcoming calamity. Since that was the case, she had to carefully select the right candidates. Although the three demons of Xianyuan Tomb were weak, they possessed something that other demons could not compare with. It was the aura they carried. They had a faint remnant of the Emperor's breath. To approach Emperor Xian, the first and most important point was to not be countered by the Emperor's aura. These three demons had been cultivating in Xianyuan Tomb before they even took shape. Xianyuan Tomb is the burial mound of the Yellow Emperor, and it was precisely for this reason that they had absorbed a hint of the Emperor's aura, especially the nine-tailed fox. There was another karmic connection tied to her. With just a glance, Nüwa could see that the nine-tailed fox bore the bloodline of the Qingxiu fox clan. In ancient times, the Yu united with the maiden of the Two Mountain clan, giving birth to Qi and founding the Xia dynasty. The maiden of the Two Mountain clan also bore the bloodline of the Qingxiu fox clan. During De Ye's flood control efforts, the Two Mountain clan contributed significantly. After De Ye's success, he gathered the lords of the world at the Two Mountain clan to forge the Nine Tripod and divide the 9 provinces. Thinking of this, Nüwa murmured to herself, Cheng Tang attacked Xia Jie, seizing the Xia dynasty. Now having the Qingxiu bloodline fox clan disrupt the fortune of the Great Shang is perfectly aligned with fate. After giving the three demons of Xianyuan Tomb a simple directive, Nüwa then thought for a moment and emphasized, you will take refuge within the palace, sow discord in the emperor's heart, and wait for the time of King Wu's campaign against Zhou to assist him in his success. During this period you must not harm any living beings. Otherwise, if you lose your merit, you will not achieve your goals. Do not blame me for not warning you in advance. Nüwa's tone was somewhat stern. The three demons could not help but shudder. They lowered their heads even more. Though they did not understand why Nüwa suddenly became so serious, the three little demons naturally dared not disobey, quickly saying, we will obey, little demons. Following this, Nüwa directly sent the three demons back to their original place, still in Xianyuan Tomb, waiting silently for the right moment. After completing these tasks, Nüwa sat in the grand hall of the Queen of Demons, remaining silent for a moment. After a while, she suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. She rose and headed towards the Fire Cloud Cave. Let me go see my brother. The heavenly secrets surrounding Emperor Xian are murkier than before. Could it be that my brother has made some arrangements? Previously, Nüwa had the thought of seeking retribution from Emperor Xian, but the fortune of humanity began to churn. This made Nüwa feel a surge of anger on filial child. I merely wanted to vent my frustrations, yet you reacted so strongly. Have you forgotten that you were born from my hands? Nüwa's actions were completely unknown to Shou. Even if he were to know, he would not care. Wasn't this all part of the plot's arrangement? What else could he do? Of course, just lie back and enjoy it. After leaving Nüwa's temple, Shou was already filled with anticipation, ready to step into his life as a tyrannical ruler. Passing through the tall and solemn palace gates along the way, Shou surveyed the magnificent palace like a wealthy landowner, nodding repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha. It's all mine. Shou's heart felt even happier. Although all of this had only a 28-year limit, so what? Wasn't the house in his past life also only for a few decades? Moreover, Shou had worked hard and struggled, yet he couldn't even afford a piece of land. Thinking this, he sighed while sitting in the imperial carriage, suddenly feeling that everything in his past life had lost its meaning. What was all the hard work and busyness for? Therefore one must drink and be merry today. Shou sighed in his heart. After passing through several more palace gates, they entered the inner palace. From a distance, he saw a beautifully dressed woman approach gracefully, accompanied by numerous female officials. Looking at the woman before him, Shou's eyes widened in surprise. The leading lady had a delicate face, a plump figure, a graceful neck and shoulders, and most importantly, a noble aura that radiated maternal dignity. In short, she was the epitome of elegance and grace. The person was none other than the queen of Emperor Xian, Queen Zhang. Before Shou could speak, Queen Zhang spoke, first bowing gracefully to him, my king. Her voice was melodious. As Queen Zhang slightly nodded and bowed, Shou couldn't help but focus, marveling, beautiful. In his astonishment, he also had a thought. Emperor Xian truly deserves to die. How could he harm such a beautiful Queen Zhang? If not her, then who else should be enshrined? Shou was not inexperienced in his past life. He was diligent and loved to learn, well-versed in both Eastern and Western knowledge. In this era of information explosion, what kind of beauty had he not seen? In terms of beauty, she was simply unparalleled. Hadn't he seen pigs run before? Yet looking through Shou's later perspective, Queen Zhang was indeed one of the most stunning beauties. More importantly, she possessed an extremely unique aura. Under Shou's intense gaze, Queen Zhang suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. His gaze was like two small brushes continuously sweeping over her, creating a strange sensation within her body. What's wrong with my king today? Why does it feel like he has become a different person? Queen Zhang murmured in her heart. She was the daughter of Duke Zhang Hengchu of Dongbua, and her marriage to Emperor Xin was a political alliance. Duke Zhang Hengchu, as the leader of the 800 lords of the Shang Dynasty, held immense power over the 200 lords of Donglu. However, their union was also one of mutual affection. So many years had passed. They had gradually returned to a state of tranquility. But why was Emperor Xin so strange today? Queen Zhang suddenly felt a bit dreamy, her thoughts unwittingly returning to when she first met Emperor Xin. At that time, Emperor Xin's gaze was just as fervent. Back then, the late King Emperor, he was still in power. Emperor Xin had not yet succeeded him as the ruler of the Shang Dynasty. He was merely the prince of longevity, known for his innate divine strength. Above Emperor Xin was his elder brother Wei Ziqi, who was greatly favored by Emperor. However, although Wei Ziqi was the eldest son, Emperor Xin was the legitimate heir. At that time in Shang, after many generations of reform, the tradition of succession from brother to brother had finally shifted to the son succeeding the father, establishing rules such as prefer the eldest son over younger sons, prefer the legitimate son over the illegitimate. Emperor Yi was conflicted, wavering back and forth. In the end, he still followed the rules and chose Emperor. There was no choice. Emperor Xin had far more supporters than Wei Ziqi. The most powerful lord in the world was Emperor Xin's father-in-law. After marrying Queen Zhang, Emperor Xin took 2 concubines, turning the generals Huang Feihu and Yang Ren into his brothers-in-law. Most importantly, Emperor Xin's pioneering spirit was greatly favored by Grand Tutor Wen. With Grand Tutor Wen's support, all disputes were settled. At this moment, Yin Shou was also reminded of the past. Memories rolled through his mind, and then Yin Shou sighed inwardly. Isn't Emperor Xin very wise? By marrying these people into his faction, binding their interests, as long as the harem remained unchanged, these people would forever be his steadfast supporters. Why did he foolishly listen to Daji and kill them off? Wasn't this self-sabotage? This isn't a foolish king, it's downright stupidity. Suddenly Queen Zhang came back to her senses, smiled sweetly, and said, "My king, you seem a bit different today." Hearing Queen Zhang's words, Yin Shou also awakened from his astonishment. He wasn't worried that Queen Zhang would notice anything. Not to mention Queen Zhang, he wouldn't be afraid even in front of a sage. Although he hadn't explored the other functions of the human emperor's position in his mind, hiding heavenly secrets and shielding from prying eyes was certainly not an issue. Yin Shou's gaze shifted, locking eyes with Queen Zhang as he laughed heartily. What's different? What could be different? Queen Zhang only felt that Emperor Xin's gaze today was exceptionally fervent and invasive, as if he had returned to his youthful self. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a feeling. But how could Queen Zhang express such thoughts? Just as she was conflicted, Yin Shou had already stepped forward, grabbing Queen Zhang's hand and pulling her into his embrace. "Aunt, my king, please don't." Queen Zhang's originally fair face, like sheep's fat jade, instantly flushed. Yin Shou laughed heartily. "We are already an old couple. What's wrong with that?" At this moment, Queen Zhang leaned against Yin Shou's chest, feeling the broadness of his chest and the intensity of his aura, making her feel as if her body was going to melt. But she still managed to muster her strength to say, "There are so many people here." Furthermore, seeing Yin Shou's intensely invasive gaze, how could Queen Zhang not understand his intentions? However, public lewdness was not the behavior of a wise king. Naturally, Queen Zhang felt some resistance. Yin Shou didn't care about being a wise king or not. He was even inclined towards being a foolish king, so he naturally paid no heed to Queen Zhang's words. He directly said casually to those behind him, "You all can leave." Then, using his strength, he picked up Queen Zhang, causing her to let out a surprised gasp, striding boldly towards the inner palace. Inside the inner palace, 2 murmurs could be heard. "My king, this isn't appropriate. I am the king, I make the rules." "My king, you are indeed different today." "Queen, you don't understand. This is what it means to be separated for a day like 3 autumns. Just tell me if you want it or not." After a long while, Yin Shou, draped in a long robe, exposing his chest, lay comfortably half reclined. Next to him was the already deeply asleep Queen Zhang. She was simply too exhausted. Emperor Xin's body was indeed endowed with divine strength, capable of lifting beams and changing pillars. Subduing Queen Zhang was not a simple task. Diligently practicing for over 20 years, his various skills finally found their place. Yin Shou couldn't wait to put them all to use. He even pressed forward for a victory, capturing her 7 times and letting her go 7 times, causing Queen Zhang to directly submit to him. Yin Shou lazily picked up a piece of fruit lying nearby and tossed it into his mouth. As he savored it, he thought to himself, such days. Even if it were only 28 years, even if it were just 1 year, it would still be worth it. Before I never had this opportunity. At this moment, Queen Zhang let out a faint murmur, turning toward Yin Shou in her sleep and instinctively hugging his arm. Feeling the soft sensation on his arm, Yin Shou felt a touch of satisfaction. He glanced at the person beside him, gently patted her a few times, and then got up. The robe draped over his shoulders was incredibly smooth, and it slipped off instantly. Shou simply decided to get out of bed bare-chested and walk towards the hall. The steaming, delicious food had long been prepared. The palace servants even changed the dishes every little while just to maintain the food's warmth and freshness. Shou stepped forward, grabbing a roasted golden-brown deer leg, and began to eat heartily. Having expended so much energy, he also felt hungry. In no time at all, he finished off one deer leg. Shou lifted a wine goblet and tilted his head back, gulping it down. After savoring it a bit, he shook his head slightly. The taste is quite good, but isn't the alcohol content too low? For Emperor Zin's physique, this level of alcohol is practically like juice. Immediately, Shou wanted the palace servants to bring stronger wine. How could such weak wine get anyone drunk? It was fit for children. Is a wine pond and meat forest just a pool of juice? Then Emperor Zin's memories surfaced in Shou's mind. It seems that this was the case with wine back then. No problem. Let them make some. As the king, isn't it reasonable to make such a request? Shou had also decided that the most important thing next was not to focus on governing the Shang Dynasty, but rather how to enjoy himself to the fullest during these 28 years. At that moment, two female voices came from afar. Sister, we came to see you. Their tones were distinct, one crisp and the other soft and sweet. Shou raised his head to look in the direction of the voices, and the next moment two figures appeared in his line of sight. I have met the king. It was indeed the two concubines Huang Yang and Yang Fei. The two hurriedly bowed to Shou. They seemed surprised to find him in Empress Jiang's palace at this time. Seeing Shou bare-chested, their gazes inadvertently glanced at the nearby curtain. They immediately understood something, and their faces turned a shade of crimson. Upon seeing the two enter, Shou's eyes lit up. A smile spread across his face as he laughed. You two beloved concubines have come at the perfect time. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Among them, Huang Fei was the sister of Huang Fei who, coming from a prestigious family, a daughter of a military clan, she possessed some martial skills. Even after becoming a concubine of Emperor Xian, she still greatly enjoyed martial arts. Thus her figure was exceptionally tall and slender. Perhaps feeling that the light purple robe was too loose and cumbersome, she tightly bound it, further accentuating her wasp waist, monkey back, and crane-like posture. A refreshing aura wafted towards him. Accompanying Huang Fei was Yang Fei, who was petite and appeared demure. Compared to Huang Fian, she looked like a younger sister. The two had different temperaments, yet together they complemented each other well. As they approached the more straightforward Huang Fian frowned slightly and said with curiosity, I thought the king was busy with state affairs. Shou waved his hand dismissively, casually stating, with when Taisher leading the troops outside, and the chancellor and my uncle Baigan managing the state affairs, why would I need to be so diligent? As he spoke, Shou casually picked up a silk handkerchief to wipe his hands. Once clean, he boldly stepped forward, embracing the two concubines amidst their exclamations of surprise. Since my ascension, the Deshang has been thriving. Shouldn't I enjoy myself? Saying this, he led the two beloved concubines further inside. You two beloved concubines have come at just the right time. The empress is already asleep. I have never been one to show favoritism. This body truly possesses divine strength. Shou couldn't help but exclaim, I could take on 10 of them. Naturally, for the next several days, Shou completely neglected attending court. He merely conveyed the message that, my body is slightly unwell. Several civil and military officials who sought an audience were turned away from the palace gates. Even the memorials submitted by the officials were waved away by Shou, sent directly to the study. Of course, he had no intention of reading them. Nonsense. I said I came to enjoy myself, not to toil away at state affairs. Many civil and military officials were baffled by Shou's sudden change, feeling both anxious and astonished. What has happened to the king? In the past, Emperor Xian, while not overly diligent, was generally considered hard-working and ambitious, often proclaiming his desire to lead the Shang Dynasty to prosperity. It was indeed the first time he had neglected state affairs for so many days. Outside the palace, Baigan, who had come to seek an audience with Shou, met with the old Chancellor Shangrong. Upon meeting, both wore worried expressions, and Baigan's face bore an additional hint of anger and dissatisfaction. As the king's uncle, Baigan was even more straightforward and had no intention of hiding his thoughts. Chancellor, what has happened to the king? He hasn't attended to state affairs for so many days, and not a single matter submitted by the officials has received a response. Baigan questioned Shangrong. Shangrong's aged face was filled with helplessness as he replied, Uncle Wang, how would I know? It's indeed strange. The king has always been diligent, so why the sudden change? At this point, Shangrong suddenly had a thought. Could it be related to the poetry inscribed at the Nüwa temple? That day after Emperor Zin's departure, Shangrong had discreetly arranged for it to be washed away. Later, the soldiers reported in fear that no matter how they washed it, it wouldn't come off, as if it were engraved on the wall. After personally returning to check, Shangrong found himself at a loss. Surely he couldn't just tear down the wall. That would only create more problems. Even stranger, by the next day the writings had quietly disappeared without a trace. This change must have been a divine matter. Thus Shang Rong secretly speculated, could it be that this incident offended the goddess Nüwa, resulting in Emperor Zin's physical discomfort? However, Shang Rong kept these thoughts to himself and did not voice them directly. With a serious expression he shook his head and sighed. I have tried to see the king several times, but I was blocked by the guards, only receiving word that the king is slightly unwell. At these words Baigan furrowed his brows. If even the chancellor couldn't see the king, could it be that something truly had gone wrong? His expression grew determined as he declared, this cannot continue. Our nation cannot be without its ruler for even a day. Today, even if I have to break in, I must see the king personally. If the king truly is unwell. If something has happened. He paused here, worry etched on his face. If Emperor Xian truly was absent from court for over 10 days due to health issues, it would be a significant matter for the entire Shang, and for them, it would be the worst news. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with resolve. They immediately reached a consensus and headed toward. After reporting their arrival, they waited quite a while before a guard finally came to relay the message, repeating the earlier claim that the king was unwell and would not be seeing anyone today. Baigan frowned, his gaze resolute, and he forcefully pushed past the guard rushing inside. I am the king's uncle, Baigan, and have urgent matters to discuss with the king. If state affairs are delayed, can you bear the consequences? Move aside. If the king were to blame me, I will take full responsibility. Although Shang Rong did not speak, he too trembling pushed forward against the guards. One was the king's uncle, known for his virtuous reputation. The other was the current chancellor overseeing state affairs. With both being so determined, how could the guards dare to be forceful? Especially since Shang Rong was already in his 70s, trembling. If they accidentally harmed him, they would ultimately face the consequences. Thus the two were allowed to push their way to the entrance of Emperor Zin's palace. Naturally, Shang Rong and Baigan dared not press further and stood outside the palace, straightening their clothes before bowing respectfully. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Emperor Zin's voice from inside. Beloved concubine, don't run away. Ha ha ha, I've caught you. Listening to the resonant voice, Shang Rong and Baigan exchanged glances, their brows furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Is this what they call a minor ailment? The two who had originally harbored worries suddenly turned pale. Shang Rong's aged face trembled slightly. I was worried that perhaps your majesty was suffering due to the retribution from the goddess Nüwa, only to find out that this was merely a pretense. Was it just to indulge in pleasures with the women of the inner palace? Baigan's temper was even more straightforward, and an anger surged within him, his eyes practically blazing with fire. Impatient, Baigan immediately wanted to shout in protest. But in the next moment, the voice of Queen Jiang from within stunned both of them, and the words Baigan was about to utter got stuck in his throat. Heard Queen Jiang gently persuading, she spoke. Your majesty is wise and powerful. How can you indulge in the pleasures of the harem and neglect the affairs of state? The great Shang cannot go a day without a ruler. Occasionally concubine Huang and concubine Yang chimed in. Shang Rong and Baigan, who were about to respond with anger, paused and nodded slightly. I thought it was the women who were misleading. The queen and the two esteemed concubines truly understand the greater good. But your majesty. At this moment they heard the voice of Xian. Inside the palace, Yin Shou had his arms wrapped around Queen Jiang and concubine Yang. As for concubine Huang, she stood opposite Yin Shou with an expression of annoyance. Yin Shou glanced outside and said loudly, Ah, queen, your words are mistaken. I have merely not attended court. How can one say there is no ruler? Moreover, the great Shang now has numerous officials in court, with Wen Taisher leading the troops outside, and the chancellor and Uncle Wang managing state affairs. With them present, the great Shang will surely thrive. I am simply resting for a few days. Can the great Shang fall into chaos? Saying this, he turned and pecked Queen Jiang on the cheek, teasingly asking, does the queen not trust the abilities of the chancellor and Uncle Wang? Queen Jiang hurriedly denied it. Naturally, after Yin Shou's remark, she had to add a few words of reassurance. In her speech, she praised Chancellor Shang Rong and Uncle Baigan vigorously. Yin Shou immediately burst into laughter and said, Indeed, indeed. I have recently come to realize that it is not necessary to involve oneself in every matter to be a wise ruler. Knowing how to use people and trusting them is the true way. If the ancestors had not recognized Yin and employed him, how could they have established the foundation of the Shang Dynasty? Following this, Yin Shou began to joke with Queen Jiang. The words exchanged within the room rang like thunder in the ears of Shang Rong and Baigan outside, flowing like a warm current in their hearts. So it turns out, the king trusts me so much. Shang Rong and Baigan thought to themselves. Turning to look at each other, they both felt their faces slightly flush with embarrassment. Especially Shang Rong, whose aged face trembled slightly. He was filled with immense excitement. He is a figure renowned throughout history rising from a slave to become the chancellor, assisting Shang Tang in overthrowing the tyrant Xiajia. He was enshrined in the ancestral temple of the great Shang. The king holds such high expectations for me, as he views me. At this moment a guard following behind the two interrupted Shang Rong's thoughts. They had approached the entrance of Dizin's palace feeling anxious and hurriedly called out to announce, "Your Majesty." Then there was a creaking sound. Shou opened the palace door looking at Shang Rong and Baigan with surprise, as if he did not know they had come, and asked in confusion, "Chancellor Uncle Wang, why have you come?" The guards immediately apologized, and Shou waved his hand to indicate there was no offense, allowing them to rise. "All right, the Chancellor and Uncle Wang are my trusted aides. It is only natural that they come to see me urgently. Did I not mention this before? Anyone can be stopped, but the Chancellor and Uncle Wang can always come to see me without hindrance. In the future, when they come to pay their respects, you must never obstruct them." The guards, seeing that DXN bore no grudge, breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, they did not dare to argue against Shou's conflicting words, and at most they felt puzzled. Could it be that we truly misunderstood the king's intentions? After the guards left with joyful expressions, Shou turned his gaze and smilingly looked at Shang Rong and Baigan and asked with a grin, "Chancellor Uncle Wang, what urgent matters do you have?" The two, who had originally been filled with grievances, had their anger dissipate significantly after overhearing Shou's words. Hearing DXIN reprimand the guards, the remaining resentment vanished completely. Looking at Dizin's calm demeanor, the words that the two had pondered countless times suddenly became difficult to. Shang Rong's lips moved slightly, and he finally spoke with a hint of pleading, "Your Majesty, with the Eastern initially pacified, and the Northern Sea in turmoil, the great Shang is indeed in a time of troubles. No matter what, Your Majesty cannot avoid attending court." Baigan also bowed deeply, saying nothing more, but simply clasping his hands and stating, "I implore Your Majesty to attend court." Seeing their attitude, Shou secretly smiled with satisfaction. Clearly Shou had already known when Shang Rong and Baigan barged in. His banter with Queen Jiang had been prepared in advance. It was all a ruse. Perhaps it was due to the integration of Dizin's soul, or perhaps the influence of the position of the emperor, but Shou felt exceptionally alert, as if he could sense every subtle movement around him. Moreover, his body was bursting with energy every day. Initially, Shou thought that this body might have some extraordinary changes. After all, having witnessed the position of the emperor, how could he not have expectations for the path of cultivation? But Shou truly did not discover anything. Should I summon Wen Taisher back? If it's about cultivation matters, he would certainly be the most suitable. After some thought, Shou ultimately abandoned this idea. Wen Taisher was too domineering. If he were truly summoned back, where would be the opportunity for enjoyment? Anyway, there's no rush. Let me enjoy being a foolish ruler for a few days. It was based on this thought that Shou deliberately spoke the way he did in front of Shang Rong and Baigan. If he wanted to peacefully enjoy life in the palace, he certainly needed someone to help him manage state affairs. The most basic requirement was to avoid major issues, while daily trivial matters could be handled for him. Otherwise, if he had to attend court and be entangled in various state affairs every few days, where would he find the time to enjoy himself? Moreover, Shou's ultimate goal was not merely to escape from tedious state affairs. If he could let Shang Rong and Baigan work for him without worry, and he being free could slip out of Chaoga, that would be even better. Having come to the world of the investiture of the gods, how could he not go out to see the 9 provinces and explore the vast wilderness? Being trapped in this palace holds no meaning. Thus Shou coaxed Shang Rong and Baigan with his words. Perhaps the previous DXIN had never treated people like this. Shou's tactic was surprisingly effective. The originally fierce attitudes of the two softened immediately. The great Shang truly has a simple and kind-hearted populace. My scheme is so clumsy, and yet Chancellor and Uncle Wang still fall for it. Shou thought to himself. However, he overlooked one point: sometimes what matters is not the trick itself, but rather that DXIN, as the ruler of the great Shang, is willing to go to such lengths for Shang Rong and Baigan, which says everything. Next, Shang Rong and Baigan took turns to persuade Shou to promptly attend court, as there were numerous piled-up memorials waiting for the emperor's review. It was somewhat inappropriate for Shou to continue claiming he was unwell. He could only agree for the time being. No choice, I'll have to agree for now to get by. Shou wanted to immediately cast these matters aside, but it was a bit difficult for the time being. The changes were too great and too sudden, and the civil and military officials of the great Shang were not yet able to accept it. During the 10 days he had ignored state affairs, numerous visitors came to the palace to present memorials, driving Shou to the brink of annoyance. Thus he still needed to find a way to resolve this issue once and for all, for otherwise how could he enjoy his foolish ruler's life? It's also an opportunity to interact with these ministers and assess my sleeping dragon and crouching tiger. The sleeping dragon and crouching tiger that Shou referred to were the two notorious treacherous ministers rumored in history. Fengshen and Yuan, Shang Rong and Baigan could help him with state affairs and support the Great Shang's governance. They were undoubtedly loyal ministers. However, the two were too upright. There were certainly things they would be unwilling to hear him say and unwilling to do. For instance, if Yin Shou were to mention the harem being empty and needing to be filled, the old chancellor would definitely immediately reason with him, arguing that this was not the behavior of a wise ruler, and Baigan's straightforward nature might even lead to a direct confrontation. But Fengshen and Yuan were different. They might very well offer ideas while sending their daughters into the palace. This is the distinction between virtuous ministers and treacherous ministers. Yin Shou wished for virtuous ministers to handle the work, while also wanting a treacherous minister who would obey him without question. Moreover, thinking even more wickedly. If when Taisha returned to see his foolish ruler demeanor and became angry, he could always shift the blame onto them. I am innocent, it is all the fault of the villains. Only after Yin Shou finally agreed to attend the morning court the next day did Shang Rong and Baigan leave with satisfaction, heading towards the palace exit. Before long they exited the palace. As soon as they came out, they saw a large number of civil and military officials gathered outside, with Wei Ziqi passionately expressing his outrage. Upon listening closely, it was nothing but a denunciation of Defy. He spoke of how diligently he served when the previous king was alive. Now, after such a short time, he has started to indulge in wine and women, neglecting state affairs. This is the great king you have chosen. Wei Ziqi is Di Zin's elder brother, sharing the same mother, and both being sons of Di. After Defy ascended the throne, he was in theft to Wei, thus becoming known as Wei Ziqi. The Yinshang royal family can trace its lineage back to one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Ku. They acquired the surname Zi due to their enfeoffment by the Yin River, hence they are referred to as the Yinshang. Before ascending the throne, Defy was known as Zishou. After taking the throne, he adopted the state as his surname, becoming known as Yin Shou. Logically, Wei Ziqi should also have had a chance to inherit the throne, as he is the eldest son of Di. However, when Wei Ziqi was born, their mother's status was lowly, so he could not be considered a legitimate son, while Defy was born after their mother became the wife. One is the eldest son and the other is the legitimate son. Thus, even though Di favored Wei Ziqi more, everyone felt that they could not disrupt the rules, and that the legitimate son should inherit the throne, let alone that behind Defy stood the support of respected figures like Wen Taisha Dongbo, Ho Jiang Hengqiu, and King Wu Cheng Huangfeiyu. Thus Defy ascended to the throne, sharing the same father and mother. Just because my mother was not in a high position when I was born, I became a bastard. How can I not inherit the throne? So Wei Ziqi's feelings of awkwardness and dissatisfaction are self-evident. The late King Yi, who was the last one named Qi, that was the son of Emperor Yu Xiaqi, who founded the Great Xia Dynasty. Wei Ziqi's discontent grew deeper, but at the beginning of Di Zin's reign, he was wise and martial, showing signs of revival, even personally leading campaigns to bring the Eastern Yi under the Great Shang. Naturally, he could not say anything. Now, after Defy had not attended court for over 10 days, Wei Ziqi learned from the rumors within the palace that Defy claimed to be unwell, but actually spent every day reveling with the queen and concubines. Wei Ziqi naturally wanted to spread this widely among the civil and military officials. As Shang Rong and Baigan listened to Wei Ziqi's incessant complaints, their expressions darkened. The two of them had just gained the king's favor. How could they tolerate Wei Ziqi's slander? Baigan even coldly interjected, "Enough. Stop the nonsense and unfounded speculation. The king merely caught a chill. He has recovered now and will hold court tomorrow. If you have so much free time, you might as well go back and organize the matters that need to be reported during this period. That way, if the king inquires, you won't be caught off guard." Upon hearing Baigan's words, Wei Ziqi immediately fell silent. He still had some reservations about this uncle of the king. At this moment, Baigan cast a scrutinizing glance toward Wei Ziqi. Wei Ziqi immediately gave an awkward smile, feeling a bit fearful, and quickly lowered his head to hide his. Seeing Wei Ziqi's reaction, Baigan snorted softly. He withdrew his gaze and secretly thought, "Humph. Do you think the king is unaware of your secret dealings with the feudal lords? The king is merely being considerate of brotherly affection and doesn't want to hold it against you." In Baigan's view, Defy was actually doing quite well. Under his leadership, the Great Shang was growing stronger. Which of the 800 feudal lords in the world would dare to defy the command of Chaoga? If it were Wei Ziqi with his timid nature, he would have been bullied by the powerful lords long ago. Sai, the king, is still too merciful. Even if he is mindful of brotherly bonds, he cannot indulge Wei Ziqi like this, otherwise it will surely bring about a great disaster. Baigan looked at Wei Ziqi's dejected back as he left. Suddenly he made a decision in his heart. Since the king relies on us so much, treating us as the backbone of the nation, I must naturally guard against Wei Ziqi and protect the Great Shang. I need to find an opportunity to properly discipline Wei Ziqi. It would be best if I could convince the king to decree that Wei Ziqi return to his fief to prevent him from causing trouble in Chaoga. At this moment the officials finally felt relieved, and after bowing to Shang Rong and Bygone dispersed. The next day early in the morning before dawn broke, Yin Shou was helped out of bed by Queen Jiang, who personally assisted him in dressing and changing. Yin Shou yawned while enjoying Queen Jiang's service, complaining, "I am already the lord of the great Shang, yet I still have to get up so early. If it continues like this every day, won't I just be as busy as in my previous life?" Yin Shou increasingly wanted to think of a way to find someone to attend court for him, or simply abolish this activity altogether. What is there to be busy about that could extend the great Shang's existence for a few more years? Queen Jiang shook her head slightly at Yin Shou's grumbling, but continued to work, quickly humorously reassuring him, "My lord, you have just gotten up? The ministers have been waiting outside the palace for quite some time." Yin Shou naturally would not argue with her, but he kept calculating in his heart, "Without me, you can't govern the great Shang. What use do I have for such useless people?" Once everything was ready, Yin Shou followed the palace attendants to the grand hall, and soon the civil and military officials streamed in one by one, and with a declaration, the morning court officially began. Yin Shou sat on his throne squinting and drowsily listening to the reports from the officials. National affairs involve war and sacrifices. For the great Shang, these were the most important matters, and naturally the morning court was focused on them. Thus at the very beginning, an official stepped forward to report on the conflicts between Xigua and Xiangua. These two nations are neighbors, originally just a quarrel among feudal lords. Their conflict has escalated to the point where they are now directly at war, causing the citizens to suffer greatly from the blades and hardships. As soon as this matter was mentioned, the officials immediately became agitated. Their words were filled with killing. They were not angry because of the suffering of the people in the two nations. In their view, that was not important. What was important was that they dared to act without Chaoji's decree. "Do you not regard the great Shang at all? How should we handle this? We await your majesty's instructions." After the official finished reporting, he bowed towards Yin Shou. Yin Shou was taken aback after hearing this. He had never even heard of these two minor feudal lords, so let them fight. But judging by the expressions of the officials, this matter seemed quite serious. The memories belonging to Dxian flashed continuously in Yin Shou's mind. He quickly found the reason. At this time, even if there were external tribes to be conquered, attacking other feudal lords must be authorized by Chaoga with the acts of war to show that Dxian had granted permission. Otherwise, it would be akin to rebellion. If there are conflicts, just come to Chaoga to report. What identity and status do you have to raise troops against my subjects? However, as for how to handle it, Yin Shou had no ideas. After a brief silence, he simply turned to Shang Rong, who was standing at the front, and asked loudly, "Chancellor, what do you think about this matter?" Shang Rong was originally bowing his head in attentive listening. Such conflicts among the feudal lords were not a first-time occurrence. Based on past experiences, Dxian would surely become furious, and then directly issue an edict requiring the two lords to personally go to Chaoga to await their fate. If they refused to comply, it would mean dispatching troops to annihilate their states and sweep away their foundations. The feudal lords would also be put on a prison cart bound to Chaoga to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. Disrespecting the king and being noble lords made them excellent sacrificial offerings. Only thus could the feudal lords across the land be made to feel awe. However, Shang Rong did not expect that this time Dxian did not issue the order directly, but instead asked for his opinion first. He was genuinely worried that Dxian in a fit of anger would simply send troops from Chaoga. Currently, with Wen Taisher leading troops to pacify the northern sea, the military forces of Chaoga were insufficient, making them vulnerable. If they were to split their forces further, Chaoga would become unstable. After thinking for a moment, Shang Rong stepped out of the ranks. He first cupped his hands in salute to Dxian, then spoke, "I report to your majesty. These two states, Xi and Xian, are small and insignificant, likely unaware of the teachings. Otherwise, they would not engage in such unruly acts. Yet precisely because of this, their conflict is akin to children at play, and the impact is not so severe. There is no need for your majesty to be enraged. Why not bestow upon Dongbua, Ho Jianghengchu, the authority to mediate? If there are justifiable reasons, let these two lords quell their disputes and personally go to Chaoga to apologize. Otherwise, let Dongbua, Ho lead troops to annihilate them, destroying their foundations and their ancestral shrines." Upon hearing this, Yin Shou's eyes immediately brightened. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. He laughed heartily, saying, "What the chancellor said is indeed correct, aligning perfectly with my own thoughts. As Dongbua Ho Jianghengchu is one of the four great feudal lords of the realm, his strength is formidable, making it simple to deal with these two states. Moreover, he is also Di Zin's father-in-law, at least currently loyal to the Deshang. There is no need to worry about Dongbua Ho rebelling against the king's decree or creating other uncontrollable issues. Most importantly, this way Yin Shou need not worry at all." Shang Rong felt a rush of satisfaction upon hearing Dxian directly agree with his thoughts, and greatly praise him. Indeed, the king values us. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers exclaimed in unison. What does it feel like to receive flattery from so many people at once? Yin Shou felt a brief thrill, then waved his hand, urging them to continue quickly. Completing matters was the priority. Next, another minister reported. This time it concerned the national matter of sacrifices. The reason was that the slaves that Shi Qi should have delivered to Chaoga this year had not yet arrived. Upon hearing this, Yin Shou's heart jolted. Does Shiboho Jichong already have rebellious intentions now? The Deshang places great importance on sacrifices to the spirits of their ancestors. Even though Dxin was not particularly enthusiastic about this, since taking over he has abolished some of the inhumane human sacrifices. However, the sacrifices integrated into Shang culture cannot be easily eradicated. Shi Qi plays an extremely important role in this. During Wu Ding's reign, the ancestor of the Western Zhou Dan Fu submitted to the Shang and was granted land in Zhou Yuan to develop. Their primary task was to battle the surrounding barbarians and provide slaves for the Shang's human sacrifices. If the year is poor and insufficient slaves are captured, do you think the Shang would forgive them, allowing them to owe debts, or would they allow the Zhou people to bear the consequences themselves? In his past life, Yin Shou had also researched the history of the Shang Dynasty due to the release of the Fengshen movie. He originally thought he was in the world of Fengshen. However, after carefully reviewing Dixin's memories and combining them with what he had seen and learned during this time, Yin Shou realized that it might not be unrelated. These truths and subtle details might have been overlooked or deliberately concealed. There has always been enmity between Shang and Zhou, and perhaps Ji Chong has already begun researching divination, harboring intentions to rebel against Shang. Yin Shou pondered. Divination is a necessary part of the sacrificial rites, a bridge for communicating with the gods. Who in Deshang could communicate with the ancestors and deities? Of course it is Dxin. It can only be Dxin. You a mere Shiboho spending your days studying this, what do you intend to do? Thus Dixin's imprisonment of Ji Chong is not merely due to being enchanted by Daji, or due to folly. Yin Shou couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, he did not directly express his opinion on the minister's report. He glanced over at Baigan, who was standing on the other side, and cheerfully asked Uncle Wang, what do you think of this matter? Having previously asked Shang Rong for his opinion, this time, it was Baigan's turn. Upon hearing Yin Shou's words, Baigan's heart stirred. He stepped forward, directly exiting the ranks, bowed to Dxin, and then spoke loudly, Your Majesty, sacrifices are a matter of great importance for the nation, and we absolutely cannot allow the negligence of Shiboho to delay them. Otherwise, if the ancestors and deities hold us accountable, Deshang cannot bear the consequences. I implore Your Majesty to issue a decree to reprimand requiring Shiboho to expedite the transport of the captives to court, and he must personally come to Chaoga to provide an explanation. Yin Shou nodded slightly. What Uncle Wang says makes sense. I shall entrust this matter to you. It is essential to have Ji Chong come to me. Yin Shou also began to harbor a slight interest in Ji Chong, even contemplating if Ji Chong were to come to Chaoga directly, killing him, what changes would occur to the Fengshen meeting agreed upon by the many saints. However, after just that thought, Yin Shou directly abandoned the idea. Forget it. If struggling and striving could reverse fate, it might be different, but this is the Fengshen world. To directly kill Ji Chong would be to confront the saints directly. Moreover, the one truly leading the Fengshen campaign against Zhou is GFA. I might as well take this time to enjoy myself. The subsequent court meeting gradually failed to pique Yin Shou's interest, as the discussed matters were mostly the same. Yin Shou was as before. He either asked the Chancellor for his thoughts or inquired of Uncle Wang for his views. After a court meeting, Shang Rong and Baigan were both immensely spirited, treating every issue with great care and enthusiasm. The many ministers were also astonished. Their gazes toward Shang Rong and Baigan grew increasingly envious. Although Dxin of previous days was not exactly tyrannical, he was indeed very opinionated. Once he made up his mind, apart from Wen Taisher, no one could sway him. No one else had any influence. This was because Wen Taisher dared to act. Moreover, Dxin could not defeat. The dual whips wielded by Wen Taisher were bestowed by the former King Di, granting him the authority to strike down tyrants and treacherous ministers. In an instant, the ministers exchanged glances, looking at each other in surprise. What has gotten into the king? However, they did not dare to voice their thoughts directly, merely muttering in their hearts. Meanwhile, Shang Rong and Baigan felt an immense sense of satisfaction, a feeling they had not experienced in a long time. Not only could they express their innermost thoughts, more importantly, their proposals were all adopted by Dxin. The two of them couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, the king truly does not deceive me. He indeed views me as the backbone of the nation. Wuching Wang Huang Feihu looked enviously at the two, feeling a bit sour, while his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yin Shou. He was constantly shouting in his heart, Your Majesty, look at me. I have thoughts on this matter as well. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yin Shou's eyes were only on Shang Rong and Baigan. He ignored Huang Feihu's flirtatious glances. Knowing the matters of Fengshen, Shou naturally trusted these two more. Take Baigan for instance. Xian issued an edict to see his clever and crafty mind. You don't have to care whether this edict is absurd. After all, Baigan truly took action. Looking at Huang Fei's family, they were the main force against Shang. Of course Shou knew this was not Huang Fei's fault, but now he was Xian, so he must view issues from Zin's perspective. When the king demands a minister's death, the minister must comply. You're still my brother-in-law if you can't do this. Until the morning assembly concluded, the national affairs that had piled up for over 10 days were rapidly resolved by Shang Rong and Baigan, who exchanged words back and forth. Shou suppressed the urge to stretch, preparing to head to the rear palace. However, he was immediately stopped by Baigan. Your Majesty, the important matters have already been reported by the ministers, and the petitions accumulated over these days have been sent to your Majesty's study for review. Shou suddenly froze, glancing outside. Still going on. From dawn until now the sun was already high in the sky. For the entire morning Shou sat there like a statue, listening to the reports of the ministers. Just staying awake was already a challenge. Unexpectedly, it wasn't over yet. There were still memorials to review. Baigan noticed the change in Shou's expression and hurriedly approached him, bowing and saying, Your Majesty, these memorials are submitted by the local lords. Your Majesty must not overlook them. Shou helplessly sighed internally. Damn it, why was it so difficult to be a carefree ruler? Weakly waving his hand, he said reluctantly, all right. I know. They'll go read them, is that okay? Uncle Wang, Chancellor, you two come with me. Shou had already made up his mind. Later he would pass this task to them, and secretly slip back to the harem to find Queen Jiang. Meanwhile, the ministers were still waiting for Shou to exit. If he didn't leave, first the ministers naturally wouldn't dare to leave. Shou cast a glance below. His gaze suddenly landed on Fei Zhong and Yu Han at the back, and an idea sprang to mind. Shou spoke to them below. Dr. Fei, I've heard you are quite skilled at brewing fine wine. At this moment Fei Zhong was not favored by Xian, and held a low position, just a small fry at the back of many ministers. Hearing Shou call him out, he froze for a moment, and raised his head in confusion. When did I ever brew wine? After a moment of distraction, Fei Zhong quickly made a decision. He knew nothing about brewing fine wine, but that didn't stop him from agreeing to the king's words right now. After all, Uncle Wang Baigan was eager to pull the king away to review the memorials. There was definitely no time for detailed explanations. During this period, wouldn't he be able to inquire and learn? Only by first catching the king's attention and leaving an impression could there be an opportunity for further progress. Immediately Fei Zhong bowed towards Shou and said, I only have a slight understanding. If your Majesty has any orders, I will definitely devote myself wholeheartedly and do my utmost. Shou looked at the earnest Fei Zhong. He was also a bit surprised, then showed a look of appreciation towards Fei Zhong. This kid is somewhat clever. The so-called skill in brewing fine wine was merely an excuse he had casually mentioned, yet this guy actually dared to agree. Interesting, this cunning minister is indeed different. Shou then laughed, saying, All right, you don't need to go to such extremes. I just suddenly obtained a unique recipe for brewing wine and heard that you were skilled at it, so I want you to give it a try. How about this? Come to the palace tomorrow afternoon to see me. After saying that, he turned and left. Baigan wanted to say something upon hearing this, but Shou moved away before he had a chance to speak, forcing him to swallow his words and follow after Shou's figure. Once Xian, Shang Rong and Baigan left, the hall immediately buzzed with conversation. The ministers walked out while quietly discussing various matters from the morning court session. Some expressed surprise at Zin's sudden change. Meanwhile, Fei Zhong hurriedly rushed out with his head down. Others weren't in a hurry, but he knew nothing about brewing wine, and now that he had agreed to Zin's words, he had to hurry out to find someone to understand how to do it. Suddenly a figure darted beside Fei Zhong. Yu Han, why are you blocking my way? Yu Han slightly bent forward, stretching his head towards Fei Zhong, and said with a soft laugh, I didn't know Dr. Fei was skilled at brewing. Fei Zhong's face turned dark immediately. Turning his head, he tried to avoid Yu Han and walk away. Yu Han quickly reached out to grab Fei Zhong, still wearing a cheerful expression, and chuckled, Dr. Fei, don't be in such a rush. I didn't say anything. I know someone in Chaoga who is an expert at brewing fine wine. Fei Zhong stopped in his tracks and frowned at Yu Han. At this moment, Yu Han became serious, bowing to Fei Zhong and quietly saying, I wish to assist Dr. Fei. I only hope that after you make it big, you can speak a few kind words for me in front of the king. Fei Zhong maintained a cold expression and slightly nodded. This matter is easy to discuss. Shou, of course, was unaware of the subsequent events triggered by his casual remark. At this moment, he was walking towards the study with a troubled expression. Shang Rong and Baigan followed behind with their heads down, looking less like attendants and more like guards escorting him. Once inside, Shou merely glanced around. Inside, the expressions changed drastically, so many. He saw piles of scrolls stacked up like mountains on the table. Shou couldn't help but groan internally. Shang Rong and Baigan, however, seemed unfazed of managing the 9 provinces and 800 lords. How could it all be decided by just a few major matters in the morning court? There were still many details that needed Dxin to handle one by one. In Shou frowned as he approached the small mountain of scrolls and casually picked one up from the summit to weigh it. Wow, this is quite heavy. If he had to read through this all day, wouldn't he be exhausted? Suppressing his impatience, In Shou started flipping through the scrolls. Having received Dizin's memories, he naturally knew the current characters like the back of his hand. After reading for a while, In Shou simply tossed the scroll aside. Unable to help himself, he turned to Shang Rong and Baigan and complained, "Our bamboo slips free. What effort did they go through to present these scrolls? Was it just to boast about my wisdom? Damn it, do I need you to tell me about my brilliance? Especially having to hold such awkward bamboo slips all day long, wouldn't it make my back ache and hands cramp?" Baigan, not understanding, hurriedly picked up a scroll to read. Before long, Baigan's expression also turned strange, and then he awkwardly raised his head, saying to In Shou, "The lords admire your majesty so much. This is indeed a great virtue." However, at the same time, Baigan felt a hint of surprise. The previous Dxin had always loved to hear praises and congratulations from these lords. Oh, why did he seem somewhat annoyed today? At this moment, In Shou pointed at the pile of scrolls before him and said to the two, "Chancellor Uncle Wang, if these memorials are all flattery, I think there's absolutely no need to review them. If they truly respected me, they would directly send me several carts of treasures from their fiefs and hundreds of beautiful women instead of saying these empty words." Shang Rong's face twitched at In Shou's bluntness, and he quickly smiled and said, "From what this old minister sees, it's not all like that. There are still many that address real matters." In Shou glared. "My time is so precious. Does the old chancellor think I should waste it on these scrolls fishing out the useful matters you mentioned?" Shang Rong quickly bowed and lowered his head, saying he dared not. In Shou also took a step forward, gently supporting Shang Rong to prevent him from bowing down. Then he looked at Shang Rong and Baigan with a serious expression and said, "During this time I have reflected deeply and feel that I was too handsome in the past, which hindered my ability to see the bigger picture. If I am immersed in these trivial matters all day, how will the great Shang prosper?" In Shou supported Shang Rong and patted his shoulder. "I have been thinking these days, and I believe it's time to give you more responsibilities and delegate power to you." Having finished speaking, pointing directly at the scroll before him, In Shou said, "From now on, these memorials will be reviewed by you and Uncle Wang together. Not just these, but also the matters presented by other ministers. If you two find no issues, you may pass them directly, without presenting them to me." As soon as In Shou finished this empowering statement, both Shang Rong and Baigan were taken aback. Shang Rong, supported by In Shou, managed to refrain from kneeling, but Baigan knelt down on the spot, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable." They appreciated the trust and power granted to them by Emperor Xian. However, In Shou's sudden and complete delegation of power over state affairs left them feeling extremely uneasy. Thinking pessimistically, if Shang Rong and Baigan conspired together, Emperor Xian might be completely oblivious. It could even be said that the power they wielded was so significant that it was a path to ruin. In Shou, however, did not think that far. His basic motivation was simply to take it easy. But seeing their intense reactions, he quickly understood their concerns and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What are you worried about to such an extent?" Even if Shang Rong and Baigan truly conspired, In Shou did not care. With the great strategist Wen Taishe as the stabilizing force of the Shang, what was there to worry about? What is there to be concerned about? Even if chaos were to arise, as long as Wen Taishe returned with his troops, wouldn't these guys be easily dealt with, as if chopping melons and vegetables? Moreover, In Shou understood the matter of the investiture of the gods. The Shang Dynasty had only 28 years of fortune left, though what could happen no matter how much turmoil there was? It was likely that before any internal strife or power grabs occurred, Shi would have already invaded. After some thought, In Shou reached out to help Baigan up, smiling warmly as he said, "Why such a reaction, Uncle Wang? We are all descendants of Cheng Tang, truly family. Oh, can I not trust you?" He then turned to Shang Rong. "Old Chancellor, you promised to assist me before the late king passed. If I do not rely on you, who else can I depend on?" In Shou's contemplative expression deepened as he pondered for a moment. "How about this? You should also summon King Wuqing Huang Feihu, and the three of you will handle the matters presented by the lords and ministers. If you cannot reach a unanimous decision, then come to me for resolution. What do you think?" After some deliberation, In Shou decided to include Huang Feihu. There was no other choice. A triangle is inherently more stable. Furthermore, in the event of a dispute, there would be someone to mediate. This could alleviate some of the worries in Shang Rong and Baigan's hearts. As for Huang Feihu running away in the future, by that time these matters would have become habitual. There would be no need to worry about no one handling it. Moreover, if Huang Fei learned that I valued her brother so highly, wouldn't that? Yin Shou suddenly felt a surge of joy. Among the three in the harem, Huang Fei was the least cooperative. She always wanted to leverage her martial skills for rebellion. Although she had always been forcefully suppressed by Yin Shou, he was looking forward to witnessing another side of Huang. Shang Rong and Bai Gan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. However, they realized that the king was determined to assign them this heavy responsibility, leaving them no opportunity to decline. Well then, if this old minister does not perform well, I ask your majesty to punish me heavily. Finally Shang Rong bowed in acceptance. Bai Gan, gritting his teeth, stood tall and resolute. I will not fail your majesty's trust. In fact, although Bai Gan was Uncle Wang, he was not much older than Yin Shou, being in the prime of his life. How could he not wish to achieve great things? For a moment Bai Gan was filled with excitement. The look he directed at Yin Shou was increasingly laced with an inexplicable fervor. If the king treated him as a national hero, how could he let him down? Looking at Bai Gan's fervent gaze, Yin Shou even felt that if he were to express a desire to see Bai Gan's clever heart, the latter might just draw his knife and reveal it. Your Majesty, would you like to taste the heart of a clever mind? However, why would he do such a foolish thing? Of course he would want him to work hard for me. Yin Shou nodded in satisfaction at the two of them, and loudly called to the guards outside to summon King Wuqing, Huang Feihu. If you don't finish today's work, don't even think about leaving the palace. Yin Shou secretly delighted in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, he turned his head to look at the towering pile of scrolls, and couldn't help but frown. Using such a primitive writing method is not ideal. If there were memorials requiring Yin Shou's decision in the future, would they really have to carry these heavy and cumbersome scrolls to find him? After a moment of thought, Yin Shou called Bai Gan over again. Uncle Wang, this scroll is ultimately too cumbersome. It would be too arduous for you to review so many memorials every day. Bai Gan hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, it's just a few memorials, not arduous. Before he could finish, he was shot a glare by Yin Shou. Why was Bai Gan so oblivious? Was I discussing whether it was arduous or not? You may not feel it at your young age, but the Chancellor is already in his 70s. At this point Shang Rong also smiled awkwardly. Serving your Majesty is not arduous. Yin Shou helplessly glanced at the two. He decided not to beat around the bush and directly said to Bai Gan, I have one more task for you. A few days ago a deity entered my dreams and conveyed a miraculous method. As he spoke, Yin Shou began to elaborate on the matter of papermaking. Papermaking? Simple. Isn't it just about crushing stuff? Gather some wood, bamboo, and tree bark. As for how to crush it and what details to consider, Yin Shou thought, if I were to know it that well, what use would I have for you, Bai Gan? Bai Gan, upon hearing this, naturally looked bewildered and hesitantly asked, Your Majesty, will this really work? Yin Shou confidently patted Bai Gan's shoulder and said, If I say it will work, it will naturally work. Do you mean to say that Uncle Wang thinks the deity's words are false? As the ruler of the Shang, Yin Shou's ability to communicate with deities was perfectly normal in Bai Gan's eyes. Thus it was naturally impossible for it to be untrue. However, Yin Shou's vague expression left Bai Gan without confidence to complete this task. To him it was something he had never heard of or seen. A certain Mr. Lu Sun once said one cannot imagine things they have not seen. As for the concept of paper, Bai Gan simply could not fathom it. Seeing Bai Gan's lack of confidence, Yin Shou encouraged him again. Uncle Wang, it is said that you possess a clever mind and are exceedingly wise. The mere task of papermaking should be a piece of cake for you, right? Go ahead and try it with confidence. After saying this, Yin Shou floated away. In any case, the task had been assigned to the outcome now depended on Bai Gan. Just as Yin Shou had just praised him with his clever mind and guidance, how could he possibly fail with the framework already set? It was merely a matter of trial and error. After all, it wouldn't be him doing the hard work. As Yin Shou walked towards the Empress Jiang's palace, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, why does it feel so disjointed? In a world where gods exist, how could they not have developed paper long ago? Yet it falls to me to push this forward. It seems that to enrich material life, one must take matters into their own hands. The myriad thoughts of Yin Shou dissipated the moment he stepped into the bedroom of Jiang Wang. Striding into the room, he declared loudly, Queen, prepare a meal for me quickly. After attending court for most of the morning, I am already famished. Jiang Wang had naturally made early preparations, hastily coming out to lead Yin Shou to the dining table with her delicate hands. As they walked, a look of concern appeared on her face. The king has exhausted himself for the affairs of the state. Jiang Wang truly believed that Yin Shou had been busy for half the day. In reality, Yin Shou knew his own matters. He merely sat there like a wooden puppet, while the one truly worrying was someone else. In the end, he even handed over a big task. However, Yin Shou did not feel guilty about it. The laborers serve under others while the thinkers command the laborers, and he had risen to a higher level precisely to oversee the thinkers. Yin Shou pulled Jiang Wang close and laughed heartily. Haha, as the ruler of the Deshang, this is only natural for me. He then leaned towards Jiang Wang's ear and whispered, If the queen is willing, my fatigue will vanish immediately. Zhang Wang immediately blushed, stammering, "Your Majesty, how can you say such things in broad daylight?" Yet it was evident she did not reject Yin Shou's proposal. Seeing this, Yin Shou's eyes lit up. He set aside his meal and directly swept Zhang Wang into his arms. He rushed into the inner chambers. An hour later, Yin Shou, haphazardly draped in clothing, sat before a table laden with delicacies, savoring the food, while occasionally sipping fine wine. Meanwhile, Zhang Wang lay languidly gazing at Yin Shou's back with deep affection. As the wife who had spent the most time with Defy and was closest to him, Zhang Wang increasingly felt the changes in her partner, as if he had transformed since visiting the Nüwa temple. Yet after pondering several times, Zhang Wang dismissed that absurd thought. Perhaps the king has encountered some matters, hence the change in his thoughts. Recalling what Yin Shou had said about the prime minister and Wang Shu yesterday, Zhang Wang felt a sense of joy in her heart at these changes. He was even more passionate and attentive to her feelings, even willing to find ways to please her. This hadn't happened in a long time. After a moment's thought, Zhang Wang hurriedly mustered her weak body to get up. Hearing the noise behind him, Yin Shou turned his head and smiled. "Queen, why are you getting up? It would be better to just lie down and rest properly." Zhang Wang's expression was somewhat flustered and shy. She quickly got up and changed her clothes, busily complaining, "Soon my two sisters will come looking for me if they see me." "This is all your fault, Your Majesty." Yin Shou was immediately amused. "So what if they saw? They're all family, what is there to hide?" As if everyone wasn't being honest with each other. As if to prove his point, just as Yin Shou was chuckling, Huang Yang and the second consort arrived together. Their voices reached before their figures did. With two uniquely charming giggles, "Sister, we have arrived." Zhang Wang hurriedly quickened her movements, not forgetting to tidy her hair. As the two entered, they immediately fell silent upon seeing Defy. Yang Fei was the most obedient, quickly stepping forward to bow to Yin Shou, then standing beside him to pour him wine. Meanwhile, Huang Fei surveyed the room before her gaze flitted around her nostrils, slightly twitching. Then she let out a barely audible huff. Though she did not vocalize it, the change in her expression was noticed by Zhang Wang, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Huang Fei first bowed to Yin Shou, seemingly wary of him, not daring to approach. "Your Majesty often says to learn from the ancient sages and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. How can it be so absurd, especially in broad daylight?" Huang Fei spoke, but could not continue, her face slightly reddening. Feeling as if she had somewhat offended Zhang Wang, she exclaimed like a young girl, quickly moving to Zhang Wang's side, clinging to her arm, apologizing, "Sister, I did not mean you. It's all the king's fault." Yin Shou, under Yang Fei's service, squinted his eyes, savoring the sweetness of the wine in his cup. Afterward, he leisurely and earnestly stated, "My beloved, your words are misguided. Who says I am not learning from the ancient sage kings? It is merely that my goal is the great Yellow Emperor." Yang Fei was momentarily taken aback. Then blushes appeared on her face, and playfully she spat in Yin Shou's direction. "Pa, you wish to learn from the Yellow Emperor's 3,000 celestial maidens to ascend in broad daylight." However, the king recently seemed particularly fond of this path. Could it be that he truly obtained the Yellow Emperor's legacy and intended to develop in this direction? In an instant, everyone exchanged glances, feeling a sudden sense of worry. Yin Shou, seeing their suspicious expressions, merely smiled without speaking. He simply took a sip of fine wine without offering any explanations. After all, his changes over this period had been significant, although true gold fears no fire. Lacking a reasonable excuse would eventually lead them to think wildly, and who knows what kind of trouble that might stir. Women enjoy overthinking. Having a reason to feel at ease is good. The Yellow Emperor serves as an excellent shield. What's wrong with me indulging in wine and pleasure? I learned all that from the Yellow Emperor. Yin Shou was not concerned about the Yellow Emperor suddenly appearing and scolding this descendant who was using him as a pretense to act like a tyrant. Anyway, according to what Yin Shou knew from later generations, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were currently being suppressed in the Fire Cloud Cave under the pretext of repressing human destiny. Next, Yin Shou did not bother with their individual thoughts and briefly recounted the matters of the morning court. When he mentioned that Shang Rong Baigan and Huang Feihu should work together to handle state affairs, the 3 were all surprised. Hearing that her brother King Wuqing Huang Feihu was among them and was highly regarded by the king, Huang Fei felt very pleased, but still retorted, "Your Majesty, doing this, leaving everything to them, surely does not mean you wish to avoid court, right? Does my beloved not like it? If I do not attend court, does that not mean I have more time to accompany you?" The next day, Fei Zhong arrived as promised to visit the palace. At this time, though Fei Zhong's expression was gloomy, his eyes sparkled with spirit, filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Since yesterday evening, he had rushed with Yuhan to the place where the brewing genius lived. Using both soft and hard tactics, he endeavored to have the other teach him the brewing techniques. Fei Zhong did not expect to learn everything in such a short time, he only hoped that when he met Dxian he would not reveal that he knew nothing about brewing fine wine. Half an hour later, Fengshen walked out of the palace in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion. Is that it? Standing on the steps outside the palace, Fengshen felt a bit dazed for quite some time. He had prepared painstakingly, staying up all night. What he feared most was revealing his ignorance of brewing fine wine when summoned by the king. Yet the king had not asked him a single question. After summoning him, the king simply mentioned that he had come across a method that could brew richer fine wine. Then he spoke of distillation, sealing, condensation, terms that Fengshen had never even heard of. Following that, he gestured and roughly described a device that would make fine wine even more fragrant. Fengshen did not dare to refute or ask questions. He could only wear a blank expression, trying hard to remember every word the king said. After saying all this, Yin wore an expression that this matter was very simple, stepped in front of Fengshen, patted his shoulder kindly, and said, "Since you are adept at brewing, I leave this matter to you. If you brew better fine wine, I will reward you greatly, and have more tasks for you in the future." Having said that, Yin hurriedly left. Brewing was a small test for Fengshen. If he did well, it was likely that the task of improving material life would mostly fall to him. Standing outside the palace, Fengshen was still filled with doubts. What does the king mean by all this? Based on Fengshen's previous short-term intensive learning, he had gained a bit of understanding of brewing methods, but these terms were completely unfamiliar to him. Surely the king would not speak without reason. Perhaps I learned too superficially, so I did not understand the king's meaning. After pondering, Fengshen set aside his doubts and confusion. If the king says it can work, then it must be able to work. If it cannot, it must still work. Having finally gained this opportunity to enter the king's favor, Fengshen was certainly not going to give up easily. Without returning home, he turned around and headed straight to the place where he had learned brewing yesterday. In reality, it is akin to the matter of papermaking. Yin only possesses a vague understanding of distilling fine wine. Isn't it just about distillation and purification? He was utterly clueless about the specific details. However, this was of no importance. As I've stated before, I have already indicated the direction. If you still cannot accomplish it, what use are you to me? Moreover, with so many extraordinary individuals in the Great Shang, including several deities, how could they possibly not devise a solution? After delegating these matters, Yin happily indulged in the joys of an emperor's life. In the following days, unless the court officials pressed him too hard, he would avoid court whenever possible, delegating tasks to others whenever he could. Gradually, the court officials seemed to have grown accustomed to this. With Yin arrangements, both major and minor affairs were discussed and decided upon by Shang Rong, by Gan Huang Feihu, and their peers, which hardly caused any delays. Furthermore, with Yin placing such importance on the three of them, they became increasingly diligent. It seemed that even a little sloth would be unworthy of Yin regard. However, the white hair of the old Prime Minister Shang Rong grew increasingly sparse, and the fatigue on by Gan and Huang Fei's faces became more pronounced. Yin was currently in the palace, practicing martial arts with Empress Huang. The two were sparring in a spacious training ground. Empress Huang was skilled, but her stamina could not match that of Yin. Under the force that breaks myriad laws, she was drenched in sweat, breathless. Yet Empress Huang had an indomitable spirit, though otherwise she wouldn't have assisted Yin Jiao and Yin Hong in their escape during their original fateful trajectory, daring to confront Dxian face to face. Thus, despite being restrained by Yin and being bullied by him in various ways, Empress Huang still gritted her teeth and persevered, her fists and feet bursting with vigor. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside the training ground. It turned out that Bai Gan was shouting excitedly outside, exclaiming, "Great King, it has succeeded. Indeed, it has succeeded." Since the last time Yin had decreed that Bai Gan could roam freely and enter the palace to pay his respects, so it was no surprise for him to find his way here. Upon hearing this voice, Empress Huang quickly withdrew her fists and feet. Still a bit stubborn, she said, "Since the great king has pressing matters, let us compete again next time." With that, she lightly snorted and turned to leave. Having exerted herself too much, her body was glistening with sweat and her clothes disheveled. It would be quite improper if seen by outsiders. Now that Bai Gan had arrived, she naturally had to avoid him first and returned to her palace to change into clean, fresh garments. After Yang Fei consulted with Yin she went to accompany him. Leaving Queen Jiang with Yin they stood in place waiting for Bai Gan to arrive. Before long, Bai Gan came before Yin. At this moment, Bai Gan appeared somewhat disheveled. Although his clothes had been meticulously arranged, signs of not having changed them for quite some time were evident. His eyes were bloodshot, yet they shone with excitement. "Great King, it has succeeded." Bai Gan said again, his excitement overwhelming. Feeling he had become overly animated, he glanced at Yin calm expression and forcibly suppressed his emotions, raising his hands to present an item. "Great King, Bai Gan has not disappointed your command. The paper has been made." Yin was somewhat surprised upon seeing the paper Bai Gan held so soon. A joyful expression appeared on his face, though he was not as animated as Bai Gan. Isn't it just paper? I have already pointed out the direction. If Bygone still couldn't produce it, it would indeed be a waste of that astute mind. Upon taking another look at the paper in Bygone's hands, it was not as pure white as imagined, slightly yellowed, and even a bit rough. Yin Shou did not mind. He was simply delighted at the thought of no longer having to confront the heavy and cumbersome bamboo slips. He immediately laughed heartily. Uncle Wang truly did not let me down. Although this paper appears ordinary, its significance for the Great Shang and the entire human race is extraordinary. Uncle Wang's contributions are immense. Bygone's eyes sparkled with fervor, his hands trembling slightly as he held the paper. Indeed, as Yin Shou had said, although this paper was an ordinary object, its emergence would undoubtedly bring about great changes for the future of humanity. It would also lead to an explosive advancement in the accumulation of civilization. The writing of the Great Shang is so concise. Do you think they usually speak like this? Aside from the fewer characters and words at this time, the most important reason is that writing is incredibly difficult. A lengthy work of 10,000 characters is considered a monumental masterpiece. Whether on bamboo slips or tortoise shells, writing is labor-intensive, requiring careful consideration of word choice. From the moment this paper appeared, Bygone, with his keen insight and astute mind, had already grasped its immense significance. Bygone turned around, giving a slight gesture to the soldiers following behind. A soldier stepped forward, holding up an item. Upon seeing this, Yin Shou was astonished. Good heavens! Isn't this a brush? It is known that the Yin Shang currently uses knives and brushes to carve on bamboo slips and tortoise shells. Yin Shou had not even thought of the brush when he instructed Bygone to make paper. To his surprise, Bygone actually thought of this and improved upon the brush and knife. Another soldier approached, holding a box containing a finely ground mixture of bright red cinnabar and gold powder. It looked bright red, resembling fresh blood. Bygone's voice trembled with excitement as he solemnly said, the paper created by the great king is of profound significance to our human race, comparable to the discovery of fire by Tyrant. The great king's virtue matches that of Emperor Xianyuan. This first sheet of paper I humbly request the great king to inscribe personally, and then place it in our great Shang ancestral temple for offering as a testament for future generations. With such virtue from the great king, our great Shang will surely prosper for millennia. Yin Shou blinked. Who said that upright individuals like Bygone would not flatter? When they flatter, it is immensely comforting, akin to drinking a glass of ice water on a scorching summer day, refreshing to the core. No wonder leaders in his previous life liked to write everywhere. However, Yin Shou still had a bit of self-awareness. Uncle Wang has overpraised me. How could I possibly compare to those ancient sages? Yin Shou said humbly, though he could not hide his satisfaction. The emergence of paper, to say it could be compared to the discovery of fire by Tyrant, is somewhat excessive. After all, Tyrant led humanity out of the primitive era. Yin Shou was still somewhat self-aware and did not dare to compare himself. Bygone said this out of excitement, genuinely thinking the great king was formidable. Having that thought was enough. As for the great Shang prospering for millennia, Yin Shou silently scoffed. Our great Shang only has 28 years of fortune left as decreed by the heavenly sage. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would be of no use. Uncle Wang, since you are so devoted, just work diligently for our great Shang for 28 years, and I assure you I will not dig out your heart. After 28 years, we uncle and nephew will ascend the list of deities. By then, Uncle Wang, you must protect me. Bygone's literary star is far mightier than his fortune star. After finishing, Yin Shou reached out to take the paper Bygone presented, preparing to examine it closely, and then suggest a few characters to Bygone. He had already thought of what to propose. Literature carries the Tao. Humanity carries civilization through writing, and this paper is the medium that carries the words. Just as Yin Shou extended his hand, his fingers barely touching the paper, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! As if touched by something, countless golden lights erupted from Yin Shou's fingertips. After a resounding explosion, it spread across the entire sheet of paper like flowing water. Bygone widened his eyes. What is this? Indeed, the king is extraordinary, a sign of the holy emperor, a blessing for the great Shang. In front of Dxin, during the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who among the emperors did not possess some extraordinary trait, with countless legends. Thus Bygone was merely shocked, his gaze towards Yin Shou becoming increasingly reverent. Yet Yin Shou himself was startled by the changes unfolding before him. Looking at the scene in front of him in utter astonishment, the golden light was not glaring, rather it was incredibly gentle, akin to the warm sun. However, as the golden light spread, the sheet of paper, once light and seemingly insubstantial in his hands, grew heavier to the point where Bygone could barely hold it. Bygone was forced to let go of the paper due to its weight. Then he exclaimed in worry. However, to his surprise, the glowing paper did not fall to the ground. Whoosh! The paper slid directly along Yin Shou's fingertips and entered his body. Hey, what is... Yin Shou was also greatly shocked. He hurriedly began to examine his own body. However, strangely enough, nothing special seemed to happen. The paper disappeared from his body and suddenly reappeared beneath the emperor's purple talisman. Pressed under the emperor's purple talisman, it was as if a purple golden talisman was engraved on the paper. Yin Shou raised his eyes to meet Bai Gan's gaze, looking at Bai Gan's extremely excited expression, feeling somewhat speechless. What is going on? I thought there would be divine merits falling from the sky, bringing some benefits. But is this it? In reality, there indeed exists divine merits descending from above, but they were obstructed by an immensely powerful force. In a place unseen by Yin Shou, the moment he touched the first piece of paper created by Bai Gan, an anomaly appeared. The inexplicable void was a manifestation of the primordial rules of heaven and earth. Countless rivers of fortune converged. The river of fortune belonging to the human race trembled violently, and Yin Shou's emperor's purple talisman projected over the river, carrying the first piece of paper from the primordial heavens, causing the river of human fortune to swell continuously. For Yin Shou, paper seemed to be an extremely ordinary existence. He even instructed Bai Gan to create paper just to improve his future working environment. Who wants to hold heavy bamboo slips every day? Moreover, this thing is extremely difficult to write on. It's also inconvenient to preserve. However, just as Bai Gan thought, although paper is a mundane object, it plays a tremendously powerful role in the development of human civilization. As the fortune of the human race surged, the waters rose with the tide. As a tributary of the human race's fortune, the great Shang Dynasty's fortune was also stirring. Yin Shou is after all the master of the great Shang. With benefits, surely they will fall upon the fortune of the great Shang, right? As the fated Xian bird of the dynasty soared from within the royal fortune, it let out a soft cry in this inexplicable space. Everyone connected to the fortune of the great Shang felt the changes in the royal fortune. At the Sanshan Pass, a handsome figure suddenly appeared in midair. Looking towards the direction of Chaoga, his eyes sparkled with inexplicable brilliance. Hey, why is the fated Xian bird totem of the great Shang suddenly so agitated? What did that human emperor in Chaoga do? This handsome young man was none other than Kong Xian, the son of As the prince of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian transformed into human form and served as a minor general within the great Shang, guarding a border pass. What was the reason for this? Is it not to protect the share of fortune belonging to the Phoenix clan? The fated Xian bird descended and birthed the Shang. This was a backup plan set by the Phoenix clan in ancient times, meant to coexist with the fortune of the human race, taking a fraction of the human race's fortune to sustain the Phoenix clan's fortune. Since the catastrophe of Longhin, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans have fallen, and the subsequent rise of the Wu and Yao has further caused the fortunes of the three clans to decline. However, the three clans were once powerful beings that dominated the primordial heavens, always having some backup plans. And this fated Xian bird is one of them. Kong Xian was already aware of the matter of the Fengshen. Regarding the schemes of the myriad immortals, Kong Xian was disdainful. Do you want to remove us, the Phoenix clan, from the stage? Dream on. Especially the later slogans of the Western Zhou attacking the Shang further stirred Kong Xian's mindset. What did they say about the Phoenix singing in the West Qi? As the prince of the Phoenix clan, do I not understand the Phoenix singing in the West Qi better than you? At this moment in Kong Xian's eyes, Chaoga City was shrouded in the royal fortune, and amidst the endless brilliance, a Xian bird was continuously soaring. It seemed to be trying to break free from some kind of confinement. The next moment, Kong Xian's expression changed abruptly as he saw the fated Xian bird let out a mournful cry, its vigor suddenly vanishing. Helpless, it merged into the royal fortune of the great Shang. The restless royal fortune calmed down once again. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with contemplation. What constrained the growth of the great Shang's fortune was naturally the so-called fate. However, this human emperor of the great Shang could actually impact the confinement of fate. Although he did not succeed, it piqued Kong Xian's curiosity. It seems I need to find an opportunity to meet this DXIN in person. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Taisher, who was engaged in battle in the North Sea, was also shocked by the turbulence of the great Shang's fortune. What has the king done? When Taisher wished, he could return to Chaoga immediately to fully understand the situation. But looking at the countless soldiers fighting fiercely before him, when Taisher sighed heavily in his heart. Alas, it's a pity I'm constrained here and cannot extricate myself for the time being. Originally thinking it was just about suppressing the 72 routes of rebellion in the North Sea, led by Yuan Fu, when Taisher unexpectedly discovered that the opponent had the support of a giant sea monster. Although when Taisher was at the golden immortal level, he still found it difficult to achieve a swift victory. He could only continue battling, constantly facing off against the enemy. However, when Taisher had already hatched a plan in his mind, once this war concluded, he would secretly return to the Great Shang to meet the king in person. Kong Xian and Wen Zhong merely observed the changes in the Great Shang's fortune from afar. They had only caught a glimpse of the fierce competition within. In reality, although it was a brief moment, many great powers acted regarding the changes in the Great Shang's fortune. As the growth of the Great Shang's fortune was shackled at the moment when numerous fortunes were about to collapse, countless golden lights scattered within the river of human fortune suddenly shone brightly. A voice faint yet distinct echoed, "Very well. We shall assist you." As the words fell, at the projection of the Emperor's purple talisman and the first piece of paper, countless golden lights suddenly flickered into existence from the void, as if they had emerged from thin air. Upon closer inspection, they were the countless characters created by the human race to date, resembling stars in the sky. Each character's phantom carried numerous images. There were countless natural laws, scenes of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, along with many images of human struggles for survival in the primordial heavens. As the characters descended, the paper grew increasingly heavy. Seemingly light, it possessed the might to suppress this space directly. Countless auras surged from the river of human fortune rolling in. After absorbing this aura, the Emperor's purple talisman appeared to be stimulated with the purple golden runes within, swirling and moving wildly. Just when the Great Shang's fortune could not bear the burden and was about to overflow, a massive purple golden vortex emerged at the location where the Xian bird soared. Whoa! The newly added but unmanageable fortune of the Great Shang was about to be directly absorbed by the Emperor's position, drawn into the purple golden talisman. As the human Emperor's purple talisman devoured the portion of fortune that rightfully belonged to the Great Shang, even the heavenly Tao merits associated with the birth of paper were intercepted midway by this human Emperor's position, resulting in Yin Shou being unaware of any anomalies at the beginning. Everything returned to tranquility. Countless strange phenomena vanished. The gazes that had been focused on the primal chaos slowly dispersed. Indeed, fate cannot be defied and the trend cannot be altered, someone murmured. At this moment, Yin Shou was completely oblivious to everything that was happening behind the scenes. He suddenly felt a tremor within his soul's human Emperor purple talisman, which became even weightier. Countless purple golden runes became increasingly resplendent, as if golden liquid was continuously flowing within. It seems that the emergence of paper is beneficial for this fellow. But what exactly is its function? Yin Shou couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Could it merely be an ultra-strong defensive buff? Forget it. Let's not worry about that. Raising his eyes to look at Baigan in front of him, Yin Shou smiled and said, "Uncle Wang, I'm afraid I can't ask you to inscribe anything now." Baigan's excitement had not yet dissipated. With a somewhat fervent gaze, he looked at Yin Shou. What was inscribing compared to the scene that the king had just demonstrated? That was truly a matter of merit belonging to an ancient human emperor. It was evident. This first piece of paper was extraordinarily miraculous. It could very well be compared to the first flame birthed by the fire-making of Swearin. Instantly, Baigan, this straightforward boy, felt a twinge of shame. Before the paper truly came into being, he had been somewhat resentful in his heart, thinking that the king was merely playing around. Clearly it was wood and bark. How could it possibly transform into the paper that was said to be as white as snow and light as a feather? Wasn't this just tormenting people? Did the king dislike him for bothering him all the time, so he deliberately did this? Yet he never expected that the creation of paper would truly succeed. This piece of paper had such miraculous changes. The king is indeed wise. The king, distancing himself from trivial matters within the palace, is not without purpose, such as this paper-making technique. Although Yin Shou attributed it to the teachings of ancestral deities, Baigan was not a fool. When encountering difficulties in making paper, he had come to inquire with Yin Shou multiple times, who just a few brief words had opened his mind. I previously suspected that the king was merely indulging in pleasure, unable to extricate himself from wine and lust, thus entrusting everything to us. Baigan's face suddenly displayed a look of shame. Thinking of this, Baigan, who had originally raised his head, unexpectedly lowered it again and said gloomily, "I did not know of the king's wisdom, and I dared to harbor doubts against the king. Please punish me, your majesty." Yin Shou was taken aback by Baigan's sudden outburst. Turning his gaze towards him, he asked in surprise, "Uncle Wang, your contributions to the paper-making process are indeed significant. Oh, why would you say such things now?" With Baigan's explanation, Yin Shou felt both amused and delighted. "Uncle Wang, you are indeed a straightforward boy. You even voluntarily speak of harboring doubts." Yin Shou's eyes carried a hint of contemplation. It seems that during this time the immense changes I have displayed have led these ministers to have their own thoughts, even if they do not voice them. Even loyal ones like Baigan, who have benefited from these changes, would harbor secret grievances, let alone others. They simply dare not speak up due to my overwhelming presence. Now, however, there is no need to worry about that anymore. Looking at Baigan's demeanor, he was completely devoted, while the old Chancellor Shang Rong was also the type to bear burdens without complaint, so there was no need for concern. As for those who had long harbored dissent, Yin Shou cared even less. He quickly stepped forward to lift Baigan, smiling cheerfully and saying, "Uncle Wang, you are only thinking of the Great Shang. How could I blame you? Moreover, this papermaking matter is indeed a significant achievement for you, contributing greatly to our great Shang and to our human race. As long as Baigan diligently worked for Shou, what harm was there in praising him a few times? Immediately Shou's compliments flowed freely as if they cost nothing, making Baigan's old face turn red with embarrassment. Then Shou looked at Baigan's surroundings. The improved writing brush ink made from cinnabar and gold powder, the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone were almost all gathered by Baigan. Shou couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle Wan, you truly deserve to be the Lord of Literature. Future scholars must be grateful to you." Baigan, in the original investiture of the gods, had his heart dug out by Defy and died, eventually becoming the Lord of Literature on the investiture of the gods. The Lord of Literature is indeed an object of worship for future scholars. To praise someone for their literary talents and exceptional skills, the most common compliment is to say that they are an incarnation of the Lord of Literature. And as paper which carries civilization emerged in Baigan's hands through Shou's manipulation, it seemed entirely natural and complimentary. Thus Shou instinctively said so. Just as these words left Shou's mouth, Baigan was somewhat puzzled. Lord of Literature. What does the king mean by this? What does it have to do with me? However, since the king said so, it must be hidden with profound meaning and undoubtedly has its reasons. Moreover, hearing the king's tone, it was indeed a genuine compliment. Baigan quickly clasped his hands in return. Your Majesty's praise is misplaced. It is all due to your guidance. If it weren't for the methods bestowed by your Majesty, we would never have thought that grass, wood, and bamboo could produce such paper. If we are to speak of contributions, it is your Majesty who. Yet suddenly Shou felt the human emperor's purple talisman within his body tremble violently. A beam of purple light shot forth. The golden liquid that had been flowing within the human emperor's purple talisman suddenly diminished by more than half. My, did I touch something? Shou was astonished and hurriedly checked the human emperor's purple talisman again. The previously calm primal chaos shook once more. Countless powerful onlookers' gazes were once again attracted. In the midst of it all, a beam of purple light shot toward the primal chaos starry sky, heading deep into the depths of the starry sky, towards the Lord of Literature. Upon landing on the Lord of Literature, it merely paused briefly before heading straight for the star core. The heavy earth on the Lord of Literature seemed insubstantial at this moment. As the purple light descended at the center of the star core, the aura of the purple human emperor's position erupted with a resounding force. Amid the burning of fortune, an enigmatic talisman slowly appeared imprinted within. Boom! The immense Lord of Literature trembled incessantly. Within the star core, countless starlights surged toward this newly formed talisman. In a daze, a fragmented scene appeared, a blurred giant radiating golden light, resembling a great pointing towards the Lord of Literature. A soft voice reverberated throughout the entire primal chaos starry sky, granting you the title of Lord of Literature, holding authority suppressing. This fragmented scene was already broken and shattered the moment the new talisman was born. It directly scattered into points of starlight, being devoured by the talisman. Wow! The talisman shone brightly, illuminating the entire Lord of Literature. Just as the newly born talisman of the Lord of Literature was about to be generated, the power of the heavenly Tao violently shook. In the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the investiture of the gods that flew out from behind him, trembling incessantly, his eyes filled with surprise. The Fengshen list contains 365 divine positions. Most of them are blank and barren. However, at this moment, as the core of the Wenxiu star begins to generate a new divine talisman for the Wenxiu star Lord, the original talisman representing the Wenxiu star Lord on the Fengshen list slowly dissipates. Such a disturbance naturally affects the Fengshen list. With a thought from Yuanshi Tianzuan, the Fengshen list gradually unfolds before him, and in the next moment a sharp light bursts forth from his eyes, instantly condensing the aura of the entire Yushu Palace. The divine position is actually about to disappear. It can be seen that the Fengshen list is currently being disturbed by an inexplicable force. The talisman symbolizing the Wenxiu star Lord grows fainter. Yuanshi Tianzuan feels a chill in his heart and immediately points at the Fengshen list before him, causing endless Yushu radiance to flicker with the power of the Tao growing immensely. He must stop the disappearance of the Wenxiu star Lord's divine position. The Wenxiu star is the fourth star of the Big Dipper Tianshu and is extremely significant among the many star lords. More importantly, without this star, the Big Dipper would be incomplete. The disappearance of the Wenxiu star Lord's divine position would also lead to the incompleteness of the 365 divine positions. This is an intolerable change for Yuanshi Tianzuan. Among all the primordial beings, the one who least wishes for the changes in the Fengshen trend is undoubtedly Yuanshi Tianzuan. As he acts, his gaze turns towards the land of the human race, the 9 provinces. Through the grand formation established by Dayu with the 9 tripod, he gazes at Yin Shou, but is blocked by countless calamities and the fortunes of dynasties. He cannot discern the specific cause and effect of Yin Shou. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan still refuses to believe that despite being the human emperor, Dijuan is merely a mortal. How could he possibly shake the Wensu star? Putting aside his scrutinizing gaze, another thought suddenly arises in Yuanshi Tianzan's mind. Could it be the remnants of the demon race? Unwilling to see the primordial stars being incorporated. Is that why such schemes were made? During the war between the Wu and the Yao, Dijuan activated the grand formation of the Zhou Tian stars clashing against the 12 capital heavenly gods formation of the Wu clan, ultimately perishing as the Zhou Tian stars scattered and the laws collapsed. Yet Dong Wangtai is not dead. He, bearing one of the 3 treasures of creation, vanishes into the... Now the Xianmin seeks to consolidate the scattered powers of the laws through the Fengshen calamity, aiming to reclaim the authority originally held by the Wu and Yao clans and bring it under the management of the heavenly court. Will the hidden demon race be willing to accept this? However, an unexpected event occurs that catches Yuanshi Tianzuan off guard. In the next moment, an immensely powerful force surges in the void. It blocks Yuanshi Tianzan's interference. It is not the remnants of the demon race as Yuanshi Tianzuan had thought, but rather another existence, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Fengshen. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly gasps in surprise. He never expected that the one acting at this moment would be Fengshen from the underworld, as a colorful vortex appears in the void, carrying the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to block Yuanshi Tianzan's interference. 2 figures appear stepping on a colorful path. The one in front is none other than Hoodoo. No, at this moment she should be referred to as Lady Fengshen of the underworld. The one slightly behind her has a cold expression, gazing indifferently towards the Nüwa Palace. She is the Zhuwu Xuanming who survived the battle between the Wu and the Yao. Yuanshi Tianzuan furrows his brows slightly and speaks solemnly. Lady Fengshen, you govern the underworld and have no grievances with my Xianmen. Are you really going to interfere with the Fengshen calamity? You must understand this is the grand trend of the Tao. Lady Fengshen's gentle demeanor remains However, the Xianming Zhuwu next to her speaks with disdain. You ensure you wish to replace the human race's beliefs through the Fengshen, wanting to eradicate us Wu clan, yet do not allow us to act. What a joke. The Xianming Zhuwu is not at all courteous to Yuanshi Tianzuan. She is completely unafraid of him. Even if her strength is inferior to his, the nature of the Wu clan is one of clear distinctions between love and hate. Yuanshi Tianzuan, however, shows no signs of joy or sorrow. He directly ignores the Xianming Zhuwu and casually says to Lady Fengshen, "This is a decree from Hongjun Laozu. The operation of the Tao and the grand trend is as such." Lady Fengshen, do you intend to defy the Tao? Lady Fengshen smiles faintly. Defy the Tao? She governs the 6 paths of reincarnation, her status not inferior to that of Hongjun, yet Yuanshi Tianzuan actually wants to pressure her with the Tao. It's simply laughable. However, Lady Fengshen cannot be bothered to argue about this. She merely states lightly, Yuanshi, the Fengshen is caused by the killing tribulation of the 12 golden immortals under your command. Yet you wish to use this opportunity to overturn the beliefs of the human race and harvest their incense. Is this grand trend of the Tao truly the will of heaven, or the will of the people? After saying this, the 2 turn away and enter the colorful vortex. With this slight delay, the new divine position talisman for the Wensu star has already formed. Correspondingly, the Fengshen list is now missing 1 position. Yuanshi Tianzan's brows tighten as countless thoughts arise in his heart, yet he ultimately cannot prevent the occurrence of this event. A moment later, Yuanshi's aura of a saint retracts. The Nüwa Palace returns to tranquility. With a pensive expression, Yuanshi Tianzuan transmits a message to a certain void. Elder brother, there is a change in the Fengshen list. Please come to the Nüwa Palace for a discussion. Above the East Sea on Golden Ao Island in the Bio Palace, the Tantian Patriarch, wandering in the Tao, is naturally startled by this sudden change, yet he makes no move. Instead, he slowly opens his eyes, and the divine light within illuminates the entire Bio Palace. After thinking for a moment, the Tantian Patriarch suddenly bursts into laughter. The great Tao is 50, while the heavenly transformation is 49, taking one line as a chance for life. Could this be where the variables of Fengshen lie? The Tantian Patriarch suddenly feels curious about Dijuan. With a flick of his fingers, pieces of Shangqing celestial light scatter from his fingertips, and after a moment the Tantian Patriarch slightly nods, muttering, "Indeed a variable. I as a saint am unable to calculate its cause and effect." At this moment the Fengshen calamity has already begun, with calamity energy murky obscuring the heavenly secrets, let alone that Yin Shou bears the title of human emperor and is protected by the fortunes of the human race. Naturally, the Tantian Patriarch cannot calculate it. However, he is not concerned, instead nodding slightly, feeling even more intrigued. Unlike the other saints, the Tongtian Patriarch has no great ambition regarding the education of the human race. In fact, to him, maintaining the status quo is the best situation. Take Wenzhong, the disciple of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, for example. He holds a high position in the Deshang and is considered a banner of the Jie sect among the human race. Therefore, many human leaders practice the techniques of the Jie sect. The Jie sect has also integrated and coexisted best with the human race. With such a great opportunity at hand, only a fool would think of overturning the table to reallocate the cake. Not to mention, it is unknown how many disciples will rise on the Fengshen list. It cuts off the path of the great Tao. Yet with a command from Hongjun Daozu, it cannot be avoided. However, the changes in the Wenxiu Star Lord's divine position have introduced a slight variable into the Fengshen calamity, and the Tongtian Patriarch cannot help but feel a bit of interest. Although he cannot calculate the cause and effect of Yin Shou, he still gazes at him through the endless void. After a moment, the Tongtian Patriarch smiles gently. Let's see what kind of situation you can stir up. Aside from these sages, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race naturally pay the most attention to the fate of humanity, deeply sensing the changes in its fortunes. Within the fire cloud cave in the dojo of the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, there is an unexpected guest, none other than Nüwa. Both of them felt the changes in the fate of humanity with solemn expressions, exchanging glances, but saying nothing. Until the moment they saw Yuan Shitian Zun make a move, Nüwa's heart stirred, and she looked towards Fuxi. However, she was taken by surprise. Fuxi showed no sign of wanting to act. He merely furrowed his brows, watching the sudden change. In the next moment, the power of the Earth Tao appeared. Fuxi let out a light breath, his eyes sparkling with a divine light. The decree of the human emperor, the sealing of the human path. It has begun. Nüwa, however, looked grave and questioned, why has Fengshen Yang made a move? After the Earth Mother ancestor, which transformed into reincarnation with the aid of the great Taoist merits, she became the saint known as Fengshen Yang. Fengshen has always remained in the underworld. Of course, at this moment, standing upon the 6 paths of reincarnation, it could be said that she hadn't emerged from the underworld. But why would Fengshen Yang make an exception to act at this moment? One must remember that during the Battle of the Deer, when the Yellow Emperor suppressed Qiu, Fengshen Yang did not make a single move. Observing Nüwa's puzzled expression, Fuxi felt helpless, saying to himself, sister, this is where you fall short compared to Fengshen. Fengshen Yang's sudden action. Though it merely blocked Yuan Shitian Zun for an instant, it caused the divine positions within the Wenxiu star to solidify, breaking the momentum of the 365 celestial positions on the list of deities. From this point onward, the situation gained an extra variable. Regardless of whether the subsequent sealing of deities could change, the human race would remember everything Fengshen Yang did at this moment. At this moment, Nüwa's heart stirred. Brother, could it be that you chose this Xin? If not, how could there be so many peculiarities about him? Even Fengshen Yang is acting on his behalf. Nüwa's impression of Xin was naturally unfavorable, even if there was an implication of intervention, since Xin wrote that erotic poem in the Nüwa temple. He had already offended her. Fuxi, hearing this, did not look at Nüwa, but shook his head slowly. With an enigmatic expression, he said, it is not that we chose him, we are merely sitting here in the fire cloud cave. What can we do? Rather, one could say we are all following the trend and responding to the circumstances. Fuxi's gaze shifted forward as if he could see countless voids, gazing into the long history of humanity's growth. For a moment, a sense of melancholy took hold. After a while, Fuxi retracted his gaze, looking at Nüwa, and said to her, sister, you are already a saint. Regardless of how humanity begins, it will certainly gain a share of fortune and teach. Why then must you intervene? In Fuxi's view, it was already sufficient for Nüwa to cast the spirit pearl into the mortal realm. With the spirit pearl present, as long as Nüwa wished, she could have the opportunity to intervene. If she did not wish to, no one could trace her cause and effect. But now sending a 9-tailed fox to disrupt Xin seems somewhat unwise. One has only ever seen betting on both sides. Who would add chips to one side alone? During the Wu Yao period, Nüwa did not handle this aspect well. One might even say it was a complete failure. As the first heavenly Tao Saint, Nüwa possessed the fortunes of both the demon and human races. Regardless of the success or failure of the demon race, she should have been in an invulnerable position. Yet the demon race bore grievances against her, and the human race harbored complaints as well. Thinking of this, Fuxi couldn't help but shake his head. Nüwa defended herself, saying, brother, if I do not intervene to teach Xin a lesson, where will my saintly... It is not that I want to act, but that I have no choice. Fuxi, hearing Nüwa's explanation, felt even more helpless. Saintly face, have you not seen that the saint known as the most shameless in the wilderness Zhuan, yet who dares to underestimate him? True face is being the ultimate victor. However, Fuxi could not convey these words to Nüwa. As a saint, Nüwa's wisdom is certainly considerable, it is just her nature. Nüwa pondered for a moment before asking again, "Brother, what plans do you have? Is there anything I can assist with?" She was still concerned about her brother. The two of them had emerged together since the beginning of the Pangu era, supporting each other, and Fuxi had sacrificed much for her. Now the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were suppressed by the 3 pure ones in the Fire Cloud Cave. Nüwa felt powerless, unable to oppose. But she still hoped to do something for her brother. Fuxi, however, smiled without speaking. Did they have any plans? If they did, it was not much. Each of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was considering the future of humanity. Each was deeply calculating and acting in accordance with the circumstances. First, the 3 sovereigns led humanity out of the wilderness, bidding farewell to a life of flesh and blood. Then during the Battle of the Deer, the Yellow Emperor defeated Qiu, unifying humanity with the power of the celestial beings, completely incorporating the bloodline of the witch race into humanity, inheriting the blessings of the witch race, thus merging the human and witch races. When it came to the era of the 5 emperors, Zhuang Su severed the heavenly constructed tree, leading to the separation of humans and deities. Humanity gradually freed itself from the influence of the divine beings. Finally, it reached the time of Emperor Yu. After successfully controlling the floods, Emperor Yu divided the 9 regions, with such merit forging the 9 tripod cauldrons, establishing a grand formation in the 9 regions of humanity. This completely severed the influence of celestial beings on the fortunes of humanity, no longer allowing them to demand. From then on, the people of the Xianmen would no longer dare to seek the position of the emperor-teacher, scheming for the merit of humanity. This was all natural, the task of each generation of humanity. Did they deliberately arrange anything? No. It was merely a heart that deeply considered humanity. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Fux's face as he looked at Nüwa, shaking his head slightly, saying, "If there truly comes a time when I need my sister's help, I will not hesitate to ask. However, it is not needed at present. Sister, do not act rashly. It is better to sit in the Nüwa Palace and watch the situation unfold." Nüwa became somewhat anxious. So much has changed with Dxian. Why do these people of humanity seem so calm? It seems that no one is moving. Are they just sitting quietly in the Fire Cloud Cave, waiting for the beginning of the sealing calamity? Brother, are you not afraid that someone will act against Dxian? Fuxi smiled and said, if the sealing calamity were as simple as killing Dxian, why would those saints need to plot so much? As for Zhuan, mentioning this Western saint, even the usually graceful and gentle Fuxi wore a disdainful expression. Zhuan has always been eager to promote the West, wanting to take advantage of the chaos of the sealing calamity, leading to his impatience. Daring to act against the human emperor, he will eventually face his retribution. In the next moment, a beam of starlight fell from the Wenxiu star, landing upon the paper that was suppressed by the human emperor's purple talisman within Inshou's body. Complex golden patterns appeared on the paper, identical to those in the star core, illuminating the talisman with a faint starlight. Inshou felt no change occurring in the vast wilderness sky and was unaware of what was happening behind him. He only ultimately saw the changes in the human emperor's purple talisman in his mind. Looking at this mysterious rune, Inshou suddenly had a thought. The decree of the human emperor, the Wenxiu Star Lord. Is this the meaning of this talisman? Inshou pondered slightly, feeling very confused. Did I simply say one more thing about the Wenxiu Star Lord in front of Baigon, and thus formed this talisman mark? A wisp of aura was drawn from Baigon. A faint human figure began to slowly emerge on this newly generated talisman. At this moment, its features were still unclear. But from the shape, it was undoubtedly Baigon's silhouette. Baigon before Inshou seemed to be completely unaware, still immersed in the birth of the paper and in the praises Inshou had for him. After a moment of hesitation, Inshou gently asked Uncle Wang, "Do you feel anything different?" Baigon, different. Baigon lowered his head to look at himself, finding no difference at all. All right. If there was a change, it was that Baigon felt a surge of motivation in his heart. To put it in a trendy way, Baigon felt like he was about to explode. He was eager to express his determination to Inshou again. However, seeing Baigon's expression, Inshou knew that what he was going to say was certainly not the answer he was looking for. With a hint of helplessness, he waved his hand and said, "All right, Uncle Wang, you can head back for now. By the way, this paper still needs further improvement, and it should be promoted quickly. When the time comes, distribute it to the ministers in the court and send a copy directly to the lords." Upon hearing this, Baigon was momentarily stunned. "Oh," he said anxiously, "Your Majesty, absolutely not. This method of paper making is a national treasure. How can it be easily granted to others? Even if it were to be shared, as Baigon thought, it should be for the benefit of the great Shang, to reward the loyalty of. How could it be given away so freely?" However, Inshou did not think that much. After all, the purpose of creating it was to be used by people. Should he let these individuals continue to bother him with cumbersome bamboo slips? He then said earnestly to Baigon, "Uncle Wang, this is where you are mistaken. Your vision needs to be broader. Since this paper-making technique benefits humanity, how can we hoard our skills? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Gan's face turned red with shame. Your Majesty. However, Yin Shou had no intention of hearing his explanation at this moment. He directly waved his hand, interrupting Bai Gan, and continued, enough, Uncle Wang, I naturally understand your loyalty to the Great Shang. However, let's proceed with this matter as discussed. Afterward, he rewarded Bai Gan with various treasures to show his appreciation and hurriedly left with Queen Jiang. Yin Shou now wanted to find a quiet place to examine the changes in the human emperor's purple talisman. After Yin Shou left, Bai Gan stood in place for a while, murmuring to himself, does His Majesty's action have a deeper meaning? At this moment, Bai Gan would not think that Yin Shou just said this casually. After thinking for a moment, Bai Gan's face lit up again with excitement as he hurriedly walked towards the palace. Inside the imperial chambers of Defian, Yin Shou had temporarily lost the desire to frolic with Queen Jiang and her companions, hiding alone in his room to explore the changes in his mind. The original human emperor's purple talisman was continuously absorbing the starlight emanating from the position of the Wenchang star lord, undergoing extraordinary changes. It was becoming increasingly heavy and undeniably real. However, Yin Shou still did not grasp how to use the human emperor's purple talisman. Is Bai Gan not experiencing any changes? Could it be that I have to wait for him to die before fully activating the powers of the Wenchang star lord? Yin Shou mused to himself. However, the current Bai Gan was Yin Shou's best tool. He certainly did not want to grant him death. Forget it. Let's try other methods. Days passed. Fengshen came to report that he had brewed a batch of fine wine according to Yin Shou's method, which was exceptionally rich. Yin Shou's heart stirred, and he hurriedly summoned him into the palace. After quickly glancing at the exquisite wine brewed by Fengshen, Yin Shou could not help but praise, not bad, not bad. This fine wine will surely make you the wine god of the Great Shang. After saying this, Yin Shou quickly focused on the changes in his mind regarding the human emperor's purple talisman. No changes at all. Could it be that the wine god already exists, so I can't confer Fengshen as the wine god? Or did Fengshen's brewing of fine wine not have anything special about it? Yin Shou was puzzled. Or could it be that the divine position I conferred has issues? But what divine position was Fengshen originally supposed to have in the grand scheme of conferring gods? Yin Shou pondered left and right, having no impression at all. He had not specialized in this, so who could remember the specific divine position of a minor character after their death? Knowing the affiliations of some important figures was already quite impressive. Naturally, Yin Shou did not derive any changes from Fengshen and could only reluctantly set this matter. Thus, although Fengshen presented fine wine and successfully completed Yin Shou's task, Yin Shou did not reward him with much, only fulfilling Fengshen's long-held wish and occasionally bringing him and the recommended Yuhan along. With these two obedient individuals around, Yin Shou felt increasingly at ease. Whether it was arranging outings in disguise outside the palace or hunting and enjoying the spring outside, Chao Go Fengshen and Yuhan took care of everything meticulously, leaving him with no worries. If it were other ministers, they might hear Yin Shou's unreasonable orders and say, Your Majesty, absolutely not. This is not the behavior of a wise ruler. But these two only had one response: we shall follow Your Majesty's command. Then they would do everything possible to accomplish it. Such ministers were much more endearing to Yin Shou than others. After a few days of pleasant days, Yin Shou simply promoted both of them and rewarded them with numerous treasures, which made their names shine brightly in Chaoge. Despite Shang Rong, Bai Gan, and others being quite dissatisfied with Fengshen and Yuhan, deeming them mere flatterers and treacherous men. However, given Yin Shou's regard for the two of them, and since Yin Shou asked them to carry out tasks that were all peculiar tricks, they could only turn a blind eye. At the same time, something wonderful was happening with Bai Gan. Ever since that day he returned from the palace. Every night, when he fell asleep, Bai Gan would dream of an ocean of starlight. In the dream, there was a faint, thunderous sound coming from afar. The human emperor grants a decree when Shang Star Lord. However, when Bai Gan awoke, he did not notice any special changes. In response to this, Bai Gan could not help but self-deprecate. It seems I am still obsessed with His Majesty's praises. If I, Bai Gan, could be honored in the ancestral hall after my death, enjoyed by future generations for worship, I would have no regrets. When Shang Star Lord. Although Bai Gan spoke such self-deprecating words, deep down, he harbored a flicker of hope. What if, after my death, His Majesty really conferred me as the Wenchang Star Lord? The human emperor's conferral of divine positions has been a tradition since ancient times. For instance, the god of Luo Shui is said to be the daughter of Fu, she who drowned while crossing Luo Shui and was conferred divinity by the heavenly emperor Fu Shi. However, as time progressed, such occurrences became rarer in the Great Shang. The Great Shang places greater emphasis on ancestral worship, and the deceased ancestors are their deities. But what if His Majesty truly conferred me? In an instant, Bai Gan felt even more invigorated. Days passed, and one day, in the imperial garden, Although it was nearing late autumn, the garden was still adorned with vibrant flowers. Yin Shou lay sideways on the imperial carriage, twirling a wine cup in his hand, while squinting at Queen Jiang and her companions enjoying the flowers. As beautiful women bloomed like flowers, just as Yin Shou's heart was itching, a fierce wind swept in, and a towering figure riding an incredibly dark beast landed before him. His body reacted instinctively. Swish! Yin Shou stood up directly, eyes wide open, exclaiming, "Master One." Suddenly appearing before Yin Shou was Wen Zhong riding the ink Qilin, the Grand Master One. The aura of slaughter from the battlefield still surrounded him, with a yellow face and a red robe, and a beard an inch long on his chin, emanating a faint scent of blood. However, the legendary third eye was not so terrifying. At this moment, the third eye resembled a white vein vertically positioned in the center of his forehead, adding an air of majesty to Grand Master One. From Grand Master Wen's imposing presence and the slightly disordered armor he wore, it was evident that he had just come down from the battlefield. In his haste, he had rushed back directly to Chaoga. At this moment, Grand Master Wen bowed respectfully to Yin Shou, causing his armor to clank loudly. "I pay my respects to the king. Please forgive me, your majesty. I returned secretly this time and did not want to appear before the ministers, so I came directly to see you." Yin Shou would not let Grand Master Wen truly bow down. He quickly stepped forward and helped Grand Master Wen back up. In the original memories of Xin, he held both respect and fear for Grand Master Wen. As for Yin Shou himself, deep down, he held great admiration for this loyal Grand Master Wen. In the original grand scheme of the Fengshen, after Grand Master Wen perished at Juelong Ridge before he ascended the Fengshen list, he even had to send a dream to Xin, urging him to reform his ways. Ultimately, after the Fengshen event, Grand Master Wen became the deity presiding over the Thunder Department, the Nine Heavens responding Thunder Supreme Deity. In the heavenly court, he held a high and powerful position. He was a true master of real power. Yin Shou thought to himself that after 28 years, when the gods returned to their positions, he would still need Grand Master Wen to look after him. After helping Grand Master Wen up, Yin Shou quickly said, "What are you talking about, Grand Master? You returned in such a rush. There must be urgent matters to discuss with me. How could I blame you?" He then turned his head to wave at the three ladies of the Queen Jiang, who were approaching from a distance. He urged them to withdraw first. Since Grand Master Wen had said he came secretly, it was best to have fewer people around. Moreover, Yin Shou felt a bit guilty. It was broad daylight, and it wasn't a time for rest. He and the harem were here playing, and it was likely that Grand Master Wen would criticize him. After seeing Yin Shou's gesture, Queen Jiang and the others first saluted Grand Master Wen from afar, then quietly instructed the nearby bystanders to leave together. Sure enough, Grand Master Wen suddenly frowned slightly. He glanced at the various playful items prepared by Yin Shou, the fine wine and delicacies, and looked at the group of charming ladies led by Queen Jiang, then asked in a deep voice, "Isn't today a day of rest, your majesty? How can you have such interest?" Yin Shou instantly felt a bit awkward. Seeing the somewhat stern expression on Grand Master Wen's face, he felt a bit intimidated. No wonder the original Xin was very afraid of Grand Master Wen. Moreover, with Yin Shou feeling guilty himself, he found it even harder to say anything. Yin Shou did not try to argue. Instead, he quickly laughed and said, "Ha, it's all thanks to the Chancellor Uncle Wang and King Wuqing, who have assisted in managing the trivial matters of the court so neatly. By the way, Grand Master, aren't you currently suppressing Yuan Fudong in the North Sea? Why have you returned so suddenly? Could it be that the war has come to an end?" As he spoke, Yin Shou led Grand Master Wen to sit down beside the table. With Yin Shou diverting the topic, Grand Master Wen indeed did not continue to dwell on the earlier issue. Instead, he showed a hint of worry on his face and slowly shook his head. Yuan Fudong has somehow found assistance from the North Sea giant demon. This war will likely not end anytime soon. The situation in the North Sea is growing increasingly tense. Grand Master Wen finds it difficult to extricate himself. If it were not for this, he would have returned to Chaoga much earlier. When he sensed the changes in the fate of the Great Shang, Grand Master Wen felt anxious, wishing he could immediately ride the Ink Qilin back to Chaoga. However, he had to hold the line on the front. Thus, he waited so long for an opportunity. After this confrontation between the Great Shang and the rebel army, Wen Zhong pondered that the opposing forces must also be fatigued and unlikely to launch successive attacks, so he hurriedly instructed his deputy and his disciples to create the illusion that Grand Master Wen was still present. However, Grand Master Wen secretly rode the Ink Qilin back to Chaoga. Though he only mentioned a few words, Yin Shou could imagine the hardships involved. He quickly poured a cup of fine wine for Grand Master Wen and raised his glass, saying, "Grand Master, you have worked hard. For the sake of our Great Shang, you have devoted yourself and traveled so much. I raise this cup to you." After finishing, Yin Shou downed it in one go. Although Grand Master Wen was stern, seeing Yin Shou raise his cup, he also quickly lifted his fine wine to drink. This wine is surprisingly fragrant. Although Grandmaster Wen possessed a golden immortal body and had certainly tasted many divine wines and elixirs, the fine wine before him, though mundane, had a unique flavor that he had never encountered before. Seeing the surprised expression on Grandmaster Wen's face, Yin Shou couldn't help but say proudly, "Grandmaster, have another cup, savor this fine wine well. I have recently acquired a brewing method which took quite a bit of effort to obtain." Of course, the real effort did not come from Yin Shou, but it did not stop him from showing off in front of Grandmaster Wen. After Grandmaster Wen tried it again, he nodded slightly. However, he earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, while the fine wine is good, it consumes a great deal of food. If you become too enamored with this, it would not be a blessing for our great Shang." Yin Shou was taken aback. He realized that the original Xin respected Grandmaster Wen greatly, yet did not grow too close to him. Constantly preaching grand principles, always lecturing. Even Yin Shou found it a bit hard to bear, how much more so for the more domineering Xin. The key point is that there was really nothing to criticize about Grandmaster when he genuinely stood by his word, firmly occupying the moral high ground wholeheartedly for the good of the great Shang. "Grandmaster, you are so serious. It makes it hard for this foolish king to get along with you well." Helpless Yin Shou could only explain, "Grandmaster, according to this brewing method, there is another type of fine wine, which would greatly benefit the soldiers on the North Sea battlefield." Naturally, Yin Shou was referring to the higher concentration alcohol. High concentration alcohol can sometimes be a lifesaver for injured soldiers. It can both disinfect and anesthetize. Let's not forget that this is a world of Fengshen with immortals everywhere. On the battlefield aren't the blood and flesh flying, still ordinary human soldiers. Yin Shou hurriedly took out another jar of wine and poured a cup for Grandmaster Wen. "Grandmaster, look." Grandmaster Wen saw that this cup was clear and transparent with a strong aroma that was almost overpowering. Curiously, he picked up the wine glass and drank it in one go. The spiciness hit him. Grandmaster Wen naturally could not be intoxicated by this mundane wine, and after a little taste, he was somewhat skeptical of Yin Shou's words. At this moment, Yin Shou said, "I have already prepared 500 jars in advance for you to take back with you when you return to the North Sea battlefield. The wonders of it Grandmaster will know once you use it." Grandmaster Wen hurriedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, Your Majesty. If the frontline soldiers know that you care for them so much, they will surely be inspired." It was only at this moment that Grandmaster Wen's expression improved slightly. The king still cared about the North Sea War and had not neglected it. After a somewhat relieved nod, Grandmaster Wen then began to seriously ask about important matters, asking earnestly, "Let's put these aside for now, Your Majesty. I returned secretly for another matter. Has anything significant happened in Chaoga during this time? I can feel the tremors in the fate of the great Shang, even from afar in the North Sea." After speaking, Grandmaster Wen looked at Yin Shou with burning eyes. Yin Shou was taken aback. A matter that would affect fate? Could it be that Grandmaster was referring to the paper? "Is it this paper you're referring to?" Yin Shou handed the stack of snow-white paper to Wen Zhong and began to briefly introduce its uses, explaining the method of paper making, revealing that the raw materials were actually readily available: wood and bamboo. Grandmaster Wen's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and even the third eye glimmered with light. He stared fixedly at the stack of paper before him. With Baigan's continuous improvements, this paper had become even wider and more evenly thick. Grandmaster Wen instantly thought of the impact this paper would have on human civilization, the current difficulties of writing, and the arduous transmission of knowledge. These problems would quietly dissolve with the advent of paper. Thinking of this, he suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly, saying, "It's this paper. Without this item, it could not shake the fate of our great Shang." Watching Grandmaster Wen so excited, although Yin Shou felt a bit proud, he was also filled with confusion. "Isn't it just paper? Baigan could be forgiven, he was just a mortal. However, you Grandmaster Wen are a golden immortal of the Jiejiao, yet you would be thrilled over this mundane object. This is unreasonable." Yin Shou boldly expressed his doubts. Wen Zhong, while stroking the white paper in his hand, smiled and said, "Your Majesty is mistaken. Although this paper is an ordinary object, it holds far greater significance for our human race than any divine power or celestial technique. Isn't Suerin as a primordial human endowed with great divine powers? Yet it was only after he discovered how to create fire from wood that humanity emerged from ignorance and shed the barbarism of eating raw flesh. Isn't this fire just ordinary fire? And there are also the Zi clan and the Chao clan, aren't they the same?" Yin Shou was well aware of what Master Wen was saying, but he was still somewhat puzzled. Is the method of making paper really that difficult? How could all these celestial beings fail to create it? Yin Shou once again voiced his confusion. Master Wen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to explain it to Yin Shou. Suddenly, he lowered his gaze and noticed ants on the ground busily transporting scattered food. Master Wen pointed directly at the ants on the ground and said, "Your Majesty, these ants struggle so hard to carry food." With your majesty's strength, could you help these ants create something suitable for them to make their transport easier? Yin Shou was momentarily speechless. Seeing that Yin Shou had no response, Master Wen asked again. Well, it's all right if your majesty can't think of a solution at this moment. With your majesty's strength, helping the ants carry this morsel of food would naturally be a trivial matter. Would your majesty be willing to lend a hand to these ants? Upon hearing this, Yin Shou blurted out, they are just insignificant ants. Why should I exert myself for them? Before he could finish, a thoughtful expression crossed Yin Shou's face. He began to understand Master Wen's words. To the celestial beings, ordinary humans were akin to ants. How could they possibly think from the perspective of ordinary humans and consider what would promote their development, these ordinary objects? Seeing Yin Shou's realization, Master Wen, after a moment of contemplation, said lightly, take paper for example. Although it is an ordinary object, it embodies the essence of humanity. Those who have attained the path of cultivation are misaligned with the great Tao. They will never be able to create such things. Only those among the wise ancestors of humanity, who despite possessing great power, do not forget their identity, will dedicate themselves to the welfare of humanity. As for those prominent disciples of great sects who have constantly emerged during the development of humanity, they are all drawn by merit and fortune, participating in various significant events of humanity, relying on their own great powers to intervene. Once again he looked down at the paper in his hand. The joy within Master Wen was as clear as day. The master, who had exerted immense pressure on Yin Shou since his arrival, at this moment respectfully bowed to Yin Shou, who had no time to respond. Master Wen said earnestly, I was originally worried about any changes in Chaoga, but now I can finally rest easy. Your Majesty possesses the virtue of an ancient human emperor. Master Wen's realm was merely that of a golden immortal. Naturally, he could not perceive the entirety or specific details of the Shang Dynasty's fortune. It was only because as the Grand Master of Shang, his connection to the dynasty's fortune was extremely close that he had sensed the anomaly earlier. This was also the reason why he had to rush back to confirm. Yin Shou quickly crossed the table and helped Master Wen up. With great humility he smiled and said, Master, when you flatter me, I have merely done what I ought to do. After both sat down again, Yin Shou suddenly had a thought. Should he ask Master Wen about the path of cultivation? As a disciple of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother of the Jia sect, Master Wen's cultivation was profound. Originally, Yin Shou had this idea, wanting to summon Master Wen back to inquire. Ultimately, he worried that Master Wen's return would disrupt his carefree life as a monarch, so he refrained. But now Master Wen had already returned, and he was in a good mood. Why not take this opportunity to ask? When else would he have the chance? With this in mind, Yin Shou hurriedly asked, Master, as the ruler of Shang, the current human emperor, I possess only a modicum of brute strength which is utterly incomparable to the divine powers of ancient human emperors. After pausing for a moment, Yin Shou sighed. I know that Master has profound knowledge and exceptional cultivation. I wish to cultivate not necessarily to replicate the might of ancient human emperors, but if I could achieve even 1/10 of that, I would be satisfied. Would Master be willing to teach me? Upon hearing this, Master Wen's expression shifted. Then a look of helplessness quickly appeared on his face as he said, Your Majesty, the old minister indeed possesses some cultivation and is willing to impart all my knowledge to you, but cultivation itself is impossible. It is a hard rule that human emperors cannot cultivate. Yin Shou's mood instantly darkened with a hint of hope in his eyes. In fact, he had previously suspected that although he had the human emperor's purple talisman in his mind, he was unable to produce any special divine powers, as if there were some sort of restriction. But upon confirming this answer from Master Wen's mouth, Yin Shou still felt a bit disappointed. After all, he had already decided to be a foolish monarch. Yet who wouldn't want to step onto the path of cultivation, gaining divine powers and great strength? Master, why is this so? Yin Shou still asked, somewhat unwilling to give up. He didn't necessarily aspire to become a saint or attain the Tao. There are many saints in this world which he viewed as an insurmountable peak. But at least having some cultivation would allow him to achieve something in the future. I don't want to end up self-immolating. Being engulfed in flames would surely be excruciating. Seeing Yin Shou like this, Master Wen felt a bit of a headache and could only hastily comfort him. Since Emperor, you human emperors have been unable to cultivate the methods of the Xian men. However, your Majesty's ability to create paper is a great virtue embodying the true path of a human emperor. Your Majesty need not be troubled. Yin Shou did not feel the slightest bit of joy from Master Wen's consolation. What use is this so-called true path of a human emperor? Shang only has 28 years of fortune left. In the end, we will all be finished together. Yet Yin Shou still caught an important piece of information from Master Wen's words. It was only after Emperor Yu that human emperors could no longer cultivate. Oh, Master, what does this have to do with Emperor Yu? Master Wen looked at Yin Shou, who was determined to get to the bottom of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to share what he knew with the emperor, hoping to thoroughly extinguish his desire to cultivate, so that when he returned to the North Sea, the emperor would not seek out all sorts of strange individuals to experiment. Master Wen immediately began to explain the hidden secrets. In our Deshang's land of Zhou, there is a suppressive effect on cultivators. Does your majesty know this? Master Wen first asked, then began to explain slowly. After Emperor Yu controlled the waters, he summoned the lords of the world at the Tushan tribe, gathered the military forces of the world, and used the merits of controlling the waters to forge the divine artifact of humanity, the nine tripod, further arranging the nine provinces formation, using the nine tripod as the focal point, using the countless causes and effects of humanity, as well as the vastness of the worldly energy as a barrier to protect the land of Zhou. Since then, the land of Zhou has exerted a suppressive effect on cultivators. Cultivators within Zhou will gradually become entangled in causes and effects over time, slowly obscuring their Tao heart and stalling their cultivation. If they rely on the fortune of the dynasty for cultivation, the causes and effects become even heavier. As your majesty is tied to the fortune of countless humans, the burden of causes and effects is the heaviest. Naturally, cultivation becomes impossible. Yin Shou silently nodded and sighed lightly. So that's how it is. No wonder cultivators prefer to hide in remote paradises or overseas immortal islands, seldom cultivating in the prosperous lands of humanity. In later generations, serious cultivators are unwilling to involve themselves in the affairs of dynasties. Only some ill-informed mountain spirits and wild monsters dare to serve in human dynasties entangled with the fortune of the dynasty. With this thought, Yin Shou suddenly furrowed his brow. Then, Master, are you not also affected? Master Wen did not expect that at this moment Yin Shou would actually concern himself with him. He was first taken aback, then laughed heartily with a hint of appreciation. Ha ha ha. I am not like other cultivators. I became a disciple of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, learning for 50 years all in order to serve Deshang. Moreover, on the very first day I became a disciple, my master already told me, with my fate, I will likely only reach the realm of Golden Immortal with no hope of attaining the Great Luo. So what if I carry causes and effects? Master Wen spoke with a carefree demeanor. Unlike other cultivators who avoided the causes of humanity, he willingly embraced them. Yin Shou was touched by Master Wen's words, feeling an increasing admiration. No wonder Master Wen would later become the rightful deity of the Thunder Department, earning the title of Nine Heavens, responding Thunder, Universal Transformation, Celestial Lord. Moved, he directly said to Master Wen, that may not be the case. I believe Master can surely break through to the Great Luo. Yin Shou was merely touched in his heart. He uttered this sentence as if guided by fate. However, he did not notice that at the moment he sincerely spoke these words, the Emperor's purple talisman in his mind flickered faintly. The golden liquid flowing within the profound runes surprisingly diminished in quantity. It caused the radiance of the Emperor's purple talisman to dim slightly. Meanwhile, when Taisher seated opposite, Yin Shou suddenly moved his Tao heart, shaking violently. Vaguely, the Tao heart, which had been obscured by countless causalities, suddenly became somewhat clearer. It was as if an invisible presence was wiping away the dust in Wen Taishi's heart. In an instant, countless insights slowly emerged within his mind. Swish! Wen Taishi's third eye suddenly opened. A beam of white light shot forth, the length of which was more than a foot, and continuously undulating above his head. The aura of the Tai Golden Immortal instantly filled the entire garden, as if it had solidified everything around it. Crack! Even the wine vessel in Wen Taishi's hand shattered due to the sudden pressure. This powerful Tai Golden Immortal aura was useless to Yin Shou. The automatically protective Imperial aura slightly swayed. The previously overwhelming Tai Golden Immortal aura in front of Yin Shou felt as gentle as a breeze. However, it was Wen Taishi's sudden activation of his divine abilities through the third eye that startled Yin Shou, who then gazed in amazement at the light between Wen Taishi's eyebrows. Yin Shou was still curious. What does Wen Taishi's third eye look like when it opens? Is it horizontal or vertical? Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a heavenly eye straddling the realms of reality and illusion. It more so reflected the manifestation of divine powers. However, it was better this way. If a third eye like a conventional one really grew out, no matter how it appeared, there would definitely be a strange aura. The dignified Wen Taisher, the future heavenly sovereign of the Thunder Department. Only then did he exude a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. In an instant of distraction, so many changes occurred, but the next moment Wen Taisher concealed his transformation. Suppressing the urge to sort out his insights immediately, Wen Taisher hurriedly bowed and apologized to Yin Shou. This old minister was momentarily distracted, acting so disrespectfully, startling the king. Please punish me, your majesty. As he spoke, Wen Taisher felt regret in his heart. How could he suddenly become absent-minded and behave like this in front of the king? Fortunately, the king is the emperor and is unaffected by the aura of the golden immortal, otherwise he would be in deep trouble. But oh the deluo! What cultivator does not have aspirations? Although when Taisher spoke lightly, as if he had no intention of achieving deluo golden immortal status, he was clear about his own thoughts. The reason he spoke as he did earlier was that there were things he wanted to pursue and things he chose not to. At this moment, if Mengzi were present when Taisher would likely be thinking I desire the survival of the human race, and I also desire deluo. The two cannot be obtained simultaneously, so I choose the human race over deluo. Insho laughed aloud saying, Taisher, you worry too much. Today I have witnessed your heavenly eye which perfectly satisfies my curiosity. What crime is there in that? Insho quickly urged when Taisher to sit down. After changing his cup, the two resumed their drinking. Taisher, you have worked hard on the battlefield in the North Sea. Since you are back, why not take some time to rest in Chaoga? Insho inquired. However, when Taisher shook his head slightly, he naturally could not let go of the war. A nation cannot be without a ruler, even for a day. A battlefield also cannot be without a commander for a moment. Moreover, the formidable North Sea giant demons assisting Yuan Fudong must be suppressed by Wen Taisher himself. If it were not for his concerns about the changes in Chaoga, Wen Taisher would never have suddenly left. With this thought, Wen Taisher immediately felt the urge to depart, but he was halted by Yin Shou. Taisher, you have already returned. There is no need to rush at this moment. Moreover, I am having someone prepare fine wine paper and other items for you. I will send them over later. When Taishi's eyes brightened, this is acceptable. However, there is no need for Yin Shou to send someone. As a dignified Tai golden immortal, if he lacked even this ability, what could be said about his cultivation? Your Majesty need not trouble yourself. Do just inform me of the location of the supplies. I will go retrieve them when I leave. Although Yin Shou had learned the answer that the emperor cannot cultivate, and had long since resigned himself to being a fool, which soul from later generations would not be interested in immortals, gods, and cultivation. At this moment, with Wen Taisher before him, how could he give up such a good opportunity? He immediately began to ask Wen Taisher questions to satisfy his curiosity. Most notably, Taisher, since you apprenticed under the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, have you ever been to Janeo Island and met the Tongtian cult master? What does the Tongtian cult master look like, and what is his character? Is the Daobao Taoist really full of treasures? Are those treasures real or fake? How strong is Guangqingzi? They say he relies solely on the Fantian seal. Without the Fantian seal, he is nothing. Various similar questions, all jumbled. At first, Wen Taisher considered the questions carefully and answered patiently. However, as Yin Shou's questions grew increasingly absurd, Wen Taishi's expression gradually changed, and he could no longer resist interrupting Yin Shou. Where did the king hear such rumors? Guangqingzi is the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect with profound attainments. How could he possibly be as the king describes? Wen Taisher felt helpless. It seemed that the king was obsessed with matters of cultivation, not caring about where he found such wild foxes and asking all sorts of nonsensical questions. Seeing Wen Taishi's unconvinced expression, Yin Shou lightly scoffed. Taisher, I may not be as knowledgeable as you in other matters, but when it comes to these rumors, you are far inferior to me. Take Guangqingzi for example. This emperor's master, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, is famously known as the killer of the holy mothers in the Fengshen. He killed 2 holy mothers and forced one to reveal her true form. However, after his disciple Yin Jiao stole the Fantian seal, he found himself helpless against Yin Jiao, nearly defeated by his own disciple. When Taisher saw Yin Shou's expression, and his face darkened slightly. Regarding Yin Shou's not asking the living but the spirits, when Taisher felt somewhat helpless and displeased. He immediately advised, speaking loudly, Your Majesty, do not become obsessed with this path. The invention of paper by Your Majesty has the ancient emperor's holy virtue for the human race. You have already walked the path of the emperor. Mai Dashang also has received blessings, enduring prosperity for all time. Why must Your Majesty be so obsessed with these matters? Seeing Wen Taisher once again take such a serious stance, Yin Shou's words came to a halt in his throat. This Wen Taisher truly commands respect. But this very character truly made it difficult for Yin Shou to feel at ease, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. What ancient emperor? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were blocked by the 3 purities in the fire cloud caved. An eternal prosperity. Ardashang only has 28 years of fortune. Do you not know that the Fengshen will open? Looking at Wen Taishi's appearance, could it be that he truly does not know about the calamity of the Fengshen? Yin Shou looked at Wen Taisher with confusion. The strange gaze made Wen Taisher somewhat uncomfortable, and he even chuckled awkwardly. This old minister was somewhat disrespectful earlier. However, these are truly the heartfelt words of this old minister. As long as Your Majesty strives to govern diligently and revitalize the Dashang, Shou had no interest in hearing the latter part of his words. You can forget about that. Once the calamity of the Fengshen arrives, we will all ascend the Fengshen list together. What about the path of the emperor? Eternal prosperity. Shou then thought in his heart. If when Taisher does not know about the calamity of the Fengshen, or only knows vaguely, and is not very clear about the specifics, should I mention this to him? To prepare him a bit, so he doesn't die again at Julong Ridge. Shou began to feel conflicted. After some contemplation, Shou ultimately decided to have a conversation with Grandmaster Wen about the great catastrophe of the gods. Beyond the desire to remind him, it didn't matter whether the reminder would be useful or not. At least, Shou felt a sense of relief after voicing his thoughts. Though I may be indulging in leisure, I remain a kind-hearted person. On another note, it serves as a precaution for Grandmaster Wen. Do not blame me for not striving harder. I am utterly immersed in pleasure. It is truly difficult to defy destiny and change the tide of affairs. Thus, after some reflection, Shou tentatively asked, Grandmaster, have you ever heard your esteemed teacher mention the great catastrophe of the gods? As expected, the bewildered expression in Grandmaster Wen's eyes confirmed that this was indeed his first time hearing about it. How is it that you from the Jia sect are so uninformed? The teachings of the Chuan sect are well known, with everyone prepared and having found their sacrificial substitutes. As a key figure of the Jia sect in the mortal realm, how could you not be aware? No wonder your Jia sect suffered such a great defeat. Shou sighed, inwardly murmuring the words great catastrophe of the gods several times in his mind. Grandmaster Wen ultimately shook his head and said, I have studied under my teacher for 50 years, then descended the mountain to assist the Shang Dynasty, having experienced 3 reigns. Yet it has been a long time since I last visited my teacher. Perhaps my teacher has spoken of it to the disciples, but I am unaware. Grandmaster Wen is indeed extraordinarily gifted in the path of cultivation. Born with 3 eyes and innate divine powers, he reached the golden immortal realm in merely 50 years, while learning under the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. However, after that his cultivation stagnated. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother also mentioned that he bore too much karmic weight and had deep-seated obsessions. The hope of attaining Tai is within reach, but the path to Deluo seems hopeless. Indeed, after reaching the golden immortal realm, Grandmaster Wen could no longer contain his desire to enter the mortal world, as he initially learned the way to better assist Shang. When Grandmaster Wen returned to Shang, he worked diligently. Subsequently, he rose to a high position among the human race, cultivating to the Tai golden immortal level through the auspicious aura of Shang's dynasty, though that was as far as he could go. Because of this, as a figure who advanced and retreated alongside Shang, Grandmaster Wen actually had the least escape routes. He had been diligently engaged in political affairs, and for many years had scarcely returned to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's temple. Perhaps for those of their cultivation level, decades, or even centuries are but the blink of an eye. After saying this, he could not help but furrow his brows, pondering, how does the king who does not engage in cultivation know of such matters? Moreover, thinking back to the questions Shou had asked earlier, Grandmaster Wen found himself unable to suppress a twitch of his face. What on earth is this all about? Who said that the treasures of Master Duobao are all fakes and imitations? He immediately spoke earnestly to Shou. Your Majesty, it is a strict law that emperors must not engage in cultivation. Moreover, now that your Majesty has achieved the art of papermaking, you are already walking the grand path of the ancient emperors. Why should you continue to be so fixated? Your Majesty should focus on political affairs instead. Do not be swayed by the words of petty people or be deceived by those who boast. Until now, Grandmaster Wen still believed that the chaotic statements Shou made were merely rumors he had heard from wandering cultivators. Shou felt a bit frustrated. Am I not going to surprise you with this great catastrophe of the gods? Don't you want to know the details? From Grandmaster Wen's words, it was evident that he did not take the great catastrophe of the gods to heart. The king immersed in the capital city, how could he possibly know of the affairs within the mystical doors? It was nothing more than catching whispers of the wind, hearing rumors from who knows where. For a moment, Shou couldn't be bothered to explain to Grandmaster Wen, who, after considering it, he said, Grandmaster, I believe we should consult the esteemed teacher, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, for clarity. Grandmaster Wen nodded. I will inquire with my teacher. Observing Grandmaster Wen's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Shou suddenly had another idea, and his eyes brightened. Grandmaster, do you have a way to invite the esteemed teacher, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, here? To be able to teach someone as significant as Grandmaster is something I hold in great esteem. I truly wish to express my gratitude in person. If the Golden Spirit Holy Mother were to come and personally explain the matters of the gods to Grandmaster Wen, he would surely take it more seriously. Most importantly, Shou was extremely curious about the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Not just her. Wudong Holy Mother, Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, Fire Spirit Holy Mother, and the 3 Xiaos. He wanted to see their true forms. If he did not seize this opportunity, now once the Fantian seal of Guangqingzi comes crashing down, he may never see them again. Speaking of which, Yin Shou felt a surge of excitement within. His face was alight with enthusiasm. However, Grandmaster Wen hesitated a bit. He indeed had a method to contact the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, but to invite her to descend upon hearing Yin Shou's words. After a brief pause, Grandmaster Wen said, "Your Majesty, that may not be appropriate. My teacher is in quiet cultivation at the temple. How can I disturb her tranquility?" Yin Shou's expression shifted as he asserted, "Ah, Grand Master, your words are misguided. Even I have heard that those who cultivate do not merely rely on quiet cultivation and hard practice, they also need to move about forging their hearts in the mundane world. What I just mentioned about the great catastrophe of the gods, aren't you supposed to ask your teacher about it anyway? Since it's going to disturb her regardless, why fuss over the timing? Could it be that Grandmaster thinks I am unworthy of seeing my teacher?" Grandmaster Wen quickly bowed, hurriedly denying that claim. Yin Shou's prior comments about cultivation and forging one's heart in the mundane world seemed like nonsense to Grandmaster Wen. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother had already reached the level of Deluo Golden Immortal. What more was there to forge? However, he could not ignore Yin Shou's last statement. It was nothing short of an outright threat. Although Grandmaster Wen held significant power before Emperor Xian, that was only when Emperor Xian was in the wrong. He could openly admonish him, which was seen as loyal advice. But if he were to agree to Yin Shou's request now, that would be a grave act of disloyalty. It was simply because Grandmaster Wen was straightforward by nature and would not verbally chastise Yin Shou. Otherwise, he would have murmured a few words of discontent. "Come on, I'm trying to reason with you, and you are forcing me to express loyalty. What a fool of an emperor." Grandmaster Wen had no choice but to say with a bitter expression, "Your Majesty is the sovereign of Deshang, the current human emperor with an esteemed position. How can you say such things? Whether my teacher is willing to come is not something I can decide." Hearing Grandmaster Wen's acquiescence, Yin Shou's face immediately brightened with joy and anticipation. He eagerly lifted a cup of fine wine to clink glasses with Grandmaster Wen, laughing as he said, "Grandmaster, why do you look this way? I never said you had to accomplish it. The key is to make an attempt. Rest assured, even if my teacher does not come, I will not blame you." His tone suggested that Grandmaster Wen had misunderstood him. The one who should feel wronged should be Yin Shou. Looking at Yin Shou's smiling face, Grandmaster Wen sighed helplessly within. "Your Majesty seems completely transformed. The previous Emperor Xian was not like this. He would never have acted in such a petulant, spoiled manner." Grandmaster Wen downed his drink and rose to tidy. "If that is the case, then this old minister shall make an attempt." Master Wen left the wine table, stood in the middle of the courtyard, and waved his hand towards the distance. A rectangular table was summoned and placed in front of him, covered with a piece of white silk. A simple offering table appeared before Yin Shou. It was unclear how Master Wen managed it, but suddenly he pulled out several items from his sleeve and placed them on the offering table. There was a bronze incense burner and 3 sticks of incense, made from an unknown material. From a distance, Yin Shou could smell its refreshing fragrance, which was soothing and invigorating. "This won't do, Master. How could you have such fine things and not offer a bit to me?" Yin Shou thought to himself. Moreover, after witnessing this scene, another thought suddenly emerged in Yin Shou's mind. My so-called enjoyment of life during this time was nothing but indulgence in wine, lust, wealth, and power. But this is a time of divine appointment. There are so many rare treasures and spiritual creatures. Not to mention, the later generations often describe the ultimate delicacy as dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Shouldn't I find an opportunity to taste it as well? At this moment, Master Wen had already lit the 3 sticks of incense. He chanted something while bowing towards the east, and after that he did not appear to perform any other actions, or perhaps Yin Shou simply could not see what else he did. Then Master Wen inserted the 3 sticks of incense into the incense burner. The curling blue smoke rose straight up, as if it were a straight line. However, at the height of 3 zhang above, it abruptly vanished from sight, as if it had entered another space. After doing all this, Master Wen stood with his hands down at the side. Seeing this, Yin Shou couldn't help but ask, "Master, is this all?" He didn't see anything unusual or any earth-shattering commotion. Just lighting a stick of incense can notify the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Master Wen nodded and said, "I have already offered incense to summon my teacher. If my teacher is willing to come, she will naturally descend." This wisp of blue smoke carried Master Wen's thoughts straight towards the East Sea. As one of the 4 direct disciples of the Heavenly Teacher, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother did not establish a temple outside, but sought to accompany the Heavenly Teacher closely on Golden Ao Island, ready to receive the teachings of the sage. This wisp of incense circled around Golden Ao Island, then directly followed the aura of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother to her temple. When the incense descended, the ethereal aura of the temple startled the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, who was seated on a mat. Her phoenix-like eyes opened, illuminating the entire room. Receiving the incense after understanding Master Wen's request, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother furrowed her brows slightly and said, "When Zhong actually invites me to go to the great Shang Dynasty's Chaoga, is Dxian also there? What could Dxian possibly have to say to me?" The Golden Spirit Holy Mother was perplexed. Almost instinctively, she wanted to send a message to outright refuse. At this time, the divine calamity had already begun. Following the instructions of the heavenly teacher, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was quietly cultivating in her own temple and naturally did not wish to get involved in the mortal world, especially not to Chaoga to meet Dxian. Though Dxian was the emperor of the world, he was also the boss of her second disciple. However, in the eyes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, he was merely a mortal. Did she really think that the current emperor was the same as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of yore? When Zhong really doesn't understand. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother felt slightly displeased. Just because of this small matter, she had to personally go over there. What did he take her teacher for? In the eyes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, this was akin to going against her own interests. Especially since the divine calamity had already begun, Chaoga was precisely the gathering place for calamity. Furthermore, Dxian was a person of profound karma in the divine appointment. However, before the Golden Spirit Holy Mother could send a message to refuse, the voice of the heavenly teacher directly echoed in her ears, like a gentle Tao sound resonating through her body and mind. In an instant, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's face showed a look of shock. She heard the heavenly teacher say calmly, "Jinling, after you meet the Emperor of the world, return and see me at the Nüwa Palace." Without thinking, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother quickly bowed towards the direction of Nüwa Palace. "Yes, Master." When the Golden Spirit Holy Mother lifted her head, the noble aura of the heavenly teacher had completely vanished, as if nothing had happened. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother was filled with confusion and thought, "Why is my teacher suddenly interested in Dxian?" The heavenly teacher's interest, of course, stemmed from the previous incident with the Wenxiu Star. Previously, Shou had inadvertently granted Baigon the title of the Wenxiu Star Lord. The Wenxiu Star trembled, and the list of divine appointments shook as well. It even directly drew out the rarely seen Fengshen Yang from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Hall. After Fengshen Yang departed with a strike, the divine position of the Wenxiu Star Lord on the list of divine appointments vanished without a trace. This transformation was observed by the heavenly teacher. How could he not be curious about Shou? Yet at this moment, the divine calamity's energy was thick, and Shou's fortune protected him, making it impossible to calculate karma or heavenly secrets. Given the heavenly teacher's status, he naturally could not personally go to Chaoga to verify. He certainly did not have the audacity of Zhuan Ti. At this moment, Master Wen was praying, and the incense smoke passed over Golden Ao Island. The message within the incense smoke was seen through by the heavenly teacher. Wasn't this an opportunity? The heavenly teacher instructed the Golden Spirit Holy Mother without specifying how she should investigate, merely to return and share what she had seen and felt. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother was unaware of these hidden circumstances. Thus she was filled with confusion and astonishment. Dxian is just a mortal. How could he attract the attention of my teacher? However, thoughts aside and actions aside, since the heavenly teacher had already spoken, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's original idea to refuse immediately dissipated. Without a moment's delay, she rose from her temple and headed out beyond Golden Ao Island. Shou and Master Wen exchanged puzzled glances in the courtyard. They waited for a long time, but saw no movement. Even Shou, who had been eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, felt that Master Wen's message had sunk into the sea. Perhaps the other party had not received it, or simply did not wish to come. Master Wen awkwardly said, "Your Majesty, perhaps my teacher is in closed-door cultivation and did not receive my incense prayer." Shou suddenly felt a bit disinterested. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, all right. Rest assured, I wouldn't blame you for such a minor matter." After speaking, Shou pondered for a moment and couldn't help but add, "Master, are you perhaps not in favor with your teacher? Otherwise, why wouldn't she inform you of such a significant matter as the divine appointment? Can't even summon her with incense prayers." Master Wen's face turned awkward and his face flushed slightly. His mouth moved slightly as if to retort. "How could that be? I am the most outstanding disciple under my teacher. Within merely 50 years of learning, I have already cultivated to the golden immortal realm. With my talent and speed, who in the entire Taoist sect can compare?" Just then, a guard entered the garden, trembling with fear, bowed his head from a distance, and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, there is a female Taoist outside seeking an audience. She claims to be Master Wen's teacher." Previously, the surrounding guards had been dismissed by However, this female Taoist looked truly extraordinary, and since she claimed to be Master Wen's teacher, the guards dared not neglect her, and had no choice but to muster the courage to deliver the message. Shou and Master Wen were both taken aback, exchanging glances. Master Wen's face flushed with color, and he hurriedly clasped his hands towards Yin Shou, saying, "Your Majesty, I will go to welcome my teacher." Before he finished speaking, he strode out. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, having exited Golden Ao Island, quickly entered the Great Shang. From a distance, she looked at the palace within Chaoga. As soon as the Golden Spirit Holy Mother stepped in, she aimed to enter as the source of Master Wen's incense prayer was within the palace. In the next moment, the calm void suddenly swirled with fortune. The Great Shang's totem, the celestial bird of destiny, flew out from the fortune, letting out a soft cry as it approached the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Damn it! I actually forgot that the Great Shang Palace has a fortune barrier preventing me from entering directly. Helplessly, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother could only descend from the clouds, standing before the palace gate, like a mortal, allowing the guards to enter and report. At this moment, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother furrowed her brows slightly, her expression cold. Her aura was sharp, exuding a demeanor that warned others to stay away. Fuming inwardly, she muttered, "Wen Zhong, you fool." Unlike Grand Tutor Wen Jinling, Shengmu bore no karmic bond with the Shang Dynasty's celestial mandate. Thus she could not stride unimpeded into the imperial palace. Standing before the palace gates, Jinling Shengmu grew increasingly incensed. That wayward disciple, she thought. Not only has he neglected to visit her since descending the mountain, but today he had humiliated her so grievously. Moments later, Grand Tutor Wen hurried forth, his armor clanking sharply with each step. No longer concerned with secrecy or discretion, he appeared openly before the imperial guards. "There is no time for formalities. My master must be ushered in at once. Otherwise," recalling his own cultivation days and the stern discipline Jinling Shengmu had imposed upon him, Wen Zhong shuddered inwardly. At the distant sight of Jinling Shengmu and the darkening severity of her expression, the formidable aura he had cultivated over decades of high office and battlefield command dissolved instantly. He approached her like a chastened child, shoulders slightly hunched, a nervous, apologetic smile on his face. "Master, forgive me. I have delayed your welcome, Elder." Wen Zhong begs pardon. Jinling Shengmu's phoenix eyes narrowed. She let out a cold, disdainful snort. Just as she prepared to reprimand him, her brows suddenly knitted tight, her gaze fixed upon the void above Wen Zhong's crown. Through her divine sight, the illusory veil parted, revealing Wen Zhong's celestial canopy of destiny. There faint yet unmistakable flowed a stream of primordial, yellow and black, cloud energy. Though exceedingly thin, this chi was profoundly arcane, so inscrutable even Jinling Shengmu could not fathom its origin. Wen Zhong himself sensed nothing, only a sudden clarity of Tao heart and a quiet, dawning insight welling within his spirit. That subtle shift seemed to alter the very essence of his being. As one who had traversed that path herself, Jinling Shengmu recognized it instantly. It was the first tremor of transcendence, the threshold between the peak of Tai Golden Immortal and the exalted realm of De Luo Golden Immortal. Her intended rebuke vanished from her lips, replaced by profound astonishment. "How strange. I know Wen Zhong well, attaining golden immortality is attainable, but De Luo, that is nigh impossible. Yet today his celestial omen has shifted so dramatically." Indeed, during his cultivation under her guidance, Jinling Shengmu herself had divined his fate. Though he reached golden immortality, within 50 years ascending to De Luo remained beyond reach. That was precisely why she had permitted him to return to the Shang Dynasty so readily, and why she had once cast his destiny thus. Wen Zhong's life must never encounter the word absolute, yet now his karmic threads are entangled beyond even my perception. Jinling Shengmu suppressed her astonishment, and just as she prepared to question him, a retinue surged forward in a thunderous rush. At its head strode a young sovereign clad in imperial violet robes, magnificent, imposing, radiant with sovereign Qi Dxian, also known as Yin Shou. From afar he called out, "Grand Tutor, wait for me. Would it not be more fitting to welcome your venerable master together?" As he drew near, Yin Shou lifted his gaze toward Jinling Shengmu, and froze, struck motionless by a sudden visceral tremor in his heart. Having long attained De Luo golden immortality, Jinling Shengmu embodied perfect cultivation, her beauty transcending mortal conception, unearthly and ineffable. As one of the 4 chief disciples of Tontian Jiaozhu, and commander of countless Jie sect cultivators, her bearing radiated innate majesty and sovereign grace. Infused further with the ethereal Tao resonance of the Supreme Clarity sect, she seemed poised to ascend beyond the mortal realm at any moment, as if separated from the profane world by an invisible pane of glass, visible yet untouchable. Yet her phoenix eyes, delicately upturned, pierced through with an unyielding sharpness, lending her presence a startling, undeniable authenticity. This grounded reality confirmed for Yin Shou that she was no illusion. Yuan Shi Tianzuan himself had once assessed her thus: "She has endured 1,000 calamities, her virtue perfected, yet her wrath remains unquelled." Most disciples of the GS sect shared this trait. Technically speaking, their resentment remained unextinguished. I charitably put they possessed unvarnished sincerity, laughing and weeping freely, loving and hating without restraint. After all, what kind of master produces what kind of disciple? This too was learned directly from Tongtian Jiaozhu. Humph. Inshou exhaled softly. Inshou did not know what bewitching vision had seized Xin at Nüwa Temple, nor how breathtakingly beautiful the goddess had appeared when he composed that scandalous poem. Yet he felt certain the peerless Jinling Xingmu before him rivaled even the divine Nüwa in splendor. And yet, this supremely beautiful, overwhelmingly powerful immortal had been slain by the treacherous Lian Deng, struck down by the sea-stilling pearl. Alas, what a tragic waste! Inshou's dazed stare grew so awkward that even Wen Zhong winced, and Jinling Xingmu, the object of such unabashed scrutiny, could bear it no longer. Fury flared in Jinling Xingmu's eyes, golden light flickering at their edges, when Wen Zhong hastily intervened, breaking Inshou's reverie. Ahem! Your Majesty, allow this humble servant to present my master, Jinling Xingmu, foremost disciple of the GS sect's sage sovereign. Only then did Inshou snap back to awareness. A faint self-deprecating smile crossed his face as he declared, voice ringing with sincerity, I have long revered the Saint Mother's name. Today, meeting her in person, I see indeed a celestial being. My lapse was sheer awe. I beg your saintly forgiveness. His candid self-mockery softened Jinling Xingmu's displeasure ever so slightly. She offered a crisp Taoist bow and replied coolly, Jinling of the GS sect greets your Majesty. Your Majesty instructed my disciple to burn incense and transmit your summons. May I inquire? Inshou waved his hand, laughing heartily, to offer instruction. Far beyond my station. Rather, the Saint Mother has nurtured in our Shang Dynasty a pillar like Grand Tutor one. Without his counsel, I would be utterly lost. I simply wish to express my deepest gratitude in person. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Zhong, then added with warm laughter, but let us not linger here at the palace gate. Such discourse is unseemly. The Saint Mother has journeyed far. Let me as host extend proper hospitality. He gestured gracefully toward the palace interior, while Wen Zhong stepped forward to guide Jinling Xingmu. Having come thus far, she accepted without hesitation. With a slight nod, she entered the palace, her mind already turning, analyzing. Bound by Tongtian Jiaozhu's command, she observed Inshou with meticulous attention, every gesture, every micro-expression imprinted indelibly upon her soul. This Xin shows nothing extraordinary. Why would my master take interest in him? Inshou possessed no cultivation. The human sovereign's purple register remained hidden deep within his mind, undetectable even to her. To Jinling Xingmu, he was plainly mortal, his sole distinction being the sovereign aura protecting him, a trait common to all dynastic rulers, nothing remarkable. Moreover, Inshou's gaze had unsettled her deeply, blatant, fervent, unguarded. She needed no divination to discern his inner thoughts. Humph, accustomed to wielding absolute power within the mortal realm, dares even entertain such notions toward me. Were it not for the imminent investiture of the god's tribulation, were I not bound by the backlash of celestial mandate, I would teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Even now, recalling that look, she simmered with indignation. Yet, what did that final glance hold? A flicker of sorrow, of regret. Strange. After Inshou welcomed the Golden Spirit Saint Mother into the royal palace this time, there was no casual banquet in the imperial garden, but a very formal one in the main hall. After the three took their seats, Master Wen sat at a lower position than the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, appearing humble and submissive. Inshou felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Damn, in front of me, he speaks bluntly and with righteous indignation. Why does he act like a little lamb in front of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother? However, Inshou only complained in his heart, hoping that Master Wen would stand firm and suppress the rebellion, so that he could enjoy a few more days of peace. Immediately, Inshou stood up, raised his cup, and smiled, saying, As I just mentioned, the Saint Mother has nurtured a talent like Master Wen for our Shang. I must express my gratitude. He then slightly bowed and clasped his hands towards the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. With a swish, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother swiftly dodged. Though her expression was cold, it was evident that Inshou's act caught her off guard. The great king is the emperor of the world. I am merely an outsider. How can I bear such a courtesy from the great king? Inshou's heart stirred. Was there really such a saying that ordinary people cannot bear? Does that mean if I just lower my status and pay my respects to those from the path of immortality, I could harm them? Just a moment of thought, Inshou realized this was somewhat impossible. Perhaps the other party would indeed be affected by karmic ties, but it was not certain that it would lead to any fatal harm. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother perhaps simply did not wish to be entangled in worldly affairs. At this moment, Inshou's gaze shifted, noticing the coldness on the Golden Spirit Saint Mother's face, which piqued his interest. A figure like the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, transcending the mundane, a celestial being. In Inshou's eyes, there was always a sense of detachment, as if she would vanish from the earthly realm at any moment, yet each emotional shift made the person before him seem far more real. It was as if he had been pulled into the mortal world. What could be more captivating than a celestial maiden descending into the mortal realm? Yin Shou's intent stirred. If you won't allow me to bow, then I shall do it anyway. Thus Yin Shou turned his body and continued to smile at the golden spirit Saint Mother, saying, "Ah, Saint Mother, your words are incorrect. Master Wen is like a teacher to me. Without his assistance, how could I manage this vast Dashang? Or did Master Wen acquire such skills? Isn't it from the Saint Mother? This tribute is certainly deserved by the Saint Mother." After saying this, he was about to bow again towards the golden spirit Saint Mother. This time, Yin Shou quickly bent down. Swish! The golden spirit Saint Mother dodged once more. After avoiding Yin Shou's greeting, her brows furrowed, and her face showed signs of displeasure. What on earth does Yin Shou want? How could he be so ungrateful? If she were to accept this courtesy from Yin Shou, although it would not diminish her fortune, it would certainly increase her karmic ties. Now, during the time of the divine tribulation, adding to karmic ties would only complicate matters. At this moment, the golden spirit Saint Mother looked into Yin Shou's eyes, and suddenly saw a glimmer of cunning passing through them, causing her to instantly realize this fellow is doing it on purpose. Master, when unable to bear it any longer, was preparing to stand up and intervene. Just then the golden spirit Saint Mother said with an even colder expression, "The great king is the emperor. His fortune and karmic ties are the heaviest." If the golden spirit were to accept this courtesy, not only would her cultivation not be harmed, but her fortune would also backlash. "Great king, do not harm me, but let us speak of serious matters quickly. Why have you summoned me?" Master Wen hurriedly stood up and bowed to the golden spirit Saint Mother, calming her down so that she could sit again. He then helplessly gave Yin Shou a glance. He held great authority in front of Yin Shou, and Yin Shou listened to him on matters of state, but that did not mean he could embarrass Yin Shou. On the contrary, even in the grand scheme of things, while Master Wen would speak frankly, he never overstepped the bounds of monarch and minister. Yin Shou understood this clearly, which made him appreciate Master Wen even more, feeling a bit unruly on trivial matters. However, this put Master Wen in a very awkward position. Yin Shou caught the pleading glance from Master Wen. Suddenly enlightened, he smiled apologetically, saying, "Saint Mother, you misunderstand. I am genuinely grateful. I truly did not know there was such a saying." The golden spirit Saint Mother gave a barely perceptible snort. "I would be crazy to believe you. Do you think I didn't see the sly smile you had just now?" In the heart of the golden spirit Saint Mother, another impression of Yin Shou formed. This Emperor Xian appears honest, yet is cunning inside. Master Wen sensed the shift in atmosphere. He quickly spoke up to change the topic, revealing the reason for summoning the golden spirit Saint Mother. "Teacher, I heard the great king mention the matter of the divine tribulation. I am still unsure whether this divine tribulation truly exists. If it does, what are the specifics?" Hearing this, the golden spirit Saint Mother was momentarily taken aback, and then her expression turned awkward. Oh, it seems she really forgot to inform Master Wen about such an important matter as the divine tribulation. Looking at Master Wen's earnest face, the golden spirit Saint Mother could only clear her throat to cover her embarrassment, and then spoke. "Indeed, there is a divine tribulation. This is a calamity among the immortals. Wen Zhong, you have served in Dashang for a long time. I actually forgot to inform you about this matter." Master Wen observed the somewhat awkward expression of the golden spirit Saint Mother. Being extremely considerate of his teacher, he began to explain for the golden spirit Saint Mother, saying, "This is also not the teacher's fault. It is that Wen Zhong has become enamored with worldly riches, and after leaving, he did not return to visit the teacher. It is my fault. Please forgive me, teacher." With Master Wen's words, the golden spirit Saint Mother's brows relaxed slightly, and her guilt faded a bit. "Indeed. Who let you Wen Zhong not return to Janeo Island after descending the mountain? It is no wonder the teacher did not admonish you when summoning the disciples of the Jia sect." After the golden spirit Saint Mother steadied her emotions, she took the time to explain the matter of the divine tribulation to Master Wen in detail. The cause of the divine tribulation originates from the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect committing a killing calamity. Now the calamity energy is thick. The great tribulation is approaching, and in addition to the heavenly court's Emperor Haoyan crying to the Tao ancestor that there are no people in the heavenly court, the Tao ancestor thus conferred the divine list, using the changing of the dynasty's fortune as the battlefield, igniting this immortal killing calamity. When she reached here, the golden spirit Saint Mother suddenly paused, her gaze lifting to look at Yin Shou sitting above. The changing of the mortal dynasty as the battlefield. Now Dashang governs the human race across the 9 provinces. Oh, according to this reasoning, isn't Dashang the very object being replaced? And the ruler of Dashang, Emperor Xian, is sitting right here. What? How will she continue? Could it be that she directly says, "Your dynasty will be gone in a few decades"? Just then, suddenly hearing Master Wen's deep voice call out, "The changing of the dynasty. Humph, I wondered why that little Yuan Fudong has the assistance of the North Sea giant demon trying to delay me on the North Sea battlefield. So it turns out there is such a thing. Master, when a high-ranking minister, radiated a fierce aura from countless battles once again. His gaze was extremely sharp, and the third eye on his forehead seemed to flicker with white light. After being enlightened by the Golden Spirit Saint Mother all the strange and puzzling feelings he had while suppressing the rebellion in the North Sea found answers, surely those wanting to instigate the divine tribulation were meddling. Master Wen was confident that if he were to oversee the Deshang, everything would absolutely remain orderly. But to draw him away from the mountain. Although Emperor Xian was capable and strong, he was not as cunning as Master Wen, making it easier to manipulate. After his anger, Master Wen cupped his hands towards Yin Shou. He even laughed out loud with some pride, saying, "Do they want to delay me and cause chaos in Deshang? Huh? Do they not know that my king possesses the ancient emperor's holy virtue, benefiting the lives of the people across the 9 provinces?" Hearing Master Wen laugh so confidently, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother frowned slightly. Has Wen Zhong become foolish from assisting Deshang? This cunning lad right here benefiting the 9 provinces. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother certainly did not believe it. Looking back at Yin Shou, she found that when he heard about the divine tribulation, he showed no signs of panic, sitting there as if nothing was wrong. At this moment, Master Wen was flattering him, and Yin Shou waved his hand at Master Wen. "Oh, Master, you are taking it too far. I have merely done a small deed. How can I compare to the ancient emperor or the sages of old?" Though he said this, the pride in his eyes was impossible to hide. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother felt puzzled. Did this guy not understand what she was saying? Suddenly, she recalled Master Wen's earlier remark. "I heard the great king mention the matter of the divine tribulation." The Golden Spirit Saint Mother was suddenly enlightened, looking at Yin Shou with newfound astonishment. He is merely a mortal, not on the path of cultivation. How could he know about the divine tribulation before, when the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits could only conceal her doubts within her heart? It was inappropriate for her, an outsider, to inquire about Yinshi's silence. As for the flattering words spoken by Master Wen, she was utterly unwilling to believe them. She even murmured to herself, "When Zhong, you said to return to assist the human race in supporting the Deshang. It's only been a short while, and even the esteemed Tai Golden Immortal has been tainted by the dust of the mortal world. What has not been learned yet, the art of flattery, is mastered." Just then Master Wen suddenly took something out from his, as white as snow and as thin as feathers. He bent down and presented it to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, his tone revealing an unmistakable sense of pride. "Teacher, please take a look. This item is called paper. It was created by my lord." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits took the paper and stroked it in her hand. At the same time, Master Wen briefly introduced the uses of paper: writing, recording, inheritance. Though it was only a few words, it left the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits in shock. She was not a dull-witted person, as she instantly understood the significance of this mundane object before her. Though this paper was an ordinary item, it was cherished by the human Tao. Such a sacred object of the human Tao. It was actually created by Emperor Xian. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits looked at Yinshu with disbelief. In her heart, she still found it hard to believe that this cunning and frivolous fellow could produce something so significant. Seeing the shocked expression of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, Yinshu couldn't help but snort quietly. "I have created much more. It's not just paper." At that moment, Baigan was busy in the newly expanded workshop, working tirelessly to complete the new tasks assigned to him by Yinshu. There were methods for purifying white sugar, methods for smelting and casting iron, and the like. There was also Fei Zhong, who was busy making wine in the workshop. If you've already brewed the wine, isn't making soy sauce and vinegar just a matter of course? It's merely a different fermentation time. Of course, Yinshu had no profound thoughts when he assigned these tasks. He merely wanted to savor sweet and sour pork in this world of deification, to enjoy a hearty stir-fry. At this moment, Yinshu couldn't help but grumble internally. In this world of deification, can't you immortal beings show some civic responsibility and help improve the lives of the human race? As the ruler of Deshang, the current human emperor, how can I not even have a stir-fry to eat? At present, the cooking methods of Deshang are limited to roasting or boiling. Common people use clay pots to cook rice and stew meat, while I, as Emperor Xian, have much better treatment. Directly using a cauldron, setting a bonfire underneath the bronze cauldron, and boiling away. But this is made of bronze. Isn't it exceeding the heavy metal standards to stew meat? Otherwise, it's just sliced raw, which in modern terms is called sashimi. Hence there's a saying that one should not be picky. It emphasizes that the thinner and more exquisite the meat is sliced, the better. Thus it can be said that we are the ancestors of sashimi. Only after the cooking utensils improved did these outdated cooking methods gradually fade from the mainstream. So after the paper was produced, Yinshu couldn't wait to urge Baigan to keep pushing forward. "Uncle Wang, you can do it. You have a clever and agile mind. These little tricks should be easy for you." At this moment, seeing the shocked expression of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, Master Wen felt a bit pleased. The earlier doubts from the teacher had made him somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he is my lord. Then Master Wen cupped his hands towards Inshur and said loudly, Your Majesty need not worry about the deification matters. With your holy virtue, our Shang is thriving, and any minor rebellions are merely trifles. Rest assured, after I return to the North Sea, I will swiftly quell the rebellion and return to Chaoga. Want to topple our Shang? Humph. Unless you step over my dead body. Inshur was initially quite pleased with Master Wen's flattery, especially in front of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits. If there were no spectators for this act of showing off, it would be better not to do it at all. Then hearing Master Wen's loyal words, Inshur couldn't help but nod slightly. I truly did not misjudge Master Wen's character. Suddenly hearing Master Wen's last remark nearly made Inshur exclaim in surprise. My dear Master Wen, don't raise a flag randomly. In the original deification, it was after Master Wen died at the Absolute Dragon Ridge that the Shang fell apart and could no longer compete with Shi-Chi. Inshur quickly said, Alright Master, please don't keep talking about death. In my opinion, your future is vast and formidable. I will still rely on you to lend a hand in the future. Inshur was actually referring to after the deification. As the nine heavens responding thunder universal deity Master Wen is a person of great power and influence, and his charisma within the Jie Jiao makes him a real authority figure. Look at how few people from the Jie Jiao stepped in when the Monkey King caused havoc in heaven. The ones who truly intervened were Nezha and Yang Jian, and Li Jing and others were all from the Chan Jiao background. Master Wen's Jie Jiao gods were all hiding to watch the show. Thinking of this, Yinshi's gaze sharpened as he looked at the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits. How could he forget this future true powerhouse? Master Wen was merely the leader of the Thunder Department. But the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits is truly the leader of the Jie Jiao deities within the heavenly court. Not to mention, just consider the divine position she will hold in the future. The King Palace Domu. She is the foremost of billions of stars, revered as a mother by the Emperor of the Constellations and the Emperor of the Purple Micro. If after 28 years one wishes to thrive in the heavenly court, shouldn't he quickly embrace this golden leg of support before him? Thinking of this, Inshur hurriedly stood up and said to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, I have a matter to request of the Holy Mother, may I? Both the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits and Master Wen were somewhat surprised. Your Majesty may speak without hesitation. Although the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits was puzzled, she still spoke with a calm expression and ethereal tone. In the next moment, she was thrown off by Yinshi's request. She opened her eyes wide in shock. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao and wish to take the Holy Mother as my teacher, may I? Before the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits could respond, Master Wen couldn't help but oppose first. Master Wen helplessly said, Your Majesty, I have already told you that the human emperor cannot cultivate. This is an ironclad rule. Why must your Majesty remain so stubborn? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits let out a light breath, nodding in agreement. However, Inshur simply stated nonchalantly, Master, I know what you said, but I didn't say I would learn any divine powers or spells from the Holy Mother. I only need to be taught some things about cultivating one's character. Is cultivation necessarily about divine powers and spells? I don't think so. This statement left both Master Wen and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits in silent contemplation, both showing expressions of deep thought. Especially Master Wen, whose eyes were shimmering with divine light. It was evident that Yinshi's words had greatly impacted him. At this moment, Inshur looked at the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits again and asked, I wonder what you think. Would you be willing to accept me as your disciple? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits instinctively nodded at first. This was an acknowledgement of Yinshi's earlier understanding of the Tao, but in the next moment, she quickly shook her head with a wry smile. Your Majesty, please do not joke. I am not a saint like Master. I am still far from attaining the Tao. How could I have the qualifications to accept the human emperor as a disciple? Had it been before, even if the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits had refused, she would not have explained herself like this. However, after seeing the paper and listening to Yinshi's words, she vaguely felt that Inshur was not as simple as she had thought. She decisively refused and humbly provided her reason. My Tao practice is insufficient. I am not worthy enough to accept the human emperor as a disciple. Seeing the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits' firm demeanor, Inshur shook his head gently. Sigh. I merely wanted to cling to a golden leg. Is that so difficult? I don't really want you to teach me cultivation. Earlier, didn't you Xianmin send Guang Qingzi and the others to be the teachers of the human emperor? Suddenly, Inshur recalled what Master Wen had said earlier about the 9 provinces and 9 tripods formation established by Emperor Yu, which set up causal restrictions. Inshur helplessly said, So it seems that only a saint like your master can accept me as a disciple. I indeed wish to take your master as my teacher, but I have no chance to meet. Holy Mother, could you perhaps ask if the saint of Tongtian is still accepting disciples? As Inshur said this, his tone became excited, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Inshur was a bit excited when he mentioned this. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother had a glimmer of light in her eyes and a smile on her lips, looking at Yin Shou with a wise expression. So this was the plan all along. In the mind of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, everything connected, and it all made perfect sense. No wonder Dexi knew about the great calamity of the Fengshen, showing no signs of panic in his eyes, but rather a calm demeanor. It turns out he had long planned to cling to his master's side. This also explains why when Zhong suddenly burned incense to summon himself. However, he was thinking too much. How could someone like Dexi, a key figure destined to be on the Fengshen list, catch the master's eye? Although our Jiejiao is open to all, not everyone can enter. As the Golden Spirit Saint Mother smiled faintly, the entire hall seemed to radiate brilliance. Yin Shou was completely captivated. Women indeed look better when they smile. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother initially wanted to refuse outright, but then thought, why not tease Dexi a bit, letting this guy be so rude. She immediately spoke softly. My king, I will relay your words to my master. As for whether it succeeds or not, that will depend on my master's own thoughts. Let's just say Yin Shou was overjoyed. Even Master Wen was taken aback. Master. Master Wen originally wanted to say, you really are. The Tantian Patriarch is a revered sage who doesn't know how difficult it is to become a disciple of a sage. Jiejiao's openness to all does not mean anyone can join. It means I will deliver the teachings, and whoever is fated can come to listen. The true disciples of the Tantian Patriarch are merely the 4 main disciples plus Zhao, Gongming, the Sanxiao sisters, and the 7 fairies who accompany him. Among the tens of thousands of Jiejiao followers, most refer to the Tantian Patriarch not as master, but as patriarch. Master Wen smiled bitterly, wanting to persuade the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, please don't mislead my king. However, seeing Yin Shou so excited that he almost stood up and paced around, he could only helplessly say, my king is the current human emperor. Though unable to cultivate, receiving the teachings of a sage would still be a great fortune. Yin Shou repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He was somewhat self-aware. The Tantian Patriarch probably wouldn't agree to take him as a disciple, especially now during the great calamity of the Fengshen. He even instructed his disciples to stay at the dojo and avoid getting involved in the calamity. How could he himself take the lead and accept Yin Shou as a disciple? Just a shot in the dark. This should work right. What if the Tantian Patriarch unexpectedly agreed? Moreover, even if the Tantian Patriarch doesn't agree, wouldn't he have the Golden Spirit Saint Mother come back to reply? This back and forth. Yin Shou was so delighted, he almost laughed out loud. He glanced at the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, who had slightly furrowed her brows, and hurriedly said, thank you, Saint Mother. If I could become a disciple of a sage, it would indeed be a beautiful story for us to call each other brother and sister. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother huffed lightly in her heart. She thought, wanting to be my junior brother. How naive. With a slight sneer, she directly said her goodbyes, having already said what needed to be said. She felt her observation of Dexin was thorough enough. Even if she went back now, she could still explain it to her master. Yin Shou was astonished and quickly tried to retain her. We haven't even spoken for long. Why is the Saint Mother in such a hurry? Even Master Wen was a bit reluctant, trying to retain her along with Yin Shou. However, they couldn't change the Golden Spirit Saint Mother's mind. Master Wen pondered for a moment. He then bowed to Yin Shou and said, my king, since that's the case, I shall also take my leave. My hasty return from the North Sea is just in time to head back there. Saying this, Master Wen's gaze was resolute. Like making a military decree, he promised Yin Shou, my king, rest assured, I will fight fiercely after going to the North Sea and quell the rebellion. Return early. Whether Master Wen would return or not, Yin Shou didn't care in the slightest. In fact, he hoped he would be stuck in the North Sea for a while, that way he could be a bit more at ease. Although Master Wen was loyal and capable, his personality was too straightforward. He often spoke blunt. If Master Wen were to stay in Chaogu, he would probably criticize his indulgence in wine and pleasure at least 3 times a day. Ultimately, Yin Shou helplessly said, fine, Master, please go escort the Saint Mother. Master Wen bowed, respectfully leading the Golden Spirit Saint Mother out of the palace. Once outside the palace, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother leaped onto the clouds, summoning her treasure, the 7 incense carriage, and sat down on it. After leaving Chaogu, the 7 incense carriage finally stopped. Naturally, Master Wen followed along, standing respectfully in front of the carriage. The Ink Qilin also lay down obediently, knowing that the Golden Spirit Saint Mother was not to be trifled with, not daring to take a breath. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother originally wanted to scold Wen Zhong a few times. Look at what you've done. After so many years of not visiting the master, now you cause trouble with a message. But after thinking carefully, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother felt a pang of sympathy in her heart, looking at Master Wen with a slight sigh. During the great calamity of the Fengshen, others could hide in their dojo to avoid it. Only this little disciple before her could not escape at all. As the Grand Master of Deshang, his fate was closely tied to that of Deshang. After Wu Zhou attacked Shang, what good could Master Wen expect? Unable to help, but give some advice. Wen Zhong, I have already told you before, when you studied under me, you can never encounter a calamity in your life. Now that the great calamity has begun and the calamity chi is spreading, take care of yourself. If really necessary, just abandon everything in the mortal realm and go to Jinao Island. Although I won't interfere in the calamity, you are still my disciple, and I can ultimately protect you. Master Wen felt a slight warmth in his heart. The imposing figure full of majesty had slightly moist eyes at this moment. Although the master had always been picky and critical, he still cared about him. Thank you for your concern, master. However, I am a human and have received the grace of the previous king of Deshang. How could I flee at this critical time? I have already sworn before the king that if I were to overthrow Deshang, I would first have to cross over my body. Wen Zhong. Master Wen's words were becoming more and more resolute. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother had a helpless expression on her face, but did not try to persuade him further. She knew Master Wen's character too well. He was a stubborn man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on assisting Deshang for so many years. Why can't you, a fine Tai Golden Immortal, just open a dojo and find a cave abode to cultivate and seek the Tao, instead of turning over in this turbulent world? However, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother still pointed out a little, since that's the case, I won't say much more. Wen Zhong, in this meeting, I find that your aura has changed. You actually have the chance of attaining the Deluo. Do you have any special opportunities or encounters? Otherwise, how could Wen Zhong break through his own shackles and give rise to the seeds of a Deluo Golden Immortal? Master Wen was surprised at first, then overjoyed. So this feeling, this stirring of the Tao heart, is indeed the chance of Deluo. I thought I had just stumbled onto something. But what the Golden Spirit Saint Mother referred to as opportunity and encounter, Master Wen recalled carefully in his heart. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't figure it out, and ultimately shook his head slowly. I have been the same as always and have not thought of anything unusual. It can't be. Saying this, a look of surprise filled Master Wen's eyes. His eyes widened, and his third eye shone with a white light. Could it be the king? The Golden Spirit Saint Mother was startled and quickly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Master Wen quickly recalled the conversation he had with Insho earlier. He must repeat it to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit looked utterly incredulous. How is that possible? Just one word from Insho, and you instantly have the chance to break free from your shackles and ascend to the Great Luo. Then why not simply return to Chaoga? Let Insho say a word, and I, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, can slay the corpse right now. The more Master Wen thought about it, the more convinced he felt in his heart the king creating paper is indeed a matter of great importance for the development of the human race. Just a few months ago, I felt the stirring of Cheage's fortune in the North Sea. The king possesses such holy virtue, almost resembling the ancient human emperor. Master, are you not aware that during the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they could confer divinity and grant life or death with just a word? The light in Master Wen's eyes shone brightly. He turned to gaze at the defenses of Chaoga. Moreover, I clearly remember that when the king said I would surely achieve Great Luo, I suddenly felt my Tao heart become clear. I just didn't pay attention at that time. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit still found it hard to believe. Seeing Master Wen's fervent expression, eager to rush back and bow to Insho in gratitude, she gently shook her head. However, she did not continue to argue with Master Wen, only saying, "Let us put this matter aside for now. But you must not waste this opportunity." After a moment's contemplation, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit finally said, "Wen Zhong, you should first return with me to Jinao Island, and I will explain the path to Great Luo to you. If you can quickly break through to Great Luo, you will have a better chance of protecting yourself during the Great Tribulation." Master Wen was naturally overjoyed. Yet upon thinking of the war in the North Sea, he hesitated in his heart. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit noticed this and appeared exasperated, saying, "Wen Zhong, have you not always been clear-headed? Why are you confused at this moment? If you can break through to Great Luo, wouldn't that benefit you more than rushing back to the Great Shang? The saying goes, sharpening the axe will not hinder the work of cutting wood." Master Wen quickly understood this point and suppressed his worries about the war in the North Sea. He clasped his hands in gratitude to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. "Thank you, Master." Thus the two swiftly headed towards the East Sea. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit led the way in her 7-fragrance chariot, while Master Wen rode the ink Qilin trailing behind like a little attendant. Upon arriving at Jinao Island, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit originally intended for Wen Zhong to wait at her dojo. She would first report to the Celestial Master. Before she could act on this thought, she heard the voice of the Celestial Master Jinling, "Handle your affairs first, and then come to Baiyu Palace to see me." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit hurriedly bowed in the direction of Baiyu Palace. Master Wen curiously asked, "Master, is it the Master Ancestor calling for you?" The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit shot him a glare and huffed softly, "Why bother with so much?" Having said that, she led the way down to the dojo. Moments later, within the dojo of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the sound of her teachings floated through the air, and the rich aura of Great Luo began to spread. As the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit began to impart her teachings, she held nothing back. Naturally, this stirred quite a few disciples of the Jie who were cultivating on Janeo Island. They were astonished in their hearts. Why did Sister Jean Ling suddenly start teaching without any prior notice? Then they flocked towards the dojo of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. It should be known that the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, as one of the 4 direct disciples of the Celestial Master, possessed profound cultivation and deep Tao attainment. During the original Great Tribulation of Fengshen, she single-handedly defeated the 3 great warriors with ease. Had it not been for the sneak attack by the lantern bearer using the sea calming pearl, she would not have met her demise. The Yuanshi Tianzuan even gave her a high evaluation. Virtue is abundant, but the heart of anger is hard to remove. Yet the more her anger lingered, the more the disciples of Jie adored her genuine nature. As the disciples who came to listen to the teachings surrounded the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and Master One, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit showed no fluctuation in her aura. She continued to meticulously explain the path to Great Luo to Master One, particularly emphasizing the secrets to breaking through to Great Luo at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. Every word was like a pearl resonating within Master One's heart. Countless thoughts echoed within Master One's primordial spirit. Atop the gathering of 3 flowers, the spark of light that originally existed grew increasingly radiant and slowly expanded. Even more strangely, in the inexplicable void, the aura of Xianhuang gently descended, occasionally shimmering with a purple-golden glow, continuously nourishing Master One's Tao fruit. This led to Master One repeatedly gaining insights. His Tao attainment was rapidly increasing. This scene could only be seen by those who had deep cultivation. Yet even those who could see it did not understand the origin of this Xianhuang aura. Only the celestial master within Nüwa Palace, following the descending Xianhuang aura, traced his gaze back to the mysterious space. His expression was calm, and he ultimately smiled, faintly murmuring, "Interesting." A few days later, Master One's aura surged ever higher until beyond a certain threshold, he remained immovable. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had already stopped teaching, and the gathered Jie disciples all focused intently on Master One. Sister Jean Ling is indeed impressive. Her disciple is on the verge of breaking through to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Some Jie disciples marveled in their hearts. At this juncture, Master One could either muster his strength to break through the boundary of Great Luo Golden Immortal, or his aura could plummet, making any future attempts at breakthrough even more challenging. While the onlookers were astonished at Master Wen's rapid advancement, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was, if breaking through to Great Luo were truly as simple as listening to teachings, then the Great Luo Golden Immortal would not be so valuable. She originally only intended to help when Zhong grasped this opportunity, to help him stabilize his insights and opportunities. Accumulating a little more would make it easier for him to break through his own shackles. However, unexpectedly, as Master Wen listened, he truly began to charge towards the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. "Disciple, are you serious?" The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit murmured anxiously, preparing to protect Master Wen's Tao with all her might. In case of failure in the breakthrough, at the very least, he must not injure his foundation. Indeed, breaking through to Great Luo Golden Immortal was not so easy. Master Wen's aura condensed into a single point as countless insights gathered in his heart. Indeed, breaking through to Great Luo Golden Immortal was not so easy. Master Wen's aura condensed into a single point as countless insights gathered in his heart. Their seats back to avoid interference and impact. But how solid was the Great Luo barrier? Master Wen's first attempt could not even shake it. After the initial failure, Master Wen sighed internally, "Alas, I was too impatient." The Master said there was an opportunity to break through to Great Luo, but that does not mean I possess such strength. He simply thought of the Master's words regarding the Fengshen Great Tribulation and the war in the North Sea. Master Wen gritted his teeth, his heart steeled. He once again gathered all his magical power, transforming it into an overwhelming force to slam against the intangible Great Luo barrier. Boom! Master Wen's figure trembled slightly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This tremor had evidently injured his physical body. A wave of gasps erupted around. Even the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit quickly called out, "Wen Zhong, I brought you back to learn the Tao, just to lay a solid foundation for you. I never said to let you break through right now. You mustn't be so impatient." Master Wen weakly opened his eyes. He managed a wry smile towards the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, yet there was no sign of wanting to stop. Sighing inwardly, he bitterly murmured, "Master, it's not that I am impatient. It's just that I, Deshang, cannot afford to wait any longer." The urgency in Master Wen's heart far exceeded his outward demeanor. Knowing of the Fengshen Great Tribulation, and considering the forces in the North Sea that were restraining him, Master Wen wished he could slay the Northern Sea rebels right now. "My king has finally revealed the aura of the ancient human emperor. How can I allow you small villains to... With this thought, Master Wen's expression suddenly hardened, and his magical power surged violently, transforming into a force once more as he sought to break through. When Zhong, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this, she silently regretted how she suddenly thought to bring him back for teachings. What if he fails to break through to Great Luo and sustains serious injuries? Just as Master Wen, with a desperate mindset, attempted to break free from his shackles and ascend to Great Luo. In Xiaoga City, within the royal palace, the bored Inshou felt a stir in his heart and quickly began to investigate his human emperor's purple talisman. Hey. Why is the fortune within rapidly diminishing? The color is fading. What on earth is... After the departure of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and Master Wen, Inshou initially continued to revel and amuse himself with Queen Zhang and the other two, but gradually found himself feeling rather bored. This is not to say that the three were lacking in charm. Queen Zhang was ample, consort Huang was valiant, and consort Yang was demure. Each had her own distinct traits and colors, competing in beauty and complementing each other perfectly. However, Inshou still made a mistake common to all men in the world: greed. A few days later, the image of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit kept replaying in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Inshou recalled a joke he had heard in his past life. Every time a little boy went to the mall, he would cry out for new toys. His mother, not understanding, asked him, "What toys do we not have at home? Why do you insist on buying new ones?" The little boy replied, "But I haven't played with these." Inshou was currently in this state. After some leisure, Inshou began to ponder the human emperor's purple talisman in his mind again, and unexpectedly, he actually discovered something. Inshou suddenly realized that the golden liquid flowing within the human emperor's purple talisman was indeed luck. He also understood that consuming this luck could grant divine beings clemency. On the paper suppressed by the human emperor's purple talisman, the figure of Bygone on the talisman of the Star Lord of Literature became increasingly clear, serving as irrefutable evidence. He carefully recalled the exchange he had with Bygone that day. Inshou became increasingly certain of his idea. But wasn't this just competing with the list of deified beings for business? The primordial heavenly venerable showed no reaction. Had he not noticed the change in the divine position of the Star Lord of Literature, or was he simply too lazy to bother with him? Inshou felt a bit worried and puzzled. Surely my identity as a human emperor wouldn't prevent the primordial heavenly venerable from acting right. The primordial heavenly venerable isn't someone who follows the rules strictly. It's quite amusing. The doctrine of the primordial heavenly venerable is to follow the heavenly way and enlighten the Tao. Logically, he should be the most concerned about rules and principles, yet he was the first to strike against juniors during the cataclysm of the deification. Initially, he had made every effort to avoid being influenced by the heavenly trend, enduring the deaths of many disciples without moving a muscle. Until later he could endure no longer and erupted completely. The primordial heavenly venerable is no good. Did he really think that his two brothers would consider brotherly feelings? You should think about it. If they truly thought so, would you still be staying on Golden Ao Island? Inshou murmured to himself. He even thought that if the primordial heavenly venerable was willing to take him as a disciple and protect him, he must persuade the primordial heavenly venerable well. Subsequently, Inshou began to wonder when the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit would come again. Regardless of success or failure, she had to come and give him a sign. After waiting a long time, without any movement, Inshou simply started a new attempt. He first summoned Fei Zhong, complimenting him on his work during this period, praising the fine wine brewed by Dr. Fei, and finally, concluding Dr. Fei should be our grand merchant's wine god. Inshou intended to recreate the changes that occurred with Bygone back then. But to his surprise, there was no change in the human emperor's purple talisman at all. Could it be that I must grant them clemency in their divine positions? For example, Bygone is destined to be the Star Lord of Literature. Inshou pondered in confusion. But what divine positions did those two fellows Fei Zhong and Yu Han ultimately obtain? Inshou felt a headache, unable to recall it all. Actually, it makes sense. Who would pay attention to the divine positions of minor figures like Fei Zhong and Yu Han on the list of deified beings? It was already remarkable that Inshou could remember the divine positions of Bygone and Master Wen. His exploration of the human emperor's purple talisman came to an abrupt halt. Forget it. Even if I could really grant clemency to divine beings, so what? Who knows, the shameless primordial heavenly venerable might just flip the table directly. Inshou murmured. This was not just Inshou rambling. When the disciples of the Chan sect could not defeat their enemies, it was the primordial heavenly venerable who directly intervened, suppressing the three heavens. Because of this, the primordial heavenly venerable was so infuriated that he directly summoned the Excalibur of the slaying immortals. Just as Inshou was preparing to temporarily set it aside, a sudden violent change occurred within the human emperor's purple talisman. In his mind, he suddenly saw the human emperor's purple talisman open up an immeasurable illusory space. Beneath the human emperor's purple talisman lay the first sheet of paper being suppressed. The divine position of the Star Lord of Literature on it continuously emitted starlight drifting into this void space, slowly altering this area. And the grand human emperor's purple talisman floated in the center unstable, like a colossal purple sun. Suddenly the purple light on the human emperor's purple talisman surged. Within its incredibly mysterious patterns, the flowing luck gold actually vanished by more than half in an instant. It was as if a mighty river had suddenly transformed into a gently babbling brook. My luck. Insho gasped in shock. I haven't casually granted anyone clemency recently, so why has my luck suddenly flowed away? On Golden Ao Island within the Tao field of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Just as Master Wen attempted to break through the great Luo realm for the third time, burning all his magical power, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit first gasped in surprise. Then the disciples of the Chan sect around were also shocked, their eyes wide. This Wen Zhong actually has what's the need for this? He has only touched the threshold of Great Luo, and still lacks much accumulation. If he could remain humble and patient, gradually building his foundation, he would eventually ascend to Great Luo in peace. Isn't this better than gambling with his own path? The disciples of the Chan sect were perplexed, but also felt a sense of admiration for Master Wen. Originally, when Master Wen was under the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, he ascended to the Golden Immortal Realm in 50 years, and his reputation had already spread widely among the disciples of the Chan sect. Now Master Wen's prestige rose significantly again. He saw his aura rapidly climbing to its peak, faintly exhibiting the aura of Great Luo as he ascended toward a higher realm. The Tao fruit within his primordial spirit also rapidly condensed, undergoing constant qualitative changes. But the next moment Master Wen's expression changed dramatically. The Great Luo barrier was like an insurmountable chasm. He could see it, but no matter what he could not cross it. His primordial spirit's Tao heart leapt forward, facing the terrifying prospect of being shattered. A mouthful of essence blood suddenly spurted from Wen Zhong's mouth. His aura instantly withered, just as it had surged rapidly from consuming luck. It now fell just as quickly. Wen Zhong, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's complexion changed drastically, and she cried out loudly. She immediately prepared to lend assistance. However, she had no way to help Master Wen break through. Achieving Great Luo was something everyone had to accomplish for themselves, and the shackles within Master Wen were not so easily broken. Otherwise, how could it be called a difficult fate? What the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could do was to stabilize Master Wen's aura, calming the internal tremors within his body to prevent greater harm to his foundation. But before the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could take action, an unexpected event occurred. Above Master Wen's primordial spirit, a mysterious passage suddenly opened, and an incredibly rich flow of luck, like a golden river cascading down from the heavens, poured directly toward Master Wen's primordial spirit. Splashing. Luck was originally formless. However, everyone present seemed to hear the sound of mighty. The cracks on Master Wen's primordial spirit instantly disappeared, manifesting on his body. His face, which had originally looked like golden paper, suddenly turned rosy. An even more powerful aura rose from Master Wen once again. His body suddenly soared into the air. Within his primordial spirit, as this immense luck poured in, he seemed to hear a very faint sound of shattering crack. Boom. Master Wen's primordial spirit finally underwent qualitative change. His aura swept out in all directions, rolling in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Countless laws of power surged toward Master Wen. The spiritual mechanisms of heaven and earth were drawn, and countless phenomena were generated. Great Luo. He succeeded. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's delicate hand was still raised before her, staring blankly at Master Wen. He really did achieve Great Luo Golden Immortal in one go. The many disciples of the Chan sect were also stunned by this unexpected turn of events. They all fell silent, looking up at Master Wen in midair. After a long time, Master Wen devoured the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth, simply stabilizing his realm before hastily descending to the ground. He couldn't even wait to greet the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and his fellow disciples from the Chan sect, directly bowing toward the direction of Chaga City. He exclaimed, "This old minister thanks the great king for his grace." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chan sect erupted like a boiling pot, instantly clamoring. The straightforward fairy Yu, he stepped forward and questioned Master Wen directly. "Wen Zhong, what are you doing? If not for Sister Golden Spirit explaining the Tao to you, how could you break through to Great Luo? Yet at this moment you don't even greet Sister Golden Spirit first. Instead you thank Immortal. Yu Xian is the second son of Yuanfeng, the younger brother of Kong Xian. He is the first and greatest rock in existence, yet his cultivation pales in comparison to Kong Xian. Nevertheless, he possesses the cultivation of a Daluo Golden Immortal. At the time when Yuan Feng gave birth to the two, he was severely injured. Due to being born later, Yue Xian lacked the primordial essence. The innate yin and yang energies he carried could not be refined into his own divine powers like Kong Xian. Kong Xian integrated the innate 5 elements qi into himself, transforming it into the divine power of the innate 5 elements divine light. In contrast, Yue Xian could only sever the innate yin and yang energies, forging them into a formidable treasure. It was named the Yin-Yang Qi Bottle. Later, Yue Xian became a disciple of the Tongtian teacher, becoming one of the 7 immortals by his side. Within the Jie sect, Yue Xian also held great renown. At this moment, seeing Master Wen achieve Daluo, he intended to step forward and congratulate him, but unexpectedly, Wen Zhong landed and first bowed in gratitude to that so-called great king. If it weren't for senior sister Jinling's teachings, could you have achieved Daluo? Yue Xian could not help but voice his question. Others shared the same thought, but after Yue Xian spoke first, they all frowned at Wei Taishe, awaiting. At this moment, when Taishe had respectfully bowed to Yin Shou from afar, he quickly stood up and approached Saint Mother Jinling. Realizing everyone's expressions and understanding their thoughts, his face flushed red as he hurried to explain. Teacher, I didn't mean it like that. Just when Taishe was about to fail, a vast fortune suddenly descended, stabilizing Wen Taishi's shaky Daluo Dao fruit in an instant. And at that very moment, amidst the pouring fortune, Wen Taishe caught a glimpse of Yin Shou's figure. Radiating a golden purple light, Yin Shou pointed towards Wen Taishe from afar, instantly breaking the shackles upon him with an invisible force. It was because this scene was too shocking that he fell from the clouds, instinctively bowing towards Yin Shou, who was far away in Chaoga. Unexpectedly, he forgot that his own teacher, Saint Mother Jinling, was still present. At this moment, Wen Taishe wore a look of embarrassment. Oh, wasn't this intentionally putting his teacher in a difficult position? However, to be fair, he truly had no intention of underestimating his teacher. Saint Mother Jinling, however, waved her hand indifferently and said lightly, "All right, you need not explain. I already know the cause and effect of this." As she recalled her earlier conversation with Wen Zhong when he came to Jinao Island, she began to hesitate in her heart. Could it be that Wen Zhong's breakthrough is indeed due to this DXA? Instinctively, Saint Mother Jinling wanted to overturn this thought. But if it weren't for Yin Shou, how could Wen Taishe have ever hoped to achieve Daluo? Why did the opportunity for a breakthrough suddenly arise? Moreover, previously an inexplicable force had descended upon Wen Zhong. Even when Wen Zhong was on the verge of failure, it forcibly broke through the barrier of his Daluo realm. How can this be explained? While contemplating, Saint Mother Jinling addressed Yue Xian and the others. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, do not be angry. It's not that Wen Zhong disrespects me, but there are other reasons behind this. It's just a long story." Wen Taishe hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Saint Mother Jinling. "Thank you, teacher, for your teachings. Although I acted recklessly, I am grateful for your understanding. It truly makes Wen Zhong feel guilty." Observing that the teacher and disciple seemed to harbor no grudges, everyone believed what Saint Mother Jinling said. Perhaps there really was some hidden truth. Yue Xian's somewhat unpleasant expression gradually faded. Curiosity, however, arose on his face, and he immediately laughed and said, "Senior Sister Jinling, why not tell us more? After you mention it, we are all quite eager." Immediately someone echoed, "Yes, Senior Sister Jinling, please share with us. Though it is a long story, we do have time." Saint Mother Jinling shot a glare at Yue Xian and the others, flicking her sleeve. "You all can chat with Wen Zhong yourselves. I still need to go to Nüwa Palace to see my teacher. I have no time to idle around with you." Saint Mother Jinling gave a gentle nod to Wen Taishe and said, "You can return on your own later. There's no need to wait for my return." After saying that, she stood up and transformed into a mysterious light, heading towards Nüwa Palace. Now that Wen Taishe had broken through, she had no further concerns and hurried to report to Tongtian teacher. At the same time, Saint Mother Jinling's heart was filled with many doubts. She intended to verify them with Tongtian teacher. Once Saint Mother Jinling departed, everyone fell silent for a moment before Yue Xian, leading the way, blocked Wen Zhong's path, smiling as he said, "Wen Zhong, I was a bit hasty just now. I apologize to you here first. However, could you also share what Senior Sister Jinling mentioned to resolve our confusion?" In their view, even though Wen Taishe had given rise to the opportunity for Daluo, it was clear that he lacked the foundation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to break through 3 times, and the last time, he even burned his own magical power, acting so decisively. Yet Wen Taishe had broken through and achieved Daluo Golden Immortal. How could they not be astonished? Would they not want to understand? Seeing the gleam in the eyes of the crowd, Wen Taishe couldn't help but take a step back, only to be supported by Wu Yunxian on his shoulder. Wu Yunxian also smiled and said, "Just tell us. We are all family." Seeing the atmosphere, it seemed that if he didn't say a few words, these people would not let him leave. Wen Taishe had just broken through to Daluo Golden Immortal, and his mind was filled with thoughts of returning to the North Sea to swiftly quell the rebellion He was in a hurry. He pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, my breakthrough to Daluo was also a matter of chance, thanks to my teacher for the teachings. And also to my great king." Yu Xian quickly interjected, "Your great king? Is it the current sovereign of the Dashang, When Taisher nodded slightly and continued, "Originally my teacher had said that I had no hope of achieving Daluo in this life, but when I mentioned this matter before my great king, he stated that I would surely break through." At that moment, I felt a sense of clarity in my Dao heart. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. How was this possible? Could a mortal's word alone lead to a breakthrough? Did he possess the ability to speak the law? Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, when Taisher remained calm, he continued, "Just moments ago during my breakthrough, it felt as if the great king was assisting me, helping me to break through the Daluo barrier." After speaking, Wen Zhong bowed to everyone. Wen Zhong is still dealing with the war in the North Sea. The situation is urgent. I won't delay here any longer. I shall take my leave. In the future, if you friends have time, you can come to Dashang to find me. I will surely treat you all well. After saying that, taking advantage of everyone's astonishment, he instantly transformed into a mysterious light, soaring into the sky, heading towards the outskirts of Jinao Island. Hey, don't rush to leave," Wu Yinxian called out, but when Taishi's figure had already vanished. Turning back to see the contemplative expressions on the others, Wu Yinxian furrowed his brows and asked, "Dear friends, do you think what Wen Zhong said is true? Does the great king of Dashang Xian truly have the ability to speak the law?" Most people shook their heads directly. Yet Yu Xian's heart stirred, and he murmured softly, "Should I go and see this Xian, and also see how my elder brother is doing these days?" Yu Xian and Kong Xian, one carries the innate yin and yang energies, while the other possesses the innate 5 elements qi. Thus he could not refine the innate yin and yang energies like Kong Xian. He was originally the second son of Yuanfeng, the younger brother of Kong Xian. On the other side, within the palace of Chao Guyin, Shou was feeling gloomy due to the diminishing fortunes within the Imperial Purple Talisman. Suddenly, the Imperial Purple Talisman shone brightly once more. A stronger surge of fortune descended from the void, resembling the roaring of a great river. It fell into the profound runes of the Imperial Purple Talisman, transforming into golden liquid. The light atop the Imperial Purple Talisman became increasingly concentrated, emanating a palpable sense of reality. The inexplicable void that had been suppressed seemed to be affected, giving rise to a faint mist from the surroundings. How has it returned again? In Shou was astonished, unaware that Master Wen had already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As the Grand Master of the Shang Dynasty, Master Wen was linked with the fortunes of the Shang, and In Shou sharing both honor and humiliation. With Master Wen's elevation in realm, the atmospheric changes naturally elevated their fortunes, affecting In Shou. Moreover, Master Wen's cultivation was even higher. One could only wonder what kind of changes this would bring. At the very least, he could no longer be easily detained in the Northern Sea. After the intense surge of fortune subsided, In Shou still could not fathom the source of this fortune. He could never imagine that his casual remark had inadvertently helped Master Wen break through his own shackles. In Shou still believed in his heart that the trend of deification could not be altered. Once the dramatic changes concluded, fortune continued to flow, and slowly, as if an invisible passage connected to Master Wen. The fortune that Master Wen gained continuously shared with In Shou. Looking at the changes in the Imperial Purple Talisman, In Shou could not express whether he was delighted or helpless. "Could you tell me what exactly is going on?" In Shou muttered to himself, yet the Imperial Purple Talisman remained steadfast and immovable before him. Sigh. In Shou couldn't help but sigh. Others had their golden fingers honestly revealing their abilities to their masters, some even transforming into little girls with tails to softly introduce themselves. Yet here he was needing to explore on his own. The crux of the issue lay here. In Shou's own power seemed insufficient, rendering him unable to activate the Imperial Purple Talisman, allowing it to operate freely and mysteriously. "But could you at least give me the chance to cultivate?" At this moment, Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who had been serving In Shou, exchanged glances with lowered heads. What's wrong with the king? Why the sudden sighs? It had been several days. In Shou appeared somewhat listless and bored. Fei Zhong and Yu Han naturally noticed this. However, they did not dare to ask. Fei Zhong's eyes flickered with a glint as he took small steps forward. He boldly approached In Shou and quietly asked, "Why does the king sigh like this?" They had gotten to know In Shou's character over the past few days. Although he often assigned bizarre tasks, overall the king was quite easy to talk to. His temper was no longer irritable, and he could be considered considerate of his subjects. This was why Fei Zhong dared to ask directly. In Shou glanced at the two and sighed again under their anxious gazes. Such matters could not be shared with them. Even if he did, with their capabilities, they could not solve it. Thus In Shou said lightly, Though I am the ruler of the Shang Dynasty and the present human emperor, there are still many things I desire, yet cannot obtain, leaving me helpless. So I merely sighed. Fei Zhong and Yu Han were momentarily stunned, pondering each word Yin Shou had just spoken. Serving before the king was precisely to decipher his intentions right. Desiring yet unable to obtain. Fei Zhong murmured this phrase several times, and his heart suddenly struck with an idea. Could it be that the king is? Shortly after the arrival of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, news of Master Wen's appearance in the palace had spread throughout Chaogu. Even Bai Gan and Shang Rong had come to inquire about how Master Wen had returned. Yin Shou had hurriedly However, Fei Zhong and Yu Han's attention was not on Master Wen. According to the guards of the palace, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was Master Wen's master. A figure of unparalleled beauty, a celestial being. Could it be that the king was still thinking about her, hence such sentiments? If he indeed had his sights set on the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Fei Zhong had neither the ability nor the courage, as she was Master Wen's teacher. However, if he couldn't find the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, could he not find a substitute? As a man privately favoring this path, Fei Zhong was steadfast in his thoughts. I understand this too well. The king merely seeks novelty. If other beauties were presented, the king would surely forget the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit instantly and have no worries. With this thought, Fei Zhong directly clasped his hands and stated loudly, Your Majesty, I humbly dare to advise. Yin Shou was somewhat bewildered by Fei Zhong's sudden seriousness. What could this pretentiousness possibly advise? Speak, Dr. Fei. Fei Zhong began to speak with righteous vigor. As the ruler of the 9 provinces, the king is tied to the nation. Yet now the harem is empty with only a few offspring. For the future of the Shang, I humbly dare to advise the king to fill the palace and continue our lineage. Yu Han looked at Fei Zhong in shock. I truly cannot compare to Dr. Fei. Clearly intending to persuade the king to expand the harem, yet he spoke with such righteous fervor. However, Yu Han's reaction was not slow at all. He promptly stepped forward to pay his respects and loudly stated, I second this proposal. Yin Shou was somewhat stunned by these two fellows, and all his previous feelings of melancholy were swept away. Oh, is something big about to happen? Originally, in the prevailing circumstances, it was these two fellows who had suggested Emperor Xi an issue in order to select beauties. The arrival of Su Daji was actually due to Su Hu not sending gifts. These two fellows had specifically sought revenge and recommended her to Emperor Xi. Yin Shou cast an appreciative glance at Fei Zhong. Nodding slightly, a smile appeared on his face. This fellow, I truly did not misjudge you. Yin Shou even contemplated whether to promote this fellow to a higher position to motivate him further. He then pretended to be puzzled and asked, I wonder if you have any plans. Fei Zhong had a gambling mindset when he originally spoke these words. After all, speaking to the king's heart would naturally make everyone happy, and he would earn the king's favor. What if the king truly did not favor women? Of course that was impossible. Even so, as the king, could you bear to punish a subject who tried every means to present you with beauties? Seeing the admiration in Yin Shou's eyes, Fei Zhong felt sweeter than honey. He immediately laid out his ideas. I believe the king could issue an order to the lords of the 4 towns instructing the 4 major lords to select 100 beauties, each to enrich the harem. By this calculation, Yin Shou could instantly gain 400 beauties. However, he stroked his chin and palm. Queen Jiang and the others were already stunningly beautiful. How many could compare if he were to select 400 more? Moreover, such selection would be entrusted to these officials, who knew whether they would line their own pockets, keeping the best for themselves and sending only the leftovers to the palace. In that case, he would bear the blame for eternity. They would enjoy the pleasures while he suffered. It was essential to prioritize quality rather than merely pursue quantity. Besides, what was the end result of such selection but to bring Su Daji into the palace? Why go through all that trouble? It would be better to skip all that. Should I? Of course I should. Yin Shou fixed his gaze on Fei Zhong, making Fei Zhong feel uneasy. Just as Fei Zhong awkwardly smiled and was about to speak, he suddenly saw Yin Shou raise his hand sharply to interrupt him, asking, Dr. Fei, do you have a daughter? Fei Zhong was taken aback. Could it be that the king wants me to offer my daughter? His eyes brightened at the thought. Although he had none, he could certainly have one. If he could establish such a relationship with the king, wouldn't that allow him to walk boldly in the court? As for a daughter, Fei Zhong's mind quickly darted to a distant female relative of his wife's family, deciding to recognize this biological daughter once he left the palace. However, before Fei Zhong could speak, Yu Han, who had obviously thought of this as well, quickly stepped forward. With eyes full of expectation and excitement, he said, Your Majesty, Dr. Fei has only 2 sons and no unmarried daughters. But I have a young daughter at home, just 18. If Your Majesty does not mind. Fei Zhong was immediately Yu Han, if it weren't for me speaking highly of you in front of the king, would you have caught his eye? At such a critical moment, you are sabotaging me. Fei Zhong immediately reported without hesitation, sneering, Lord, you gone mad. I've heard for a long time that your daughter resembles you extremely, almost like a mold of you. After saying this, he looked Yuhan up and down, his eyes filled with disdainful laughter. You are unkind, so do not blame me for being ungrateful. Hearing this, Inshou looked at Yuhan only to frown slightly after a moment's thought. If she truly looked like the thieving guide Yuhan, how ugly that would be. He immediately said somewhat impatiently, all right, I'm not asking you to send your daughter into the palace. I just heard that the daughter of Su Boho Su, who is stunningly beautiful, a true beauty. If I were to order for him to send his daughter into the palace, do you think Su Boho would be willing? Both Fei Zhong and Yuhan's eyes revealed a sense of disappointment, but they quickly adjusted their mindset and immediately replied, Your Majesty, this is a tremendous favor. Su Boho would surely be delighted. How could he not be willing? Isn't that so? Becoming the father-in-law of Xian, a royal kin. Almost any normal person, as long as they still respect him as the leader of the Shang, would be more than happy to send Daji to Chaoge. Of course, Inshou knew that this matter was not so simple. Su would definitely harbor resentment because of this. But so what? What I want is Daji, not your Su Hus loyalty. Inshou thought to himself, no matter how things played out, Daji would eventually enter the palace. At this moment, Fei Zhong spoke up again. Your Majesty, in a while it will be the time for the 4 great lords to come to Chaoge to pay respects. Why not order Su Hu to bring Daji into the court? Inshou's eyes lit up as he smiled and issued the order. That works perfectly. I will entrust this matter to both of you ministers. Once this was said, Inshou was originally prepared to let the two go. Suddenly he thought of another matter. Daji's arrival was almost a foregone conclusion, but there was another beauty in the investiture of the gods that left a deep impression on Inshou. For example, the daughter of Deng Jiogong Deng Chanyu, a beautiful flower-like lady forced to marry the short and unappealing Tu Xingsuan. It was simply an egregious waste. How unreasonable. Thinking of this, Inshou instructed again. Besides Su Hu, there is another person. I have heard that General Deng Jiogong, who commands the troops at the 3 Mountain Pass, is loyal and devoted. He has guarded the 3 Mountain Pass for decades, contributing greatly to our Shang. You must send someone to convey my decree. I wish to betroth him to his daughter Deng Chanyu. If Deng Jiogong is willing, when the 4 great lords come to pay their respects, he should bring Deng Chanyu to Chaoge. Fei Zhong and Yuhan exchanged thoughtful glances and promptly responded loudly, We will obey your orders. Inshou then waved his hand and said, All right, you may go and get busy. Once Fei Zhong and Yuhan exited the palace where Inshou resided, they walked with their heads bowed within the royal palace. The two first exchanged low curses at each other. One accused the other of sabotaging, while the other cursed for being ungrateful. In the end, Fei Zhong coldly looked at Yuhan and said, Lord, you dare you to blame me. If you truly sent your precious gem into the palace, that would be a great crime against the king. We would both end up being the laughingstock. Does the king care about the origins of beauties? What matters is whether or not she is beautiful. You, Yuhan, are indeed foolish with your appearance. You don't even have a shred of charm. After a round of insults, the two finally reconciled on the surface and began discussing how to handle the matter. After careful consideration, Fei Zhong suddenly appeared to have an epiphany looking back at the palace where Inshou had summoned them. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, The king is truly profound like the ocean. I never realized this action had such deep meaning. Yuhan was astonished and hurriedly sought Fei Zhong's counsel. As Fei Zhong walked slowly, a knowing smile appeared on his lips as he said, Did you think the king was truly seeking beauty? Yuhan frowned, his expression thoughtful. But Fei Zhong lightly scoffed and continued laughing. Haven't you considered what the king's 2 chosen candidates? This Su, who is one of the 4 great lords, immensely powerful, and Deng Jiogong guards the 3 Mountain Pass, extremely important to the entire Shang. The king bestows favor upon them, forming a union. It's not for some mere beauty, but for the peace of our Shang. Yuhan finally understood, his eyes filled with, so the king has such deep intentions. The 4 great lords. Zhang Bo Ho is the father of Zhang Wang Ho and is considered a staunch ally of Xian due to this relationship. Bei Bo Ho Chong Ho, who has always supported Chaoge. If Su Hu is added, the lords will hardly need to worry about instability. As for Deng Jiogong, he guards the crucial 3 Mountain Pass, and this veteran represents the dignity of the local generals. By marrying Deng Chanyu, Xian bestows favor upon them. All right, let's quickly handle this matter. We must not delay the king's plans. Feeling that he had grasped Inshou's intentions, Fei Zhong began to feel anxious. He dragged Yuhan towards the place where Shang Rongbaigan and others were working. Now the king was not very involved in affairs. Important state matters still required consulting with Shang Rongbaigan and others to issue decrees, but the two could easily guess that the chancellor would certainly not refuse this matter. The place where Shang Rongbaigan and others worked was originally Dzin's study. Since he entrusted the affairs of the court to them, Inshou had not set foot in there again. Seeing the two come in, Shang Rongbaigan and the Wuqing king, Huang Feihu, all looked up, their eyes filled with a faint sense of disgust. In their view, it was these two who had incited the king, to the extent that the king became so obsessed with pleasure. Baigan stood up suddenly, coldly asking, "Do you two ministers have something to discuss?" At this time Baigan appeared even more upright. Illogically, with so many matters weighing on him, he should have appeared somewhat fatigued, but he showed no signs of it. Instead, he seemed even more spirited, as if radiating a soft glow like a divine being descending. His piercing gaze startled Fei Zhong and Yu Han. They were merely close ministers to Dxin, but Baigan and the others were truly the pillars of the nation. A faint bitter smile appeared on Shang Rong's aged face. During this time, he has been experiencing both pain and joy, unlike Baigan, who has been bestowed with the divine position of the Wenchang Star Lord and nourished by the power of the stars. Such a busy schedule has already left him looking somewhat haggard. "This old minister is ever loyal to your majesty." Shang Rong first cupped his hands and said to Baigan, implying that his loyalty to the emperor was already evident, and there was no need to bind him with a marriage alliance. "If there were such an opportunity, I would naturally be delighted, but my daughter has already been designated as the next high priestess." Saying this, Shang Rong revealed a look of regret. The Shang Dynasty places great importance on rituals, and the priesthood is one of the most crucial aspects. However, this group largely remains hidden beneath the surface. Though they wield considerable influence over the Shang, they seldom appear in records. Not to mention the embodiment of both royal and divine authority, Yinshou essentially serves as the supreme leader of the priests. Upon hearing this, Baigan nodded slightly, and no longer brought up the matter. Since he has already pledged himself to the ancestral deities, there is no way to pledge to the human emperor. Next, those who control the political affairs of the Shang began drafting the imperial edict. After waiting for a while, Fei Zhong emerged from the palace holding the edict, starting to busy himself with the matter of conveying it. Meanwhile, on Janeo Island, a discussion regarding Yinshou was also beginning in the Nüwa Palace. The two speakers were none other than the Tongtian teacher and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. After hearing Master Wen attained the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, the Holy Mother hurried to Nüwa Palace, partly to report back to her teacher as soon as possible. On the other hand, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit also had many doubts in her heart. Without a doubt, she did not have a good impression of Yinshou. Just based on Yinshou's extremely aggressive gaze, had it not been for his particularly special identity, the Holy Mother might have lost her temper and dealt with him right then and there. Not to mention the many schemes of Yinshou. However, it seemed that Yinshou was not as simple as she initially perceived. In an instant, the image of Yinshou began to blur in the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's mind. In front of the Tongtian teacher, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit did not exaggerate, but honestly shared her observations and even the doubts in her heart. The Tongtian teacher maintained a faint smile, throughout his eyes filled with endless divine light, seemingly unfazed by what the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had said, until the Holy Mother conveyed Yinshou's request. "What? This Dxin actually wishes to become my disciple." Even the Tongtian teacher, who always appeared composed and in control, could not help but be surprised. The figure sitting atop the high platform could not help but lean slightly forward. After a moment of thought, the smile on the Tongtian teacher's face grew wider as he murmured, "Interesting. Indeed interesting." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit looked up somewhat puzzled at the Tongtian teacher. "Teacher." Seeing the Tongtian teacher's cheerful demeanor, the Holy Mother felt a sudden jolt in her heart, giving rise to a thought. Could it be that the teacher is genuinely considering taking this Dxin as a disciple? At this moment, the Tongtian teacher slightly shook his head, relieving the tension in the Holy Mother's heart. Then the Tongtian teacher smiled and said, "If this Dxin were not of the human emperor's identity, or if it were not during this Fengshen calamity, I would indeed be willing to accept him as a disciple." However, he had genuinely developed an interest in Yinshou from the previous bestowal of the Wenchang Star Lord's position to Master Wen's recent breakthrough to Great Luo. The Tongtian teacher observed all this. However, since the three teachings had already signed the Fengshen agreement, if he were to take Yinshou as a disciple, wouldn't that be directly intervening and taking sides? Although the Jiejiao was already closely tied to the Shang because of Master Wen, the Tongtian teacher shook his head once more. Seeing the Tongtian teacher's ambiguous expression, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit grew anxious and directly asked, "Teacher, what is so special about this Dxin? What could possibly draw your attention so much?" The Tongtian teacher looked at the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, his eyes deep with divine light, smilingly saying, "Haven't you already seen the extraordinary aspects of this Dxin with your own eyes? It's just that you are unwilling to believe it." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit felt a faint blush creep onto her face at his words. She had indeed witnessed it firsthand, whether it was the sacred paper of the human path or her disciple Wen Zhong's breakthrough. However, no matter how much the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit tried, she couldn't connect these two events with the smiling Yin Shou. Just a mere mortal, and with such a frivolous and slick demeanor. Instinctively, she was unwilling to believe. The image of the smiling Yin Shou reappeared in the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's mind. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was slightly lost in thought, then hurriedly shook her head to dispel the image. The Taotian teacher looked at his disciple's expression and shook his head slightly. His disciple was excellent in every way, both in cultivation and divine powers. However, she was too heavy with desires and easily got stuck in her own thoughts. Thinking of this, the Taotian teacher said, "Jian Ling, this matter will be settled here. Now that the Fengshen calamity has begun, you should continue your secluded cultivation and avoid getting too involved in the mortal world." The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit quickly asked, "Teacher, should I still inform this Xian of the outcome?" The Taotian teacher slowly shook his head. "I have my own plans for this matter. You need not concern yourself with." Yin Shou had too many variables, and after considering it, the Taotian teacher decided it was better not to let the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit continue to interact with him, lest she become entangled in karmic repercussions. After the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit left Nüwa Palace, the Taotian teacher, who had been sitting upright on the high platform, suddenly stretched and lay back lazily. With a contemplative expression on his lazy face, this Xian is indeed quite interesting. He first stirred the emotions of the Queen of the Underworld, seizing the divine position of the Wenchang Star Lord from the Fengshen list. Now it seems he has also changed Wenzhong's fate. I wonder how my elder brother and second brother will respond. The Taotian teacher seemed to have thought of something amusing, suddenly breaking into a light laugh. A thought suddenly arose in his mind. Why not take a trip myself? I just want to take a look. It's not like I'm doing anything right. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit walked out of Nüwa Palace, her face slightly lost in thought as she headed back to her own temple. Human thoughts are indeed strange. Originally, she had been thinking that she would never want to see this frivolous Xian again, but when the Taotian teacher actively prevented her from going, she began to have other thoughts. She increasingly wanted to clarify the peculiarities surrounding Yin Shou. Just as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit returned to her temple, before she could step inside, suddenly 4 figures approached together, the foremost being a man with a sea-subduing divine whip at his waist, who upon seeing the Holy Mother laughed loudly. "Sister Jian Ling, I heard you were explaining the way of the great Luo to your disciples earlier, so my siblings and I hurried here. I didn't expect to still be delayed." The one speaking was none other than Zhao Gongming, followed by the 3 Xiaos, all of whom had exceptional appearances and varied temperaments. They did not open a temple on Jian'ou Island like the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, but instead sought their own blessed lands outside. Zhao Gongming's temple was located in the Luofu cave of Mount Amei. As for the 3 Xiaos, they were on the Sanxian Island. After hearing the news, they rushed to Jian'ou Island, only to find that the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit had already finished her teachings. Seeing the 4, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit smiled. She quickly invited the 4 into her temple, smiling as she said, "You are all already great Luo Golden Immortals. Why do you need to listen to my shallow insights? Do you want to come see me make a fool of myself?" Yun Shao smiled as she stepped forward, linking arms with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. "Sister Jian Ling, how could we dare? However, we must congratulate sister, for you have gained another great Luo among your disciples. Your teachings truly reflect your master's genuine transmission." Yun Zhao's words were not flattery, but sincere admiration. Among the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's disciples there were 2. One was Yu Yuan from Panlai Island, renowned for his supreme treasure, the blood transformation divine blade. Yu Yuan was naturally fierce and had long broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. The other was Master Wen, who was vastly different from Yu Yuan, and had also recently broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. 2 disciples with such contrasting backgrounds had both stepped into the realm of great Luo, which was a perfect demonstration of the Taotian teacher's doctrine of no discrimination in teaching. At this moment, Zhao Gongming leaned in and asked, "Sister Jian Ling, I heard the friends in the sect saying that Wenzhong's breakthrough was due to the Deshang's Xian. Is it true?" Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, the 3 Xiaos also revealed curiosity in their eyes, staring intently at the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could only smile wryly, as it seemed these 4 were squatting at her temple's entrance just to savor this gossip. "All right, let's go in and sit down to discuss it further." Within the cultivation hall, Jian Ling Shoumu selected several matters she deemed unnecessary to conceal and briefly recounted them to the 4 disciples. Instantly, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos displayed markedly divergent expressions. Zhao Gongming gently stroked his beard and nodded faintly. Among the 3 Xiaos, Bai Xiao, the youngest, was the most spirited and unrestrained. Upon hearing the news, her eyes sparkled with mischievous curiosity as she grinned and asked, So this Emperor Exine possesses the divine authority where words manifest as law. Her face brimmed with eager anticipation, as though she longed to test the claim at once. Yun Xiao, who knew her younger sister's temperament best, immediately darkened her expression and turned sharply to reprimand her. Third sister, the investiture of the gods' tribulation is now unfolding. Our master has already cautioned us repeatedly. Do not treat this as mere play. This Emperor Xin is the mortal sovereign of the age. His karmic entanglements are the heaviest of all. Bai Xiao tilted her brows askance. Though she dared not openly defy her elder sister Yun Xiao, her eyes shimmered with unmistakable defiance. So what? Does merely meeting him mean I shall instantly fall into tribulation? Regardless, following Jinling Xingmu's account, and Wen Taishi's involvement, Yin Shou gradually gained a modest reputation among the Jie sect cultivators. Yet most disciples remained skeptical, some stirred by curiosity, others instinctively keeping their distance. In the royal palace of Chaoga, Yin Shou's imperial edict swiftly reached the entire court. To his surprise, not a single minister came forward to remonstrate against it. Yin Shou was astonished. He had already steeled himself for autocratic enforcement, prepared to suppress dissent with unyielding resolve. Not only did the court ministers voice no objection, neither did the three consorts Jiang Wangho, Huang Fei, and Yang Fei upon learning of the decree. Their reactions were notably subdued. Only Huang Fei one day, while practicing martial arts with Yin Shou, spoke with arch irony. I hear Deng Chanyu is also a tiger daughter of a famed general. Her martial prowess, unmatched. Now your majesty has finally found a worthy sparring partner. You need no longer disdain my inferior skill. Yin Shou gazed upon Huang Fei's peculiar expression. A wry, almost helpless smile flickered across his face. He stepped forward at once to draw her into his arms. After a playful, half-resisting struggle, he finally held her close, her breath coming in soft, ragged gasps. As he chuckled softly, such words, am I truly one who discards the old for the new? Huang Fei cast Yin Shou a sidelong glance, sharp yet imbued with subtle allure, stirring a sudden heat within him. With fervent sincerity he declared, if my beloved consort disapproves, I shall rescind the edict this very moment. Struck speechless by Yin Shou's decisive, unwavering tone, Huang Fei froze in his embrace, head tilted upward, eyes wide with disbelief. Moments later, a faint blush rose to her cheeks as she murmured, flustered, Your Majesty, please do not jest. I spoke only in passing. Seeing the usually valiant and commanding Huang Fei so disarmingly vulnerable, Yin Shou burst into hearty laughter. Of course he had no intention of truly revoking the decree. His words were but gentle coaxing meant solely to delight her. Even the three consorts understood this decision was irrevocable. His reassurance was tender theater, not policy. Yet did they truly care? What they sought was Yin Shou's attitude, his willingness to invest thought, effort, and affection to soothe their hearts. Whether Jiang Wangho or Huang and Yang Fei, this truth held equally. Having entered the palace and weathered countless storms alongside Emperor Yin, they had long anticipated the arrival of Deng Chanyu and Su Daji, and harbored no hostility toward these two strangers they had never met. After all, if not Deng Chanyu and Su Daji, others would surely follow. Still, the prospect of sharing Yin's devotion with two more women inevitably kindled a quiet pang of jealousy, a gentle ache of loss. Was it not permissible then for them to indulge in such small human petulance? At that moment, Jiang Wangho stepped forward with a serene smile. Your Majesty's words are golden. Once issued, an edict cannot be lightly withdrawn. To recall it mid-course would transform what was meant as honor for Lord Su and General Deng into public humiliation. How can matters of state be treated so frivolously? She paused, then met Yin Shou's gaze directly. With quiet, knowing amusement, she added, and such reversal might wound the hearts of our two younger sisters as well. By then Huang Fei had let go of her faint resentment, but still feigned resistance. Elder sister's earlier words hold merit, yet I cannot agree with your final remark. After all, the young ladies may not even wish to enter the palace. She shot Yin Shou another arch glance. Whether Deng Chanyu and Su Daji would consent to enter the palace remained uncertain, but the reactions of Deng Jiogong and Su Hu, upon receiving Yin Shou's edict, were starkly opposed. Within the fortress of Sanshan Pass, the imperial envoy from Chaoga stood before Deng Jiogong and proclaimed the edict before the assembled generals. Then, bowing respectfully, he presented the imperial scroll with both hands and beamed, General Deng, congratulations. Though His Majesty resides far away in Chaoga, he keenly recognizes your extraordinary service in guarding Sanshan Pass. Hence this august decree. Henceforth you shall be honored as imperial father-in-law. Ha ha ha. The generals in the hall exchanged looks of sheer delight and envy. Why had such fortune not fallen to them? That fleeting thought dissolved instantly beneath waves of jubilation. For if Deng Chanyu entered the palace, the entire garrison of Sanshan Pass would rise in prestige. Henceforth they could proudly declare, "We have kin in Chaoga." Deng Jiogong, though silver-haired and venerable, remained robust and vigorous. His face glowed with radiant satisfaction as he exchanged warm pleasantries with the envoy. Yet deep within his eyes lingered a trace of quiet resignation. As a father, he naturally wished for his daughter's happiness. Surely she could not spend her life wielding swords and spears amid the clamor of camp. A young woman amidst hardened warriors steeped in sweat and grit, forever charging into battle. What kind of life was that? And in all the realm, could there exist a more exalted destiny than becoming Empress Yin's consort? Beyond its lofty status, her position would be secure, protected by her father's and brother Deng Xiu's military strength, ensuring she would neither suffer nor be neglected within the palace walls. What troubled Deng Jiogong most was his daughter's own heart, his hope that she would find joy and that her path would align with her true will. The envoy smiled again. "General Deng, if you harbor no objections, preparations must begin without the time of feudal lord's pilgrimage to Chaoga approaches. General, you may escort your daughter to the capital yourself." Deng Jiogong for the moment gave his assent, and then lavished the envoy with generous hospitality. Once the envoy was comfortably settled, Deng Jiogong proceeded to the inner quarters to meet Deng Chanyu, who had already learned the news. Hearing her father's footsteps, she stormed out, her voice ringing with indignant passion. "Father, I refuse to enter the palace." Deng Chanyu's figure was lithe and perfectly proportioned. Her lustrous black hair was drawn back simply into a neat chignon. Even at home, she wore light armor, half enveloping her torso. This only accentuated her wasp-waisted, broad-shouldered grace and statuesque height. Her skin was smooth and taut, not pallid but kissed by the winds and sands of Sanshan Pass into a delicate sun-kissed hue. Her eyes shone like twin stars, her nose straight and proud. Not a single ornament adorned her person. Now brimming with righteous fury and girlish pique, her presence blazed with vivid, unforgettable intensity. Deng Jiogong winced inwardly, but forced a gentle smile. "My daughter, why this refusal? Should you enter the palace, you may well attain the rank of noble consort. Your status supreme, your wealth and splendor boundless." Deng Chanyu frowned deeply at these words, especially at her father's mention of wealth and splendor, which held no appeal for her. Stepping forward, she slipped her arm through his. "Father, I wish to remain in Sanshan Pass, to fight beside you, not to become a caged songbird in Chaoga." Deng Jiogong's martial prowess remained formidable, his frame still strong, yet age weighed upon him. His son, and Deng Chanyu's elder brother, Deng Xiu, lacked the capacity to shoulder greater responsibility, serving only as a vanguard, unable to truly aid his father. How could Deng Chanyu bear to abandon her aging father? Moreover, she genuinely loved the exhilaration of galloping across battlefields. Deng Jiogong lowered his voice in gentle rebuke. "How can you speak so? You go not as a caged bird, but as the emperor's consort. Consider it is not Lord Zhang's daughter, and the sister of the martial success king, rejoicing in prosperity within Chaoga." His gaze softened as he noticed the quiet worry in Deng Chanyu's eyes. Instantly he understood, and sighed inwardly. "Ah, she fears for me." Then shifting his approach, he said gently, "Daughter, you need not fear for me. Here in Sanshan Pass you serve only as a vanguard, but in Chaoga you shall become the steadfast pillar supporting every soldier of our garrison." Through his patient, artful persuasion, Deng Chanyu's fierce resistance gradually softened, and a new notion took root in her heart. "Perhaps I shall go to Chaoga and see for myself." The people of Sanshan Pass greeted Emperor Yin's decree with unrestrained joy. Yet Su Hu, far away in Jizhou, received the same imperial command with a reaction diametrically opposed. When the envoy from Chaogu arrived in Jizhou, Su Hu received the order and immediately expressed his refusal to accept the edict. The envoy had initially thought that such a matter of conveying orders would come with some benefits, hoping for a warm reception from Jizhou. Su Hu snorted softly and coldly laughed at the envoy, saying, "What do you mean by being ungrateful? My daughter has long been betrothed to the eldest son of Shibo Ho. If I were to break this engagement and send my daughter into the palace to satisfy the king's selfish desires, how is that a favor? That is selling my daughter for personal gain." Su Hu's words were resolute and powerful. The envoy from Chaogu was momentarily taken aback, mouth slightly agape, filled with doubt. Is there really an engagement with the eldest son of Shibo Ho Jichong? They had not heard of this before. They had inquired before coming, and if there were truly an engagement, it would be a significant matter that should have been reported first. Then the elders would decide whether to continue with the summons. Forcibly taking a minister's wife is certainly not a good reputation. However, he was not so easily fooled. After a brief contemplation, he stretched out his hand and said, "Su Bo Ho, did you not say you have an engagement? Produce the marriage certificate. If you can show the marriage certificate, I will turn around and leave reporting back to Chaogu. If you cannot produce the marriage certificate, I will accuse you of deceiving the king." Naturally, Su, who could not produce it as his agreement with Ji Chong was merely verbal, and they had not yet reached the point of exchanging marriage certificates. Su, who could only stand still, unable to move. At this moment the envoy began to sneer. Su Bo Ho, if this edict fell into someone else's hands, it would be considered a great joy, yet you act as if you have lost a loved one, resisting at every turn. Do you harbor some discontent towards the king? Su Hu frowned slightly, and then said lightly, both I and Shi Bo Ho are men of our word. What we have agreed upon is important. Does it matter whether there is a marriage certificate or not? I believe even the king would not say otherwise. The envoy was momentarily speechless, holding the edict that Su Hu refused to accept in one hand, trembling and pointing at Su Hu with the other. His eyes were filled with anger and confusion. Wasn't Zhang Bo Hao's power and status not inferior to yours? He joyfully married his daughter to the king and became the queen of the Deshang. Zhang Bo Hao's position among the Deshang lords was also becoming increasingly solid. Yet you Su Hu not only refused to accept the edict, but also come up with such excuses to refuse. Ultimately, he could only leave behind a warning. Su Bo Ho, do not regret this. If you remain ungrateful, and the king's wrath descends, your entire Jizhou will not be able to bear it. With that, the envoy from Chaogu turned and left directly. Su Hu watched the envoy's departing figure. In an instant, he felt an urge to stop the envoy. Otherwise, would he allow him to return to Chaogu and embellish the story in front of the lords? But in the end, Su Hu did nothing. He merely silently watched the envoy's figure disappear, pondering something. A moment later, Su Quanzhong, who had been by Su Ha's side, could no longer hold back and spoke up. Su Quanzhong was Su Ha's son, the elder brother of Su Daji. Initially, he felt joy when he heard the envoy from Chaogu read the edict, but his mood plummeted the next moment. Now that the envoy had left, Su Quanzhong hurriedly asked, Father, when did my sister have an engagement with? The king wants to take my sister as a concubine, which is a tremendous good fortune for our Su family and all of Jizhou. Why does father? Su Quanzhong paused, his face filled with disbelief and confusion. In Deshang, is there any better fate for a woman than to become the king's concubine? Moreover, the current Dizin's reputation is rising. Recently, the inventions of paper and fine wine that spread to Jizhou have left everyone in awe. However, Su Hu glared at his son and coldly said, marriage is a significant matter decided by the parents. Why should I inform you about what I discussed with Shi Bo Ho? This matter not only concerns my credit, but I also have other considerations. Not allowing your sister to enter the palace is for the sake of Jizhou. Su Ha's face remained pensive, clearly contemplating something unknown to Su Quanzhong, such as the proverbs like, the phoenix sings in the west Qi and the western Zhou attacks Shang. Originally, Su Hu had a close relationship with Shi Bo Ho Ji Chong and held him in high esteem. Upon learning about these, his interactions with Shi Qi increased significantly. In fact, during this period, Su Hu was discussing marrying Su Daji to Ji Yi with Ji Chong. Ji Yi is Ji Chang's eldest son, later known as Bo Yi Cao. However, at this time, everyone still referred to him as Ji Yi. The naming conventions in Deshang differ significantly from later generations. The title Bo implies the eldest son, Yi is Ji Yi's name, and the last character Cao is an honorific for deceased elders. This naming convention's remnants can still be seen on tombstones. Grave of a certain Cao. If someone were to call Ji Yi Bo Yi Cao in front of him, would he not immediately retaliate? Continuing with Su Ha's thoughts, first, there was Dxin, neglecting sacrifices, followed by the rebellion of the Deshang lords in Beihai. This seemingly minor point actually has significant implications. In the original Fengshen, after GFA invaded Chaogu, the first and most important charge against Dxin was neglect of sacrifices. Moreover, with Shi Bo Ho Ji Chang's esteemed reputation and the rumors he heard from people outside, Su Hu increasingly believed that Shi Qi would rise. Should he invest in a potential stock or follow the Sunto fall in Deshang? No need to think about it. As for Dizin's sudden rise in reputation during this time, in his view, it was akin to adding oil to fire and flowers to brocade. At this moment, Su Quanzhong asked again, but, Father, soon it will be the time for all lords to pay their respects. Today, Father refused the king's edict, should we still go to Chaogu? Su Hu found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Not going would nearly equate to making their rebellious intentions clear. Dxin could then justifiably order all the lords to attack them. Was he looking for death as the first bird to stick its head out? But going would be like delivering themselves right into the hands of others, hoping for a good outcome. Su Hu contemplated briefly and suddenly said, you send someone to hurry to Shi Qi. Please ask Shi Bo Ho to divine for me. Shi Bo Ho Ji Chong is extremely skilled in the art of divination. This is one of the reasons Su Hu has faith in him. Divination is a means of communicating with heaven and earth and with ancestral spirits. Originally, this power and ability belonged solely to Yin Shou, but now Shi Bo Ho excels in this field. Wouldn't you say this symbolism is too obvious? Su Quanzhong was taken aback and quickly nodded in agreement. Father, this matter is of great importance. I think I should personally visit Shiqi. Su Hu nodded. That works too. A few days later. While waiting in Jizhou, Su Hu received Ji Chang's divination result. Su Bo Ho, there is no danger to your life this time. Although there will be conflict, it will be resolved. Moreover, since your son had an engagement with your daughter before the king's edict, if the king were to blame, I am willing to share the responsibility with Su Bo Ho. Hearing Ji Chang's message brought back by Su Quanzhong, Su Hu's anxious heart was instantly relieved. He relaxed entirely, and a faint smile appeared on his face. What Shi Bo Ho said is indeed true. My Jizhou is a major power in the world. Could the king really kill me just because I refused to break the engagement? If so, how could he silence the voices of the world? Su Quanzhong felt somewhat uneasy. However, if Shi Bo Ho Ji Chang, who is renowned for his wisdom and virtue, sees no major issue, what more? Su Quanzhong lowered his head slightly and asked softly, Father, what about my sister? Su Hu's face revealed a tender expression. He has always been strict with his son Su Quanzhong, but he truly indulges his daughter. However, marriage is a matter for the parents, and Ji is indeed the best choice. Do not inform your sister about these matters. Just tell her that the marriage with Shiqi has been settled, and let her prepare her dowry and the arts of women. Then you prepare as soon as possible and follow me. Su Hu paused, ultimately saying, Forget it, you guard Jizhou, and I will go to Chaogu alone. The messenger returned to Chaogu, bringing back both good and bad news for Fei Zhong, who was responsible for this matter. The good news was that Duke Deng would escort Deng Chanyu into Chaogu. The bad news, of course, was that Su Hu refused to comply with the edict, claiming that Su Daji was already betrothed. Fei Zhong, who had compiled the information, felt uneasy and did not dare to report directly to Inshou. Instead, he asked the messenger heading to Jizhou, Can you confirm that Su Hu's daughter is indeed engaged? The messenger, feeling frustrated, began to embellish the story. My lord, I asked Su Hu for the marriage document at that time, but he said it was a verbal agreement. He even claimed that his word with the West Earl was worth more than any marriage document. Then he shared the results of his own investigation. I inquired both before and after in Jizhou, and there was simply no such engagement. However, I did see Su Quanzhong leaving the city heading towards the direction of the West Qi after I left Jizhou. I left some men to keep watch, and a few days later Su Quanzhong returned. Only then did the news of their marriage begin to spread. Fei Zhong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Isn't this obvious? The king's decree came first, and the engagement came later. He couldn't help but wonder what exactly is Su Hu planning. With these doubts in mind, Fei Zhong could only report the matter to Inshou honestly. To his surprise, Inshou showed no anger at all, but instead chuckled lightly. If Su Hu agreed so easily, how could he rebel against the great Shang? Thus, this was entirely within Inshou's expectations, but he was also curious about how things would develop next. However, the arrival of Deng Chanyu filled Inshou with joy. In his past life, he had felt indignant for Deng Chanyu. A beauty as lovely as a flower, yet a valiant general forced to marry the earth element son. Such a tragedy. Let me save you. Inshou was already looking forward to Deng Chanyu's arrival. He believed he could not change the trend of the Fengshen, but he still wanted to try to save those beautiful women trapped by the calamity of Fengshen and destined for tragic fates, such as Deng Chanyu, as well as Queen Jiang and 2 others. He aimed to prevent them from suffering the same tragic fate they originally faced. He then said to the anxious Fei Zhong with a smile, General Deng is indeed loyal. Dr. Fei, I have another task for you. Please select a good location within Chaogu City and quickly build a residence for General Deng. As for Su Hu, once he arrives in the capital, let him personally explain to me. Inshou's last 2 sentences were spoken lightly, but Fei Zhong felt an immense pressure. Not daring to delay, he quickly clasped his hands before the king, accepting the task. I will follow the king's orders and ensure everything is ready before General Deng arrives in Chaogu. Inshou nodded in satisfaction. Soon, it was time for the feudal lords to pay their respects. The lords, escorted by their guards, brought treasures, beauties, and rare items to Chaogu City. Chaogu City was filled to the brim, growing ever more bustling. During this time, Fei Zhong and Yu Han were nearly overwhelmed by the constant flow of gift-givers. Although Shang Rong and Baigan held great power, they were upright and not very easy to befriend. It was uncertain if gifts could even be delivered to them. They were also quite cautious. With such great power in their hands and maintaining good relations with the lords, what were they planning? Fei Zhong and Yu Han, however, were different. Though they did not have such great authority, they were frequently by the king's side, making them close officials who could speak up. The two received gifts until their hands grew sore, enjoying themselves immensely. There were also officials who advised Inshou, accusing Fei Zhong and Yu Han of exploiting his favor to plunder wealth within the court. Those who offered more wealth would be recommended in front of Inshou. But would Inshou care about this? What I want is for them to get things done. As for greed, what of it? Looking at Fei Zhong, no matter what task Inshou assigned him, he accepted without hesitation, thinking of ways to overcome difficulties and problems himself. He was clearly a council official, yet knew nothing about construction matters. After Yin Shou gave the order, he hesitated not at all. How could Yin Shou not like such a minister? On this day, Duke Deng escorted Deng Chanyu to the outskirts of Chaoga City. Looking up at the imposing and bustling Chaoga City, he felt a surge of emotions. He was stationed at Sand Mountain Pass and could not enter Chaoga for visits like the lords did at intervals. It had been so many years since he last left that he could hardly remember. At this moment, a large group of people came to greet them, led by Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who bowed to Duke Deng from a distance. Both of them wore broad smiles, cheerfully exclaiming, "Deng the old general, you have finally arrived. Upon learning your time of entry, the king ordered us to wait here for you." At this moment, Duke Deng dismounted and returned their greeting. "Thank you for your hard work, my lords." They both quickly denied it, and then Fei Zhong said, "General Deng, please follow me. The king has already prepared a residence for you in the city where you can rest." Duke Deng nodded slightly and waved to the troops behind him. The two groups combined and entered the city. When they arrived at the residence built by Yin Shou's order, they looked at the luxurious and grand gate with the plaque reading Deng Mansion. Duke Deng felt a surge of emotion, clasped his hands towards the direction of the palace, and said this old minister greatly appreciates the king's grace. He never expected the king to give him such honor. This shows that the king would surely cherish Deng Chanyu in the future. The slight worry in his heart instantly dissipated by more than half. Although Duke Deng was upright, he governed the entire Sand Mountain Pass, so he was certainly not an inflexible person. He immediately ordered some interesting items and treasures to be presented to Fei Zhong and Yu Han. After several rounds of refusal, they accepted, which made them even more enthusiastic towards Duke Deng. Seizing the moment while the two were pleased, Duke Deng asked, "My lords, do you know when the king will summon us?" Fei Zhong replied with a smile, "Old general, don't be anxious. This is the time for the lords to pay their respects, and the king is quite busy. That is why the king had us come to greet you first. Shortly I will return to report to the king. If the king wishes, a decree will surely be issued." Duke Deng nodded, feeling he could only suppress his emotions for now. After Fei Zhong and Yu Han departed, everyone entered the Deng mansion, and only then did Deng Chanyu emerge from the carriage. As soon as she stepped out, she let out a long sigh as if she had been holding her breath. Surveying the brand new Deng mansion, the light in Deng Chanyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured, "The king is indeed generous." Then she quickly walked up to Duke Deng and said, "Father, tell me more about what kind of person the king is so I can prepare myself in advance." Duke Deng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Looking at the anticipation in Deng Chanyu's eyes, he found it somewhat amusing. Originally, Deng Chanyu was very reluctant to enter Chaoga, but due to Emperor Zin's decree, she had no choice but to comply. However, as Duke Deng recounted Emperor Zin's past deeds along the way, Deng Chanyu's resistance gradually faded. She slowly developed curiosity about Emperor Xian, whom she had yet to meet. Duke Deng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What girl doesn't dream of romance? His daughter had spent too long in the military camp. Though her personality was fierce, she was still a young girl. However, Deng Jiogong did not quickly receive a summons from Yin Shou. At the time when all the lords were attending to their affairs, even the usually negligent Yin Shou had to pretend to be engaged and begin accepting the lord's homage. The next day, after a long hiatus, Yin Shou resumed the morning court. Once the officials and lords had paid their respects, Fei Zhong and Yu Han exchanged glances and stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, I have matters to present. I must accuse the Marquis of Jizhou Su Hu of disrespecting the throne and committing treason." Su Hu's initial refusal had already infuriated Fei Zhong and Yu Han, as they had failed to perfectly execute the task assigned by the king. As a result, when Su Hu arrived in Chaoga, he had never even crossed the threshold of their door. Even Deng Jiogong was perceptive enough to know to present local specialties. "So you Su Hu are so self-righteous that you completely disregard us. Do you even know what it means to be a close minister? Let me show you today." Moreover, although the king did not express any particular dissatisfaction regarding Su Hu's refusal, the perceptive Fei Zhong and Yu Han still felt that the king must be quite displeased. It was simply that the king was wise and too lazy to quarrel with someone like Su Hu. So what was their purpose? Wasn't it to make the king feel satisfied? Immediately the two stood up unhesitatingly. Fei Zhong turned his head to glance at the grim-faced Su, who snorted lightly, and continued, "Previously the king decreed to bestow favor upon Jizhou, to take Su Hu's daughter Su Daji as a consort. Unexpectedly, this Su Hu refused the decree and even falsely claimed that Su Daji was already engaged, showing utter contempt for the king. Although Su Hu had long prepared for the current situation, he was still shocked, and quickly stepped forward, pointing at Fei Zhong and saying, "Fei Zhong, you treacherous scoundrel, do not slander me. When have I ever shown contempt for the king?" He retorted, "My daughter is indeed engaged, and that is the fact." He glared angrily at Fei Zhong. However, Fei Zhong was not afraid of Su Hu's threats at all. Instead, he leisurely cupped his hands towards Yin Shou and chuckled lightly. "You see, you still claim you have not disrespected the king. Now that the wise king is present, though I Fei Zhong am lacking, I have been valued by the king. If I were a treacherous scoundrel then, where would that place the king? Are you implying that the king does not know how to discern people? Self-absorbed, he paired the foolish ruler with the treacherous scoundrel. The officials and lords were slightly taken aback, feeling that Fei Zhong's words seemed to hold some validity. But they quickly reacted. Frowning at Fei Zhong, they all muttered in their hearts, this Fei Zhong is too shameless. How did criticizing him become disrespect for the king? Moreover, other officials who were displeased with Fei Zhong secretly spat in their hearts, by you Fei Zhong are worthy of this. Although Fei Zhong's words were a twisted argument, he had indeed caught Su Hu off guard, leaving him speechless for a moment. It was still the Marquis of Shibua Jichong who could not bear to watch, and stepped forward to defend Su Hu. He knew that arguing with Fei Zhong was futile. What mattered most was what the king thought. He immediately stepped forward and bowed to Inshou, saying, Your Majesty, please bear with me. Indeed, there has been an engagement between the daughter of Su Bo and my eldest son, although there is no formal marriage document. But Su Bo and I had indeed made an early agreement. Su Bo did not deceive the king. Inshou also turned his gaze to Ji Chong, carefully scrutinizing this subverter of the great Shang Dynasty. Ji Chong, with his hair half gray, was impeccably groomed. His attire was also different from that of other lords, lacking any extravagant decorations, simple, yet possessing a certain charm. Moreover, even when Ji Chong was explaining to Inshou, he spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, exuding an innate dignity. In the great hall, many people suddenly showed expressions of understanding. So it was an engagement with the son of the Marquis of Shibua. This matter might indeed be true, for Ji Chang's reputation would never allow him to lie. However, Inshou merely smiled, faintly squeezing out a word from his throat. He did not express any opinion on Ji Chang's words. Inshou suddenly thought of a question. If he were to kill Ji Chang right now, would the tale of Jiang Taigong fishing willing to be hooked still emerge? How would the deification proceed? But soon Inshou dismissed this thought. The essence of the deification did not lie with Ji Chang and the others. They were merely pieces on the chessboard. What was truly important were those high-ranking sages, the powerful immortals. Even if Ji Chang were killed, Jiang Zia fishing by the Weishui River might not change. It would merely transform into GFA or Ji Dan when seeking him out. Ji Dan was indeed the younger brother of GFA, who would later be known as the Duke of Zhou Gongdan. His impact on the entirety of Huaxia civilization was immense. He can be said to be the true figure who reshaped the entire Huaxia civilization. From Duke of Zhou onward, Huaxia was governed by rites, and the rites and music that later Confucius cherished were established by him. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Confucius' ancestral home was the Song state. This Song state was actually the remnant of the Yinshang, worshipping the Yinshang. Inshou's thoughts drifted far away, considering these matters he wanted to do, yet did not want to do, only to be interrupted by Fei Zhong's words. Seeing Inshou's seemingly smiling response, Fei Zhong felt even more confident. He then turned his gaze to Ji Chang and said, Marquis of Shibua, you claim you two privately agreed on the engagement. But verbal claims are unreliable. You must provide evidence, otherwise how can anyone know whether what you say is true or false? Without waiting for Ji Chang or Su Hu to respond, Fei Zhong again cupped his hands towards Inshou. Your Majesty, I only know that before your decree was issued, the entire Jizhou had no hint of the marriage between the two families. After Su Hu refused the decree on the same day, he sent his son Su Chuanzhong to the West Qi. And then the matter of the engagement spread like wildfire. If there was no foul play in this, who would dare to guarantee it? As he spoke, Fei Zhong turned his gaze around the civil and military officials and numerous lords, as if inquiring, who among you is willing to vouch for them? At this moment, how could there be a fool willing to step forward and jump into this whirlpool? Naturally, the great hall fell silent. Inshou looked at Fei Zhong and couldn't help but nod slightly. Although this fellow was a bit greedy, he truly had some ability. Most importantly, he had enough loyalty and understanding. No wonder kings enjoy having treacherous scoundrels around them. Suddenly, Fei Zhong's gaze sharpened, fixating on Su Hu. Su Hu, you refused the king's decree in various ways, even choosing to deceive rather than allow Su Daji to enter the palace. For others, this is a tremendous blessing, yet for you it seems like a great disaster. You are so unwilling to bond with the king. Su Hu recognized the trap in Fei Zhong's words. First, he shouted angrily, asserting, Fei Zhong, no matter how you twist the facts, it is of no use. My daughter indeed has an engagement. Am I supposed to break it and send her to the palace? I, Su Hu, am not the kind of person who sells his daughter for glory. Fei Zhong's gaze flickered, and with a faint smile he said, Ha. Clearly it is the king's grace, yet you frame it as selling your daughter for glory. Zhang Bo Ho and Huang Fei's expressions were somewhat displeased. They frowned slightly and looked at Su Hu. Damn it, so are we the ones selling our daughters for glory? Jiang Hengqi's status rose significantly after marrying his daughter to the then Prince Shou, and after Yin Shou ascended the throne, he naturally became even more esteemed, almost regarded as the leader among the lords. Although Su Hu did not directly address Jiang Boho, he indeed had a hint of indirect criticism. At that moment, just as Su Hu was about to explain, Yin Shou spoke, directly interrupting the contention among the crowd. The great hall instantly fell silent, with only Yin Shou's calm voice resonating. "All right, let's stop arguing." Yin Shou directly cut off their opportunity to explain further. "What you say I already know. Originally, I intended to bestow my decree upon Jizhou, hoping that Lord Su would feel my sincerity and be willing to befriend me. As for whether this marriage contract exists or not, since Lord Su is unwilling, then it is not that important. Dr. Fei, please do not press the matter further." Yin Shou concluded firmly. "Anyway, it is because you Su who are unwilling. As for the marriage contract you mentioned, who knows if it is true or not?" Ji Chong, who was bowing his head, thought to himself that this was bad. With Yin Shou saying this, it seemed to overlook the matter respecting Su Hu's opinion without further inquiry, yet he was indeed placing the heavy burden squarely on Su Hu's shoulders. Just as he was about to speak for Su Hu again, he heard Yin Shou say, "Lord Su, I will not pursue this marriage contract. However, you should never speak such arrogant words and insult Jiang Bo and King Wuchang. What do you mean by selling a daughter for glory? When I married the queen during the reign of the late king, I was still known as the brave Wang of longevity. At that time, Jiang Bo married his daughter to me, and there was no glory to be sought. When Di was in power, he indeed favored Wei Ziqi a bit more. Thus there was nothing wrong with Yin Shou's word." In the next moment, before Su Hu could speak, Jiang Bo, Huang Feihu, and even the less prominent Yang Ren all stepped forward and clasped their hands toward Yin Shou, calling out, "Great King." Yin Shou's words were a great compliment to them. Su Hu's face immediately flushed red, unsure of what to say. Yin Shou nodded at Jiang Bo and the others, appearing as though he would stand up for them, and continued speaking to Su Hu. "How about this? I believe Jiang Bo and the others are not petty men. After the court session, Su Hu prepares some gifts to visit them, and this matter can be put to rest." At this moment, Fei Zhong looked up at Yin Shou's figure. He felt that the great king before him was increasingly unfathomable. He immediately reined in his cavalier attitude. It seems that serving before the great king in the future requires even more caution, never to become complacent. In his view, the previous Yin Shou was merely hiding his strength and biding his time. Now just a few words had already pinned the blame on Su Hu. Moreover, he was using this opportunity to set Su Hu against Jiang Bo and the others. Although Yin Shou said he would not pursue the matter once this blame was placed, whether or not he pursued it in the future would still depend on Yin Shou's words. There is a saying, no matter how happy you jump now, you will eventually have to pay the bill. Su Hu naturally understood this principle, and his expression turned extremely abnormal, filled with intense anger. If he did not continue to defend himself now, he would truly bear the blame. He immediately pointed at Fei Zhong and shouted angrily, "The great king would rather believe a vile character like Fei Zhong than trust me and Lord Shibua. In the end, the great king still believes I Su Hu am guilty. With the great king treating me this way, I truly feel wronged." Yin Shou's gaze flickered slightly as he casually replied, "Oh." For some reason, Su Hu's originally soaring spirit was suddenly affected. He felt a bit hesitant, but with things having come this far, he could not hold back any longer. "I don't believe you would dare to execute me on the spot. If worst comes to worst, I will return to Jizhou and rebel against Shang. After all, carrying the blame back, he would eventually be dealt with." Su Hu decided to go all out. "Though the king has issued a decree, the marriage contract with my daughter is at stake, which inevitably raises suspicions of forcefully seizing a minister's wife. At this moment, listening to the slanders of a vile character and wanting to convict me is truly..." Su Hu ultimately swallowed the words "foolish ruler." He did not dare to say it directly. However, Yin Shou helped him voice it calmly, asking, "What is it truly? Foolish. Foolish ruler. Does Lord Su believe I am like the foolish ruler Xiajia? If so, why does Lord Su not dare to say it?" Yin Shou's calm demeanor instilled fear. The officials fell silent, feeling as if even a needle dropping could be heard. At this moment, many were looking at Su Hu with unfriendly gazes. Naturally, leading the way was Yin Shou's good uncle Baigan. The great king is so wise. What does Su Hu intend to do? In Baigan's eyes, the great king intends to take Daji as a consort for the sake of the great Shang's stability, a royal marriage. Yet Su Hu persists in his refusal and even seeks an alliance with Lord Shibua. Two lords of great significance in Shang are forming an alliance. What do you intend to do? Rebel. Seeing Su Hu's disrespect towards the great king, his heart grew colder. However, Su Hu did not notice this. Under the immense pressure exerted by Yin Shou, he could not care less about others' gazes. Instead, he was provoked by Yin Shou's words. "What do I have to fear?" He immediately began to criticize Yin Shou, starting from Yin Shou's neglect of sacrifices to his indulgence in wine and women and the neglect of state affairs. The more he spoke, the more enjoyable he felt. With such direct admonitions, could you Dxin still dare to commit a great transgression and kill me? Su Hu also had another source of confidence. The result of the previous divination by Lord Shibui Jichong already indicated that there would be no danger to his life this time. In the original trajectory of the investiture of the gods, Dxin indeed did not treat Su Hu harshly and even allowed him to return to Jizhou. As a result, upon returning, Su Hu raised an army to rebel against Shang. Yet this time it was different. The more Su Hu spoke, the more he felt something was amiss. In Shou's expression had not changed at all, watching him indifferently. However, the expressions of the ministers beside him grew increasingly strange. Unconsciously, Su Hu's voice weakened, and in the end he uttered, "Great king, how can you be so foolish in such a manner?" and later faced the ancestors. Upon finishing, he held his head high, appearing passionate and eager, as if waiting for others to echo him. A glint flashed in In Shou's eyes, and a surge of killing intent welled up within him. No matter who it is, being openly scolded like this would surely anger them, right? Especially since In Shou already knew that the Su Hu before him was the first among the lords to rise in rebellion. With the power of kingship in hand, the desire to kill arose. The authority that In Shou held was the greatest weapon in the world. Naturally, he harbored murderous thoughts against Su, who this dog is so openly rebellious. Dxin actually let you go back, waiting for you to rebel. Isn't that foolish? Furthermore, In Shou contemplated another issue. If I were to directly execute Su Hu on the spot, what changes would it bring? Killing Jichong directly would be somewhat difficult. After all, it is not justified, and there might be celestial beings who would obstruct it. But just this Su Hu. Can I not kill him? Immediately In Shou spoke coldly. Lord Su, did you enjoy the scolding? Su Hu was taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, he saw In Shou turn to Baigon and casually ask, Uncle Wang, if a lord insults the king in the hall and has committed a crime, how should it be dealt with? Baigon was taken aback for a moment, not expecting the great king to ask such a question. Afterward, he deeply looked at Su Hu and ultimately replied, according to the usual punishment, I report to the great king, if a lord disrespects, he should be executed, his nation destroyed, and his kin enslaved. This meant directly executing Su Hu and annihilating his territory. All of Su Hu's relatives would be taken as slaves. Su Hu was immediately horrified, looking at Baigon, exclaiming, Baigon, how could you be so cruel? Baigon's reputation had always been associated with wisdom, but Su Hu never expected that at this moment Baigon not only failed to persuade Dxin, but also proposed such a severe punishment. In Shou completely ignored Su Hu and instead looked around the hall. My esteemed ministers, is there anyone willing to slay this scoundrel for me? As In Shou's words fell, the ministers were shaken. Your Majesty, forgive him. The first to speak was still the Duke of Shibui Jichong, a well-known figure of benevolence and righteousness in the Shang Dynasty, who knelt down and pleaded loudly with In Shou. Following him, many ministers and lords joined Jichong in pleading for Su Hu's sake. Jichong, with a look of sorrow, said, Su Hu merely spoke out of turn, but his crime does not warrant death. Please, your Majesty, spare his life. Yet In Shou remained unmoved. This old man, if he could resolve the issue of the Fengshen, would rather personally descend to slay him. Now seeing Jichong take the lead, In Shou felt even more displeased. However, there was one thing that brought him some comfort. The ministers led by Shang Rong and Baigon did not kneel and plead alongside Jichong. Although most were conflicted expressions, In Shou coldly remarked, Since Su Bohu believes I am a tyrannical fool, how could I not comply with his wishes? He then continued to survey the audience below. Is there truly no minister in the Shang who will obey my commands? Must I take matters into my own hands? His words were filled with unrestrained anger. The crowd was taken aback. Oh no. The king is truly angry and intends to kill. It was still In Shou's loyal, treacherous scoundrels, Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who reacted the quickest, roaring, I will eliminate this traitor for your Majesty. The two charged towards Su Hu. However, these two were merely civil officials, their physiques only slightly stronger than the average person. How could they match the battle-hardened Su Hu? In Jizhou, Su Hu had been a true commander and battle skilled in martial arts. As Fei Zhong and Yu Han lunged at him, he kicked one away. Bang! Bang! The two were sent flying back. You dare! You two treacherous scoundrels, do you wish to kill me? Su Hu roared in anger, his hair bristling. Hearing this commotion, Jichong, who was kneeling on the ground, felt a jolt of alarm. This is bad. If Su Hu did not act, there would still be a chance for pleading. As long as more people knelt in supplication, Emperor Xin would surely consider the implications and spare Su Hu. But now it was completely different. You dare to act against the king. Do you wish to rebel? With a whoosh, everyone felt a blur before their eyes as a shimmering shadow flashed by. Upon closer inspection, they saw Baigon had left his original spot and stood before In Shou, watching Su Hu as if facing a great enemy. His eyes shone with a divine light, resembling a deity. Yet, wasn't Wang Shu Baigon just a mere civil servant? How could he possess such speed and swift reaction? Baigon shouted coldly, Su, do not miscalculate your situation. Su, however, seemed almost mad, glaring at the elevated Yin Shou with bloodshot eyes. Miscalculate? You are all preparing to kill me, yet you tell me not to miscalculate. Am I to merely await my doom? Seeing Su's imposing presence, Yin Shou was not worried. As long as no celestial being intervenes, Yin Shou estimated that it would be quite simple to subdue Su, who with his innate divine power. But would celestial beings intervene against him, the mortal emperor? No. Thus he felt even more fearless. Instead, he took great interest in observing the reactions of Shang Duke Jiang and others who were aging naturally, could not be expected to step forward, but the martial king Huang Feihu still displayed a conflicted expression, which displeased Yin Shou. I am not only your king, but you are also my brother-in-law. Even if you prioritize reason over kinship, you should step in directly. What is there to hesitate about? At that moment, two towering figures suddenly stood up from behind the ministers, speaking in deep voices. I will slay this scoundrel for your majesty. Boom. Two robust men charged out from the crowd. Though they wore fine silks, they emanated an aura of armor, their bodies exuding raw strength. Fei Lian Eli. Yin Shou looked at the two fierce-looking men, and a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. In truth, Yin Shou did not pay much attention to court affairs. Aside from a few particularly famous individuals, he did not follow closely. Moreover, Fei Lian and Eli had always been extremely low-key. So when these two stood up, Yin Shou felt surprised. What are these two doing? Fei Lian charged forward like a beast towards Su Hu. Su Hu hurriedly raised his hands to block, but was knocked back a step by the tremendous force, blood surging his stance unsteady. He felt this strike left his entire body aching. The next moment, Eli appeared directly behind Su Hu. With hands like fans, he pressed down onto Su Hu's shoulders. Boom. Su Hu was immediately jolted, blood spurting from his mouth. Yet he could still not withstand this great force. His knees buckled, and he fell to the floor of the hall. Eli, with one hand still pressing down on Su Hu's shoulders, viciously grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Seeing this, Ji Chong felt as if struck by lightning and hurriedly shouted, Eli, hold on. But Eli would not heed him. The king has decreed a death sentence, and it must be carried out. Duke Jiang, I apologize. Fei Lian reached out and snatched the sword from Duke Jiang's waist. Duke Jiang, as the national uncle and the strongest among the lords, had long been granted permission by Emperor Xian to bear a sword to court. Clang. The sound of the sword being drawn was exceptionally clear. Fei Lian expressionlessly swung it at Su Hu. Swish. Blood sprayed. Su Hu's head was lifted by Eli and his body was kicked to the ground. The crowd in the hall watched this scene as if waking from a dream, hardly daring to believe. The king truly executed Su Hu on the spot. At this time, Fei Lian placed the sword on the ground and knelt alongside Eli. I report to your majesty the treacherous Su Hu has been slain. Please, your majesty, give your orders. Eli, seemingly unconcerned by the smell of blood, allowed the blood to flow as he held Su Hu's head high, presenting it to Yin Shou. In Su Hu's unblinking eyes there was still shock and confusion. Wasn't Duke Sheep was saying I had nothing to fear? The entire assembly of civil and military officials, many lords, looked at the calm Fei Lian and Eli kneeling in the pool of blood, feeling a chill in their hearts. Slay the treacherous scoundrel. Is there anyone more vicious than you two in this hall? Ji Chong looked at Su Hu's severed head and felt a wave of sorrow and shame, overwhelmed by mixed emotions. It was I who harmed Su Bo. Logically, Yin Shou should have been unaccustomed to such a bloody scene the first time, but his attention had already been fully captured by the human emperor's Zilu in his mind. With Su Hu's death, the human emperor Zilu indeed began to transform, as Yin Shou had anticipated. But now was not the time. Yin Shou could only suppress the excitement in his heart, and said to the kneeling Fei Lian and Eli, you two generals, please rise. Your loyalty and bravery will certainly be rewarded. He then turned to Bygone. Wang Shu, let the morning court be paused for a moment. Have someone clean this place. Then we will continue. With that, Yin Shou directly stood up and walked towards the side room at the back of the hall. In the past few instances when the human emperors Zilu transformed, Yin Shou had not noticed, and thus had yet to understand the function of this golden finger. This time he absolutely could not miss it. Thinking this, Yin Shou secretly resolved, whether I should lie down and be a foolish king, all depends on you. Let us not speak of Yin Shou directly going to the side hall behind the main hall. After Yin Shou departed, the heavy and murderous atmosphere within the main hall slowly dissipated, and the numerous ministers and lords collectively let out a sigh of relief. Huff! The sounds of exhalation rose and fell. The king's authority had become increasingly formidable. Those who had previously looked down on Yin Shou for not attending court and neglecting state affairs now dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Although the king seldom appeared before everyone, he had become increasingly decisive in his actions. At this moment, Bygone glanced around at the crowd, pondered briefly, and then spoke aloud. This Su who dares to act ferociously in front of the king, he must be executed. Gentlemen, do not panic. After calming the ministers, he then addressed the two generals, Fei Lian and Eli. You two please take Su Hu's corpse down and have someone come to clean up. You both should also change your clothes. Fei Lian and Eli replied in deep voices and proceeded to carry Su Hu's head away. But Bai Gan's tasks did not stop there. He called over Chong Hei Hu and began to whisper instructions. Although Su Hu's death was self-inflicted, he was a powerful lord and his son was still in Jizhou. If he took up arms under the banner of avenging his father, preparations must be made early. Fei Zhong and Yu Han finally came to their senses. Kicked in the chest and abdomen by Su Hu, they could not help but cry out in pain. Only then did Bai Gan notice these two. Although he did not like Fei Zhong and Yu Han's sycophantic behavior towards In Shou, their earlier rush to help could at least be considered loyalty. Furrowing his brow, he shouted at those nearby, "Are you not going to quickly help the two doctors up?" Only then did someone react, rushing forward to assist Fei Zhong and Yu Han. Once the two stood up again, enduring the pain and returning to the ranks of the ministers, they looked at the blood-soaked ground and realized Su Hu's fate. Yu Han quietly complained to Fei Zhong, "Dr. Fei, what was the point of our rushing out like that? With our bones nearly broken, the credit has instead been snatched by those two brutes, Fei Lian and Eli. Had I known, I wouldn't have been the first to rush out." Fei Zhong gave Yu Han a contemptuous glance. "Aren't you just as foolish yourself?" Even if Su, who was beheaded by Fei Lian, being the first to charge out, would have already caught the king's attention. In fact, the more injuries we sustain, the more it would reflect our loyalty in the eyes of the king. Fei Zhong was very clear about his position. In terms of handling state affairs, he was inferior to Bai Gan, and in military matters, he was utterly incompetent. What is it that the king values? Is it not loyalty? The more injuries one bears, the more it demonstrates one's loyalty. In Shou did not witness what transpired in the main hall, nor did he pay any attention. At this moment, all his focus was on the emperor's purple talisman in his mind. As In Shou's thoughts condensed, his perspective sank once more into the strange space opened by the emperor's purple talisman in his mind. Within this space, the emperor's purple talisman emitted a purple golden light, floating and sinking unpredictably, suppressing the paper inscribed with the divine position of the god of literature. At the moment of Su Hu's death, the emperor's purple talisman trembled violently, projecting a purple gold light into an unknown space, as if it had grasped something. The purple gold light appeared to retract as if it had substance, accompanied by a presence resembling red mist. This was Su Hu's fortune. In Shou understood in his heart. The red fortune then fell from the void, continuously landing upon the emperor's purple talisman, instantly absorbed by it. During this process, In Shou felt an increasing harmony with the emperor's purple talisman, suddenly giving rise to a thought. Could it be that if the destined person in the investiture of the gods dies at my hands, I can strip them of their fortune? If that is the case, then being a bit more ruthless seems to benefit me even more. The golden liquid within the emperor's purple talisman increased significantly. By the time the red mist finished falling, its quantity had nearly reached 70% of what it was before. Su Hu is still lacking, contributing only this little bit of fortune. After all, he is a major lord and a figure who could ascend the investiture of the gods. In Shou muttered to himself, but he did not realize that the previous fortune was a reward for creating the paper, something that could be encountered but not sought. Moreover, the last time he unwittingly mentioned Grandmaster when his breakthrough also returned a considerable amount of fortune. Otherwise, relying solely on Su Hu, he could not have replenished so much. But the changes did not stop there. As the fortune was absorbed by the emperor's purple talisman, an invisible wave rippled through the strange space before him. In Shou was uncertain if it was his illusion or if it was real, but the illusory space seemed to solidify considerably. Swish! A flash of white light passed by. Su Hu's figure was unexpectedly pulled and surrounded by a white glow, as if he were frozen, his expression dazed. "Isn't this Su Hu's soul?" In Shou was taken aback. He then saw Su Hu's soul being sent into the paper beneath the emperor's purple talisman, where it flashed and was sealed. A portrait of Su Hu appeared on the paper, his face filled with terror, strikingly lifelike. So ruthless, not even sparing his soul after death. In Shou murmured to himself, feeling a trace of excitement. This method of dealing with opponents was to In Shou's liking. If it weren't for necessity, who would willingly lie down and let Chao do as he pleased? At the same time, In Shou felt that he could invoke even more fortune, even to the point of granting Su Hu a divine position. However, he would not waste fortune on Su Hu. In Shou always felt that this fellow had long harbored rebellious intentions, who otherwise why would he refuse such a good opportunity to become Emperor Zin's father-in-law? Good steel should be used on the blade. At this moment, In Shou had come to understand the abilities of the Emperor's purple talisman more, and a hint of anticipation suddenly arose in his heart. Perhaps I don't need to place an inconspicuous star on the investiture of the gods. Although Grandmaster One had already explained the reasons why the Emperor cannot cultivate, Yin Shou looked at the Emperor's purple talisman before him with new thoughts. If the fortune I accumulate is sufficient, can I break this iron rule? It seems I need to be a bit more ruthless from now on. When killing, just kill. At this moment, looking at Su Ha's soul, Yin Shou thought of another question. Su, who is a well-known figure on the investiture of the gods. Logically speaking, even if he dies, his soul should float towards the investiture of the gods, yet it is now being suppressed by him. I wonder if Yuan Shi Tianzun will be angry. Just as Yin Shou thought, Yuan Shi Tianzun in the Su Palace was once again awakened by the unusual movements of the investiture of the gods. Taking out the investiture of the gods and placing it before him, Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned, sending a wisp of saint's divine sense towards the investiture of the gods. Could it be that DXIN has stirred up more trouble? After a moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun breathed a sigh of relief. The divine positions on the investiture of the gods had not disappeared again, but one of the divine positions seemed to be stirring as if its talisman was fluttering and about to fly. The person corresponding to this divine position was clearly deceased, yet for some reason, they did not float towards the investiture of the gods. Yuan Shi Tianzun originally intended to follow his suspicions and investigate DXIN, but then recalled the previous intervention by the goddess Ping Xin. If he intervened, would the goddess Ping Xin reappear within the cycle of reincarnation? Yuan Shi Tianzun was somewhat uncertain. After the previous incident, he consulted with his elder brother Tai Ching, who merely stated that the trend could not be reversed. Forget it. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun called out towards the outside of the Su Palace, saying, "Nanji, please bring Zia here. I have matters to entrust to him." Yuan Shi Tianzun had already decided to send Jiang Zia down the mountain. Hurry and establish the investiture platform at Chi. In this way, if another person of note on the investiture of the gods perishes, the investiture platform can attract their souls, so that such situations do not arise again. Nanji outside the Su Palace responded and bowed respectfully towards Yuan Shi Tianzun before turning to head towards Jiang Ziya's place of cultivation. Within the teachings of the Tao, the Southern Polar Immortal is not among the 12 Golden Immortals who are the direct disciples of the Tao, led by Guang Qingzi. However, this does not imply that the Southern Polar Immortal status is inferior to that of the 12 Golden Immortals. In fact, he is often by the side of Yuan Shi Tianzun. This is after the Lantern Master lowered his status, joined the Tao, and was appointed as the deputy head of the Tao by Yuan Shi Tianzun. Most mundane matters of the Tao are handled by the Lantern Master. Nonetheless, Yuan Shi Tianzun clearly does not fully trust the Lantern Master, who came from a halfway path. Although he shows outward respect, he remains secretly vigilant. The advantage is that he prioritizes his own disciples. Important and confidential matters are conveyed through the Southern Polar Immortal, serving as Yuan Shi Tianzun's method to avoid the Lantern Master. After receiving the order from Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Southern Polar Immortal rode a white crane towards the place where Jiang Zia practiced. Before landing, he called out, "Junior brother Zia, the master summons you to Su Palace." Jiang Zia, who was in the midst of his cultivation, quickly awoke and rushed out of his cave, hurriedly paying respect to the Southern Polar Immortal, saying, "Zia pays respects to senior brother Nanji. I wonder what the master wishes to instruct me." The Southern Polar Immortal shook his head and replied, "I do not know either. Just follow me to meet the master, and you will naturally find out." He immediately took Jiang Zia towards Su Palace. At this moment, it was the 8th year of Emperor Xian. According to the original timeline, Jiang Zia should have descended the mountain only the following year. However, due to the arrival of Yin Shou, unforeseen changes occurred. This led Yuan Shi Tianzun to alter his thoughts, summoning Jiang Zia, allowing him to descend a year early. Yet this was merely a minor influence of the heavenly Tao. As the sages say, great trends cannot be altered, but minor trends can be changed. After receiving Yuan Shi Tianzun's decree, Jiang Zia descended the mountain in a daze, heading straight towards the capital of the Shang Dynasty, Ge City. According to Jiang Zia's thoughts, since the master allowed him to employ all his skills to support Zhou and cut down Shang, he naturally had to go to Ge City to thoroughly understand the Shang Dynasty. Only then could he know himself and his enemy, ensuring victory in every battle. Yin Shou, of course, was unaware that his murderous intent after beheading Su Hu in public would trigger such transformations. But even if he knew, what could he do? Could he bring Jiang Zia over and execute him as well? This man is a key figure in the establishment of the gods. During the god-establishing war, Jiang Zia was killed several times with his soul wandering out, yet he was still revived by the Tao. For him, the most crucial thing at the moment was to thoroughly comprehend the power of the Imperial Sovereign Purple Talisman. Yin Shou felt somewhat helpless. Why did it have to be me? This golden finger feels like it's jammed. He still couldn't fully integrate with the Imperial Sovereign Purple Talisman. After a while, hearing the commotion from the hall outside, Yin Shou's attention was finally drawn away from the strange space in his mind. After slightly organizing himself, he walked out of the side hall with his head held high. Once again, entering the main hall, he sat dignifiedly. As Yin Shou arrived, the ministers in the hall immediately fell silent, as quiet as a pin drop. Yin Shou nodded slightly and looked down. At this moment, the bloodstains left by Su Hu's death had been cleaned up, leaving only a faint lingering smell of blood. Fei Lian and Eli had already changed out of their bloodstained garments, and were now wearing the temporary uniforms of palace guards. Although they didn't fit well, they appeared even more imposing. This Eli fellow had a calm demeanor, yet he was casually holding Su Hu's head. Yin Shou frowned. Looking to the other side, Fei Zhong and Yu Han had pale faces, but they were enduring their pain, not daring to groan. These two fellows, although their strength was lacking, they were indeed the first to charge out, showing commendable loyalty. Yin Shou nodded at the two of them. Upon noticing Yin Shou's gaze, Fei Zhong and Yu Han felt a jolt in their. In an instant, it seemed as if all their pain had vanished. That kick was not in vain. The two thought happily. At this moment, Baigan stepped forward with cupped hands. Although he had already coordinated with Chong Ho, who regarding Su Hu's death, he still needed to report this matter to Yin Shou and obtain his authorization. My king, now that Su Hu is dead, I worry that Jizhou may rebel as a result. I would like to suggest sending Chong Ho to lead troops to Jizhou. What does the king think? Yin Shou looked at Baigan with satisfaction. With such a capable minister like Baigan managing the situation, he could save a lot of mental effort and not worry about these trivial matters. What a good Baigan. Emperor Xian was actually willing to let him die a tragic death. He was simply lacking in foresight. Yin Shou immediately smiled at Baigan, saying, Uncle Wang's considerations are very thorough. Let us proceed, as you suggest. At this moment, Yin Shou's thoughts moved, looking at Fei Zhong and Yu Han. The two of them performed admirably this time. They should be rewarded. One cannot neglect the hearts of loyal ministers, right? Yin Shou thought to himself, since you two love wealth, I shall give you an opportunity to become prosperous. He immediately said to Baigan, those Su who deserved death, the subjects of Jizhou, are not necessarily like him. If they know their crimes, there is no need for excessive harshness. How about this? Let Fei Zhong and Yu Han accompany Chong Ho to Jizhou. With Chong Ho leading the troops to intimidate, the two ministers shall go to persuade the surrender of Jizhou. Be sure not to disturb the common people. Jizhou currently cannot possibly contend with the Shang Dynasty. Even if Su Chuanzhong led a rebellion, he would ultimately have to yield to Chong Ho's threats. If Su Chuanzhong wished to surrender, he would naturally have to win over Fei Zhong and Yu Han, offering treasures to buy their favor, which could also be seen as Yin Shou's reward. Upon hearing this, Fei Zhong instantly understood the meaning behind it. He quickly stepped out of the ranks and bowed, saying, My king is benevolent. I will not disappoint your trust and will pacify the common people of Jizhou. Baigan also nodded slightly, fully agreeing with Yin Shou's command. He sighed inwardly, saying the king still cares for the common people, filled with compassion. If it weren't for Su Hu's own death wish. At this moment, any remaining pity for Su Hu vanished from Baigan's heart. With such a virtuous king, if it weren't for your excessive actions, how would the king have executed you? You truly deserve. All the ministers and lords in the hall bowed and spoke in unison. The king's virtue shines brightly. Yin Shou waved his hand lightly, signaling everyone to rise. He smiled and looked at Fei Lian and Eli, feeling even more curious about these two. Yin Shou said, You two generals have slain traitors and made great contributions. Do you have any rewards you wish for? Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to satisfy you. Fei Lian and Eli did not appear overly joyful, maintaining their expressions, only saying serving the king requires no demands. Yin Shou, taken aback, wondered whether these two fierce men were truly oblivious or genuinely without desire. Nonetheless, Yin Shou still granted rewards, bestowing a large amount of wealth and treasures. Finally, Yin Shou said, Those who have merits cannot go unrewarded. You shall accept these rewards first. You may think it over and come to me later with any ideas. The two knelt in unison. Thank you for the king's reward. Afterward, Eli raised the severed head of Su Hu high and blankly asked, My king, how shall we deal with Su Hu's head? Su Hu's head appeared to have been simply disposed of. Now it no longer bled, revealing a strange pallor. Yin Shou frowned upon seeing this. Is this Eli a bit dim-witted, always holding on to this thing? Shouldn't he just throw it away? Just as Yin Shou was about to speak, the old Prime Minister Shang Rong staggered out of the ranks, cupping his hands towards Yin Shou. The previous flashes of knives and swords were truly not suitable for someone of Shang Rong's age, so he had always lacked a sense of presence. It was not until this moment that Shang Rong stood up to speak. Your Majesty, Su Hu harbors rebellious intentions and disrespects your Majesty and was slain on the spot by your Majesty. He truly deserves this punishment. Shang Rong first expressed his stance. Though a bit late to take a side, it was better than saying nothing and allowing a rift to form in the heart of your Majesty. The deceased Su Hu was attacked once more. Shang Rong continued. Next is the sacrifice of Sang Lin. Why not use this Su Hu's head to honor the ancestral deities? In Shou looked at the trembling Shang Rong. Goodness, how can you never forget to offer sacrifices? At the Nüwa temple, Shang Rong had suggested whether to slaughter a few dozen slaves to sacrifice to Lady Nüwa for forgiveness. Now that Su Hu has been beheaded, he is thinking about utilizing waste for sacrifices. At this moment, memories of the Sang Lin sacrifice surged in In Shou's mind, and the bloody eerie images made him unable to help but frown slightly. The Sang Lin sacrifice is the most important ritual in the Great Shang. On this day, the monarchs and ministers gather to slay human victims and honor the ancestral deities. Emperor Xian previously disapproved of this due to the excessive number of slaves slain during this ceremony. However, as a state-level ritual, it must continue. In Shou could only think, can the already beheaded Su Hu really be used for sacrifices? Indeed. After all, Su Hu is a lord of a region of high status. Such an offering is considered the best sacrifice in the eyes of the Great Shang. Very well. Let this be seen as waste utilization. In Shou thought to himself. He nodded towards Shang Rong and said, let it be as the Prime Minister says. Prime Minister, please arrange this matter. After that, there was nothing more to discuss. After witnessing Su Hu's execution, the ministers and lords, even if they had something to report, held back. They did not dare to present their cases recklessly for fear of displeasing In Shou. Naturally, In Shou was quite relaxed, and after seeing that everyone had nothing to report, he directly announced the dismissal of the court. Then only Baigan was left behind. Once the two sat down in the side hall, In Shou asked with a smile, how does the prince view my direct execution of Su Hu? Speak freely, I just want to hear your true opinion. Baigan was always upright. In Shou, now wanting him to work, must pay attention to his mental well-being. He couldn't let him harbor resentment. It would be bad if he decided to quit. Surprisingly, Baigan directly said. In Shou's eyes widened immediately. He thought Baigan would advise him more subtly, but unexpectedly he had this. At this moment, Baigan spoke seriously. Su Hu was disrespectful to the king, openly provoking his majesty. If he was not killed, how could the lords of the world be convinced? In fact, the Great Shang had always treated the lords this way. If they did not listen, they would lead troops to slay the individual and destroy their nation. The only difference was that the strength of Jizhou was considerable, so they needed to be cautious of the influence. Only then did In Shou smile and say, the prince and I share the same heart. This reassures me. Suddenly, In Shou remembered something else and directly spoke up. Prince, what is the matter with Fei Lian and Eli? How can they be so tall and fierce? Previously, In Shou had grown curious. Now face to face with Baigan, he naturally wanted to ask clearly. To his surprise, Baigan looked at In Shou with astonishment and replied, Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Generals Fei Lian and Eli carry the bloodline of the Wu clan. Their bloodline is strong, which is why they possess great strength, and when charging into battle, they are unstoppable, renowned as fierce generals of the Great Shang. In Shou's heart skipped a beat. These two actually have the bloodline of the Wu clan. No wonder they appear much taller and fiercer than others, and upon meeting them, a heavy aura of death rushes towards him. In ancient times, the human and Wu clans intermarried. However, at that time, the Wu clan took the lead with the human clan as vassals. Later, during the War of the Wu and the Yao, both clans were severely injured and withdrew from the grand stage of the wilderness, while the human clan gradually rose under the efforts of countless sages. When the Wu clan fell, some followed to the underworld. The others, unwilling to leave, continued to live on the wilderness and gradually integrated with the human clan. By the time of the Yellow Emperor, Qiyu rose. Qiyu, who possessed the bloodline of the Wu clan, sought to seize the position of the human emperor from Xianyuan Huangdi to regain dominance, but ultimately was defeated and suppressed. Since then, the Wu clan has become even more silent. The Wu clan scattered across the wilderness have completely merged into the human clan. The so-called common people are those who originally belonged to Qiyu. Until now, there is no longer any distinction between humans and the Wu clan in the Great Shang. Only the priests who preside over the rituals are called Wu. In terms of communicating with heaven and earth, the Wu clan indeed possesses unique talents. This type strengthens the soul with Wu clan bloodline. They can be called spiritual witches. Fei Lian and Eli do not belong to this category, but rather follow a different path, using their Wu clan bloodline to enhance their physical strength. After In Shou understood these things, he murmured to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder so many ancestral witch names appear as tribal leaders in human ancient history. It is all so chaotic. This is due to the fusion of the two clans. In present-day Great Shang, among the ancestral deities being worshipped, there are still traces of the Wu clan, such as the fire god Zhu Rong and the water god Gong Gong. In Shou felt another thought arise. Perhaps this bloody sacrifice of the Great Shang also originated from the Wu clan's traditions. Then does this Sang Lin sacrifice mean? Soon the time arrived for the grand and solemn Sang Lin sacrifice. In a mulberry forest in the city of Chaoga, King Zhou sat on a high platform surrounded by civil and military officials and numerous lords. Looking up towards the front, a graceful figure danced the ancient and wild steps on the altar. Suha's head was held high before the altar. Behind him were hundreds and thousands of bound slaves, all captured barbarian people from the West Qi. A fervent and eerie atmosphere rose in the mulberry forest. Because of the human emperor's purple talisman, King Zhou felt increasingly sensitive. As the spiritual witch on the altar danced, he seemed to sense a pair of indifferent eyes gazing at him from the void. King Zhou was suddenly startled. Looking again at the altar, his gaze landed on the largest divine seat, surrounded by the ancestral spirits of the great Shang. Empress Hudu. King Zhou suddenly realized in his heart. He had been puzzled for a long time, as the great Shang believed that the deceased kings became deities and continued to live in the heavens. He was still wondering, isn't the heavenly court controlled by that brat Hao Yin? It turns out that the former kings all went to the underworld. They have taken refuge under the protection of Empress Hudu. It was as if the fog before his eyes had finally cleared a bit, and King Zhou felt somewhat helpless. Regarding the underworld's interference with the position of the god of literature, King Zhou was unaware. Thus he sighed in his heart. Our great Shang is about to be overturned. Empress Hudu, why not lend a helping hand? Upon the altar, the spirit shaman continued to dance. Her graceful figure slowed down. The dance steps became increasingly simple and ancient, exuding a strange beauty that approached the essence of the laws of heaven and earth. The atmosphere around the altar grew increasingly heavy. The spirit shaman's movements also became slower. It was as if something unseen were pressing down on her body, slowing her actions. King Zhou had sharp eyesight, and at this moment, he could clearly see the pain gradually spreading across the delicate face of the spirit shaman. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He recognized the spirit shaman before him as the youngest daughter of the former Prime Minister Shang Rong, Shang Qingjun. She was the one mentioned in jest by Baigon who spoke of marrying her to King Zhou. At that time, Shang Rong had politely declined. After hearing about it later, King Zhou had not taken it to heart. There are countless beauties with names and surnames in the canonization of gods. Do I really lack for one like you? However, upon seeing Shang Qingjun's appearance, clearly now King Zhou's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Perhaps he had spoken too boldly. Shang Qingjun was undoubtedly beautiful, carrying an ethereal cold aura that set her apart from the world. Especially now, she exuded a unique grace. The pain on her face was intense, yet her eyes remained remarkably calm, as if within her frail body lay an enormous power. Those calm eyes captivated King Zhou. I do not love beauty, I merely admire her temperament. Yet from his memories, King Zhou knew that the spirit shaman bore an immensely powerful soul with her frail body. When the two clashed, neither could survive for long. They would inevitably perish early. Just as King Zhou lamented this in his heart, the fervent atmosphere among the crowd participating in the ritual suddenly reached a peak, then plummeted. Everyone seemed to hold their breath. Silence fell. It was as if heaven and earth had come to a standstill. All eyes turned toward King Zhou. As the ruler of the great Shang, he was the true protagonist of this ritual. At this moment, Shang Qingjun had also ceased her movements, posing awkwardly like a statue. Following the mental notes of the ritual process, King Zhou rose calmly. Amidst the surrounding silence, he stepped down from the high platform one step at a time. He walked towards the altar where Shang Qingjun stood. With each step, he took the people around him, knelt silently, bowing their heads in his direction. Step by step forward, the entire area of the ritual became alive with the kneeling actions of the crowd spreading outward like ripples in water. By the time King Zhou finally arrived at the altar, everyone had already knelt on the ground, leaving only him and Shang Qingjun in sight. According to the normal procedure, at this moment, King Zhou should present the head of Su, who kneeling before the many deities on the altar, offering the most precious sacrifice of this ritual to the ancestral spirits. Upon the altar, aside from the Earth Mother, there were the many deities worshipped by the great Shang, as well as the memorial tablets of the past kings of the great Shang. But let us not speak of others. Just the ancestral kings of the great Shang alone provided enough reason for King Zhou to kneel, a son kneeling to his father. Isn't this a matter of course? It is also entirely natural for the future human race to honor these human ancestors. As for these deities, in the great calamity of canonization, you did not lend a hand. How dare you expect me to kneel? King Zhou was not a true merchant. He had never been sincere about the matters of rituals. In the time he lived, faith had perished, and it was an era of decline. Even if people prayed to gods and Buddhas, it was for their own desires. To put it harshly, it was selfish. To put it nicely, it was realism. If you firmly believed that offering to the gods would help you with your desires, but received no assistance at all, would you still expend energy and time kneeling? Wouldn't that be absurd? Yet now in the trajectory of canonization that King Zhou was aware of, he had never seen these ancestral spirits appear to rescue the fortunes of the great Shang Dynasty. Those who had been fiercely contending were the disciples of the three teachings. With so many humans suffering, not a single one of these deities appeared. Yin Shou sincerely felt, rather than engage in these utterly useless acts, it was better to maintain the last shred of stubbornness. I, the Emperor of Man. Kneeling before you deities, can you even bear it? Thinking this, Yin Shou directly reached out, grabbing Su He's hair. With a gentle tug, he placed Su He's head on the sacrificial offering, and then began reciting the prayer prepared for him by Bygone. Wow! A stir arose among the crowd below. Everyone looked at Yin Shou in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even Bygone, who had completely sworn loyalty, furrowed his brow deeply, secretly sighing. The king's aversion to the ritual is truly this profound. But significant matters of the nation lie in warfare and rituals. The king's actions now will inevitably provide others with an excuse for criticism. In fact, it was indeed so. Even GFA, who ultimately defeated the Great Shang, announced the crimes of DXIN to the world, and the first charge was this. It was because DXIN neglected the sacrifices, angering the ancestral spirits. Thus heaven appointed me, GFA, to inherit the true lineage of humanity. Of course, this was just talk. Did you not consider, GFA? You seized the world of the Great Shang, cutting off their sacrifices. Would that Great Shang ancestor be mad enough to acknowledge you? It was merely to justify oneself and win the hearts of the people. The stir among the crowd continued. No one dared to speak out against anything at this moment. After all, Su, who was a cautionary tale. Yet discontent was slowly building within their hearts. Yin Shou did not care. He continued to calmly read the prayer. I only have 28 years, why must I have you submit to me? At that moment, Shang Qingjuan, who had remained like a statue maintaining her strange posture, moved. Her eyes slowly turned. She looked in Yin Shou's direction. As her eyes turned, the other parts of the shaman's body began to move slowly, as if thawing. It was as if a statue had come to life. At the same time, a chilling aura emanated from the spirit shaman. The shaman's eyes transformed into stark black and white, and within her pupils something formless seemed to be endlessly surfacing. Yin Shou's voice suddenly faltered. Coldly observing everything before him, the sharp sensations brought by the emperor's purple decree convinced him the being before him was no longer Shang Qingjuan. Is it some ancestral spirit above who is displeased, thus directly descending through Shang Qingjuan's body? Yin Shou was curious, yet not a trace of fear crossed his heart. Even if the former King Di descended, he would not be afraid. The fortune of my dynasty protects me. What if you descend? Would you dare to act against me? Immediately, Yin Shou coldly shouted at the figure of Shang Qingjuan before him. Who are you? How dare you resort to such means to appear before me? Yin Shou's words were not yet finished. He saw the Shang Qingjuan before him lightly wave her hand, and an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, falling before the altar and separating the crowd behind Yin Shou. In the eyes of the many civil and military officials of the Great Shang, Yin Shou still recited the prayers, yet Yin Shou saw Shang Qingjuan's expression shift, a faint look of disdain appearing on her face. Yin Shou, you dare to disrespect us during the ritual. Are you not afraid of me punishing you? Yin Shou's eyes flashed with light, wildly speculating about the identity of the being that had descended upon Shang Qingjuan. But no matter who it was before him, he suddenly laughed at this threat. I do not believe. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingjuan was momentarily taken aback. Her nose wrinkled slightly, and the coldness in her eyes intensified. However, just as Yin Shou had said, she truly could not act against him. The protective aura of destiny was not to be taken lightly. Thus, she chose to appear before Yin Shou in the form of Shang Qingjuan. At this moment, it was none other than the Xianming ancestral witch who had descended. The last time she clashed with Lady Fengshen in the underworld, blocking Yuanshi Tianzhen's seizure of the position of Wenxiu Star Lord, the two of them returned to the underworld. For this, Yin Shou, whom Lady Fengshen referred to as a variable Xianming, began to pay more attention, silently observing the changes within Xiaoga. You have already been able to pardon Wenxiu Star Lord. Shouldn't you promptly seize the moment and govern diligently? Yet Yin Shou, on the contrary, continued to indulge in debauchery, frolicking in the palace with the queen and concubines. Seeing this scene, Xianming was furious. She wished to immediately rush out of the underworld, confront Yin Shou, and give him a good beating. You need to get your act together. The Xianming ancestral witch angrily rushed to the Hall of Six Paths. With her ancestral witch character, she simply could not stand Yin Shou's idle behavior. Lady Fengshen, you have already made an exception for Yin Shou, yet he still behaves like a useless lump. Lady Fengshen, however, remained calm and replied lightly, Xuanming, we have done what we needed to do. Now that the God-sealing list has lost, Wenxiu Star Lord's position of variable has arisen. We only need to wait quietly. Why are you so anxious? But the Xianming ancestral, which could not calm down, her face filled with impatience. Pacing back and forth within the Hall of Six Paths. With Yin Shou like this, what does it matter if he is a variable? When the time comes, the trend of the God-sealing still stands. If my brothers lose the sacrifices, they will have no chance of returning. Seeing this, Lady Fengshen slightly shook her head. She presided over the Hall of Six Paths, sheltering the remaining members of the witch clan, while also protecting the past kings of the Deshang due to the cycle of reincarnation. This was to exchange for the human race's sacrifices to the fallen ancestral witches. The previous sudden intervention was due to Lady Fengshen sensing the changes in destiny and seizing the opportunity to act quickly. However, this does not mean the underworld can recklessly interfere in the mortal realm. Currently, the heavenly Tao is flourishing and the power of the heavenly Tao is invading. She still had to allocate a significant amount of energy to contend with the heavenly Tao. It is like two people playing chess. You can take advantage of your opponent's inattention to drop a hidden piece. But can you disrupt the entire game with every move? That would break the rules. Once the rules are broken, the opponent might just flip the table. Thinking of this, Lady Fengshen once again comforted the Xianming ancestral, which saying, "Do not be anxious, let's wait a bit longer. If we rashly act and exhaust the last bit of the witch clan's foundation, then we will have no opportunity at all." Upon hearing Lady Fengshen's words, the Xianming ancestral, which could only suppress her increasingly anxious heart. A few days passed. The Xianming ancestral, which rushed to the Hall of Six Paths, again shock evident on her face, as she exclaimed to Lady Fengshen, "What has Yin Shou done? How could he have allowed Wen Zhong to break through the great Luo golden immortal realm, drastically altering the situation?" The Xianming ancestral, which naturally did not know the details. However, witnessing the surge of Deshang's fortune, she returned to calmness, but was still astonished by this matter. Lady Fengshen then smiled, and said the human emperor, aside from the power of sealing gods and granting life, possesses the ability to bless and stabilize fortunes. It seems that Yin Shou has awakened, which has caused a change in Wen Zhong's fate. Yet the Xianming ancestral, which still did not believe it. If he truly awakened the powers of the human emperor, how could Yin Shou continue to neglect the affairs of the court? In the history of the human race, who among those who truly awakened the powers of the human emperor was not diligent and industrious? Lady Fengshen, you do not know, but Yin Shou is about to decree the taking of concubines. This time the Xianming ancestral, which made up her mind. No matter what, she had to meet this Yin Shou and see for herself what was truly going on with him. Seeing Lady Fengshen's worried expression, the Xianming ancestral, which decisively said, "Do not worry, I will definitely not interfere. I will not give them an opportunity to find an excuse. Moreover, I have already thought of a plan. During the Great Shang Sanglin festival, I will possess a body. Chaoga is inherently a place rich in the dynasty's fortune, and coupled with the current heavy aura of calamity, the incense barriers during the sacrifices will likely prevent anyone from noticing." At this moment, the Xianming ancestral, which descended upon Shang Qingjun. Hearing Yin Shou's words, she was already displeased with this lazy fellow, and upon hearing his words, her anger surged even more. "I have such a bad temper." The Xianming ancestral, which was one to act upon disagreement. She immediately wanted to have a serious talk with Yin Shou to let him know what respect truly meant. However, Shang Qingjun's fair fist clenched and then relaxed. After several attempts, the Xianming ancestral, which coldly stated, "You are quite arrogant." Yin Shou smiled slightly, turning to look behind him, where he saw a faint barrier shielding the ministers from the altar. Contemplating for a moment, he turned back and smiled as the current human emperor, bearing the fates and thoughts of billions of people. "Which deity dares to accept my bow? Since I have decided to act forcefully, I shall do so with more finesse." Moreover, Yin Shou was not being arrogant, he was being unrestrained. "After all, I am going to be enshrined as a god. Why should I fear you? Once I ascend the god-sealing list, we will no longer be in the same system. Even if you are an ancestral deity that emerged from the underworld, you cannot control me, right? When a man loses his vulnerabilities, he becomes invincible." Thinking of this, Yin Shou's confidence grew even stronger, and he could not help but slightly raise his chest. The Xianming ancestral, which snorted softly, not making any comments. She merely said lightly. In the next moment, Yin Shou's expression changed dramatically, and the words escaped his mouth. Did not the Xianming ancestral witch perish during the great calamity of witches and demons? I do not. Before he could finish the word believe, he saw Shang Qingjun glaring angrily. The chill in her eyes caused the temperature around Yin Shou to drop sharply. "You seem to know quite a lot." The Xianming ancestral, which said coldly. Had it not been for the agreement with Lady Fengshen, she would have wanted to teach this brat a lesson right then and there, and let you know whether I Xuanming am truly dead. It is merely cause and effect, merely the backlash of fate. Are we ancestral witches afraid of this? Under the gaze of her eyes, Yin Shou's heart sank. His previously abundant confidence suddenly waned, and the look of surprise on his face transformed into a broad smile. I misspoke. Congratulations, this is a good thing." As Yin Shou spoke, his voice gradually lowered under the Xianming ancestral witch's scrutinizing gaze. He saw the Xianming ancestral, which seemingly not hearing what he said. Her gaze fixated on Yin Shou, examining him back and forth, just as Yin Shou was about to speak, and asked the Xianming ancestral, "Why have you come to see me?" The Xianming ancestral, which suddenly spoke coldly, "Your soul has a problem." Inshou was horrified. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, Inshou's heart surged like a raging tide. Could she have seen through my origins? Wasn't it said that the emperor's fortune can shield against probing? How could this Xianming ancestor witch notice me? Inshou's mind was in turmoil. This was the biggest secret he held since arriving in the Fengshen world. In that instant, the killing intent in Inshou's heart flashed, and then vanished as he contemplated killing the Xianming ancestor, which before him burying this secret completely. But just the thought of it made Inshou immediately abandon the idea. It's better not to act, or I might be beaten up by the Xianming ancestor witch before I even make a move. Inshou was indeed majestic and powerful, blessed with innate divine strength. But this was only formidable among mortals. How could he compare to the Xianming ancestor witch? Even among the 12 ancestor witches, the Xianming ancestor witch ranked among the strongest. The fleeting killing intent from Inshou was sensed by the Xianming ancestor witch. However, she paid it no mind. To her, Inshou posed no threat. She even found it amusing. After being an emperor for so long, he no longer knows the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, truly thinking everyone submits to his will. The Xianming ancestor witch thought disdainfully. Then she continued, "Have you been hurt by someone before? Now your spirit is not in harmony with your body." But the next moment, the Xianming ancestor witch wondered with Inshou's status who would dare to act against him. As she observed Inshou closely, the Xianming ancestor witch noticed something unusual. Inshou's soul power was extraordinarily strong. A faint purple-golden light radiated, creating a barrier around him. What puzzled the Xianming ancestor witch was that such a powerful soul felt somewhat detached from the body, resulting in a slight leakage of its essence. This peculiarity had gone unnoticed by the previous one, Taisher, and even the Golden Spirit Mother. But who was the Xianming ancestor witch? The witch clan, aside from their powerful physical forms, excelled in the path of the soul, especially after spending so long in the cycle of reincarnation. In the primal chaos, everyone knew that the witch clan could not cultivate a nascent soul. But that did not mean they lacked a soul. Everything in existence has its spirit. Moreover, the witch clan, born of the power of natural laws, had their physical bodies so strong and their bloodlines so dense that they cultivated with the malevolent energy of the heavens and earth. Thus the soul was tightly bound to the physical body, an unbreakable unity. The nascent soul cultivated by the Zhengmen was formed from the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth light, and agile, able to transcend the physical body and roam the cosmos. In the witch clan situation, the soul was completely integrated into the body. How could they possibly cultivate a nascent soul? This is also why upon the witch clan's demise their souls dissipated instead of being able to exit the body and reincarnate like others. However, as long as the witch clan's plans proceeded smoothly, the 12 ancestor witches still had the chance to return. After the witch demon war, the ancestor witches, excluding the Hudu ancestor witch who transformed into the Fengshen Yang and the Xianming ancestor witch who was saved, all perished, their bodies becoming part of the primal chaos. The laws they embodied returned to the heavens and earth. However, with the Fengshen Yang overseeing the cycle of reincarnation, the witch clan still thought of a way to summon the deceased ancestor witches through the faith power of the human race, offering rituals. Collecting the scattered imprints of the ancestor witches throughout the primal chaos, they could summon them from the river of time once the timing was ripe. This was also why the Xianming ancestor witch could not contain her excitement. Hearing the Xianming ancestor witch's words, Inshou felt as if a heavy stone in his heart had crashed down. He quietly sighed in relief. So this is what she meant. That scared me. I thought my biggest secret was about to be uncovered. After calming his emotions slightly, he thought for a moment and simply recounted the events in the Nüwa temple. Previously, while offering incense in the Nüwa temple, someone secretly attacked me, and I inadvertently wrote a poem that blasphemed Lady Nüwa. The Xianming ancestor witch appeared unsurprised upon hearing this. Then she frowned slightly and said, "With your status, someone dared to act against you. In the current world, are there still people more reckless than our witch clan?" The Xianming ancestor witch's face then revealed a look of disdain. Nüwa really is something. An emperor can still be secretly attacked in her temple under her protection. Inshou looked at the Xianming ancestor witch somewhat speechless. He found something quite interesting. Since the Xianming ancestor witch's arrival, the expression on her face, besides being cold, had mostly been one of disdain. It was one thing to look down on Inshou. Unexpectedly, she even disdained Lady Nüwa, who, after all, is a sacred person of the heavenly path. You yourself are now forced to hide in the cycle of reincarnation. Indeed. Ancestor witches. Inshou sighed inwardly. At this moment, the Xianming ancestor witch spoke again. It must be that Zhuan Ti across the primal chaos, no one is as shameless as he. The Xianming ancestor witch combined her earlier observations. She had thoroughly locked on Zhuan Ti as the target. Previously, Nüwa had fought a fierce battle with Zhuan Ti, though Inshou was unaware of this. But in the entire primal chaos, which great power was not stirred by this battle. At that time the Xianming ancestor which was still puzzled. Why did Nüwa suddenly engage Zhu Ti? Now it seemed the crux lay here. The Xianming ancestor which felt increasingly disdainful, she had been bullied to such an extent, yet Nüwa seemed to have simply settled for a fight with Zhu Ti. If it were the 12 ancestor witches of our witch clan here, we would have torn down his Shumi mountain. The Xianming ancestor which thought, and then murmured aloud, this Zhu Ti is truly shameless. On one hand, he wants to meddle in the underworld, and on the other he dares to act against the emperor. Oomph. The disdain in the Xianming ancestor witch's words towards Zhu Ti was evident. At the same time, anger slowly accumulated within her. In the Xianming ancestor witch's view, the current Shang Dynasty was still protected by our witch clan, our underworld, daring to strike at my family's child, seeking death. If it weren't for our witch clan's weakened strength. Thinking of this, the Xianming ancestor witch glanced at Yin Shou again, and said lightly, in my opinion, you were previously ambushed by this Zhu Ti. Although you have fortune protecting you, it has resulted in a separation of spirit and flesh, causing the leakage of soul power. Yin Shou's eyes flashed with light, but in his heart another thought arose. It seems I thought my soul was completely merged with the body of DXN. But it is not. Or perhaps it hasn't reached the level of perfect unity. Could this be why I can't fully control the powers of the Emperor's purple talisman? With a slight shift in his heart, Yin Shou suddenly wore a broad smile. Looking at the Xianming ancestor which, he cheerfully said, since the ancestor which can see this issue, you must have a solution, right? I wonder if the ancestor which would be willing to lend a hand. Seeing Yin Shou's sudden change in expression and his somewhat flattering words, she couldn't help but frown, revealing a look of disdain. Previously Yin Shou had been quite disrespectful, even provocatively stating, I don't believe it. Now he suddenly became so courteous. The Xianming ancestor which lightly scoffed in her heart, and unexpectedly uttered words that surprised Yin Shou, but also made him slightly blush. I still prefer your previous unrestrained demeanor. Yin Shou was taken aback, a slight blush appearing on his face. Yet he was not angry. You want me to be unruly, so I shall be. Where would that leave the dignity of a dignified human emperor? I refuse. Yin Shou maintained a broad smile, grinning at the Xianming ancestor witch, and saying, Your Excellency ancestor witch, you jest. My Shang has long honored our ancestral deities with rituals, and our incense offerings have only grown. How could I dare to disrespect you, ancestor witch? In Yin Shou's view, speaking sweetly to the Xianming ancestor witch, now even bowing, was not shameful at all. As the saying goes, a child is a mother's treasure. Who isn't a pragmatist in some way? Given that the Xianming ancestor which could resolve his soul and body fusion issue, Yin Shou was willing to lower his head. If the underworld could intervene and help him turn the tide during the calamity of the gods, then he wouldn't hesitate to lower his head. In future Shang rituals, Mother Earth and the Xianming ancestor which would always be in the central position. Yin Shou could also possess the bloodline of the witch clan. The Xianming ancestor which looked at Yin Shou's demeanor with slight surprise, then fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment she spoke with a wry smile, saying, You possess quite a measure of the skills of that fellow Kuni. For a moment, Yin Shou couldn't tell whether the Xianming was praising him or scolding him. In truth, the Xianming ancestor which was indeed praising him. Yin Shou's earlier spitting in the face of fate demeanor reminded her of a past conversation with Mother Fengshen. Our witch clan fails due to being too rigid, unable to tolerate even the slightest grievance. In contrast, how many among the human race like Fuxi and Shinnong are capable of enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. Before achieving their Tao, even the younger disciples of the Xianmen dared to go among the humans as imperial teachers, gaining merit as imperial teachers. Even Shinnong's little daughter was schemed against, yet their actions led the human race to prosperity. Mother Fengshen intended to guide the Xianming ancestor witch. Now that the witch clan had only this level of strength, she had to keep her temperament in check and not act recklessly. As the leader of a clan bearing the rise and fall of the race, one must possess not only decisive dominance, but also a flexible demeanor. After recalling this scene, the Xianming ancestor witch, her views of Yin Shou began to subtly change. Could it be that this fellow has been disguising himself all along? Pondered the Xianming ancestor witch. Then the Xianming ancestor witch composed herself and spoke to Yin Shou seriously. Your situation is quite simple. It is nothing more than being subjected to external forces causing your soul to shift. Coupled with your human emperor body, your soul is innately formidable, and this body can barely bear it. You merely need to cultivate both your soul and body in tandem, enhancing both your physical and spiritual strength, and you will gradually alter this condition. After hearing this, Yin Shou's smile instantly turned bitter. I excel at dual cultivation. However, what you speak of cultivating both soul and body together is something I have no way to achieve. He then directly said with a bitter smile, Your Excellency ancestor, which do you not know that as a human emperor I cannot cultivate? This is an ironclad rule. The Xianming ancestor which merely snorted lightly, her expression filled with disdain. A human emperor cannot cultivate. An ironclad rule. In Shou looked at the Xianming ancestor witch's demeanor, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes, his heart filled with delight. Oh, looking at her expression. The Xianming ancestor witch can help me break the barrier preventing a human emperor from cultivating, and step onto the path of cultivation. Immediately In Shou's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the Xianming ancestor, which wishing he could rush forward and cling tightly to her leg. If possible, who wouldn't want to gather all kinds of great power within themselves and display divine might in the world of the gods? Yet In Shou ultimately didn't dare to rush forward. He feared that the Xianming ancestor which might find him distasteful and kick him away. He could only impatiently ask, "Does your excellency have a way to allow me to cultivate?" The Xianming ancestor which did not answer this question, her expression uncertain. Instead she asked In Shou, "Do you know why a human emperor cannot cultivate?" Regarding this, the Grand Master had already explained to In Shou. It is nothing more than the fact that the position of a human emperor is too important, being the center of the human race's karma, bearing the thoughts and karmic burdens of billions of humans. In other words, his body simply does not match the light and ethereal spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After briefly recounting the Grand Master Wen's explanation to the Xianming ancestor, which he saw her nod slightly. "What you say isn't entirely incorrect." Then the Xianming ancestor which asked In Shou, "Do you know how our witch clan cultivates?" In Shou suddenly realized. Does the witch clan ever avoid these karmic ties and distractions? They cultivate using the heavy and turbid evil energy of heaven and earth, and the karmic burdens on the human emperor are inconsequential to them. If I cannot follow the path of cultivating through the Xianmen, then perhaps walking the path of body refinement of the witch clan isn't so bad. In Shou thought happily. He hurriedly said to the Xianming ancestor which, "Please your excellency teach me." The Xianming ancestor which gazed intently at In Shou, her thoughts in turmoil. At that moment she hesitated a bit. Originally she had a good agreement with Mother Fengshen just to come to Chaoga to see In Shou and observe this so-called variable. She had firmly vowed not to intervene. However, clearly this slightly contradicted what she had previously stated. "I am merely passing on a technique. I am not doing anything else. This doesn't count as intervention, does it? What In Shou can achieve in his own cultivation has nothing to do with me." The Xianming ancestor witch forcibly comforted herself in her heart. After a moment the Xianming ancestor witch said to In Shou lightly, "Our witch clan has a technique called the 9 Transformations Primordial Art." Upon hearing this, In Shou immediately grew excited. He had long heard of this technique, said to be the cultivation method of the Panga deity. After the fall of the Panga deity, this technique was left behind. However, because his own cultivation methods were too powerful and exceptionally arduous, the technique was divided into 2 parts inherited by the ancestor witches and the 3 clear ones respectively. The ancestor witches modified it according to their understanding into the 9 Transformations Primordial Art, focusing on the cultivation of physical strength. Meanwhile, the 3 clear ones comprehended a set of 8-9 mystic arts, which would later be the cultivation method of the war god Yang Jian in the heavenly court. Although these 2 techniques do not possess the initial might, they are still extremely powerful. It is said that if one can achieve the 9 transformations, they can directly attain sainthood in body. At this moment, In Shou felt an overwhelming joy descend from the heavens, not expecting such good fortune to arise. Not only could it resolve his inability to cultivate, but he could also gain such a top-tier technique. Ha ha ha. In Shou couldn't help but laugh out loud. As long as he could cultivate, even if it doesn't change the grand trend of the gods, just being able to mix into the ranks of the gods would be enough, right? If it truly ends up like this, all he would need to do is stay on the Tianxi star, slowly cultivate and develop. There would always be opportunities to reclaim his standing. He immediately spoke to the Xianming ancestor witch, "Please your excellency teach me. In Shou shall reward you greatly in the future, not only through yearly offerings. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask." Looking at In Shou, who repeatedly called her your excellency, the Xianming ancestor, which chuckled softly, her gaze fixed intently on In Shou's eyes. Her tone was filled with interest as she softly said, "I won't mention any requests for now. However, there is one thing I must tell you in advance. After cultivating the 9 Transformations Primordial Art, your soul and body will become inseparable. If your body perishes, you will truly die, and there will be no chance for you to ascend the divine rankings. If that is the case, do you still wish to learn?" In Shou was taken aback upon hearing this. Did the 9 turns Yuan Gong have such side effects? If the final outcome followed the fate of the Fengshen, wouldn't he be unable to ascend to the Fengshen list? In the original trend of the Fengshen, when GFA broke through, Chao Guodixian directly self-immolated on the deer platform, preserving the last dignity of being the human emperor. But if things went like this, In Shou would truly be reduced to ashes, turning into smoke. There would be no hope of ascending the Fengshen list. Then I should be a bit cowardly and not self-immolate at that time. This thought suddenly emerged in Yin Shou's mind, but it was quickly extinguished by himself. Firstly, that would be too embarrassing, and secondly, how could GFA as a rebel possibly allow Yin Shou to continue living? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble for himself? This path was clearly not feasible. Suddenly Yin Shou thought of another point after the fusion of the human, in which races many were half-breeds. They could inherit the strengths of both races. They were physically robust, and did not hinder the cultivation of their nascent souls. Why was it different for me? Could it be that the Xianming ancestor which was testing me, wanting to see my determination? With this thought, Yin Shou raised his head to look at the Xianming ancestor witch. Before he could speak, the Xianming ancestor witch, as if seeing through Yin Shou's thoughts, smiled lightly, and said, "You are different from them. You are the human emperor." Damn! Yin Shou couldn't help but curse, inwardly falling into a dilemma. He furrowed his brows slightly, lowered his head, and pondered. The Xianming ancestor witch did not urge him, instead observing Yin Shou with great interest. She also wanted to know what Yin Shou's final choice would be. Was it to maintain the status quo, surviving through the calamity of the Fengshen, ultimately obtaining a minor divine position? Or was it to stake everything he had for an uncertain variable? If it was the former, the Xianming ancestor which felt there was no need for her to appear again, as she could simply remain in the underworld, waiting for the next opportunity to change. After a while, Yin Shou raised his head and his eyes revealed faint traces of bloodshot, yet his face wore a heavy, bitter smile. The Xianming ancestor which is testing me. At this moment, Yin Shou no longer harbored the flattery that displeased the Xianming ancestor witch. Though it was a bitter smile, there was an undeniable determination in his tone. Yin Shou's gaze drifted, as if Yin Shou said calmly, "I was originally just an ordinary person, but unexpectedly awakened the position of human emperor, and learned the secret of this calamity of Fengshen. For me, being the emperor of the mortal realm is already a tremendous opportunity. I had thought that even if I ultimately could not escape the fate of ascending the Fengshen list, enjoying the splendor and riches of the mortal realm would not be in vain. But now that the Xianming ancestor which has placed the opportunity before me, my inner unwillingness has resurfaced. Who wouldn't want to achieve great merits, suppress the world, and have beautiful women as mere embellishments along the path of battle rather than as the main focus?" Yin Shou's words had an ambiguous quality. Although the Xianming ancestor which was somewhat puzzled, it was no longer important. She had already understood Yin Shou's determination. After realizing his own intentions, Yin Shou's entire aura changed, exuding a sense of majesty. This was merely an external change. Deep within his mind, in the strange space opened up by the human emperor's purple talisman. With Yin Shou's declaration of ambition, it seemed as if an invisible power emerged from the void, merging into Yin Shou's soul. Yin Shou instantly understood. This was the residual soul power of Defy. He couldn't help but bitterly smile in his heart, as I expected. With my attitude of lying flat and waiting for the conclusion of the Fengshen, how could I possibly gain the full recognition of the human emperor's purple talisman and the residual power of Defy? At this moment, under the influence of the Xianming ancestor, which Yin Shou's unwillingness was stirred up, no longer hidden. In that instant, Yin Shou felt a sense of clarity in his heart. At the same time, he also sensed a feeling of disconnection from his body. However, at this time, the human emperor's purple talisman was continuously absorbing this power. Under the illumination of the purple golden light, Yin Shou seemed to see a faint gray mist rising from the flesh and blood of his body, turned into nothingness by the purple light. Without even cultivating the 9 turns Yuan Gong, he had already begun the first step of harmonizing spirit and flesh. Yin Shou's transformation was observed by the Xianming ancestor witch. With this change, the luck power on Yin Shou became even denser, as if a faint purple golden glow was projecting out. Although the Xianming ancestor which descended in the body of Shang Jun, she still felt a bit of oppressive aura. She took a barely noticeable step back and murmured, "I knew it. Since Yin Shou is a variable, he couldn't possibly be as dispirited as he appears." The Xianming ancestor which was also extremely excited in her heart. At this moment, Yin Shou raised his head to look at her calmly, saying, "I will learn the 9 turns Yuan Gong. If the ancestor which has any requirements, feel free to mention them. If I can accomplish them, I will definitely do my utmost." The Xianming ancestor which lightly snorted at Yin Shou. This attitude change was too sudden. Leaving aside the omitted "my lord," previously she said to mention any requirements, but now it became, "Let's see what it is first. Is the human emperor's skin so adaptable?" The Xianming ancestor which immediately said unkindly, "Rest assured, it will definitely not exceed your capabilities. Nor will it harm the interests of the human race. Now in the world of the primordial, the bloodline of the witch race has completely relied on the human race. Harming the interests of the human race brings her no benefit. In the future, when your strength is sufficient, I hope you can do something for us." Yin Shou frowned. Such vague requests are the most troublesome. What kind of task? Massaging her shoulders is one task. Challenging the three pure ones, or Hongjundaozu together, is also a task. The differences and gaps among these tasks are simply too large. However, Yin Shou did not make it clear. Anyway, the Xianming ancestor witch herself mentioned so many restrictions whether to take action or not. That can be decided based on the situation. Seeing Yin Shou acknowledge it, the Xianming ancestor witch nodded and was about to pass the cultivation method to Yin Shou. She extended her finger, gently pointing at the void in front of her, and a pure white light emerged from the tip of her finger. As if stimulated the luck around, Yin Shou surged at this moment. Countless unpredictable phenomena appeared behind him. Before long, a pure white sphere floated before Yin Shou with surging blood-colored and ink-colored mist swirling within. It looked mysterious and ancient, exuding the aura of the primordial world. The Xianming did not wish to directly transmit the method to Yin Shou, tapping his forehead and transferring her divine sense. This was the simplest method. However, due to Yin Shou's identity, she simply could not transmit the 9 turns Yuan Gong directly into Yin Shou's mind without causing a major disturbance. This was actually quite reasonable. If anyone could send things directly into Yin Shou's mind, wouldn't it be easy to influence his thoughts, indirectly controlling him? As a compromise, the Xianming ancestor, which chose this more effort-intensive method. At this moment, the body of Shang Qingjuan, which the Xianming ancestor, which possessed, slightly swayed. It was as if the earlier action of the Xianming had placed a tremendous burden on this body. The Xianming frowned slightly, stabilizing her form, and looked up at Yin Shou. Yin Shou could not wait to reach for the light sphere before him, and as he grasped it, a purple-golden glow blossomed in the palm of his hand. Isolating this light sphere, it swiftly merged into Yin Shou's palm, with a whoosh sound appearing within the strange space of Yin Shou's mind. Boom! The light sphere burst open. Information surged forth from the light sphere like a torrent. The abundance of this information even caused the strange space opened by the human emperor's purple talisman to tremble. Yin Shou only felt a brief headache. But soon the human emperor's purple talisman displayed its power, suppressing the vast majority of the 9 turns Yuan Gong technique, leaving only the very first turn, slowly flowing through Yin Shou's heart. Yin Shou was immensely thrilled, wishing he could immediately start operating the first turn of the technique, to test whether this technique was useful. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Xianming ancestor, which showing signs of leaving. Hastily collecting his thoughts, he first thanked the Xianming ancestor witch. There was no rush to cultivate. Establishing a good relationship with the Xianming ancestor witch was the priority. Thank you, ancestor witch. Yin Shou sweetened his words. The Xianming ancestor witch, however, was completely unaffected by his flattery, merely waving her hand saying, "We are merely trading. You don't need to thank me so much." Yin Shou's eyes twinkled. He immediately smiled and said, "Ancestor witch, how can you say that? Although it is a transaction, you gifted me the technique, like sending charcoal in the snow. There is always some kindness involved. Ancestor witch, can you help me all the way? Since you have already given me the 9 turns Yuan Gong, why not also give me a few drops of your ancestral witch's blood? My request isn't high, just 3 to 5 drops of one type of the 12 ancestral witch's blood would..." The expression of the Xianming ancestor which was originally indifferent disappeared in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his expression had never been so vivid. Then he laughed in exasperation. "Dxian, do you even know what you are saying? And asking for 3 to 5 drops of the blood of each of the 12 ancestor witches. Why not just go and draw blood from the 3 pure ones directly?" After saying this, the expression on the Xianming ancestor witch's face darkened. Looking at Yin Shou, who was asking for an exorbitant price, he felt a deep resentment. Just a moment ago, when Yin Shou resolutely chose the 9 turns origin skill, the Xianming ancestor, which couldn't help but secretly admire him, finally, there was a hint of the demeanor of a human emperor. But not long after, this guy immediately became unreasonable. Now he wore a grin, looking utterly shameless. "Do you have any idea how precious a drop of ancestor witch's blood is? Among the many powerful witches of the witch clan, many have cultivated to the peak of the great witch realm, and they only need 1 drop of ancestor witch's blood to break through. The preciousness of ancestor witch's blood lies in it. It contains not only an incredibly powerful force, but also the inherent laws carried by the ancestor witches. This is also why the blood of the ancestor witches is limited. Clearly, there are great witches in the witch clan who need to break through, yet they cannot obtain the support of ancestor witch's blood. Losing more blood is also a great loss for the ancestor witches, and it's a loss that is difficult to reverse." Thinking of this, the Xianming ancestor witch resolutely refused, coldly stating, "None, not even a drop." In response to the cold tone of the Xianming ancestor, which Yin Shou was unfazed. After all, to him, whether he gets it or not is the same. What if there are unexpected gains? Yin Shou forced a smile. "Great ancestor witch, please don't be angry. I just don't know the market. How about this? Just give me a few drops at random." The Xianming ancestor witch glared coldly at Yin Shou. The temperature around seemed to drop with that gaze becoming frigid. Seeing this, Yin Shou understood that it would be very difficult to get anything from the Xianming. However, he still didn't want. His gaze suddenly swept over the body of Shang Qingjuan, and then he had an idea, saying, "Ancestor witch, if you want, give me any, that's fine. But this spirit witch that you possessed with your immense power, descending now her body, is like a tattered sack. If you leave, she will surely be gravely injured. You have to give some compensation for this, right?" The Xianming ancestor witch's brows furrowed slightly. Before he could speak, Yin Shou quickly continued, "This spirit which holds great reverence for the great ancestor witch." But unexpectedly, the Xianming ancestor witch suddenly interrupted Yin Shou. "Enough. Don't keep pushing me, I won't fall for your tricks. If I was already going to compensate this spirit, what do you need to say that for?" Yin Shou chuckled. He didn't argue with the Xianming ancestor witch about whether the so-called compensation had been premeditated or was indeed forced out of him. "I misunderstood the ancestor witch," Yin Shou hurriedly said. At this moment, the Xianming ancestor witch seemed to be in a dilemma, repeatedly agonizing over how to compensate this little spirit witch. Suddenly, Yin Shou suggested, "How about giving this spirit witch a drop of the ancestor witch's own blood? If she can be possessed by the ancestor witch, it must mean she is compatible with the ancestor witch. If this spirit witch's path of Xianming reaches great perfection, wouldn't it be easier for the ancestor witch to descend again?" Saying this, Yin Shou cupped his hands towards the Xianming ancestor witch. "In terms of practicing the 9 turns origin skill, I still have much to learn from the ancestor witch in the future." The Xianming ancestor witch was somewhat moved by Yin Shou's words. After a moment of consideration, he gritted his teeth and agreed to Yin Shou's proposal, nodding at him. Seeing Xianming so conflicted, Yin Shou realized that the ancestor witch's blood might indeed be extremely precious. It was not as he had seen in stories from his previous life, rich and extravagant, directly acquiring a pool of it. At this moment, a colorful glow of Xian light appeared. A small whirlpool formed, and a drop of pitch-black pearl-like substance shot out from within. Before Yin Shou could see it clearly, it directly entered Shang Qingjuan's body. Watching Yin Shou's stunned expression, the Xianming ancestor witch snorted lightly, and then gently explained, "You are in a mortal body. The ancestor witch's blood is not suitable for you right now. You shouldn't think too much about it. Yin Shou is currently just a mortal. Although there is the Emperor's purple talisman suppressing within his soul, given Yin Shou's current state, he cannot unleash much power. If a drop of ancestor witch's blood were to enter his belly, his blood energy would surely be affected by the impure energy carried within the ancestor witch's blood. Yin Shou only wants to cultivate the 9 turns origin skill, but he does not intend to cultivate towards the direction of the ancestor witch." After hearing the Xianming ancestor witch's words, although Yin Shou was disappointed, he nodded slightly. "I can't use it now, I can save it for later. Can this thing even go bad?" But Xuanming, for some unknown reason, remained unmoved. Yin Shou could only temporarily give up. At this moment, the Xianming ancestor witch once again expressed the intention to leave. She had seen the Emperor, and she had already made her move. The time spent had already been quite long. "If I continue to stay, I might be discovered. Xin, take care of yourself." The Xianming ancestor witch cast one last glance at Yin Shou and said lightly. The aura belonging to Xianming quickly faded from Shang Qingjuan's body, drifting off into the inexplicable void. Yin Shou did not expect that Xianming would leave just like that. "I still have so many questions to ask." He hurriedly shouted, "Xianming ancestor witch, if I need your assistance in the future, how should I contact you?" The Xianming ancestor witch, who was already slowly departing, shook her head slightly. "Lady Fengshen has already intervened for you once. Coupled with my exception, this time, the underworld will no longer intervene. Everything depends on your own fate." Yin Shou was taken aback upon hearing this. Lady Fengshen isn't that the Earth Mother worshipped at the center of the altar. However, merchants tend to refer to her as Earth Mother. Yin Shou was taken aback upon hearing this. Lady Fengshen isn't that the Earth Mother worshipped at the center of the altar. However, merchants tend to refer to her as Earth Mother. However, upon hearing this, he felt a surge of excitement. "I thought they were enjoying the offerings of the great Shang and completely disregarding everything. I didn't expect they had already intervened." As for what the Xianming ancestor witch said about not intervening in the future, Yin Shou did not take it seriously. If there is one, there will be two. If there are two, there will be three. Lady Fengshen might not act now because something is holding her back, but if Yin Shou truly creates a very favorable condition, she would have no reason to remain indifferent. We are mutually beneficial. While he was thinking, the Xianming ancestor, which had completely departed, and the barrier originally set up between the altar and the ministers disappeared in an instant. The crowd merely watched Yin Shou reciting the prayer and did not find anything unusual. Moreover, although the Xianming ancestor which spoke to Yin Shou for a long time, the actual time spent was not that much. So when the barrier disappeared, everyone was stunned. Has the king finished? Then they saw Yin Shou's agile figure heading towards the altar. At the altar, Shang Qingjuan's body slumped to the ground. "Wow, The crowd panicked, growing frantic. King Zhou, however, had already wrapped his arms around Shang Qingjun's waist, holding her horizontally in front of him, and turned to the crowd below. "What are you making noise about?" King Zhou frowned and shouted in a deep voice. As he lowered his face, an invisible pressure emanated from him, even heavier than before. The crowd below immediately fell silent. King Zhou glanced around, and then said lightly, "Just now, when I recited the prayer, an ancestral deity descended upon the spirit witch, and praised me greatly." The crowd below dared not speak, first only looking at King Zhou with puzzled faces, each thinking, "Why didn't I?" King Zhou directly pointed at Bai Gan's name and asked him, "Uncle Wang, don't you believe me? The paper I created greatly benefits the development of the human race. It is reasonable for the deity to descend and praise me, right?" Bai Gan hesitated. He didn't doubt the deity praising King Zhou, but he only saw King Zhou's upright figure and did not observe any other anomalies. But in the end, Bai Gan still said softly, "What the king says I believe." King Zhou nodded with satisfaction at Bai. As long as Bai Gan believed, the others could naturally hear it from Bai Gan. "All right, Uncle Wang, you can continue leading." The spirit witch's body was injured from carrying the descent of the deity. "I will take her back to recuperate." After finishing, King Zhou strode towards the steps of the altar. Next came the segment of executing the slaves. King Zhou was temporarily unable to change everyone's thoughts, unable to prevent this from happening, and he didn't want to watch. He simply slipped away, out of sight, out of mind. Holding Shang Qingjun, he swiftly made his way to the palace. Old Prime Minister Shang Rong's heart had already jumped to his throat upon seeing his daughter slump down. King Zhou's actions made him even more anxious. Seeing King Zhou's carriage heading straight for the palace, Shang Rong couldn't help but rush after him. "Great King, why did you take my daughter back to the palace?" Although Shang Rong was anxious, the ritual continued. Unlike King Zhou, who could disregard everything, he could only watch helplessly as the figure disappeared. Shang Rong thought to himself, "After the ritual ends, I must hurry to the palace to seek an audience with the king." Qing Jun is a spirit shaman, having devoted herself to the gods. How could she become the king's concubine? On the other side, after returning to the palace, King Zhou hurriedly rushed towards the residence of Empress Jiang, holding Shang Qingjun in his arms. Although Shang Qingjun was unconscious at this moment, she was in good condition due to the blood of the Xianming Grand Shaman. A faint chill emanated from her body. Upon entering Empress Jiang's sleeping quarters, Yin Shou strode in under her astonished gaze. He placed Shang Qingjun on a bed. Yin Shou's tone was somewhat urgent. "Help me out." At this moment, the first cycle of the 9 turns origin art flowed continuously in Yin Shou's mind. He was eager to begin his cultivation immediately. His heart was ablaze with urgency. This was also why he had rushed back to the palace. Yin Shou intended to leave Shang Qingjun with Empress Jiang for her care, while he sought a quiet place to start his meditation. But the next moment, Yin Shou widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at Empress Jiang and said, "Empress, what are you doing? I asked you to help take care of her, not to help me undress." Looking at the subtle movements exposed to view, Yin Shou glared fiercely at Empress Jiang and smacked her behind as a form of punishment. "Am I that eager in your eyes?" "Oomph." Empress Jiang's face flushed red from Yin Shou's actions. Innocently rubbing her sore spot, she looked at Yin Shou with a resentful gaze and said, "The king rushed in holding a beautiful woman. Who wouldn't think otherwise? Furthermore, wasn't this also Yin Shou's own fault? While playing with the 3 women, he often subdued Huang Fei, who frequently defied him and refused to cooperate. Then he called for Empress Jiang to help. The irony in this was undoubtedly something he couldn't share with others, but Yin Shou understood at a glance from her expression. Yin Shou smiled as he pulled Empress Jiang into his arms, kissing her gently. "Empress, you think too much. This is the spirit shaman from the ritual, the daughter of the old Prime Minister Shang Rong, who fainted from exhaustion on the altar. I brought her back to the palace. I truly have urgent matters at hand. Empress, please help me take care of her." Yin Shou patted Empress Jiang again and turned to leave without looking back. Although a beauty was before him, stirring his heart, the allure of the 9 turns origin art was evidently greater. After Yin Shou left Empress Jiang, first she nervously adjusted the clothing on Shang Qingjun's chest, then sat by the bed gazing at the sleeping Shang Qingjun. A delicate face, smooth skin, and a high, elegant nose. Even in her unconscious state, her beauty was undeniable. So she is the Prime Minister's daughter. No wonder the king brought her back. However, her identity as a spirit shaman might be difficult to resolve. Empress Jiang pondered for a moment, then slowly shook her head. "Forget it, why think so much? The king is wise and powerful. Since he dared to bring her back, he must have a way." At this moment, Yin Shou had arrived at a secluded palace. He instructed the guards outside to ensure that no matter what happens or who comes, they must hold their ground. No one is allowed to enter. Then Yin Shou sat cross-legged on a mat in the center of the palace. He closed his eyes tightly and focused his thoughts. In the peculiar space opened by the emperor's purple talisman, purple golden light shone brightly. Below it suppressed a floating, unstable piece of paper. On it was the talisman of the Star Lord along with the sealed soul of Suhu. However, at this moment both were pushed to the edges. In the very center was the 9 turns origin art given by the Xianming Grand Shaman, transformed into a constantly moving blood-red and black mixed trajectory. Like a sentient being, it continuously twisted and turned on the paper. This technique did not form words. Rather, it was a strange drawing. It exuded a chaotic primordial aura with swirling mist indicating the turbulent flow of energies within the chaos. Every time this aura reached out towards the paper, it was suppressed by the brilliance of the Emperor's purple talisman. This is the 9 turns origin art, a technique said to allow one to achieve sanctification in the flesh. Can it really help me break through the ironclad rule that the Emperor cannot cultivate? Inshou still felt a slight unease in his heart, but more than that there was anticipation. The next moment, Inshou eagerly directed his consciousness towards the 9 turns origin art on the paper. Swish! A beam of purple golden light shone. From the primordial wild, drawing a wisp of mist was extracted and entered Inshou's soul. Instantly, all the cultivation details of the first cycle of the 9 turns origin art were imprinted in his heart. He did not utter grandiose words or make any unnecessary gestures. Inshou directly began his first cultivation according to the technique in his mind. Under Inshou's will, the soul's power, which he had never noticed before, gathered into a force starting to drive his own blood energy to flow along the trajectory of the 9 turns origin art. At this moment, it was as if Inshou had cleared the fog before his eyes, seeing what they referred to as causality and karma. In the dark, countless white threads reached out along with numerous floating black mists. All fell upon Inshou's body. This represented the causality between countless humans and Inshou. As the Emperor, since he bore this supreme glory, he naturally had to bear these burdens for millions of people. This was the rightful intent. Among them, a few of the thickest threads upon slight sensing could be identified as belonging to Wen Taisher by Gon and others. Wen Taisher had been promoted to the Great Luo Golden Immortal because of Inshou. The weight of this causality was the heaviest. All of it fell upon Inshou. So many threads of causality and karma, like fog, densely intertwined. Like chains, like cocoons, they tightly enveloped Inshou, penetrating every corner of his body and every inch of flesh. No wonder they say the Emperor cannot cultivate. The cultivation in the Xianmin emphasizes mobilizing oneself to refine the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. How can I mobilize in my situation? Yet as the 9 turns origin art began to operate, Inshou felt a different kind of change. Boom. Within Inshou's body, it felt as if an invisible great millstone was turning violently. The Emperor's purple talisman also shot forth a beam of purple golden light. Inshou's willpower began to rotate, within surprisingly gaining a devouring force like a whirlpool. I don't care about your causal power, blood energy, or essence. Everything that comes, I will accept it all. Even the starry power emanating from the Star Lord's talisman was swallowed up. Inshou frantically directed his will. After a long time, the 9 turns origin art, which had stored power for so long, finally moved forward with the first step within Inshou's body. Inshou felt as if struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling an unbearable tearing pain throughout his body. Not only was his body affected, but even his soul felt as if it was being shaken and pulled. He was almost dragged into the terrifying whirlpool of the 9 turns origin art, but fortunately the Emperor's purple talisman suppressed it. However, Inshou's face was full of joy. He finally felt the beginning of cultivation as power flowed with. It wasn't easy. I was ready to lie down and obediently be a small deity on the god list, but now I finally have a chance to change. Inshou shouted wildly, in his heart, move for me. After the first step began, the power carried by the 9 turns origin art moved within Inshou's body with the momentum of a massive inertia. Booming and crashing, it began to circulate within Inshou's body. Countless shackles formed by causality and karma were violently shattered by the 9 turns origin art. The first step begins. The following steps are much simpler as the 9 transformations mystic art circulates within Inshou's body. All the hidden powers within Inshou's body were summoned. He was not without accumulation. His physique was naturally strong, filled with abundant vitality and dense blood energy. After the soul consumed the fragments left behind by Xin, it became far stronger than an ordinary person. Not to mention the continuous radiance from the human sovereign purple talisman and the power of stars drawn in due to bygone. Such powers in the past were scattered and solidified. Inshou could not mobilize them at all, and some he could not even sense. However, as the 9 transformations mystic art activated, all the powers converged. They were integrated and underwent strange transformations. Inshou felt the changes within, a faint realization blossoming in his heart, while the pain from forcibly operating his powers slowly faded away. Suddenly Yin Shou was startled. What was happening? Am I not mistaken in my alchemy? The accelerating 9 transformations mystic art suddenly unleashed a powerful devouring force towards Yin Shou's entire soul. Yin Shou hurriedly reached for the human sovereign purple talisman, wanting to awaken its suppressive ability. But the next moment, the human sovereign purple talisman suddenly descended, its purple golden light sweeping towards Yin Shou's soul, following the trajectory of the 9 transformations mystic art. Boom. Yin Shou felt as if he had lost his senses in an instant. He first saw a vast river surging through countless flesh and blood, infusing its aura into every part. The purple golden light enveloped him, carrying him along with the flow. In the city of Chaoga, there was a young man in plain clothes with sword-like brows and starry eyes, wearing a faint smile, as if carrying a heavy burden lightly. He walked slowly among the crowd, taking great interest in everything around him. Suddenly, the young man's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly looked up towards the direction of the Deshang royal palace. What is Dxian up to again? This young man was indeed the master of the heavenly sect Shan Shi. Previously in Nüwa Palace, after hearing the report from the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, he developed a curiosity about Dxian's actions. At that time, he decided to travel to Deshang to witness it firsthand. However, the master of the heavenly sect ultimately felt too shy to appear in person. If I were to go in person, they might think I have intentions of interfering with the great calamity. Instead, I sent Shan Shi to Chaoga, just like the idea of the Xianming ancestor, which I'm just here to observe. Once entering Chaoga, the most important ritual of the Deshang, the mulberry forest sacrifice, had already concluded, and the crowd dispersed. People came and went in the city in endless stream. The master of the heavenly sect originally enjoyed wandering. While listening attentively to the discussions among the people of Chaoga, I heard a deity descended during this sacrificial event. Is that true? How could it be false? It is said that the deity praised the king for inventing paper. The king, seeing the deity pleased, immediately sought the divine shaman. If you say it like that, then I believe it. Our king is excellent in every way, except he is too fond of beautiful women. It is said that Su Hu was executed because he refused to send his daughter to the palace. The master of the heavenly sect frowned slightly at these words. But the next moment, the discussants excitedly spoke of the beauty of Su Hu's daughter Daji. To make the king furious enough to execute someone on the spot, it is said that Su Daji is breathtakingly beautiful. You say this Su Hu is really something. Such a great opportunity to ally with the king, and he actually refused. The speaker wore a look of regret, as if lamenting not having such a beautiful daughter. The master of the heavenly sect chuckled softly and shook his head. Then he filtered out this discussion from his ears. Next, he gazed solemnly towards the Deshang royal palace. In the eyes of the master of the heavenly sect, he suddenly saw the fortune of Chaoga City, surging as countless human thoughts were drawn like clouds descending upon the royal palace, enveloping the Deshang royal palace, tightly blocking all prying eyes. Could it be that Dxian has created something akin to paper again? The master of the heavenly sect was puzzled in his heart, yet ultimately did not act to pierce through the obscuring fortune and peak. Not to mention, he had decided to just observe before he came. The master of the heavenly sect was not the kind of person who would pry forcibly. It seems my journey will not be lonely. Changes. I want to see how the human sovereign seizes a glimmer of life amidst the great calamity. The master of the heavenly sect murmured. He immediately withdrew his gaze, continuing to wander in Chaoga City. Inside the royal palace, Yin Shou's cultivation continued. His consciousness drifted in the void, and in Yin Shou's perception it felt as if an incredibly long time had passed. Finally, changes appeared again. The first turn of the 9 transformations mystic art seemed to have finally reached its peak, entirely successful. After rapid operation, it suddenly came to a halt. A powerful force radiated throughout Yin Shou's body. Boom. Yin Shou's entire being shook violently. He felt his soul expanding, infinitely merging into the surrounding void. Consciousness returned, thoughts became clear. In that moment, there was a sense of clarifying confusion. The world felt suddenly vast. As Yin Shou opened his eyes, everything in the hall where he practiced was vividly clear before him. He promptly sank his thoughts back into his mind, returning to the strange space within. Yin Shou's figure appeared, gazing at the void before him. There were only those sheets bearing the divine position of the literary star god, and the 9 transformations mystic art continuously floating and sinking. However, Yin Shou looked left and right in astonishment. Where is my human sovereign purple talisman? Remembering this, Yin Shou hurriedly searched. He then discovered that within every strand of his flesh and blood there were shadows radiating purple golden light, which undoubtedly were Yin Shou himself fused with the human sovereign purple talisman. In other words, the human sovereign purple talisman had fully merged with Yin Shou's soul, and then completely integrated into his flesh and blood. This body belongs to Yin Shou, and Yin Shou is the human sovereign, indistinguishable and united. After realizing all this, Yin Shou smiled bitterly. The Xianming ancestor which truly did not deceive me. Now it is good. I have indeed resolved the issue of the disunity between spirit and flesh. This body truly belongs to me. All the spiritual powers left by Dxian have been completely refined by me and become my own. Dixin's memories are few, but they have also been obtained by Inshou playing back like scenes in a movie in his mind, allowing him to clearly know everything without affecting his personality or consciousness. Similarly, Inshou has fully refined and integrated the human sovereign purple talisman. With just a thought, he has already grasped the numerous powers possessed by the human sovereign's position. However, his soul has truly completely merged into his flesh. The way each strand of blood and flesh is intertwined seems truly impossible to separate. For a moment, Inshou did not know what to say. After a while, he self-deprecatingly murmured, "Well, wasn't I already aware of this? Breaking the shackles and opening the path of cultivation, isn't that what I have always sought?" Soon, Inshou's mood lightened. He began to explore himself, organizing the gains from this cultivation. Inshou carefully examined while murmuring in his heart, "I have now completed the first turn, but I do not know what realm it corresponds to in the path of immortality." Previously, when Inshou sought guidance from Master when on the matter of cultivation, Master when had briefly mentioned the realms of immortality from Earth Immortal to Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, and then to Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Above Great Luo Golden Immortal lies the Quasi Saint. After the Quasi Saint comes the Saint. As one progresses through these realms, the breakthroughs become increasingly difficult, and the gaps between them grow wider. There is even a fundamental difference akin to crossing a chasm. Inshou pondered in his heart. According to what the ancestor of the Xianming said, upon achieving the 9 turns, one's physical body becomes a saint. Does that mean my first turn corresponds precisely to the Earth Immortal? Of course, at this moment, Inshou's actual combat power may not be limited to just the Earth Immortal level. It is certain that he is capable of fighting above his rank. The Witch Clan's techniques are inherently superior in terms of combat prowess. At this moment, the 9 turns Yuan Gong continued to circulate slowly within Inshou's body, lacking the explosive and rapid nature of his earlier breakthrough. Yet it possessed a sense of grandeur. It surged forward, continuously refining all of Inshou's power into a unified whole, merging into every corner of his body. Inshou felt a harmonious essence in the power surrounding him. With a slight exertion of force, it was not as he had imagined, where the magical power surged from his dantian or acupoints, but rather it suddenly became active in every sinew and flesh of his body. Gathering into a vast grayish airflow, it surged towards his palm. This method of exerting power. Every part of me is an acupoint, and every part is a dantian. Even every piece of flesh contains spirit. No wonder the Witch Clan's combat strength is formidable. After experiencing his own powers slightly, Inshou relaxed his mind, and in an instant the strength sank back into his body. It was like sweet rain merging into the desert. It truly amazed Inshou. Initially, he had thought that once his soul and body fused, he would lose his retreat. But now, feeling his own self, this power was entirely under his control. The sensation of all powers converging into himself, moving freely and effortlessly, left Inshou in a state of intoxication. Inshou estimated that even facing a Heaven Immortal from the Xianmen sect, he had the power to fight. Of course, in the world of Fengshen, the actual combat power can sometimes differ greatly from the realm, heavily relying on the might of magical treasures. For example, Guang Chengzi, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, has even been knocked over by his own disciple wielding the Fan Tianyin. Although Inshou currently lacks powerful magical treasures, one should not forget Inshou's special status. He is the current human emperor, blessed with the fortunes of countless human beings. If his strength were ordinary, it might not be able to break through the protective power of fate surrounding Inshou, but those who could harm him may not be willing to take action. Even saints would frown upon seeing Inshou embodying a demeanor akin to a broomstick smeared with filth, invincible in the world. If Inshou were to be even bolder during the great calamity of Fengshen, he could even stand with hands on his hips, provoking everyone, "Come at me." Thinking of this, Inshou stroked his chin and pondered, "So my identity as the human emperor can be compared to the defensive treasures like the Taiji diagram or the chaos bell. I can't waste this." Inshou had already decided to continue concealing his true self. He must not act until absolutely necessary. He wanted everyone to still see him as an ordinary person without any cultivation. When the decisive moments arrive, Inshou will suddenly strike. Will it be a surprise or unexpected? "You cannot hit me, but I can hit you." Inshou felt a surge of excitement. As his thoughts stirred, all his aura retracted directly into his physical body, and the 9 turns Yuan Gong slowly circulated within the fine details of his flesh. Coupled with Inshou's human emperor aura, it was as if nothing had changed, not a hint was visible. After familiarizing himself with his current cultivation, Yin Shou allowed the 9 turns Yuan Gong to operate on its own. Relying on his previous accumulation, he quickly completed a turn of the technique. It would be quite difficult to continue breaking through for now. Yin Shou hurriedly shifted his thoughts to the Human Emperor Purple Talisman. This could be said to be Yin Shou's greatest trump card. Before this, due to the disharmony between his spirit and flesh, it was quite difficult for him to actively control the Human Emperor Purple Talisman. This could be said to be Yin Shou's greatest trump card. Before this, due to the disharmony between his spirit and flesh, it was quite difficult for him to act as his divine sense probed the Human Emperor Purple Talisman, which had been floating in his mind, had vanished. Instead, it had fused into Yin Shou's flesh, completely merging with his soul. Every strand of flesh shimmered with a purple gold light, within which seemed to be a minuscule image of Yin Shou sitting in command. After fully understanding all the powers, Yin Shou displayed a look of sudden enlightenment. In other words, as long as the fortunes are sufficient, I could also grant mercy and compete with the Fengshen list for business. Even changing destinies with a word, bestowing fortunes and blessings. Just like Master One, who directly broke through to Great Luo Golden Immortal because of my single statement. The strongest causal power resting upon Yin Shou was precisely Master One. Thus Yin Shou also comprehended the changes of Master One. He finally understood why the Human Emperor Purple Talisman had such changes earlier. But besides creating paper and similar things, how can I continue to acquire fortune? Yin Shou had gotten bygone to create several small inventions, mostly to improve quality of life. However, none could compare to the emergence of paper, which brought Yin Shou enormous fortunes. It could also be due to the circumstances of this world. The material changes were not as crucial as he had imagined. With a single thought, Yin Shou began to carefully trace back the sources of fortune within the Human Emperor Purple Talisman. As long as he could analyze it clearly, wouldn't he be able to understand how to acquire fortune correspondingly? Within the Human Emperor Purple Talisman, besides the merits and fortunes obtained from creating paper, the most notable were the fortunes feedback from Bygone and Master One. This is quite easy to understand. He aided Master One in breaking through the shackles of cultivation and conferred the position of Once You Star God upon Bygone. Naturally, their fortunes became tightly connected. The effort to achieve these outcomes consumed a considerable amount of Yin Shou's fortunes. However, after succeeding, Yin Shou also received a feedback of fortunes from them, albeit not very intense, but it was ceaseless. Additionally, there were the fortunes obtained from slaying Su Hu. Su Hu was beheaded on the spot, directly stripped of his fortunes by the Human Emperor Purple Talisman, and even his soul was suppressed. Other than that, Yin Shou also noticed several subtle fortunes landing within the Human Emperor Purple Talisman, surprisingly coming from people like Queen Jiang. Even the previously encountered Deng Chanyu also reflected some fortunes. Yin Shou furrowed his brow slightly deep in thought. In that case, to acquire the power of fortune, providing the Human Emperor Purple Talisman with the ability to grant mercy and determine rise and fall currently looks like these few methods. The quickest way would naturally be to create something akin to paper, thus greatly boosting the power of fortune. Then there's changing the fate of those entering the calamity during the Fengshen. Killing the opponent directly strips them of their fortunes. Helping them to reverse their destinies, though not as immediate, would flow steadily. After summarizing it all, Yin Shou suddenly felt enlightened, no longer possessing the previous confusion. Combining it with his cultivation, Yin Shou quickly formulated strategies for the next steps. First of all, he must not delay in his cultivation, and it should be as discreet as possible, avoiding drawing attention. In this way, Yin Shou's own cultivation can be considered a trump card. Next, without provoking the saints to flip the table and restart the game, he would change the fates of those entering the calamity as much as possible. Gather more friends and have fewer enemies. This truly is a profound saying. It still holds true even during the Fengshen. Yin Shou marveled and felt a surge of admiration. Finally, and this is very important, one should eat and drink as needed. Continue to enjoy the present, wielding power over the world with beauties and embrace. Even if ultimately it does not change much, it won't be too much of a loss. After cultivating the 9 turns Yuan Gong, Yin Shou's spirit and flesh had merged, and he no longer had the chance to have his soul sealed on the Fengshen list after death. It is either life or death. Moreover, if I indulge in wine and pleasures, how would the saints trust me? Yin Shou thought to himself, feeling quite justified. Enough. Let this first session of cultivation end here. For such matters cannot be rushed, one must advance steadily and methodically. Yin Shou's mood was exceptionally buoyant at that moment. He abruptly rose to his feet and hastened out of the hall. Unbeknownst to him, 3 full days had passed during this bout of cultivation, days that had exacted a tremendous toll upon his body. He had felt nothing amiss earlier, but now as awareness dawned, his hunger surged with alarming intensity. Every fiber of his being seemed to cry out in desperate, ravenous longing. Yin Shou wasted no time. He swiftly reined in all traces of his aura. In an instant, every vestige of cultivation vanished from his presence, restoring him entirely to his former guise. Naturally, the ninefold primordial art's transformation extended beyond the internal realm. Its external effects were undeniable. His physique, for instance, had grown more harmoniously proportioned and powerfully compact, while his skin had acquired a newfound refinement and smoothness. His eyes, too, now blazed with ever greater brilliance. When he fixed his gaze intently upon another, an unmistakable aura of sovereign authority emanated, so potent it could stir awe or trepidation in the beholder. This Yin Shou could not conceal, after all he had no intention of deliberately disfiguring himself. Upon stepping beyond the grand hall, he found the sentries still standing vigil with unwavering devotion. He first commended them warmly, then asked, "Has anyone sought me during this time?" "The queen consort and noble consort visited 6 times your majesty," the guard replied promptly. "Also Lord Baigon and the grand chancellor came calling." Yin Shou nodded thoughtfully. It was only natural. Having secluded himself for 3 days, concern from Queen Zhang and the others was both expected and understandable. Without delay, he made his way toward Queen Zhang's private chambers, and arrived shortly thereafter. Noble Consort Huang and Noble Consort Yang were already present. Upon seeing Yin Shou, all 3 women erupted in unrestrained joy. The past 3 days of his self-imposed seclusion had left them deeply anxious. Yet each was wise enough to understand Yin Shou's decree forbidding approach must have borne profound purpose. Hence their daily visits, never forceful intrusion. Queen Zhang spoke first, not with inquiry, but with radiant delight. "Your Majesty has finally emerged. We sisters have been beside ourselves with worry." Before Yin Shou could utter a word, she turned immediately to the palace attendants and ordered them to prepare sumptuous delicacies without delay. Yin Shou merely smiled, drew Queen Zhang close in a warm embrace, and said with gentle mirth, "Only the queen truly understands me. Indeed, I am ravenous." Thereafter the 3 noble consorts served him with devoted care. Shang Qingjun remained unconscious, but showed no signs of distress. Yin Shou surmised this lingering state stemmed from the Xianming blood essence, and thus chose not to intervene. That meal saw him consume an entire roasted ox, 3 whole roasted deer, and countless other exquisite dishes, leaving Queen Zhang and her companions utterly aghast. First came shock, then deepening concern. "Your Majesty, please do not eat so hastily. Such gluttony may grievously harm your constitution." Yet Yin Shou knew his own body intimately. As each morsel settled within his belly, it instantly transmuted into fine streams of vital essence, absorbed seamlessly by every cell, every meridian. And still a faint echo of hunger lingered. Noting the lady's palpable anxiety, however, he ceased eating once satiated to about 7 or 8 parts, and wiped his hands clean with a light laugh. "Fear not, I would hardly let myself burst at the seams, would I? Still, this was no sustainable solution. Though his face bore a serene smile as he bantered with the 3 consorts, inwardly, he felt a quiet frustration. Fortunately, his status ensured abundance. Yet each successive turn of the ninefold primordial art amplified his power exponentially, demanding ever greater reserves of energy. Surely he could not spend his days obsessively feeding. What kind of sovereign would that make? A wry thought crossed his mind. Ordinary fare can no longer suffice. I must seek something extraordinary. His thoughts then drifted to the ancestral god Xianming. How miserly Xianming is. Just grant me a few drops of ancestral god blood, and this dilemma vanishes entirely. You bestowed the ninefold primordial art itself, yet withheld its essential provisions. Truly an inept investor. Of course, Yin Shou well understood Xuanming's restraint. The sovereign of the netherworld dared not leave overt traces of his intervention in the mortal realm. Yet having staked his divine favor upon Yin Shou, why persist in such timidity? No choice remained. He would have to devise his own path forward. Perhaps I should speak frankly with Marquis Wu Cheng and Grand Tutor Wen. His first instinct was to set his sights upon Huang Feihu's 5-colored divine ox, and Grand Tutor Wen Xingqilan. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion, a wry smile tugging at his lips. To them those mounts were far more than mere conveyances. They were comrades in arms bound by loyalty, forged on the battlefield. Even if dragon livers and phoenix marrow are beyond reach, surely rare spirit-rich beasts would suffice. Dragon livers and phoenix marrow. At that very thought his eyes flared with sudden, incandescent insight. An idea crystallized instantly in his mind. According to his knowledge, the young demon child of Chintang Pass would soon stir the seas. That boy Nezha had fashioned a belt from dragon sinews, and though Li Jing dared not wear it, neither would he dare partake of dragon blood or flesh. But Yin Shou would. Every inch of a true dragon was treasure incarnate. Though he could not yet confirm whether Ao Bing possessed authentic dragon lineage, even his diluted heritage far surpassed that of ordinary divine beasts. If I issue an edict appointing Li Nezha as my adopted son, would Li Jing dare refuse? Shou's interest ignited instantly. Though Nezha would later earn the title Third Prince, it derived solely from Li Jing's eventual ascension to tower-bearing Heavenly King, a designation inherently incongruous. How much more fitting and sovereignly legitimate would it be for the Third Prince to serve as the adopted son of Emperor Exine, the vanguard of rebellion now enfolded into the imperial lineage? He wondered how the Chan sect adepts would react to such a development. Imagining Tai Jinren's stupefied expression, Shou resolved decisively. So be it. I shall dispatch envoys to Qintang Pass at once. Queen Zhang, observing his animated countenance, smiled and asked, Your Majesty wears such joyful radiance. Has some auspicious matter come to mind? Only then did Shou snap back to the present and burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, a most delightful prospect has arisen. My beloved consorts, I have further marvels to share with you. As the saying goes, sated bellies breed amorous thoughts. Having resolved his cultivation crisis, his spirits soared, and Nezha's tale only heightened his exhilaration. Had Yunhua Xinzi descended too early, he might well have attempted to intercept her and reshape Yang Jian into Yin Jian. Meanwhile, Shang Qingjuan's eyelashes trembled faintly. She had awakened, but dared not stir a muscle. Within her, the Xianming blood essence coursed ceaselessly, calming her turbulent heart, soothing her. The next day, Queen Zhang awoke early, rousing Shou while gently helping him dress, and saying, My king, the old prime minister has been waiting outside the palace for a long time. You brought his daughter into the palace. You must give him an explanation, especially since this Shang Qingjun has a special identity. Shou, however, appeared unconcerned. What explanation was needed? I haven't done anything to her. Queen Zhang shot him a disapproving glance. She knew Shou's thoughts well. Having brought her into the palace, could she possibly escape from his grasp? And especially with everyone watching. After a few days in the palace, even if they claimed Shang Qingjun was still pure, do you think anyone would believe it? Even if they randomly grabbed someone off the streets of Chaoga, everyone would confidently say, Impossible, don't you know what kind of person our king is? But to be honest, when Shou initially decided to bring Shang Qingjun back, it wasn't out of lust. This Shang Qingjun could summon the Xianming. Moreover, she bore the precious blood bestowed by the Xianming ancestor witch. Shou naturally wanted her by his side, as she would surely develop significantly in her cultivation in the future and could be of great assistance. Additionally, she was a crucial link to the Xianming ancestor witch. That connection could not be severed. However, recalling the commotion he sensed yesterday, a smile crept onto Shou's lips, while another layer of emotion surged within him after the Xianming ancestor, which possessed her. The aura around Shang Qingjun seemed to remain. Coupled with her bearing the blood of Xuanming, she was practically a miniature version of the Xianming ancestor witch. If she were to be brought into the palace, Shou's mind suddenly conjured the disdainful expression of the Xianming ancestor witch. Huh, to make you so arrogant, to be so stingy as to not even give me a drop of your precious blood. Shou's heart burned with excitement. Immediately, Shou decided in his heart to have a good talk with the old prime minister. After he finished washing up, he hurriedly summoned Shang Rong. Once the two sat down as ruler and minister, Shang Rong appeared anxious, fidgeting in his seat. He quickly stood and clasped his hands toward Shou, saying, My king, my daughter. Shou waved his hand, indicating for Shang Rong to sit and speak. Old Prime Minister, please sit down and speak. We are all family. Just say whatever you wish. Shang Rong's heart sank, and his expression changed dramatically. Family? Does that not mean? Shang Rong silently lamented. Seeing this, Shou frowned and directly asked, Old Prime Minister, if any daughter in the entire Deshang could become a noble consort, there would be nothing but joy, yet you appear so troubled. Could it be that, like Su, who you believe I am a foolish king and do not wish to form a bond with me? Shou spoke with a blank expression, but Shang Rong felt a majestic aura of imperial authority crashing toward him like a mountain. In that instant his heart raced, and he held his breath. Once he regained his composure, Shang Rong hastily knelt down to explain. Naturally, Shou would not truly let Shang Rong kneel. He was already quite old, still laboring for the sake of Deshang, not to mention the connection with Shang Qingjun. He stepped forward to lift Shang Rong up, a faint smile returning to his face. Prime Minister, there's no need for kneeling, you just speak freely. Shang Rong could only force a wry smile, first bowing to Shou in greeting. Then helplessly he said, My King Su, who is a traitor deserving of death. How could an old minister be the same as him? However, my daughter is a spiritual which already pledged to the divine. If the king proceeds like this, I'm afraid the deity will take offense. This would not be good for Deshang or for the king. After Shang Rong finished speaking, he sighed repeatedly. It seemed he was regretting why he could not have sent her into the palace sooner, before Shang Qingjun became a spiritual witch. His face was filled with concern for Shou. Shou found it somewhat amusing. Shang Rong's worries might be genuine, as it was he who first suggested during the Nüwa Palace ceremony to offer sacrifices to the goddess Nüwa to mitigate the influences of Shou's poetry. It was evident that he held great reverence for the divine. Even when Emperor Xin was diminishing the sacrificial rites, reducing the use of human offerings. Shang Rong was also among the dissenters. Unlike other dissenters, Shang Rong would not confront Emperor Xin with extreme firmness. Instead, he would show weakness, hoping to gradually influence Emperor Xin. Shou recalled many memories and felt reassured by Shang Rong's demeanor. He smiled at Shang Rong and said, "Old Prime Minister, you may not know. Previously during the sacrifice the deity descended and has already gifted King Zhou to me." Shang Rong's heart stirred. Could it be that the rumors among the people of Chaoga were true? This matter had become a topic of interest in Chaoga and served as evidence of Emperor Xin's attraction to beauty among the common folk. The deity descended and surprisingly sought a spiritual witch on the spot. Our king is indeed sincere. The common people praised with laughter. Yet Shang Rong remained skeptical, having been present at the scene. He only saw Emperor Xin reciting incantations and did not witness any other occurrences. Shou, however, appeared unfazed by belief or disbelief, calmly stating, "If the Prime Minister does not believe, you might as well seek verification from the deity." Shou chuckled inwardly. "I don't believe you could actually summon the Xianming ancestor witch to verify this. If the Xianming ancestor witch truly appeared, that would be splendid. Shou would then have a good discussion with her, and surely he would manage to obtain a few drops of ancestral witch blood." Shang Rong, feeling helpless, could only respond, "I dare not." Seeing Shang Rong's reluctant acceptance, Shou nodded slightly. "Once the rice is cooked, it will not matter if the old Prime Minister still has doubts. You might as well speak with Uncle Baigon." I also mentioned this matter to Uncle Bai. How Baigon thinks is not important. However, Shou was already certain that once Shang Rong sought him out, Baigon would definitely do his utmost to persuade Shang Rong. There was no choice. The matters created by the king were for him to tidy up afterward. Otherwise, how could he become Shou's most capable assistant in governance? At this point, Shou recalled another matter. He had brought Shang Qingjun back. However, Deng Chanyu was still. "She is probably waiting in the Deng residence, eagerly anticipating my summons." Shou immediately said, "Prime Minister, you might as well return and prepare well. Since it is a marriage, the necessary ceremonies cannot be omitted. At the same time, please trouble the Prime Minister to convey my decree to Duke Deng. 3 days later, both families will hold a ceremony together to send her into the palace." Shang Rong instinctively clasped his hands in response. Suddenly realizing, he looked up at Shou with a helpless expression. "My king, the Deng residence is easy to speak to, as Deng Chanyu is already staying there. But my Qingjun has already been brought back to the palace by the king. How am I supposed to send another Qingjun into the palace 3 days later? I only have this one daughter." Shou met Shang Rong's expression and immediately understood his gaze. He felt a bit embarrassed, having forgotten. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Qingjun is currently unwell and is resting in bed. How about this? On the day before her wedding, I will send someone to bring her back." Shang Rong, upon hearing this, looked at the mighty and imposing figure of the king. He felt a chill run down his spine. Ultimately, he slowly bowed and said to Shou, "In that case, I will entrust my daughter to the king. My Qingjun has always been delicate, so I hope the king will cherish her." Shang Rong hurriedly departed. He needed to first go to Deng Jiogong to deliver the edict, and then return to prepare quickly. Shou had given him too little time. Shang Rong did not wish to pass off the situation in a shabby manner, and time was indeed pressing. After Shang Rong left, Shou was preparing to cultivate when Baigon came to pay his respects. Earlier, Shou had dumped a pile of mess onto Baigon before fleeing, so it was naturally unavoidable to meet him. Upon meeting, Baigon curiously inquired, "Why did the Prime Minister leave in such a hurry?" Shou then recounted the previous events to Baigon. Baigon couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Although he had been mentally prepared, he had mentioned trust when Shou inquired beneath the altar. He had even previously suggested it to Shang Rong. But now that it had come to this, he still felt that the king was acting somewhat recklessly. How could he seize a spiritual witch as a consort? Immediately, Baigon comforted himself. The king's achievements surpassed those of the ancient holy emperors. Having a spiritual witch as a consort, perhaps it is not entirely unacceptable. Moreover, if the king can take more consorts and have more offspring, our great Shang can only prosper further. Baigon was originally from the Shang royal family. Naturally, he was very concerned about Emperor Xin's progeny, and he even had the right and duty to supervise. Thinking of this, Baigon immediately clasped his hands towards Shou. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on achieving your wish." Following that, Baigon began to discuss important matters. Previously in the main hall, Shou had directly ordered the execution of Su Hu, and at that time Baigon had already devised a response. Moreover, the sacrificial rites were just around the corner. Zhong Ho Hu Fei Zhong and Yu Han did not set off immediately, but waited until after the sacrificial rites to head to Jizhou. In these 2 days, they could not wait for Shou and set off directly. Baigan had come precisely to report this matter to Inshur. Inshur nodded slightly upon hearing this. This matter will be entrusted to Uncle Wang, who I believe Uncle Wang will certainly handle it well. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. After discussing this matter, Baigan suddenly wore a hesitant expression. After a moment he said, Your Majesty, how should we deal with the Duke of Shibui Ji Chang? Baigan recognized Ji Chang's virtuous reputation to some extent. He was worried that Inshur would vent his anger on him. He feared that the order to execute Ji Chang would be given. The state loses its sages. Moreover, if Ji Chang is executed, Shichi will become agitated. Great Shang will be unstable. However, Baigan could not avoid mentioning this matter. After all, his loyal allegiance was to Inshur before him. Regarding the matter of Su Hu, Ji Chang was the most vocal. It was also he who alongside Su Hu firmly claimed that Su Daji had a marriage contract. And it was Ji Chang who later pleaded for Su Hu. Ji Chang's reputation was high, and he had many supporters among the officials at that time, rallying a group to kneel and plead. If it weren't for Yinqi's decisive action, Su Hu's matter might have ended inconclusively. In fact, in the original timeline, Su Hu indeed returned safely to Jizhou after cursing Emperor Xian. Upon returning to Jizhou, he directly raised an army to rebel against Shang. Later, he even sided with Shichi, becoming the vanguard against Shang. Hearing mention of Ji Chang, Inshur also frowned slightly, falling into silence, conflicted within to kill or not to kill. If Ji Chang is executed now, it would certainly deprive Ji Chang of his fortune and imprison his soul, but this would fundamentally change nothing about the situation of the divine destiny. It would only grant Shichi more justification to rebel against Shang. But if he doesn't kill him, he still felt somewhat uneasy. At this moment, Baigan noticed Yinqi's hesitation and felt a stir in his heart. He recognized Ji Chang's virtuous reputation and did not foresee the future of Ziqi's rebellion against Shang. Naturally, he did not wish for Ji Chang to die. He immediately spoke to dissuade. Your Majesty, the ancient holy emperors governed by the imperial way and royal way. If Your Majesty insists on executing Ji Chang, it would be an act of tyranny, losing the imperial way and royal way. The so-called imperial way, royal way, and tyranny. As the ruler of Great Shang, even if Inshur did not understand it before, he had long since grasped it. To put it simply, if you want the people to heed you, there are several methods. The first is to do many beneficial things for the people, gaining great merit, so that the people willingly support you. This is the imperial way. The royal way, on the other hand, is to govern with propriety, establishing a series of rituals and rules telling the people what is right and what is wrong. That is the royal way. Finally, the tyranny is even simpler. If you don't listen to me, I will punish you. Baigan's meaning in this statement is actually very simple. He believes that the king is creating paper, continuously assigning him various tasks, producing many interesting things. Moreover, he is directly promoting it throughout Great Shang without considering personal gain. If this isn't the imperial way, then what is? Since that is the case, why walk the path of tyranny? Upon hearing these words, Inshur had other thoughts in his heart. It said that the royal way begins with Ji Chang. If I kill him now, wouldn't that preserve his current virtuous reputation without a trace of blemish? In the original timeline, Ji Chang's greatest blemish was consuming a meat pie made by his own son. No matter how one puts it, a tiger does not eat its cubs. Regarding this point, Inshur decided that he must not change. If he kills him now, wouldn't that preserve his reputation? Thinking of this, Inshur spoke directly. Ji Chang is at fault, but his mistake lies in his inability to discern right from wrong and mixing with treacherous scoundrels like Su Hu. However, this error does not warrant death. How about this? Let him reflect behind closed doors in Chaoga. When he realizes his mistakes, I will permit him to return to Shichi. Baigan hurriedly clasped his fists upon hearing this. Your Majesty is indeed benevolent. While Baigan felt joy, he also reproached himself inwardly. How could I think of the king as cruel? If it weren't for Su Hu's own actions, perhaps the king would have spared him. Immediately, Baigan looked at Inshur with even more respect. This respect was inexplicable. It was like it came from the depths of his soul, imperceptible, yet deepening day by day. This included Yinqi's accidental actions, which indeed had many things that made Baigan feel convinced. But more importantly, it was the influence of the human emperor's purple seal. As a deity sanctioned by the human emperor, if not supporting the human emperor, then whom should he support? Moreover, Baigan was undergoing changes that he himself was not even aware of. He had no consciousness of cultivation. He simply dreamt of entering a sea of starlight after a day's fatigue. When he woke up the next day, he felt invigorated. The star power of the star of literature was slowly changing Baigan's body, continuously nourishing and warming him. If someone could see through Baigan's chest, they would discover that originally Baigan's exquisite heart was now filled with starlight. The starlight seemed to have a trend of gradually replacing his flesh and blood. Of course, there is also another possibility. For Baigan, handling the major affairs of the court well for Inshur, doing every task assigned by Inshur, was also a form of cultivation. As a deity sanctioned by the human emperor, If he only focused on cultivation, refining the star power, and improving himself, what difference would that make compared to countless celestial beings now? After Baigan mentioned these two matters, he prepared to take his leave and handle the court affairs. Before he could turn around, Yinshe called out to him. Yinshe briefly instructed, saying, Uncle Wang, draft an edict. I wish to adopt Li Jing's third son, the general of Qintang Pass, as my godson, bestowing the title of third Prince Nezha as a reward for Li Jing's years of service. Additionally, select some fresh novelties from the workshop and send them over. After saying this, Yinshe was the first. He thought to hurry back to speak with Queen Jiang, and preparations were also needed within the palace, as in 3 days he would receive Shang Qingjun and Deng Chanyu, leaving Baigan standing there in a daze. Baigan pondered repeatedly in his heart, what is the meaning of this action by the king? After a long time, Baigan let out a long breath, his eyes revealing a glimmer of wisdom. I understand now. The actions of the king seemed to be whimsical and unbounded. Even the desire to take 3 women into the palace was labeled as lustful by the common people. But in reality, it was to stabilize the situation of the Great Shang. Although the Great Shang shows signs of prosperity, there are still concerns. Isn't Master when suppressing the rebellion in the North Sea? Since the founding of the Great Shang, the power of the feudal lords has gradually increased. Although most remain loyal to the Great Shang. But one must still be vigilant. Take this Su, who, for instance, had this incident not occurred, who would have known that this fellow harbored treasonous thoughts? And the king has taken Shang Qingjun into the harem, solidifying the support of the old officials led by old Prime Minister Shang Rong. By bestowing favors upon Duke Dengzhou and Li Jing, he has also garnered support from many guards and soldiers of the Great Shang. The king is indeed far-sighted. Baigan sighed inwardly. With this thought, he hurriedly made his way out. I must quickly draft the edict to send to Qintang Pass, I cannot delay the king's important affairs. In the residence of Duke Dengzhou, after being granted a mansion by Emperor Xian upon arriving in Chaoga, Duke Dengzhou and his party settled down. They waited for the palace to send a decree. However, after waiting left and right, it never arrived. Even Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who had become close to the Deng residents after Duke Dengzhou had treated them well, left with Cheng Hohu to go to Jizhou. Duke Dengzhou could not help but feel anxious. What does the king mean by this? The matter of Deng Chanyu entering the palace had previously been coordinated by Fei Zhong and Yu Han. Now that they are not in Chaoga, must they wait for the two to return before proposing to the king? Duke Dengzhou could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Emperor Xian. You were once in such a hurry. Now you are so leisurely. King, what are you playing at? But before Deng Chanyu, Duke Dengzhou could not show too much emotion, instead appearing calm and indifferent, as if he did not care about this matter at all. These past days he even urged Deng Chanyu. Chanyu, we have stayed in the barren land of Sanzangwan for too long. Now that we are in the prosperous Chaoga, why haven't you gone out for a stroll? Deng Chanyu merely shook her head in refusal. She did not like the prosperity of Chaoga. She also disliked the hustle and bustle. If it weren't for Emperor Zin's decree, she would be leading her soldiers on patrol at the checkpoints. The fierce wind and galloping horses filled her vision. Why should she be gloomy in this small courtyard? This Emperor Xian is truly annoying. Deng Chanyu thought angrily. Her mood shifted from unwillingness to reluctant acceptance. After understanding many things about Yinshe, though she found him somewhat ridiculous, he ultimately had done much for the Great Shang. Gradually more curiosity arose within her, and in the slow waiting she began to feel restless. Am I really just a tool granted by Emperor Xian to Sanzangwan, a tool for my father? In the backyard of the Deng residence in the training grounds. Suddenly this thought popped into Deng Chanyu's mind, and her heart filled with resentment. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sharp sounds pierced the air. 5 colored stones shot out from Deng Chanyu's palm, smashing the target before her into smithereens. Imagining the target as Emperor Xian, a smile appeared on Deng Chanyu's face, and she sneered inwardly, daring to treat me with such neglect. I, Deng Chanyu, am not someone to be trifled with. What Emperor Xian looks like Deng Chanyu has never seen, as she could only guess from the snippets of conversation from those around her, leading to a vague and blurry image in her mind. As for the 5 colored stones, they were Deng Chanyu's signature hidden weapons learned from an unknown source. They were designed for absolute accuracy. The only drawback was that their power was not very great, and in most cases they could only injure rather than kill in one strike. However, on the battlefield these 5 colored stones had achieved many victories. For a normal warrior, if knocked off their horse, they could only be considered dead before their opponent. Having spent so many days in Chaoga, Deng Chanyu, unable to ride and gallop, could only practice this skill. Just as she was about to walk towards another target, a maid suddenly came running over, excited and shouting, Miss, the king has issued a decree. You are to enter the palace in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu was momentarily stunned. Then a hint of surprise arose within her, but as she realized it, she quickly scolded herself. Pa, what is there to It would be best if Emperor Xian directly issued a decree to let me return to Sanzangwan. Ultimately, Deng Chanyu attributed her joy to one reason. It must be because she could see Emperor Xian sooner and have some fun with him, to repay the frustrations of these days. So she felt secretly pleased. After tidying herself up, Deng Chanyu hurriedly asked the maid, "Do you know who came to deliver the decree? Have they left yet?" The maid replied, "I heard it was old Prime Minister Shang Rong, whose daughter will also enter the palace with you. She is the spirit medium that the king forcibly took during the ritual." About this matter, Deng Chanyu had heard of it. However, the stories in Shaoga City became more and more exaggerated, some saying it was a demand from a deity, while others claimed it was directly taken from the hands of the deity. There were even some who claimed to have witnessed it with their own eyes, asserting with certainty the king fought with that deity for 300 rounds. After hearing this, Deng Chanyu scoffed. With Emperor Xian, 300 rounds of battle. As far as she knew, Emperor Xian was simply born with divine strength. He might have some martial skills, but to say he could battle a deity for 300 rounds, that was nonsense. At this moment, a whole bunch of maids rushed in. The leader smiled cheerfully and said to Deng Chanyu, "Miss, joyful occasions are approaching, and my lord asked me to prepare for you." Saying this, she glanced back and forth at Deng Chanyu's armed appearance. In a somewhat reminding tone, she said, "Miss, once you enter the palace, you cannot be so reckless. How can a noble concubine wield a blade or gun?" Deng Chanyu frowned slightly and said nothing, but it was clear she was extremely displeased with this statement. In the residence of Duke Dengjiu, that day joy and chaos filled the air. Deng Chanyu felt like a puppet. Letting those around her dress her up, she was lost in thought, recalling the piercing winds of Sanzangwan. Will I no longer be able to gallop across the battlefield? Deng Chanyu pondered in silence. Inside the palace, Yin Shou handed over matters to Queen Jiang and continued to act as a hands-off manager. As for Shang Qingjuan, who was still lying down, it seemed that she had exhausted too much spiritual energy yesterday and had not yet awakened, still in deep slumber. Queen Jiang was initially a bit worried and asked a question. Yin Shou smiled and said, "It's fine, as she is a spirit medium and has some peculiarities. As long as there are no major issues, let her sleep well." Afterward, Queen Jiang busily started her work. Meanwhile, Yin Shou began to feel bored. This 9 turns yuan skill required no active cultivation from Yin Shou, slowly circulating within his body. It was like a boulder rolling down a hill. The inertia was immense, and even if Yin Shou wanted to stop, he could. This was also the reason why the Xianming ancestor, which had made Yin Shou choose before. Once cultivated, there was no turning back. With state affairs being handled and no need for cultivation as Queen Jiang and others rushed off to be busy, Yin Shou found himself with nothing to do for a time. How about I quietly go take a look at the Deng residence? Yin Shou thought to check on Deng Chanyu, and also to soothe her feelings. A decree called for her to be summoned directly into the palace. Before this, he had not even seen her face. Such a call. Other women, aside a woman of martial lineage like Deng Chanyu, would certainly feel aggrieved. I should also see what Deng Chanyu thinks, and make sure she is willing to come with me. I never do things by coercion. Yin Shou pondered. He then summoned someone to prepare and set off in disguise from the palace. When Yin Shou arrived at the Deng residence, he happened to encounter Lord Deng Jiu at the entrance, who was utterly shocked to see Yin Shou accompanied by only 2 guards. He immediately prepared to bow to Yin Shou, saying, "My lord." Before he could finish, Yin Shou lifted him up. "Why so formal, old general? We are all family now, let's keep it simple," Yin Shou said with a beaming smile exuding friendliness. However, Lord Deng Jiu did not truly regard himself as Yin Shou's elder and continued to respectfully invite him into the Deng residence. "What brings you here, my lord?" At this moment, he did not mention the pre-wedding taboo against meeting. Yet, Yin Shou's sudden appearance in casual attire left Lord Deng Jiu feeling perplexed. Yin Shou cast a disdainful glance at Lord Deng Jiu. "Of course I'm here to see your precious daughter. Who else would I be here for?" Receiving that look, Lord Deng Jiu awkwardly chuckled and led Yin Shou inside, while hurriedly telling those nearby, "Quickly go and fetch the young lady." Yin Shou waved his hand. "No need, where is Chanyu? Just take me to her." Looking at Yin Shou's assertive demeanor, Lord Deng Jiu felt helpless, but could only lead him to the backyard training ground. At that moment, Deng Chanyu was resting her chin on her knees, sitting in a small pavilion by the training ground, lost in thought. She had been taught many strange things and all sorts of tedious etiquette by an older woman. Deng Chanyu's mind was completely blank. Getting married is so troublesome. She recalled the shy comments made by the woman, such as having many children for blessings and continuing the family line, and her face flushed slightly. In a hurry, she lowered her head, burying her face between her knees. Suddenly, the sound of a large group arriving caught her off guard, and she looked up in surprise. In Deng Chanyu's eyes, a tall and robust figure surrounded by many people was approaching her with a cheerful smile. Her father, Lord Deng Jiu, slightly bowed and followed beside her. "This is..." Before Deng Chanyu could react, she heard Lord Dengzhou urgently call out, "Chan Yu, hurry and greet his majesty. Sitting here in such a slovenly manner, what kind of decorum is that?" After speaking, Lord Dengzhou smiled at Yin Shou and said, "Please don't mind it, my lord. Chan Yu has been following me since she was young, growing up in the army and focusing on martial arts, so she lacks knowledge of etiquette." Yin Shou appeared unfazed. He looked at Deng Chanyu with a warm smile and said, "It's fine, having martial skills is great." At this moment, Deng Chanyu finally snapped out of her daze after hearing Lord Dengzhou's loud call. She blinked. Is this the Emperor Xian? Originally, Deng Chanyu had no great expectations of Emperor Xian in her imagination. It was said that he possessed the strength to lift beams and change pillars. Such a strong man existed in the army, who wasn't burly and rough-looking. However, the Emperor Xian before her, though tall and impressive, was quite proportionate, showing no signs of being bloated. His appearance was handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. His eyes were as deep as a still abyss. Deng Chanyu felt her heart skip a beat, and her face grew slightly. Yet it was this faint smile and the scrutinizing gaze that ignited the anger within Deng Chanyu. "Humph. Do you think I will refrain from dealing with you just because you are Emperor Xian? If you want me, Deng Chanyu, to willingly enter the palace, let me see your true abilities." With that, she leaped forward, her long taut legs aimed like a sharp sword at Yin Shou. "Take this," Deng Chanyu shouted. In the next moment, Lord Dengzhou's eyes widened and his expression changed dramatically. "My dear daughter, do you know what you're doing?" The last person to strike at the emperor was Su, who, and his head was still on the altar exposed to the elements. He quickly moved to shield Yin Shou. This was Lord Dengzhou's instinctive attempt to remedy the situation. Yet to his surprise, Yin Shou showed no signs of anger. Instead, he appeared quite interested. With a gleam in his eye, Yin Shou laughed heartily. "This is great." He stepped forward to meet Deng Chanyu's attack. To be honest, he was indeed a bit eager to find someone to spar with. Having just completed the first cycle of the 9 turns Yuan art, although Yin Shou had planned to keep his cultivation concealed, how could he resist the urge to demonstrate a bit, to understand his own strength? Yet he truly had no one to spar with. Within the palace, the guards would certainly not dare to challenge him, even with his strict orders. Such a businesslike battle. Yin Shou couldn't muster any interest. What would winning achieve? Even if there were others, although Huang Fei enjoyed martial arts, she was a noble consort who had been in the palace for a long time. One could only say her skills were merely decorative. The couple's playful banter was sufficient. But if it came to a serious fight, it would be lacking. Just as Deng Chanyu attacked with an expression of anger, Yin Shou didn't have time to think about how he had offended this spirited woman. He merely felt a surge of excitement. Bang! With a palm strike, Yin Shou directly intercepted Deng Chanyu's kick. He felt its tremendous power, but it seemed to lack a bit of strength. Yin Shou gently pushed forward, sending Deng Chanyu back to her original position. At this moment, Deng Chanyu finally seemed to awaken from her daze. Why did I suddenly attack? Seeing Lord Dengzhou's shocked and worried expression, Deng Chanyu immediately won. Just as she was about to clasp her fists and apologize to Yin Shou, he smiled warmly and said, "Continue, don't hold back, just because I'm the emperor. Go all out." Deng Chanyu was taken aback. Even Lord Dengzhou hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Yin Shou's raised hand. "It's fine now, I just want to have a good exchange with the young General Deng." He turned to look at Lord Dengzhou. "Do you truly see me as someone incapable of handling myself, old general?" Lord Dengzhou repeatedly expressed his reluctance. He knew Emperor Xian possessed divine strength and some martial skills himself. But after all, he was the emperor. If Deng Chanyu were to injure Emperor Xian, it would be a dire consequence for him. The entire Deng family could not bear such a burden. Yet now Yin Shou insisted, leaving Lord Dengzhou with a helpless, conflicted expression. Deng Chanyu, seeing this, also prepared to decline. At this moment, Yin Shou noticed that Lord Dengzhou had stopped trying to dissuade him and turned to Deng Chanyu, smiling as he said, "Or perhaps the martial prowess of the young General Deng is merely empty words." Deng Chanyu immediately frowned. Seeing the smiling face of Yin Shou, she felt an urge to retaliate and cast aside all reservations. "My temper," Deng Chanyu snorted coldly and said, "Whether it's empty words or not, my lord, why not find out for yourself? Take this." With a playful shout, Deng Chanyu leaped into the air again. She charged towards Yin Shou. This time Deng Chanyu would not hold back. She unleashed her full strength, attacking with both fists and feet like a raging storm. She surged wildly towards Yin Shou. It seemed in this moment Deng Chanyu was determined to vent all her emotions. Naturally, Yin Shou remained cautious. He immediately took up a defensive stance, bracing himself, and felt countless forces surging forth within him. From every part of his body, threads of energy converged into a torrent rushing toward Yin Shou's hands. He could sense it beneath his skin. Every inch of flesh seemed to radiate with brilliance. A grayish hue resembling chaos accompanied the enhancement of the 9 turns mystic art. A gray mist enveloped Yin Shou's arms and hands, forming a thick barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Deng Chanyu's attacks finally landed. His body moved like a swimming dragon, soaring up and down before Yin Shou, displaying incredible agility. In martial arts and techniques, Yin Shou naturally could not match Deng Chanyu's rigorous training on the battlefield. Thus, although Yin Shou could clearly see Deng Chanyu's attacks, he still could not parry them all. Most of the moves were deflected by his palms, but many still slipped past him. Yin Shou simply stopped dodging. He crossed his arms to defend. My strength lies in this formidable body. Why should I abandon this point and compete with her in technique? Yin Shou thought to himself. This move, though somewhat shameless, was indeed effective. Despite Deng Chanyu's relentless assault like a storm, she could not shake Yin Shou in the slightest. Yin Shou remained firmly in place, not moving an inch. Moreover, once their fists and feet made contact, Deng Chanyu's expression subtly changed. She felt a chill in her heart. Her martial skills were exceptional, having galloped across battlefields. But after all, she was still a mortal, and could not possibly compare to Yin Shou, who cultivated the nine turns mystic art. When the attacks landed on Yin Shou, it seemed Deng Chanyu held the advantage, but the pain was something only she understood. What is wrong with Xian? His body feels as if it is covered in several layers of thick leather. With each blow, Yin Shou's smile remained. However, Deng Chanyu could only feel the recoil, causing her entire body to feel weak. Finally, a sudden surge of counter-recoil erupted from Yin Shou's arms. This made Deng Chanyu's figure suddenly retreat. Swish! She twisted in midair, forcing her waist to stabilize before landing. Upon landing, she felt her blood and energy boiling. Forcing herself to suppress the shock, Deng Chanyu looked at Yin Shou with a calm demeanor. Yin Shou seemed to be lost in thought. Deng Chanyu felt even more anger in her heart. Competing with me, yet he is distracted. How outrageous. She was stirred and grasped 2 5-light stones in her hand. She was about to launch them. Yes, I admit you possess innate strength, and your physique is extraordinary. But I refuse to believe. Can your skin withstand my 5 light stones? Deng Chanyu thought to herself, her palm slightly raised. But in the next moment, she ultimately did not strike. Her hand halted in midair. Deng Chanyu's gaze shifted over Yin Shou, and she deeply sighed. Never mind. After all, Yin Shou was the great king. If she truly hurt his pride, it would be difficult for everyone to explain. Moreover, there was one thing that Deng Chanyu herself was reluctant to believe. She simply could not bring herself to attack Yin Shou's face. The person before her was destined to be her husband. With this thought in mind, Deng Chanyu flipped her wrist and put away the 5 light stones. She cupped her hands towards Yin Shou, slightly bowed, and said, the great king's innate strength is indeed formidable. Chanyu has lost. Seeing this, Deng Zhugong's tense expression finally relaxed a bit, and he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Deng Chanyu's words, Yin Shou finally regained his senses. Just moments ago, when Deng Chanyu's attack landed on him, an unusual change occurred at the points where Yin Shou bore the attack, capturing his attention. Before Deng Chanyu's force could penetrate his skin, his body instinctively reacted as the gray mist quickly accumulated at the point of impact, absorbing the force before instantaneously dispersing throughout his body. The power cultivated by the 9 turns mystic art did not travel through meridians or acupoints. Thus, Yin Shou's entire body was like an incredibly spacious highway for it. The dispersed power then fell into every fiber of flesh. Instantly, it was resolved by the intricacies of the 9 turns mystic art, and Yin Shou felt absolutely no harm. Not only that, the gray mist simultaneously erupted with counter-recoil power, sending Deng Chanyu flying. I originally thought I would have to be on high alert. Not to say I could force out my full strength, but at least 80%. I never expected. Yin Shou momentarily did not know whether to say Deng Chanyu was weak, or if his 9 turns mystic art was too powerful. Was Deng Chanyu weak? In the original Fengshen, she had also achieved remarkable feats, having slain countless generals on the battlefield. Perhaps it is because she has not yet transcended the realm of mortals. Yin Shou immediately lost interest in the competition. It seems I need to find someone from the Xianmen to truly test the depths of the 9 turns mystic art. As Yin Shou was thinking this, seeing Deng Chanyu concede, he smiled as he said, Chanyu, you are being too humble. As far as I know, you have the ultimate technique of launching 5 light stones, and if you used it, I would find it difficult to defend. Regarding the outcome, Yin Shou was not concerned. Thus, he did not hold back on praise, wanting to make Deng Chanyu happy. Indeed, Deng Chanyu did not continue speaking, but the slight smile on her lips said it all. It was as if to say, you do know how to speak, if not for fearing to hurt you. Deng Chanyu's expression had a hint of charm, causing Yin Shou to be momentarily stunned. Then Yin Shou smiled and asked, Chanyu, in 2 days you will become my consort. I came today to give you a chance to choose. Are you willingly entering the palace? Yin Shou's gaze was calm, retracting the previous smile. His tone carried a compelling force. Speak freely. I can guarantee that if you do not wish to, I will definitely let you go without pursuit. Saying this, Yin Shou quietly watched Deng Chanyu. Deng Zhugong's heart was in turmoil, worry etched on his face. At this moment Deng Chanyu fell into confusion, her gaze drifting over the people before her, taking in their expressions. She muttered to herself, am I willing? Or not willing? After a moment, Deng Chanyu's eyes cleared, tinged with a hint of shyness. She did not look at Yin Shou. I am naturally willing. Deng Chanyu paused for a moment. Suddenly she sighed softly, her tone carrying a trace of regret, and said quietly, I have heard that once I become the great king's consort, I must reside in the palace, and cannot freely come and go. But I still want to lead troops into battle, charging on the battlefield. When Deng Chanyu expressed her willingness, not only did it bring joy to Yin Shou, but those around them felt the same. The atmosphere became much more lively. Hearing Deng Chanyu's words, Yin Shou blinked. So it was just this requirement. He immediately burst into hearty laughter. Haha, who said that becoming my consort must mean confinement in the palace? If you enjoy leading troops into battle, then go ahead. Have you forgotten about the female war god Fu Hao of the Deshang? Deng Chanyu suddenly raised her head. Her eyes sparkled like stars, filled with surprise. Really? I can truly continue leading troops into battle? Seeing Deng Chanyu's excited demeanor, Yin Shou nodded slightly. He found it amusing. Right now was the time of the Fengshen calamity, a time of upheaval. Not to mention that Deng Chanyu herself wanted to lead troops, even if she wished to stay in the palace when the rebellion arose. Yin Shou would need her to step forward. So how could there be any restrictions? Rest assured, how could I deceive you? How about this? Once you enter the palace, I will establish a personal guard of 3,000, and all matters will be left entirely to you. You will also build your camp outside of Chaoga City. Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu's eyes lit up with joy. The look she gave Yin Shou underwent another transformation. Her expression was somewhat bashful, and she spoke softly to Yin Shou, thank you, great king. I will surely not disappoint the great king's trust. Yin Shou smiled faintly. His gaze towards Deng Chanyu grew increasingly appreciative, thinking to himself, all right, one is secured. Did you not see that Deng Chanyu has already referred to herself as this servant? Looking at Deng Chanyu's slender and graceful figure, Yin Shou felt a warmth in his heart. However, there is no need to rush, she will eventually be his. Yin Shou immediately turned and looked at Deng Zhu. With a smile he said to Deng Zhogong, Old General Deng, you all prepare. Well, over the next few days, there must be a grand display, and we cannot let Chanyu be wronged. Then he turned to Deng Chanyu and said, I will wait for you in the palace. After saying this, he turned and Deng Zhogong and the others hurriedly sent him off, and after Yin Shou departed they returned to the Deng residence, where Deng Zhogong finally let out a long sigh. Looking at Deng Chanyu, who was still gazing at the door with some reluctance, he said with a hint of annoyance, Chanyu, you are being too willful. If it weren't for the king's magnanimity, our Deng family would be in great trouble. Deng Chanyu lightly snorted. With some disbelief she replied, I don't think the king is as terrifying as you say. His speech and actions are very gentle. Deng Zhogong smiled bitterly. Gentle towards others. That is only because of your face. Do you not know that Su, who was executed right in front of everyone? Our king is not someone who is easily dealt with. Seeing Deng Chanyu still appearing nonchalant, Deng Zhogong could only earnestly advise. Chanyu, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. The king may seem to favor you now, but you must not take this privilege for granted and act recklessly. If you anger the king, your father cannot save you. Deng Chanyu merely nodded absent-mindedly. I understand. I understand. However, Deng Zhogong could tell that his daughter was not taking this seriously. He could only shake his head helplessly. At this moment, Deng Chanyu was filled with thoughts of Yin Shou, savoring every gesture and smile in her heart. With Deng Chanyu secured, Yin Shou returned to the palace in great spirits, heading towards the quarters of Queen Jiang. At the same time, he sensed that the causal relationship with Deng Chanyu had become even closer. The connection between the two was not like the delicate white threads of ordinary people, but rather a red causal bond. A faint aura of fortune was emanating from Deng Chanyu. So does this mean I have changed Deng Chanyu's fate? In the original trend of the gods, Deng Chanyu was quite tragic. She was forced to marry the earthly sun due to the need to win over the power of the Chan teaching. Later, she tragically died at the hands of Gao Laniying on the battlefield, ultimately being titled Six Harmonies Star. But this time, Deng Chanyu's fate was completely different. She directly became the consort of Dxin, experiencing a great change in fortune. Naturally, there would be feedback. Yin Shou pondered in his heart, secretly thinking, in the future, I must find a way to enhance Deng Chanyu's strength. Her current strength is sufficient for the battlefield, but it won't hold up against those from the Xian sect. And that earthly sun. At the thought of this name, a cold light flashed in Yin Shou's eyes. Although nothing had happened, yet he already harbored murderous intent towards the earthly sun. This is the possessiveness of a man. When he reached the quarters of Queen Jiang, Yin Shou slowed his pace, suppressing a trace of killing intent, and walked in with a smile on his face. Upon entering, he saw Queen Jiang speaking with Shang Qingjun. Yin Shou raised an eyebrow slightly. Shang Qingjun has awakened. Seeing Inshou enter, the two women hurriedly stood up and bowed to him. After bowing, Queen Zhang walked over to Inshou with a smile, cheerfully saying, "Where did the king go?" As soon as Qingjun woke up, she wanted to see the king. Inshou nodded slightly, looking at Shang Qingjun with great interest. At this moment, Shang Qingjun maintained her bowing posture. Without rising, she smiled faintly and said, "It is a great honor to receive the king's favor. But as Qingjun is a spiritual shaman, I have already devoted myself to the divine, and how can I become the king's consort? I ask the king to retract the command." Inshou let out a soft snort. His eyes glimmered with an invisible light as he calmly looked at Shang Qingjun. "What if I do not allow it?" Although his voice was calm, it carried an undeniable tone. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingjun was taken aback, her face filled with distress. Just as she was about to continue pleading, she heard Inshou say, "Reflect on your own body. Do you not sense an additional power? This is the compensation I sought for your divine's descent. If this body did not possess this power, do you think you could awaken so quickly?" Inshou let out a soft snort. He believed that one must have different attitudes towards different people. Deng Chanyu evidently had some affection for him. Thus Inshou only needed to show her favor to easily win her heart. But Shang Qingjun was different. As a spiritual shaman, she was completely consumed by thoughts of the so-called divine, which could not be swayed simply by Inshou's goodwill. With that in mind, Inshou decided to be a bit more forceful. "Divine. I am the greatest deity within these 9 provinces. As the human emperor, I am the king of all gods. Let your so-called divine stand forth and see if she can endure a bow from me." You think that when Inshou stood straight at the altar before Xianming ancestor shaman said nothing, perhaps out of kindness or a broad-minded nature, she chose to remain silent about Inshou's grievances. Inshou looked at Shang Qingjun, who still kept her head down. Finally he said faintly, "All right, my mind is made up. You need not say any more. If you truly can summon your divine, then let her come speak to me." At that moment, Inshou even hoped that Shang Qingjun could connect with Xianming ancestor shaman. Inshou had already thought it through. If Xianming ancestor shaman were to reappear, he would not let her leave without taking something from her. After saying this, Inshou pretended to be furious. He directly flicked his sleeve and walked out of the quarters. Seeing Inshou angry, Queen Zhang took a couple of steps forward but eventually stopped. She stood in place, stunned for a moment. Then she turned and walked to Shang Qingjun's side, sighing as she said, "Qingjun, although you are the daughter of the chancellor, the king's orders cannot be disobeyed by anyone. The old chancellor is already of such an age, or would you want to add to his worries?" Shang Qingjun merely lowered her head in silence. At that moment, Queen Zhang thought for a moment, and then said, "Originally, I planned to send you back to the chancellor's residence the day before you entered the palace. How about this? I will send someone to take you back soon. You should have a good talk with the chancellor." What Shang Qingjun would think was not something Inshou particularly cared about. To him, Shang Qingjun's greatest role was to serve as a conduit to Xianming ancestor shaman, as long as she remained by his side. As the king of the Great Shang, the current human emperor, if every woman had to submit and please him, would he not be a failure as a king? Could Inshou not afford? At this moment, Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who were sent out by Inshou, were discussing how to fulfill their king's wishes during the army's encampment. At this moment, Fei Zhong and Yu Han were alone together, discussing their strategies for dealing with the situation in Jizhou and their ultimate goal. Fei Zhong spoke to Yu Han, saying, "As for how to handle Jizhou, it is not our concern. We are not adept in leading troops in battle. We will just follow the orders of the Northern Marquis. But there is one thing. If we cannot bring back Su Daji, then we shall have no face to return to the king." Yu Han said with surprise, "What do you mean by that, Dr. Fei? With Su Hu dead, how would Su Daji agree to enter the palace to serve?" Fei Zhong snorted lightly. "We may not be skilled in leading troops, yet the king still sent us here. Do you think it's for what reason? We have come here precisely to find a way to resolve this issue for the king." The two were right in the middle of their conversation. Suddenly they heard the voice of Chong Hao, his personal soldiers outside, calling out loudly, "Lord Marquis requests the two of you to come." Baigan was worried about the situation in Jizhou, and delays could lead to changes. He swiftly sent Chong Hohu along with Fei Zhong and Yu Han to set off quickly. The three of them marched at a rapid pace. Chong Hohu had also notified his son Chong Ingbiao early on to lead the main army towards Jizhou. By the time the three were still on the road. Outside Jizhou city, the army of the Northern Marquis had already besieged the city, sealing it off completely. Chong Ingbiao did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he held back, patiently waiting for Chong Hohu and the two Fei Zhong and Yu Han to arrive. Inside Jizhou city, the people were in a state of panic. On the city walls, Jizhis army stood vigilantly, as if facing a great enemy. At this moment, within the Su residence, Su Chuanzhong was clad in armor and mourning attire, surrounded by many subordinates from Jizhou, discussing how to respond. After Su Hu's death, he became the Lord of Jizhou, the primary pillar of support. Everyone was talking at once, and the biggest problem was how to deal with the current crisis and where Jizhou was headed. Should they directly rebel against the Great Shang? Or should they surrender and let the people from Chaoga handle it? At this moment someone said, "The Emperor Xine directly executed our Lord of Jizhou, brutal and foolish as he is. With such deep enmity, how could we not rebel?" Another voiced opposition. "The king wishes to take Daji as his consort. This was originally a grace toward Jizhou. Had it not been for the Marquis stirring up trouble, how would we have encountered this disaster?" I heard the Marquis directly insulted the king in the main hall. The two sides argued incessantly, each holding their ground. Su Chuanzhong simply frowned in silence. His tiger-like eyes were bloodshot. Su Chuanzhong silently pondered. A son should not speak ill of his father. Although he had also felt that Su Hu's actions were inappropriate, once Su Hu made up his mind, he executed it wholeheartedly. When the news of Su Hu's death came, Su Chuanzhong let out a long sigh, feeling sorrow in his heart. "I knew my father was in danger. I never expected he would lose his life." He also listened to what everyone said. He understood the reasons behind it far better than they did. When the envoy from Chaoga came, Su Chuanzhong had already advised Su Hu. The king issued an edict to take his younger sister Daji as a concubine. This was originally a good thing. If he didn't appreciate it, that would be one thing. But to think he could find an excuse to evade this matter, was he not courting disaster? Indeed, Su Hu died in Chaoga. At this moment, Su Quanzhong's emotions were extremely complex, feeling both a sense of foreboding and an intense mix of anger and sorrow. No matter what, Su Hu was still his father. How could he let the murder of his father go unpunished? At this moment, someone suddenly spoke loudly. "The Marquis has passed. General is now the Lord of Jizhou. Not only should you consider filial piety, but also think of the people of Jizhou. Do you wish to see war breaking out with the people of Jizhou suffering?" Su Quanzhong's heart was slightly moved. Before Su Chuanzhong could respond, someone angrily retorted, "Now the army of the Northern Marquis has already besieged us. Do you think we can just wish away the war? We in Jizhou have reached a point where we must rebel." The person continued slowly, "This statement is misguided. I believe there is still room for negotiation." However, upon saying this, the person fell silent. Su Chuanzhong immediately frowned and fixed his gaze on the speaker. After thinking for a moment, he then addressed everyone. "You all go back first, let me think this over. General Zheng Luan, please stay." The one who spoke earlier was indeed General Zheng Luan, the supply officer under Su Hu. Zheng Luan had previously studied under the real master Du Yi of Zikungku and was of the same sect as Li Jing. Although he did not learn the path of immortality, he did learn a technique called soul-snatching snuff from Du Yi, refining the two energies in the body. When facing an enemy, just a light snort would resonate like a bell, and then he could spit out two beams of white light. Specializing in soul-snatching. In the original grand scheme of the Fengshen, it was under Zheng Lun's persuasion that Su Hu, who was originally against the Shang, led an attack on Shiqi. They were defeated and captured, having no choice but to submit to Shiqi, ultimately dying at the hands of Jin Dasheng of the Seven Monsters of Meishan. Due to his ability to snatch souls with his snuff, Zheng Luan was known alongside Qin Shi as the two generals of Hum and Ha. After everyone had left, Su Chuanzhong cupped his fists towards Zheng Luan and said, "I see that General Zheng has a well-thought-out plan for the current situation. I hope you will teach me." Zheng Luan nodded slightly, and with a serious expression, he asked Su Chuanzhong, "Forgive me for speaking disrespectfully of the Marquis, but had it not been for the Marquis' miscalculations and indecision, this originally happy event would not have turned into a disaster. Now that the Marquis is gone, the general bears the responsibility of all of Jizhou. You should not only consider personal grievances, but first think of the people of Jizhou." Hearing this, Su Quanzhong's heart stirred once more. Then Zheng Luan continued to speak passionately, "Everyone believes war is inevitable, but I do not think so. I have heard that although the main general coming to Jizhou is Cheng Hohu, Fei Zhong and Yu Han are both personally appointed by the king." Su Chuanzhong was taken aback upon hearing this. "Oh, does the general mean that the key to breaking the siege of Jizhou lies with these two?" Zheng Luan laughed lightly. "Fei Zhong and Yu Han are among the favorites of the king aside from Wang Shubai. These two are the most greedy for riches. If we present them with treasures, perhaps they could plead for Jiz's cause in front of the king. And as for the Northern Marquis, if possible, why would he initiate a full-scale war, disregarding the lives of his soldiers and jeopardizing his own strength?" Su Chuanzhong understood this in his heart. However, his face still wore a look of hesitation and doubt. If he truly followed Zheng Lun's words, would that not mean directly bowing to Chaoga and overlooking the vengeance for his father's death? Zheng Luan seemed to see through Su Quanzhong's thoughts. He once again calmly said, "General loyalty and filial piety have always been difficult to balance. Please think twice." After a moment, Su Chuanzhong, who had struggled several times, thought to himself, "Father, please forgive your son for being unfilial. and finally agreed to Zheng Lun's suggestion with reddened eyes. Seeing that Su Chuanzhong had finally made a choice and accepted his suggestion, Zheng Lun felt pleased in his heart and said with a smile, "In that case, prepare the treasures at the residence as soon as possible. First find a few items that are easy to carry. I will go seek these too." Su Chuanzhong complied and immediately instructed someone to carry it out. Shortly after, several treasures were hastily brought to him, and Su Chuanzhong handed them to Zheng Lun. Zheng Lun first cupped his fists towards Su Chuanzhong. "The people of Jizhou City will remember the general. I, Zheng Lun, will not fail this trust." Then he accepted the treasures and tucked them into his clothes. After leaving the Su residence, Zheng Lun mounted his steed, the fire-eyed golden-eyed beast, and headed towards the outskirts of Jizhou City. Although the army outside was tightly surrounded, how could they possibly block Zheng Lun, a lone rider? He easily slipped out and headed towards the direction where Cheng Ho-hu and the others were coming. Before long, by nightfall, Zheng Lun found them face to face. Cheng Ho-hu and Fei Zhong Yuhan's party were setting up camp to rest. Zheng Lun, seeing this, did not hide, but rode directly on his fire-eyed golden-eyed beast to their front. The soldiers on guard immediately became alert and tightened their grips on their weapons. "Who goes there?" Zheng Lun laughed loudly. "I am Zheng Lun from Jizhou, sent to seek an audience with the Northern Marquis and the two doctors. Please relay my message." Meanwhile, Fei Zhong and Yuhan were somewhat puzzled as they followed the personal soldiers into Cheng Ho's tent. As soon as they entered, they saw Cheng Ho seated in the middle with a burly general with an unfamiliar face standing below him. Upon seeing the two enter, this person turned around, smiling broadly as he approached them. "You two must be Dr. Fei and Dr. Yu. I am Zheng Lun from Jizhou, here to pay my respects." Before Fei Zhong and Yuhan could grasp the situation, they were handed several items without further ado. Looking down, they saw that the treasures were dazzling. Instantly, their eyes brightened. Fei Zhong first glanced at Cheng Ho, who slightly moved his hand to tuck the item into his sleeve. Then, looking at Zheng Lun, he smiled lightly and said, "Oh, what brings General Zheng here? Is it to plead for mercy on behalf of Jizhou?" Fei Zhong's words were somewhat impolite. However, there was no displeasure on Zheng Lun's face. Instead, he nodded directly and cupped his hands towards Fei Zhong and Yuhan, saying, "I am here representing Jizhou and our General Su Chuanzhong to pay my respects. The two gentlemen are astute. Our Jizhou has no intention of rebelling against the Shang." Fei Zhong and Yuhan both showed expressions of surprise. Cheng Ho's face remained calm. Before Fei Zhong and Yuhan arrived, Zheng Lun had already conveyed Jiz's intentions to Cheng Ho. Zheng Lun further stated, "Cheng Bo-ho, though you are one of the four great lords of the world with strong troops, Jizhou is not to be underestimated. Indeed, our Jizhou may not be able to compete, but how can Cheng Bo-ho bear to let his own men suffer losses?" Zheng Lun's words, though originating from the perspective of ordinary soldiers, struck directly at Cheng Ho's thoughts. Cheng Ho, who was loyal to the Dashi, but that did not mean he lacked his own intentions. If possible, who would be willing to diminish their own strength? However, Zheng Lun's words did carry a hint of threat. Cheng Ho's expression immediately darkened, cold light flashing in his eyes, ready to reprimand. Who knew Zheng Lun would utter another statement that plunged Cheng Ho into contemplation. Zheng Lun continued, "Cheng Bo-ho also knows why the king is angry. It is all for Su Daji. May I ask, Cheng Bo-ho, if Jizhou falls and the army returns triumphantly, will you offer Su Daji to the king?" Cheng Ho was slightly taken aback. He pondered deeply. The answer to this question was self-evident. Was it necessary to speak it out loud? If Jizhou were to be defeated, the soldiers with treasures in hand would surely take advantage of the chaos. But who would dare lay hands on Su Daji, who was already marked in Emperor Zin's eyes? Ultimately, she would certainly be sent to Chaoga to please the king. Seeing the change in Cheng Ho's expression, Zheng Lun smiled slightly and continued, "We in Jizhou all know that Su Daji is breathtakingly beautiful, bewitching by nature. If in the future Su Daji wins the king's favor..." Zheng Lun bore a calm smile. "May I ask, Cheng Bo-ho, if Su Daji remembers her family destroyed and Jizhou in ruins, will she blame the king? Or will she vent her anger on Yu Ho-yi?" This time Cheng Ho's expression completely changed. Even if Su Daji were truly in power, her authority stemmed from Emperor Xian, and she naturally would not dare act against him. She would still be able to whisper in Emperor Zin's ear. Wouldn't it be possible for her to speak ill of these few men? Thinking of this, Cheng Ho maintained a stern face and coldly said, "I, Cheng Ho, am loyal to the king. It is merely for the sake of loyalty that I fear nothing." Zheng Lun, however, merely smiled without speaking. Can loyalty compare to whispered words of persuasion? Even if the king knows of your loyalty under subtle influences, his attitude will surely change. Ultimately, Cheng Ho snorted lightly. "I have heard of General Zheng Lun's reputation. He is skilled in martial arts, and his 3 Crow soldiers are well disciplined. I did not expect General Zheng Lun to possess such eloquence as a lobbyist. With this statement, Cheng Ho undoubtedly acknowledged Zheng Lun's words. Immediately the smile on Zheng Lun's face grew even more pronounced. He quickly cupped his hands towards Cheng Ho. I am being disrespectful, I hope you will not take offense. If we can avert a calamity for Jizhou, General Su Chuanzhong will surely reward you generously. Cheng Ho pondered for a moment. He did not immediately agree but directly said to Zheng Lun, General Zheng Lun, this matter is not solely within my purview. The two gentlemen accompanying me, Fei Zhong and Yu Han, are appointed by the king, and how it will proceed ultimately requires their approval. Zheng Lun, however, was not worried at all. For him, persuading Cheng Ho was far more challenging than convincing Fei Zhong and Yu Han. Now that he had managed to persuade the most difficult Cheng Ho, why worry about Fei Zhong and Yu Han? Moreover, Zheng Lun even thought to himself that these two might not care at all about whether a war breaks out. After Zheng Lun stated that Jizhou had no intention of rebellion, Fei Zhong snorted softly and laughed. Do you say there is no intention just because you say so? Su, who scorned the king and even acted violently in public. All the lords in the world witnessed it. Zheng Lun quickly bowed slightly. He smiled at the two men and said, Dr. Fei does not understand. This was merely Su Hu's rashness and has nothing to do with the common people of Jizhou. We are exactly worried that the king will be enraged by this incident causing harm to the people of Jizhou. Miss Daji is willing to personally go to Chaoga to apologize and explain. Upon hearing Zheng Lun's words, Fei Zhong and Yu Han both brightened, exchanging glances with each other. Their expressions were filled with surprise, but even more so with joy. Just as Zheng Lun had thought, whether or not to attack Jizhou was entirely irrelevant to these two. Even seizing wealth was merely a matter of convenience. What mattered was to bring back Su Daji for the king. As long as the king was pleased, their positions would become increasingly secure, and wealth and treasures would be within easy reach. Is this true? Does Su Daji truly wish to go to Chaoga to seek forgiveness? Zheng Lun nodded seriously. Indeed. In fact, even if Su Daji were unwilling, what could be done? With Su dead and her elder brother being like a father, how could Su Daji, a weak woman, make her own choices? Fei Zhong and Yu Han were instantly delighted. Zheng Lun also took the opportunity to express that he hoped the two gentlemen could speak well of Jizhou and Chaoga, as Jizhou had prepared a large amount of wealth. This is not a bribe. In the Great Hall, the two generals' loyalty in protecting the king has been harmed. This is merely compensation for the two gentlemen's treatment and recuperation. Zheng Lun said earnestly. After this exchange, everyone under Zheng Lun's persuasion decided to temporarily refrain from attacking Jizhou. However, Cheng Ho did not dare to withdraw his troops. Without the king's decree, how can I dare to withdraw the troops? The army will wait here. Ultimately, it still depends on the king's decision. Zheng Lun was not in a hurry. He merely smiled and said, it should be so. The subsequent matters were settled. Zheng Lun returned to Jizhou overnight to report the outcome of the discussions to Su Chuanzhong. Meanwhile, Cheng Ho and the other two continued their journey towards Jizhou. Of course, there was no need to rush now. On the other side, they quickly sent a messenger to Chaoga to notify Emperor Xian of the changes regarding Jizhou and request the king's decision. But everyone felt that this matter was settled. The next day, Su Chuanzhong announced several matters in front of the many generals of Jizhou, the first of which was to directly deny the engagement between Su Daji and the eldest son of Ji Chong. Without concrete evidence, this engagement naturally cannot be counted. Everyone immediately understood the change in the situation. They all smiled and agreed, indeed. Indeed. Now that the Dashi had not yet shown signs of decline, Emperor Zin's orders still held weight, even if they could withstand Cheng Ho's army. If Emperor Xian issues another command for all the lords to attack, how would they respond? Given this, it would be better to be more pragmatic. Thus, upon realizing Su Quanzhong's intentions, they all voiced their agreement, even those who had previously vowed to avenge Su Hu. Don't be foolish, even their son isn't saying anything. What salary do you receive to risk your life for Su Hu? Indeed, the subsequent announcements made by Su Chuanzhong were, as they had anticipated. Su Hu had rebelled and Jizhou should send someone to apologize to Emperor Xian, but now the people of Jizhou were anxious and could not be without a leader for a day. Thus, Su Daji would go in place of her brother. Meanwhile, Su Daji had already been persuaded by Su Chuanzhong. In order to prevent the people of Jizhou from suffering from the calamity of war, she prepared to set off for Chaoga with a heavy heart. By the time Cheng Ho, Fei Zhong, and Yu Han arrived, Jizhou was already prepared for everything. It was at this moment that news arrived that Emperor Xian had also included Deng Chanyu and Shang Qingjun into the palace. Fei Zhong and Yu Han both sighed deeply, alas. This Deng Chanyu was supposed to be received into the city by us, but now due to the matter of Jizhou there is no opportunity to do so. After a moment the two quickly rallied themselves. Fei Zhong even said, "It matters not, I have seen this Su Daji, and indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful. The king will surely be pleased. Once the king's decree arrives we will escort her to Chaoga and along the way we will have the opportunity to build a good relationship with her. After all, we have helped Jizhou, haven't we? On the other side, within the city of Chaogashangrong, and the two families of Deng Jiogong were celebrating with decorations and joy. As the auspicious time arrived, the two families sent off the festively dressed Shang Qingjun and Deng Chanyu out the door, heading towards the palace. At this time, Yin Shou also received news that Chong Ho Hu and the others were hurrying to send messages. After reading the report brought back by Fei Zhong, Yin Shou was slightly taken aback, his expression one of surprise. Previously, he had been pondering that since Su Hu had been directly beheaded by him, surely the situation in Jizhou should have completely turned against them. How could Su Daji still enter the palace? How could she be possessed by the nine-tailed fox? Unexpectedly, the trend of the Fengshen was so powerful that it had turned back to its original place after all this time. Su Daji came to plead for her brother. Interesting. And this Zheng Luan, according to Fei Zhong, turns out to be a clever individual who connects the threads. It is truly unexpected. This was actually quite normal. Who would not picture the image of the Hong Ha two generals as big and brawny? Who would have thought that Zheng Luan would have this kind of appearance? Yin Shou pondered slightly in his heart, then spoke to the soldier delivering the message. All right, I have already understood. You may go and rest. Moreover, send someone else to relay the message. I permit this matter. Since the death of Su Hu did not bring any other changes, Yin Shou was curious to see whether after this crisis in Jizhou, Su Chuanzhong would still follow the original trajectory, fight with Shiqi, directly surrender, and continue to oppose the Shang. As for Su Daji, Yin Shou was once again slightly taken aback. He knew that on her way to Chaoga, Su Daji would be possessed by the nine-tailed fox outside the city. But should he save her to change Su Daji's fate? If I save Su Daji, changing her fate will surely bring me a good deal of fortune. But, after all, I am considered her father's murderer. Keeping her by my side would be too unwise, right? Yin Shou fell into deep thought. He felt that it would be somewhat foolish to lower his intelligence for beauty. However, soon Yin Shou decided to set this aside. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Today is indeed a great day for me. I should focus on this matter first. With this thought, Yin Shou no longer troubled himself over the matter. He waited peacefully for the two women Shang Qingjun and Deng Chanyu to enter the palace. With the tedious rituals, the two women were sent into the royal palace, both being brought to Yin Shou's chambers. Yin Shou did not quite understand why Shang Qingjun ultimately entered the palace so obediently. Of course he did not care, as long as the outcome was achieved. He was indifferent to how Shang Rong convinced her. Outside the palace there was a festive atmosphere, but inside the palace the mood was considerably different. After all, they were not the main consorts. Yin Shou allowed Shang Rong and Deng Jiogong to manage the affairs in the residence, already showing consideration for their feelings. Normally they could have been brought in directly. Why was there any ceremony? When Yin Shou hurriedly walked into the room, both women were dressed in joyful garments, sitting side by side on the edge of the bed. Yin Shou chuckled softly and lifted the veils from the two. My beloved concubines, I have arrived. On the left was Shang Qingjun, and on the right was Deng Chanyu. As the veils were lifted by Yin Shou, expressions of varying emotions appeared before him. Shang Qingjun always wore a smile, but the hint of reluctance was obvious. Yin Shou lightly scoffed. Indeed, a forced fruit is not sweet, but it doesn't matter. Even if it's not sweet, it can still quench thirst. He then shifted his gaze to Deng Chanyu's face. Deng Chanyu's face was flushed, akin to having consumed a lot of fine wine, her eyes dreamy, as she looked up at Yin Shou. Her gaze was filled with anticipation, anxiety, and shyness. She gently called out, "My king." Yin Shou's heart warmed instantly, and he rushed towards Deng Chanyu. "Chanyu, I am here." Deng Chanyu responded excitedly and clumsily, completely forgetting the presence of Shang Qingjun sitting beside her. But Yin Shou certainly did not forget. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Shang Qingjun, who had her head bowed low, her originally fair neck flushed crimson. A pair of delicate hands twisted the corners of her garment into a bunch. Yin Shou was not in a hurry to claim Shang Qingjun. He still did not know whether the spirit of the Xianming ancestor had any demands. What if she required to retain her purity? It would be unwise to ruin a great matter for a moment of pleasure. Just as Deng Chanyu entered the Sanjian Pass was also enveloped in a festive atmosphere, for the daughter of the Grand General Deng Jiogong had become a noble consort, which meant they had someone in the court gaining more support. Sanjian Pass was also enveloped in a festive atmosphere, for the daughter of the Grand General Deng Jiogong had become a noble consort, which meant they had someone in the court gaining more support. The feathered immortal had completely transformed into a youthful appearance. Although he resembled Kong Xian in features, his aura was entirely different, filled with a rebellious spirit. Upon seeing the feathered immortal's arrival, Kong Xian frowned slightly and said coldly, "What brings you here?" The feathered immortal was not bothered by Kong Xian's indifference and maintained a carefree demeanor. Looking at the jubilant crowd at Sanjian Pass, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This Dxian really knows how to enjoy himself. Within a single day, he has taken in 2 concubines, and yet so many people are happier than if they themselves were marrying a wife. Wen Zhong even praised Dxian as if he were an ancient sage king, but now it seems indulging in beauty is not so different after all. Seeing the feathered immortal fall silent, and instead ramble on, Kong Xian's frown deepened. He said coldly, "If you have nothing to do, it would be better to stay and cultivate on Golden Owl Island. Haven't you heard of the Fengshen Great Calamity in Zhejiao? Such restlessness if you were to be involved in the calamity. Defy cannot save you." The feathered immortal was naturally aware of the Fengshen Great Calamity. The Tongtian teacher had repeatedly advised them to cultivate in seclusion to avoid involvement in the calamity's causation. However, the feathered immortal was unconcerned. "I serve as the attendant of the saint, and with the grace of the Feng clan on me, how could I fall into calamity?" The feathered immortal then spoke indifferently, "Did I not say? I came to see what is so special about this Dxian. I just passed by and thought I would take a look at you as well." With that, he revealed a playful smile. "But you, my dear brother, the noble prince of the Feng clan, have actually humbled yourself to be an ordinary guard under a mortal. This truly perplexes me." Kong Xian did not explain anything, nor did he tell the feathered immortal about the connection between the fortunes of the Shang Dynasty and the Feng clan. When they were born, Kong Xian was the first peacock in the world, while the feathered immortal was the first Dapeng. Logically speaking, the two should be evenly matched. However, due to the severe injuries of the Yuan Feng, the later-born feathered immortal lacked the original essence and lagged behind Kong Xian in cultivation from the very beginning. The feathered immortal felt wronged. Kong Xian also tried to be accommodating, allowing the feathered immortal to join Zhejiao while silently shouldering the matters of the Feng clan himself. Seeing that Kong Xian did not explain, the feathered immortal snorted lightly. "As long as I see you're alive, that's enough. I will continue to Chaoga to see what this Dxian is all about." With that, he was about to leave. At this moment, Kong Xian said gently, "Dxian has fortune protecting him and heavy causation. I advise you not to provoke him." The feathered immortal scoffed at Kong Xian's words. "You hide your own tracks beneath Dxian, serving as a mere guard. Why can't I just take a look? I will." Thinking this, the feathered immortal's figure flashed and disappeared, heading towards the direction of the Shang Dynasty. A few days later, the figure of Yu Yixian flew back rapidly with a face full of astonishment. Kong Xian sensed the aura of Yu Yixian soared into the air to intercept him and asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you were going to Chaoga to see Emperor Xen? Why are you back so soon?" Yu Yixian instantly regained his expression, transforming back into his previous defiant demeanor, glancing sideways at Kong Xian with a sneer. "I don't want to go anymore. Is it any of your business?" With that, he turned and headed back towards the Golden Tortoise Island in the East Sea, leaving Kong Xian bewildered and frozen in place. After a while, Kong Xian shook his head, slightly sighed, and returned to the Three Mountain Pass. Naturally, Yu Yixian would not tell Kong Xian that he had encountered the Supreme Master Tongtian. As soon as he approached Chaoga, Yu Yixian saw the Supreme Master Tongtian appearing outside the city gate of Chaoga, curiously looking around, moving leisurely, as if strolling in a garden. Before Yu Yixian even descended from the air, he saw the Supreme Master Tongtian turn his head, frowning slightly, as he looked in Yu Yixian's direction. Instantly, Yu Yixian hit the brakes. He halted his figure. Earlier, the Supreme Master Tongtian had repeatedly instructed not to lightly involve oneself in great calamities. Yu Yixian coming to Chaoga was tantamount to disrespecting the Supreme Master Tongtian's command. Although the Supreme Master Tongtian did not mention any punishment, being caught red-handed still made Yu Yixian feel flustered. Ignoring his curiosity about Emperor Xen, he immediately bowed in midair towards the Supreme Master Tongtian, then quickly turned and dashed away. After Yu Yixian's figure disappeared, the Supreme Master Tongtian slowly shook his head, pondering, "My disciples in the Jie sect are still used to being free and unruly. I told them to quietly guard the Taoist temple and focus on their cultivation to avoid the great calamity. It seems there are few who can adhere to that." Sighing, the Supreme Master Tongtian was not overly worried. The Jie sect had many disciples with the momentum of tens of thousands of immortals gathering, but most of them had poor foundations and found it difficult to achieve the great Tao. If they could enter the list of deification, it would also be a good opportunity for these disciples. Because of this, the Supreme Master Tongtian was initially not opposed to the list of deification, but when the saints signed it, the primordial heavenly venerables' actions were too excessive, which made the Supreme Master Tongtian angry. Originally, this great calamity was triggered by the killing calamity of the 12 golden immortals. It would be one thing if my Jie sect disciples were on the list as part of the calamity. But you didn't sign even a single name. Hence followed the later stalemate. Why doesn't everyone just refuse to sign? Let's rely on our own abilities. Let's see who will make it onto the list. In terms of disciples' cultivation and combat power, the Jie sect is by no means inferior to the Chan sect, so the Supreme Master Tontian was full of confidence. Soon the Supreme Master Tontian brushed aside the thoughts brought by Yu Yixian and continued to wander around Chaga City. He personally witnessed the various inventions created by Emperor Xian that improved the lives of the common people. Not to mention paper, there were various labor tools, new smelting methods, even the various delicacies created by Emperor Xian for his own enjoyment. Emperor Xian had no intention of hoarding his skills. Everything was spread and disseminated. The lives of the common people were filled with vibrant vitality, their eyes shining with brilliance. Countless thoughts of the common people converged towards the palace at the center of Chaoga like a canopy falling upon Emperor Xian. The Supreme Master Tontian gazed at the palace, nodding slightly, then shook his head, sighing inwardly. Though the hearts of the people are many, they are difficult to change the heavenly Tao. In the eyes of the Supreme Master Tontian, though the thoughts and fortune generated by countless common people gathered fervently like fire igniting oil, the fortune of the great Shang Dynasty was like an invisible force binding it. There was no sign of rise or fall. The Supreme Master Tontian could only watch as this dense power of faith piled up above the palace. Like a thick cloud cover, it gradually began to dissipate. After the Supreme Master Tontian shook his head slightly, he had already made up his mind to find an opportunity to personally meet Emperor Xian before returning to Golden Tortoise Island. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the city gate. Under the guard of a large group of soldiers, a spirited figure rode a tall horse galloping towards the outside of the city. It was none other than Deng Chanyu, who had just become Emperor Zin's concubine a few days ago. Deng Chanyu radiated joy, her face beaming with a smile. After being infatuated with Emperor Xian for several days, she could no longer bear the strict atmosphere within the palace and was eager to step out. Previously, Yin Shou had promised her that she could establish her own army. Deng Chanya's departure from the city today was to find a suitable camp for training and garrisoning. Oh! The Supreme Master Tontian watched as Deng Chanya's figure disappeared in the distance, quietly exclaiming in his heart. In the eyes of the Supreme Master Tontian, at this moment Deng Chanyu had already been imbued with the aura of the human sovereign, and this subtle aura of the human sovereign caused her fortune to soar. Her fate was directly altered. According to Deng Chanya's orientation and the phenomena observed by the Supreme Master Tontian, she was destined for a fate of extreme suffering. Isn't that so? In the original trajectory, she was forced to marry Tu Xing's son. Then she was blinded by the dual needles of Gao Lanying and subsequently met her demise. However, at this moment, an aura of the human sovereign forcibly severed this trajectory of fate, and Deng Chanya's destiny began to turn anew, heading towards an unknown direction. This Emperor Xian is indeed a variable. Anyone who has a close relationship with him has their fate altered. From the earlier Wenzhong to the Supreme Master Tontian, who had observed Bai Gan from a distance in Chaoga City, and now Deng Chanyu. All of this indicated this point. What surprised the Supreme Master Tontian even more was that every person whose fate was changed had an increasing potential for change. In this current situation of dense calamity and chaotic heavenly secrets, even the Supreme Master Tontian could not glimpse their futures. It was as if they were covered by some unknown existence. The contemplative look in the Supreme Master Tongshan's eyes deepened his curiosity about Emperor Xian. He was already considering how to enter the palace to meet him. Actually, the changes in Deng Chanyu had long begun. From the moment she entered the palace and became Yin Shou's concubine, once her status was established, her aura changed drastically. Though Yin Shou was immersed in Deng Chanya's tenderness, he was fully aware of this change. In his perception, on the page of paper in his mind, the imprints of Deng Chanyu and Shang Qingjun gradually appeared. The two vividly depicted figures slowly became clearer. As the figures appeared, a purple-golden aura of the human sovereign crashed down, covering the two figures. Suddenly, fortune fell upon Deng Chanyu and Shang Qingjun. Receiving the augmentation of Yin Shou's fortune, both of them underwent wonderful changes. As for Deng Chanyu, her body was nourished by this purple-golden light, becoming even more vigorous. More importantly, a divine ability quietly formed. Deng Chanyu's technique of launching the 5 glimmering stones had unconsciously transformed into a small divine ability. The original 100% hit was merely a descriptive term. Now it became akin to causal augmentation. With her goal set in mind, she could simply launch the attack, and mysteriously it seemed as if a force intervened, ensuring it would hit the target even if thrown at an angle. After Deng Chanyu realized this, she hurriedly brought Yin Shou to the training ground, excitedly demonstrating, "My king, look. What is happening? I feel like as long as I think about this target, no matter how I shoot the 5 glimmering stones, I can hit it." Yin Shou understood this change well. However, he did not elaborate to Deng Chanyu, but smiled affectionately, saying, "This shows your efforts have paid off. Diligent study leads to the revelation of divine abilities." Your method of launching hidden weapons has already transformed into a divine ability. It is not only Deng Chanyu who has undergone such changes. Shang Qingjun is no exception. Although Yin Shou seems to be ignoring Shang Qingjun, he has not touched her. However, Shang Qingjun is indeed a properly recognized consort. She has also been blessed by the fortune of the emperor. On her wedding day, Shang Qingjun felt her blood surging, initially thinking it was due to the unbearable scene before her. In reality, there are deeper changes. With her status established and the emperor's fortune bestowed upon her, the hidden Xianming blood within Shang Qingjun's body is rapidly being refined under this fortuitous influence. Shang Qingjun's blood energy was boiling, yet there was no warmth. Instead, her aura grew increasingly icy. Shang Qingjun was originally a spiritual shaman. She could represent the great Shang's rituals, indicating the strength of her aptitude. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to receive the divine consciousness of the Xianming ancestor with a mortal body. Even if this was merely a strand of divine consciousness, it was still extraordinarily powerful, as it came from the ancestor. After the ritual, Shang Qingjun received the Xianming ancestor's blood and slowly repaired her injuries, while in a deep slumber. Afterwards, the ancestor's blood, which had hardly been consumed, fell silent. Until now, it was being stimulated by the emperor's fortune, rapidly refining once again. As the Xianming blood was being refined quickly, Shang Qingjun's aura was rising swiftly. This time, it was not just the strength of her physical body. Even her soul's power was subtly being awakened. Shang Qingjun fell into a state of spontaneous cultivation. Her Xianming aura rendered her unapproachable by anyone except Yin Shou. Other palace maids found it impossible to get close. Queen Zhang and Deng Chanyu were both astonished by it. Deng Chanyu looked at Shang Qingjun, who seemed to be seated in darkness, her aura devouring light, and asked with some concern, "My lord, what happened to Sister Qingjun?" Yin Shou smiled, faintly reassuring them, "Do not worry. Shang Qingjun is inherently different from you. She is a spiritual shaman, and she is currently in the process of cultivation. It's like the enlightenment of those who practice Xianmen." With this explanation, everyone understood immediately. They did not approach or disturb Shang Qingjun's cultivation. Afterward, they each busied themselves with their own matters. Queen Zhang managed the trivial affairs of the palace, while Deng Chanyu started working on her long-cherished military training. Only Yin Shou, feeling bored, sat not far from Shang Qingjun, watching her cultivate, while contemplating it. This time, the two women's entrance into the palace was tightly intertwined with Yin Shou. Each of them also gained benefits. Their fortunes surged, and their destinies changed. As the emperor, Yin Shou naturally reaped greater rewards. The changes in Deng Chanyu and Shang Qingjun brought immense fortune feedback to Yin Shou. Countless heavy fortunes transformed into golden liquid, falling into the emperor's purple banner. Meanwhile, the speed of Yin Shou's 9 turns Yuan Gong's operation suddenly increased, as countless blood and flesh simultaneously exerted effort. However, Yin Shou ultimately could not break through immediately. The energy required for his physical advancement was insufficient. He could not rely solely on consuming food, could he? The energy provided by food could only be considered a drop in the bucket for Yin Shou's needs. He could not cultivate using the world's primordial energy either. The 9 turns Yuan Gong technique welcomes all who come. But being in the palace, any movement would immediately alert all those watching. The great powerhouses of the primordial era would instantly know the emperor has broken the iron law and is indeed cultivating. There is no other way. Yin Shou could only temporarily suppress his cultivation progress, purely practicing with the power of fortune and the countless human thoughts poured into him. Thoughts and desires equate to incense. It is said that the power of incense is toxic, but this does not affect the emperor's body. The emperor is the center of countless intertwined destinies. What is there to worry about regarding destinies or karma? It is precisely because of this that watching Shang Qingjun refine the ancestor's blood, Yin Shou hopes immensely that her comprehension of the power of the laws can stir the Xianming ancestor. It would be best to have the Xianming ancestor appear once more. If I could obtain some of the ancestor's blood, wouldn't my realm ascend like a rocket, and I wouldn't have to feel so awkward? The Xianming ancestor was indeed stirred. However, she did not appear once again, as Yin Shou wished. In the Hall of Six Paths of Reincarnation, the Xianming ancestor, who usually gazed indifferently, now lowered her head in silence. Seated upon the seat formed by the colorful power of reincarnation, Lady Fengshen looked at Xianming with displeasure and said, "Did you not say you would just observe and not intervene? Then why did you pass down the 9 turns Yuan Gong to Dxin?" The Xianming ancestor smiled awkwardly. "I merely passed down a technique. I did not do anything else. Does that not count as intervening? But I did not give him the ancestor's blood when he asked. I even tricked him into thinking that the emperor cannot cultivate with the ancestor's blood." Lady Fengshen felt helpless. Dxin had already broken through the emperor's iron law and stepped onto the path of cultivation. How could this be considered not intervening? As for the matter of the ancestor's blood, Lady Pingxin sighed slightly in her heart. This is the reason for the decline of the shaman tribe. Lacking strategy and not decisive enough. If Xianming had not transmitted the 9 turns Yuan Gong, that would be fine. But you have already done it. Why not? There is a saying that goes, well, either do not do it, or do it thoroughly. However, seeing the Xianming ancestor's demeanor, Lady Pingxin did not continue to say more, only shaking her head slightly. Originally, she was merely seeking an opportunity to add a bit of uncertainty to the grand scheme. The timing and excuses for intervention were impeccable. Even if Hong Jundaozu came, he would have nothing to say. The primordial supreme, Yuan Shi, watched helplessly as the position of the Star Lord of Literature vanished for this reason. However, the subsequent actions of the Xianming ancestor were somewhat unreasonable. At this moment, the Xianming ancestor's expression shifted as she sensed an anomaly in her power of loss. That little spiritual shaman is actually so gifted. How long has it been? She can directly stir my power of loss. With a thought, the Xianming ancestor was about to leave the Hall of 6 Paths of Reincarnation, preparing to descend once more to explore thoroughly. However, just as she moved, she was stopped by Lady Pingxin. Lady Pingxin stared directly at Xianming and said coolly, "Are you going to the Great Shang again?" The Xianming ancestor opened her mouth, but ultimately did not speak. Yet she did not deny it either. Lady Pingxin's expression remained unchanged as she calmly said, "Xuanming, during this period of tribulation, the heavenly mechanisms are unpredictable. I do not oppose your intervention, but you must understand that with the shaman tribe's meager foundation, if you truly intervene, there will only be one chance. Now that the ancestor is left with only you, you must be cautious." The Xianming ancestor froze for a moment, remaining in place. At this moment, Lady Pingxin sighed and said, "I have transformed into the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Although I retain this body, I am already completely different. Pingxin is the Earth Mother, but not the ancestor. This point you must remember." The Xianming ancestor looked at Lady Pingxin's indifferent expression. A sense of disappointment filled her heart, and she slowly nodded. In the Great Shang Palace, Yinsho waited a long time, but did not see the Xianming ancestor's descent. He gradually felt a bit frustrated. Is it true that the shaman tribe in the underworld will never appear again? I still want to borrow their power to stir this ceiling of the gods. While he was thinking, a change appeared in Yinsho's. He saw the figure of a small child slowly appearing on the yellow and black paper, and a thought arose in Yinsho's heart: the third prince of the Great Shangli Nezha. Yinsho's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that Qintang Pass had accepted his decree, and his heart was filled with joy, especially as he sensed a trace of fortune feedback from his previous connection with Nezha. However, he thought this is still not very secure. That Nezha dares to act against his own father, let alone me, his false father. With this thought, Yinsho fell into deep contemplation. He began to consider how to completely bring Nezha to his side. After much thought, he found himself at a loss. Yinsho could not leave Chaoga easily now, so when Nezha caused trouble in the sea and was scolded by Li Jing, there was no way for him to appear and guide Nezha's thoughts. This is a bit difficult. He realized that he needed to come up with a solution quickly. Staying in Chaoga felt like being a trapped beast, constrained in every way. At that moment in Qintang Pass, within the Li residence, Li Jing and his wife Yin were receiving Yinsho's decree and accepting the many gifts from him. However, when their eyes met, both were filled with surprise. After the messenger left, after a moment of contemplation, Li Jing asked, "Madam, why did the king suddenly adopt Nezha as his son? Could it be?" he said, frowning. Yin immediately widened her eyes and pinched Li Jing's arm. "Goodness, Li Jing, do you think there is something between me and the king? Nezha is not your biological son." Li Jing was equally confused. He then winced in pain and exclaimed, "Madam, where are you thinking? I mean, you are also a Yin. Could it be for this reason that the king pays special attention to Nezha?" Yin huffed softly, looking as if she understood. Then she said lightly, "You are overthinking it." While she was indeed a Yin, it was different from Yinsho, as Yinsho took the country as his surname. After a moment of thought, Yin proposed another idea. Could it be because Nezha was born with extraordinary abilities which reached the king's ears, prompting this action? Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded repeatedly. Nezha's birth was indeed extraordinary. He was pregnant for 3 years without being born, and when he finally arrived, the room was filled with red light. When he was born, he turned out to be a big meatball. Li Jing, astonished, struck with his sword, and only then did Nezha jump out of the meatball, able to run, jump, and speak as soon as he landed. Such an experience was comparable to ancient sages. Immediately, Li Jing wore a wry smile. If this is the reason, the king is mistaken. Nezha shows no signs of being an ancient sage. A demon of chaos. That's more like it. Looking into Yin's eyes, Li Jing's last words were barely a— Yin was still quite dissatisfied. As a mother, of course, her child was perfect in every way. What nonsense are you saying? What is wrong with our Nezha? He is just a bit lively. She continued to say that it's good for a boy to be lively, but Li Jing could only smile. Since his birth, this little guy Nezha possessed extraordinary strength, and later he was taken in as a disciple by Tai Yizhenren. After learning some Taoist teachings, he became even more impressive. However, his character was somewhat unruly. Aside from Yin's words, he wouldn't listen to anyone. In recent years, he had turned Chintang Pass upside down. While the two were talking, Nezha, adorned with the Hunyuan scarf and the Qianquan ring, strode in confidently. Upon entering, Nezha didn't even look at Li Jing. He rushed to Yin, hugging her leg, and asked, "Mother, I heard from the steward that I became some third prince. Does that mean I have another father?" Nezha's tone was somewhat irritated. One father was already enough trouble, he didn't expect to have another. Since Nezha's birth, when Li Jing shouted monster and split the meatball, it was as if the two were destined to be adversaries, unable to see eye to eye. Li Jing felt that Nezha was too unruly, while Nezha found Li Jing's incessant nagging unbearable. Originally, Nezha was tired from playing by the sea and was swaying back to the government office of Chintang Pass. Suddenly, he overheard the common folk discussing the chaotic king of Chintang Pass has become the king's adopted son. With another powerful backing, he's become even more uncontrollable. With a quick turn of his little head, he hurriedly ran back. Yin smiled and gently stroked Nezha's head, making him squint his eyes in comfort. "Nezha, you mustn't speak carelessly. The king adopting you as his son is a great favor." Nezha, however, didn't care about such things at all. He knew who Emperor Xian was. "Mother, what are the benefits of being the king's adopted son? If he dies, can I become king?" Nezha, in his childlike innocence, spoke without restraint. As soon as he said this, Yin hurriedly covered his mouth. "You can't say such things. The king valuing you is the greatest benefit. What are you thinking?" Nezha rolled his eyes. "Humph. But he couldn't inherit the throne. There were no benefits at all. He was just giving himself to someone else's son." Nezha was somewhat displeased. However, when he saw the various intriguing toys given by Yin show beside him, he saw all sorts of new and interesting little gadgets packed in boxes, and his eyes instantly brightened. No matter how powerful Nezha was at heart, he was still an immature child. With Yin Shou, who had many insights and experiences creating some amusing toys for children, wasn't it easy to get a hold of him? "Is this a gift from the king to me?" Seeing Nezha so happy, Yin also nodded with a smile. After a while, after Nezha had turned everything in the box upside down, he placed his hands on his hips and grinned. "The king is actually quite nice. Knowing I like this, he sent me so many fun things." However, his mischievous little mind quickly thought of another. In the next moment, Nezha raised his head and asked Yin, "Mother, do I need to change my name? Will I be called Yin Nezha from now on?" "That would be nice. Then I'd have the same surname as you." Before Yin could respond, Li Jing, with a dark expression, huffed at Nezha and said sternly, "Change what? Your biological father is still alive." Seeing Li Jing get angry, Nezha shrugged it off, while Yin watched this pair of feuding father and son, stifling a laugh. "Mother, I'm going out to play. Remember to tell someone to send all these to my room." Nezha grabbed a few little gadgets. He swaggered out. Once Nezha left, Li Jing glared at Yin and said, "It's all you're spoiling. If Nezha acts like this in front of the king in the future, he will surely commit a grave mistake in front of his sovereign." However, Yin was not afraid at all. She casually said, all right. Whether Nezha will have the chance to meet the king is another matter. Moreover, even if he really does meet the king won't be as harsh on children as you are." After saying this, she ignored Li Jing. She began to help Nezha clean up, calling people to take Yin Shou's gifts to Nezha's room. The matter of Nezha being adopted by Yin Shou, as a topic of conversation in Chintang Pass, it only stirred up a commotion for a few days before quickly quieting down. Even Nezha himself did not take it seriously. In fact, after he got bored playing with the various little toys given by Yin Shou, he completely forgot about it. However, as Nezha's master Tai Ren became somewhat flustered when he learned of this. This shouldn't be. How could there be such an occurrence? A proper anti-commercial vanguard. How could he become the adopted son of Xian? Prince Li San has also become Prince Yin San. Tai Ren felt a bit disoriented, muttering to himself, "It shouldn't be like this." After pondering for a while, he decided to seek clarification from Yuan Shitianzun. Yuan Shitianzun has indeed been quite good to his disciples. During the Fengshen calamity, all 12 golden immortals were originally supposed to fall into the calamity. However, Yuan Shitianzun directly informed them of the methods to avoid the calamity, and when his disciples were at a disadvantage later, he stepped in personally. Although Tai Ren was not the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, he held a very unique position among them, favored by Yuan Shitianzun. The disciple assigned to him, Nezha, had quite an impressive background. He was even the Ling Zhuzi who experienced tribulations in the palace of Nüwa. In his past life, Yin Shou was always very puzzled when he looked at the Fengshen list. As Nezha's teacher, why didn't Tai Ren properly guide him, but instead seemed to lead him down a path of obsession? Not to mention whether Nezha's rampage at sea was right or wrong. After Nezha caused trouble, if Tai Ren had intervened, it would have been easy to quell the turmoil. At the very least, he could have revealed Nezha's origins in front of the Dragon King of the East Sea. With Nezha's background from the palace of Nüwa, what could the Dragon clan, a fallen family, do to pressure him? However, unexpectedly throughout the entire incident, Taoism did not directly intervene at all. Nezha also seemed to have completely severed his ties with Nüwa. As a result, in the end, he actually ended up in the absurd situation of cutting flesh for his mother and removing bones to keep the meat. No matter how good the lotus flower incarnation is, how could it compare to Nezha himself? After all, it was transformed from the essence of the Ling Zhuzi. When the primordial chaos opened the heavens and the earth, 5 Ling Zhu were born from the innate 5 elements, and there was one attributeless Ling Zhu, which is the Ling Zhuzi. The Ling Zhuzi should at least be considered among the innate spiritual treasures, right? The postnatal lotus flower incarnation that Taoism created, could it reach that level? Later on, Inshou also figured it out. At this time, if Nüwa were to intervene, how could the Chan sect sever the ties between the Ling Zhuzi and the palace of Nüwa? If Nezha does not abandon his physical body, how could he sever the bonds with Li Jing and the Yin family? So who exactly is Nezha? The Nezha of the Chan sect, or the Nezha of Nüwa, and Li Jing, or the Nezha of the Yin family? After understanding all this, Inshou could only exclaim, absolutely. Regarding the actions of the Chan sect. As for Taoism, in a hurry he ascended Kunlun Mountain, arriving at the Su Palace to seek an audience with Yuan Shi Tianzun. After receiving permission from Yuan Shi Tianzun, he entered the Great Hall. Before he could express his doubts, Yuan Shi Tianzun calmly said, I already know your intentions. Even though Xin has adopted Nezha as his son, it does not matter in the grand scheme of things. You just need to focus on teaching Nezha well. Taoism then let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said to Yuan Shi Tianzun, Teacher, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Even so, then I can rest assured. In fact, Yuan Shi Tianzun was also quite surprised when he learned of this matter. What exactly does Xin intend to do? Could it be he wants to use this to curry favor with Nüwa? However, the heavenly secrets are extremely chaotic, especially when it involves Xin. Yuan Shi Tianzun could not predict it at all. Not to mention, at this moment, he was actually still within the realm of secular rules, making it difficult for Yuan Shi Tianzun to interfere. No matter how powerful a sage is, they cannot prevent me from adopting an adopted son, right? Unless Li Jing and the Yin family oppose it themselves. But with a decree from Xin, the current couple of Li Jing, who are still the loyal ministers of the Great Shang, are likely overjoyed and would never refuse. Yuan Shi Tianzun could only say this to Taoism. However, in his heart, his vigilance towards Xin increased significantly, his gaze turning towards the direction of Chao Gu, watching the swirling phenomena of the human emperor, feeling a hint of unease within. As for Inshou, he naturally did not know the details of what happened at Shintang Pass. He was unaware that he had already left a shadow in Nezha's heart. Although Nezha, being a child, forgets things quickly, the seed has been sown after all. In the future, if Nezha finds himself in a desperate situation, will he remember that he has a father in Chao Gu? He also did not know that his adoption of Nezha had even alarmed Yuan Shi Tianzun. Inshou quickly set this matter aside. He even lost interest in continuing to observe Shang King Zhun's cultivation. His thoughts were already drawn to another matter. Fei Zhong sent someone to report. Su Daji would enter the city in 3 days to pay her respects to the king. After hearing this news, Inshou waved his hand to dismiss the messenger and fell into deep thought. What was meant to come has finally arrived. But, should I save Su Daji or not? After a moment, Inshou finally sighed in his heart, alas. Forget it, Su Daji is innocent after all. As the human emperor, I must be decisive in killing, but targeting an innocent girl like this seems somewhat unjust. Moreover, I have now stepped into cultivation. Even if Su Daji seeks revenge, what can she do to me? Immediately, Inshou made up his mind. I still need to protect Su Daji. However, this decision of Inshou's was not to act himself. At the moment his thoughts shifted, the human emperor's purple talisman within him flickered. A thread of fortune following an unseen connection headed towards Su Daji's direction, silently descending upon her. At this time, the convoy escorting Su Daji was on the move. Fei Zhong and Yu Han were guarding on both sides. Fei Zhong was even shouting, constantly urging the team. Everyone stay alert and hurry to Chao Gu. The sooner we arrive, the more rewards I and Doctor you will surely receive. Both Fei Zhong and Yu Han felt a sense of crisis. They understood their position was to serve as close ministers to Inshou. Unlike wise ministers, it is most important for close ministers to stay by the king's side, always being present when the king needs them. What if they took too long outside, and the king found a new favorite? Thus they were more anxious than anyone else, eager to return to Chao Gu. Moreover, bringing Su Daji back to Chao Gu would be a great merit. The two of them could hardly wait to present their achievements to Inshou. After finishing his urging remarks, Fei Zhong turned to look at the carriage where Su Daji was sitting. At this moment, a maid following by the carriage quickly replied, Miss is too exhausted and has already fallen asleep. Fei Zhong nodded, extinguishing the thought of continuing to persuade Su Daji. Along the way, Fei Zhong and Yu Han took turns engaging her. They explained various reasons and circumstances to Su Daji, all for one purpose. Miss Su, you should focus on serving the king when we reach Chaoge. Do not think about the matters concerning Su Boho. He is a rebel, and now that Miss Su bears the expectations of the entire people of Jizhou, how can she harbor resentment towards the king? Originally, Su Daji had been persuaded by Su Chuanzhong before her departure. That is why she endured the pain and agreed to go to Chaoge. But now, after traveling for a while and listening to Fei Zhong and Yuhan continuously, her heart had already tipped the balance. At this moment, she had no intention of revenge. She was only grieving for Su Hu. The journey was exhausting, compounded by heavy thoughts. Su Daji was utterly fatigued. Thus she fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams, Su Daji actually dreamt of purple golden clouds descending, transforming into smoke, and merging into her body. Su Daji suddenly awoke with a delicate cry, startling Fei Zhong and Yuhan. Fei Zhong hurriedly raised his hand, signaling the convoy to stop. He quickly dismounted and walked to the side of the carriage. What happened? Did something occur? After having regained her consciousness, Su Daji realized it was just a dream and quickly spoke softly to the outside of the carriage, saying, "It's nothing serious, just a dream. Just a bit strange." Fei Zhong thought that Su Daji might be too burdened and had a nightmare. After considering, he continued, "In 3 days we will reach Chaoge. Miss Su need not worry too much. Our king is the most generous and wise. Once you meet him, you will know. If Miss Su makes a good request, the king will surely forgive Jizhou." Su Daji let out a faint hum. Seeing that she did not wish to say much, Fei Zhong clasped his fist from a distance towards the carriage and turned to mount his horse once again. The convoy continued forward. Inside the carriage, Su Daji wore a delicate expression, sitting still like a tranquil flower, adding beauty to the interior. Gazing blankly ahead, Su Daji pondered, what kind of person is Xin after all? This thought resurfaced from when Su Hu was still around. What she learned from her father's mouth about Xin was that he was a tyrannical king, excessively ambitious. After Su Hu was executed, Su Chuanzhong came to offer counsel. The image of Xin transformed once again in Su Daji's mind, becoming an imposing figure capable of causing 100,000 corpses with a single wrath. The safety of Jizhou rested solely on Xin's whims. However, along the way to Chaoge, the accounts from Fei Zhong and Yuhan were entirely different. Our great king is the reincarnation of an ancient holy emperor, most benevolent. But such a benevolent person, why did he have to slay her father? Yet when the two presented various artifacts created by Xin as proof, Su Daji's heart wavered slightly. Could it be that my father was truly wrong? The journey continued in silence. After 2 more days, Chaoge was finally in sight. At that moment, the convoy suddenly halted. Fei Zhong dismounted and approached Su Daji's window respectfully, saying, "Miss Su, we will reach Chaoge by tomorrow. Let's rest nearby today." Su Daji had no objections. There was a Xianyuan temple nearby, and after some arrangements, they invited Su Daji inside. Upon entering the Xianyuan temple, Su Daji was taken aback to see the central altar was vacant. However, she did not think much of it and bowed slightly in that direction. Then, slightly puzzled, she asked Dr. Fei, after all, Xianyuan Huangdi was an ancient human emperor. Why is this temple so desolate? Fei Zhong replied with a smile, "Miss Su, you may not know, behind this is the Xianyuan tomb, which is the burial site of Xianyuan Huangdi. This temple was built for that purpose. However, this place is far from Chaoge, and few people visit. It's normal for it to be desolate. After all, there were other places in Chaoge City that worshipped Xianyuan Huangdi. Why would the common folk come all the way here? Only travelers on the road might find it a shelter from the wind." Su Daji nodded slightly, no longer asking further. Fei Zhong hurriedly instructed the others to prepare a meal and tidy up. Along the way, Fei Zhong and Yuhan treated Su Daji with utmost respect, as they regarded her as Miss Su, who would certainly become Lady Daji once she entered the palace. How could they miss this chance to perform well? At that moment, within the Xianyuan tomb, 3 small demons sensed the movements inside the temple with expressions of delight. After receiving the task from Lady Nüwa, the 3 demons had thought of many ways to sneak into the palace. However, the fortune of the royal palace was so immense that not only could they, with their insufficient cultivation, enter quietly, but even the golden spirit Holy Mother had to descend from the clouds to enter through the palace gates. How could they possibly enter unnoticed? Thus they were unable to do so until Su Daji arrived. The 9-tailed fox gazed at Su Daji's mesmerizing beauty, suddenly feeling a surge of jealousy. "Our fox tribe transforms into human form, most enchanting. Yet we cannot compare to this Su Daji." Immediately, the 3 demons felt that once Su Daji entered the palace, she would surely gain Xin's favor. After some thought, the leading 9-tailed fox said, "I've got an idea. When night falls, I plan to possess Su Daji, taking over her body, to enter the palace with her shell. Once I establish my footing in the royal palace, I'll think of a way to bring you in." The Jadepapa spirit and the 9-headed rooster spirit naturally had no objections. They nodded eagerly. The nine-tailed fox began its preparations, quietly waiting for the night to arrive and for everyone to fall asleep. By midnight, except for the soldiers on guard, everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Urged by Fei Zhong and Yu Han, they had hastily traveled a long distance, and each person was on edge. Finally, as Chaoga came into view, their hearts relaxed. Thus, everyone slept particularly soundly. Only Su Daji, the closer they got to Chaoga, the more emotions stirred within her, making it hard to sleep. Peering through the window, she gazed at the round moon hanging in the sky. Su Daji suddenly sighed, alas. Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere, letting out a soft, enchanting giggle. Su Daji quickly turned around. Only then did she see a graceful figure slowly emerge from the shadows, something seemingly invisible swaying behind. Su Daji's heart instantly grew alert as she glanced around. The guarding soldiers were far off, and the accompanying maidservants were sound asleep. The graceful figure chuckled, "Don't look anymore. They won't wake up anytime soon." It was indeed the nine-tailed. The nine-tailed fox approached Su Daji slowly with a confident expression, her gaze filled with scrutiny. Looking at Su Daji's beauty, the nine-tailed fox felt another wave of jealousy. "You good humans, how can you possess such innate charm, even surpassing me?" the nine-tailed fox. "Is this reasonable? However, thinking that this body will soon belong to me makes me happy again." The nine-tailed fox smiled even more broadly, saying, "Su Daji, since you are so troubled about entering the palace, why not let me take your place? You surely don't wish to face your father's murderer every day tormented in your heart, do you?" The nine-tailed fox's words carried an innate allure. It caused Su Daji to be momentarily entranced, her mind following the nine-tailed fox's line of thought. Indeed, regardless of what kind of person Dxin truly is, can I really serve my father's murderer without regard for my vendetta? Seeing Su Daji captivated by her words, in a daze, the nine-tailed fox slightly raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. Continuing with an increasingly gentle and enchanting tone, she slowly said, "Why not let us merge as one, and I will enter the palace in your stead? You won't have to suffer this torment." Suddenly, the previously light-foot nine-tailed fox accelerated, her entire being transformed into a white light shooting straight towards Su Daji. Su Daji jolted awake, instinctively shouting no. But it was already too late. The nine-tailed fox had merged into Su Daji's body, beginning to devour her soul. Su Daji's movements immediately froze as if struck by a spell, standing still. Yet in her mind, chaos erupted. In Su Daji's perspective, she stood alone in a pitch-black, inexplicable space. Suddenly, a colossal fox appeared in front of her. It lunged at her with bared fangs and claws. 9 snowy tails wildly waved behind it, seemingly filling the entire space. "Come on, obediently let me take over your body. You won't have to worry anymore." The gigantic fox opened its mouth wide, about to devour Su Daji's soul. At that moment, a purple-golden light burst forth from Su Daji's body. Whoosh! The light shot out like a myriad of needles, illuminating the entire dark space. It caused the nine-tailed fox to suddenly feel pain, its face contorted in rage as it roared, "What is this? How could this happen?" At this moment, the nine-tailed fox felt an overwhelming desire to escape. However, her entire being was pierced by the golden-purple light, as if frozen in the void. She could not move at all. She found herself unable to flee. Her face was filled with sheer horror, completely devoid of the previous calmness and confidence. Su Daji widened her eyes, staring at the figure that suddenly appeared. "Dxin, is this the appearance of the king? How could the king suddenly appear?" At this moment, the untrained Su Daji did not understand. She was even unaware that the scene unfolding before her was occurring within her own consciousness. She simply stared blankly at the sudden change. Far away in the palace, Yin Shou felt a stirring in his heart. Finally, it has come. Earlier, he had fixed his intention. On the paper, a blurred image of Su Daji had already appeared. A thought granted blessings. This was one of the powers of the human emperor. This was also why Su Daji had the fortune of the human emperor protecting her. Meanwhile, Yin Shou was also preparing to test another ability of the human emperor on Su Daji, to project thoughts onto another. This ability was something Yin Shou had only recently contemplated. The human emperor's purple talisman had been refined into every part of his body, thoroughly merging with him. Only this paper in his mind of a mysterious yellow color floated uncertainly in the void. This paper was like Yin Shou's own list of deities. Every person whose fate he interfered with would have an image appear upon it. The more intertwined with Yin Shou's fate, the clearer the image would become. Currently, the figures of bygone Wenzhong Dengchanyu and others were vivid. Even Nezha showed a silhouette. Earlier, Yin Shou was still contemplating how to save Daji. He couldn't just rush out of the palace. Should he lay in ambush at the Xianyuan tomb? He then naturally comprehended this ability, immediately deciding to experiment. With this thought, Yin Shou's thought descended onto the paper in his mind. Instantly, it was as if he had traversed countless barriers in the void, and his thought directly appeared in Su Daji's mind. A grand figure appeared directly in Su Daji's mind, occupying most of the dark space. It radiated brilliance, exuding an imposing aura. Inshou stood with his hands behind his back above the nine-tailed fox, and Su Daji's souls looking down at the scene before him. At this moment the nine-tailed fox witnessed the spectacle. Her eyes widened suddenly. In utter terror she shouted, "Defy." As a minor demon, the nine-tailed fox had no experience and did not understand that this was a projection of Inshou's consciousness. However, she recognized the figure before her along with the imposing aura of the human emperor. The nine-tailed fox's heart filled with questions. Su Daji had the protection of the human emperor's fortune, which was understandable. After all, everyone knew that Defy wanted to take her into the palace. Although Su Daji currently had no official title, she was already the consort chosen by Defy. But why would Defy appear in Su Daji's mind? Could it be that Defy can cultivate, and his primordial spirit can descend? With this thought, the nine-tailed fox was suddenly alarmed. The nine-tailed fox realized something was wrong. If that were the case, knowing Dezin's secret, where would she have a path to survive? She had been chosen by the goddess Nüwa not only for the human emperor's aura she possessed, but also for her clever mind. Thus the nine-tailed fox instantly considered this possibility. With the appearance of Inshou's figure, the entire dark space was illuminated. This majestic figure shone like the sun, radiating light that pressed towards the nine-tailed fox. Before the nine-tailed fox could say anything, she felt an even greater pressure. Her entire body felt as if it was about to be crushed into pieces. Compared to the pain and terror of the nine-tailed fox, Su Daji's feelings were completely different. She suddenly felt an immense sense of security. The blurred figure before her radiated warmth, enveloping her spirit like the warm sun of June. The fear diminished significantly. Instinctively, she leaned towards the direction of Dezin's figure. At this moment, that grand figure slightly parted its lips. With indifference, it uttered a single sentence: "Those who dare to offend the Emperor of Humanity shall be punished." As the words fell, Inshou sensed the fortune liquid within the human emperor's purple talisman rapidly diminish. It transmitted to where Su Daji was, transforming into dazzling golden light, shining towards the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox hurriedly summoned all her magical power, waving her 9 massive tails in front of her, trying to wrap herself up to block this searing light. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox was secretly encouraging herself, "Don't panic, I carry the aura of the human emperor." Before her thought could settle, a tremendous pressure descended. Each beam of light was excruciatingly hot, as if it would burn through her. "No, I surrender." At this moment, the nine-tailed fox wailed, her face showing a pleading expression. Inshou, however, was unmoved. "You have already seen me act. Can I still spare your life?" Naturally, it was to obliterate you completely, leaving not a trace of consciousness or breath. This was the only way to be safe. With this thought, the fortune within the human emperor's purple talisman surged violently. The nine-tailed fox's wailing grew increasingly sharp. The immense nine-tailed illusion gradually vanished, transforming into a fox body about 10 feet long, wrapped in light. The fox spoke human words, continuously begging for mercy. She even began to mention the goddess Nüwa's instructions: "Great king, spare my life. To possess Su Daji was not my wish, but the command of the goddess." A cold light flashed in Inshou's eyes. This nine-tailed fox must not be spared. What if this nine-tailed fox continued to shout and disturb the goddess Nüwa? The name of a sage would surely resonate with the thought. Although Inshou had the protection of the human emperor's fortune, he was not afraid of being calculated by the sage. However, if Nüwa were to discover Su Daji's anomaly, it would ultimately be troublesome. With this thought, Inshou no longer held back. The fortune he had accumulated for so long was spent, as if it cost nothing. The golden light intensified and the rate of dissolution accelerated. Using fortune to deal with this minor demon, the nine-tailed fox, was indeed somewhat extravagant. But currently Inshou had no other way. Moments later, the nine-tailed fox's figure completely vanished. Her soul was drawn by a purple light flying back to Inshou, merging into the yellow and black paper. All other forces transformed into pure primordial energy, scattering in this space like a vacuum. Su Daji simply took a breath. She felt her spirit tremble, her entire being rejuvenated, as if she had received immense nourishment. Furthermore, in the place where the nine-tailed fox had been, a droplet of round, glistening blood floated quietly. Within that blood, which was red and dripping, a wisp of spiritual light roamed continuously. This was the nine-tailed fox's innate supernatural ability. The scene unfolded so swiftly that Su Daji did not even have time to react. Only at this moment did she realize. Looking up at Inshou's figure, she murmured, "Great king." Su Daji had never expected. At the moment of crisis, it was actually Defy who appeared to save her. Her heart was shaken immensely. For a moment, Su Daji was in a flurry, unsure of what to say. She merely gazed blankly upward, looking at Inshou's blurred face. Inshou did not immediately pay attention to Daji. He then closed his eyes to comprehend, having slain the nine-tailed fox, the emperor of humanity, with overwhelming might stripped the nine-tailed fox of everything. Not just the soul and essence, but also innate talents and supernatural abilities. Even the nine-tailed fox's fortune was directly taken away. If the nine-tailed fox did not die, in the future it would cause chaos in the Great Shang and wield immense power over the court and the people. This shows what kind of ability the nine-tailed fox would possess to stir up the situation. It is precisely because of this that when the nine-tailed fox was thoroughly dead, an overwhelming fortune surged into Yin Shou's body, far exceeding the fortune he had expended to slay the nine-tailed fox. This was indeed a profit. Yin Shou thought with satisfaction. He showed no hesitation in decisively slaying the nine-tailed fox. Although I long for the image of Daji's nine tails. But the premise must be that she is human. No matter how beautiful the nine-tailed fox is she not just wearing Daji's guise? Especially considering the many expected gains, Yin Shou directly resolved to take decisive action. It's somewhat regrettable that I can't slay the other two demons as well. It was so easy to deal with the nine-tailed fox. There was another reason. She had entered Daji's body attempting to seize control while the other two demons were still outside. After considering it, Yin Shou gave up. It's not worth exposing myself just to slay two small demons. Forget it, let them live a few more days. Moments later, Yin Shou opened his eyes, his gaze lowered, looking at Su Daji's face. At this moment, Su Daji's expression was extremely strange, both confused and conflicted. However, the allure on her face did not diminish in the slightest. In fact, it had even gained a peculiar beauty. Truly a beauty that brings disaster to the nation. Yin Shou sighed inwardly. At this point, Yin Shou had to admit that Su Daji's beauty was indeed the most outstanding in his harem. Such a beauty should naturally be devoted to oneself. This time, when Yin Shou chose to take action, he also had a way to make Su Daji submit willingly. Yin Shou's heart moved as he slowly opened his palm. A piece of dark yellow paper gradually appeared in his hand, floating up and displayed before Su Daji. "Father!" Su Daji exclaimed in surprise. In her astonished gaze, the image of Su, who on the paper began to move, seemingly struggling incessantly. But how could he escape the emperor's seal? What is happening? Su Daji felt a chaotic turmoil in her heart. First, a massive nine-tailed monster suddenly appeared, trying to devour her. Then Emperor Xian appeared and rescued her in a critical moment. Until now, her long-deceased father's soul unexpectedly appeared before her, restrained by Emperor Xian. However, although Su Daji was not adept at cultivation, her mind was not completely dull. With the Great Shang's rituals so well known, how could she not be aware? Instantly, she made a decision. Thud. Su Daji knelt down on both knees. This daughter Su Daji pays respects to the king, wishing to sincerely submit and asking the king to pardon my father's soul. The king is the sovereign of the 9 provinces. It is not surprising to her that he could communicate with the divine spirits and possess such abilities. Yin Shou did not explain, only calmly said, "I consent. You will serve by my side, and if you can achieve great merit, not only will you benefit yourself. At that time, I will grant Su the title of a local deity to receive offerings. What harm is there?" Su Daji slowly and firmly bowed again. "Thank you, king." At this moment, all of Su Daji's resentment vanished, and she held no thoughts of revenge. She would serve the king well, exchanging for offerings for her father. Is that not better? Yin Shou's gaze was calm, as if he could see through Su Daji's heart. He slightly nodded and said, "Enough. You may rise now." After speaking, Yin Shou looked around. After surveying the surroundings, he couldn't help but sigh. Su Daji really has good fortune. The death of the nine-tailed fox released a surge of spiritual energy, filling Su Daji's mind. Moreover, just now the emperor's fortune had manifested, directly expanding this void space. In other words, although Su Daji had not cultivated by some twists of fate, she already possessed the best foundation for cultivation. If someone from the Xianmen saw this, they would surely exclaim, "What a gifted talent." After thinking for a moment, Yin Shou also prepared to assist Su Daji. In the future, Su Daji would completely be his own, and if her strength could increase a bit, it would be equivalent to Yin Shou's own strength becoming stronger. Immediately his gaze fell, looking down like a deity. He said lightly, "Daji, you may begin to refine the scattered spiritual energy of the nine-tailed fox, and this nine-tailed fox's innate supernatural abilities." As Yin Shou spoke, he reached out towards the blood left by the nine-tailed fox. The blood flew upward and then landed in Yin Shou's hand. With a thought, he drew the wandering spiritual light and directed it towards Su Daji. Swish! In an instant, it entered Su Daji's forehead. Su Daji instantly felt as if she had gained many dormant memories, filling her mind to the brim. This was the inheritance within the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, directly extracted by Yin Shou's power. What Yin Shou needed was the strength of the blood. This innate supernatural ability held no attraction for him. After all, no one knew what kind of change would occur after he absorbed the nine-tailed fox's innate supernatural abilities. What if he also grew 9 tails? The ability of 9 tails should be left for Daji. If a beauty like Daji had 9 tails, Insho would indeed be very interested. In that instant, Su Daji seemed to awaken her memories, naturally understanding how to refine the 9-tailed fox's spiritual energy swirling around her. Gently closing her eyes, Su Daji focused her thoughts. She began to visualize. A faint power surged from Su Daji's soul, devouring the surrounding 9-tailed fox's spiritual energy. The ethereal mist-like spiritual energy was disturbed and surged towards Su Daji's soul. At first it was slow, but then it grew faster and more violent. Whoosh! In the end it sounded like wind passing by. Su Daji stood quietly. Behind her appeared 9 enormous tails. Though they were mere phantoms, they were indeed. Daji is extremely compatible with the 9-tailed fox. How long has it been? She has directly merged the 9-tailed fox's innate supernatural abilities and devoured so much spiritual energy. Insho silently observed this scene, feeling a bit amazed. If it weren't for his position as emperor coupled with the unique technique of the 9 turns origin art, he feared his speed of cultivation would not match Daji. At this moment, Su Daji finally opened her eyes. The light in her eyes flashed, and her aura had undergone many changes. Among the countless spiritual energies and innate supernatural abilities, she had even absorbed some memories of the 9-tailed fox. Su Daji refined all of these. Her temperament was also somewhat influenced. Her eyes no longer bore the previous softness and pitifulness, but instead carried some of the 9-tailed fox's demon aura and wildness. The 9-tailed phantom behind Su Daji swayed slightly, bowing gracefully in the direction of Insho. Thank you for the reward, King. In an instant, an overwhelming allure emanated towards Insho. Even Insho, whose will was unshakable, was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Wait, something's amiss. After all, my very nature is that of a man enthralled by beauty. At that thought, Insho offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. Then he nodded faintly towards Su Daji and spoke with quiet authority. I shall awake you in the palace. Thereupon the golden radiance dissipated, and Insho's figure vanished without a trace. Su Daji stood motionless, gazing at the spot where he had disappeared, lost in silent contemplation. She had never imagined such an extraordinary destiny would befall her. Not only had she been rescued by Emperor Dexine, but through absorbing the 9-tailed fox's memories, she now knew far more than before. The entire cosmos seemed to swing open its gates before her, revealing its hidden truths. For the first time, she felt the heavens vast beyond measure, yet brimming with unfathomable secrets. According to the 9-tailed fox's memories, even the exalted sages deemed the Shang Dynasty's mandate exhausted. So this must be why Father defied imperial authority. A soft sigh escaped Su Daji. For the first time, she viewed Su Hu with unexpected nuance, and deemed his actions utterly foolish. Even if one were to rebel against the Shang, why should he be the one to step forward? Yet doubt soon stirred within her. Why does His Majesty appear utterly unperturbed? Indeed, Su Daji began to suspect that Emperor Dexine's intervention had one primary aim: to slay the 9-tailed fox, the very celestial agent dispatched by Lady Nüwa to corrupt the Shang court. It seems His Majesty has long prepared for this. First he eliminates Father, the first to harbor treasonous intent, then imprisons the Marquis of Shibwa. Finally, with thunderous resolve, he strikes down Lady Nüwa's hidden pawn. In that instant, Emperor Dexine's image transformed anew in her mind. She murmured almost reverently, with such profound strategy, how could his reign ever be overthrown? That thought deepened her loyalty still further. She resolved firmly to serve Insho with utmost devotion, and to assist him actively in rooting out every threat to the stability of the Great Shang. Only thus may I atone for Father's sins. Unaware that her name and aura had already been inscribed upon Insho's talisman, binding her fate to his will. She believed this resolve wholly her own. She merely sensed it as an autonomous decision. Then her thoughts shifted, and when she opened her eyes again, she stood once more within the ruined Xinyuan temple. All around remained hushed and still, yet the sky's faint lightning revealed that considerable time had passed. Su Daji walked slowly to the temple's threshold. Lifting her gaze toward Chaoga, the capital city, she saw candlelight reflected in her eyes. Her former frailty utterly gone, replaced by fierce anticipation. Chaoga, I am coming. After withdrawing his spiritual consciousness, Insho returned fully to his body, and instantly perceived a torrent of surging power within his flesh and blood. The fortune energy stripped from the slain 9-tailed fox accelerated the 9-fold heavenly art circulation at an astonishing pace. Within his muscles and marrow, the 9-fold heavenly art roared to life, like a chariot driven full throttle, its thunderous resonance echoing through his frame. In moments, Insho felt a ravenous hunger. A clear sign his body demanded replenishment. Perfect. I shall seize this momentum and press onward. Without hesitation, Yin Shou retrieved the nine-tailed fox's refined essence blood. Instantly, it detonated within him. Like crimson mist, it seeped into every fiber of his being, as though a parched desert had suddenly received life-giving rain. Though the fox's essence alone could not sustain his cultivation, Yin Shou possessed a far greater resource, fortune energy itself. Above the imperial palace hung a vast, dense cloud of incense power, the collective devotion of countless subjects. This sacred force, so ardently sought by immortals and deities alike, known also as faith energy, flowed to Yin Shou as effortlessly as breath. While an invisible tide of fortune energy poured into his body, and with it a deluge of incense power crashed downward like a thundering waterfall. Amid this confluence of forces, the ninefold heavenly art surged relentlessly, approaching the threshold of its second transformation. As Yin Shou cultivated deeper, the celestial omen above the palace shifted dramatically, the thick cloud-like incense power collapsing inward as though swallowed by void. In a quiet corner of the city, Tongtian Jiaozhu, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the palace. Why has this incense power vanished so suddenly? Could Emperor Dxian possess a method to harness it, or has he transferred it to another? Perplexed, Tongtian Jiaozhu raised his hand, preparing to divine the truth through numerological calculation. Yet the moment his fingers lifted, he lowered them again with a rueful smile. I'd forgotten. The human sovereign's mandate is inscrutable even to me. He shook his head gently, then closed his eyes once more. It wasn't indifference. He had already resolved to meet Emperor Dxian in person. These mysteries would be unveiled face to face. Yin Shou, immersed in cultivation, had no inkling that his practice had drawn Tongtian Jiaozhu's attention. Fortunately veiled by fortune energy and shrouded in tribulation qi, he remained obscured. Yet Tongtian Jiaozhu had already set his course. He would meet this sovereign. Meanwhile, Yin Shou remained wholly absorbed, refining his physical vessel ever further. Under the ninefold heavenly art's ceaseless refinement, every sinew and cell was tempered anew, while the aura of the human sovereign's purple register grew increasingly profound within his flesh. Should anyone have entered Yin Shou's chamber, they would have beheld him seated in meditation, his entire body emanating a soft, luminous radiance translucent as flawless crystal. Boom! His body trembled violently, and the external luminescence instantly receded, vanishing entirely. Yin Shou opened his eyes once more. His gaze blazed with divine light, illuminating the dim chamber as if touched by dawn. Yet that fierce brilliance flickered and faded in an instant, and Yin Shou resumed his ordinary, unassuming appearance. To any outward observer, there was no trace of cultivation, not even a whisper of spiritual energy. Yet Yin Shou himself knew the truth. He had completed the second transformation of the ninefold heavenly art. Extending his arm, he willed it, and instantly a primordial hood radiance shimmered beneath his skin, coursing along his forearm like liquid jade, rendering it as resplendent as a sacred artifact. By prior benchmarks, does this mean I've already ascended to the celestial immortal realm? Seemingly swift, yet still insufficient, Yin Shou murmured inwardly. Within the investiture of the gods, tribulation, who among the celestial ranks, not counting mortal generals, lacked formidable cultivation. The 12 golden immortals lived up to their title, each at least a golden immortal. Though the ninefold heavenly art granted exceptional combat prowess, the chasm between realms remained vast, and his strength still inadequate. No matter. They cannot strike openly against me. Not yet. Before my cultivation is exposed, I'll eliminate key figures, accelerating the ninefold heavenly art's advancement. Thereupon Yin Shou rose and strode outward, pushing open the grand hall's doors. Guards stationed outside immediately bowed low upon seeing him emerge. One stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, Su Daji of Ji Province has entered the palace." Yin Shou gave a slight nod. Last night had been but a spiritual encounter. Today he would behold her in person. He instructed the guards calmly, "Bring Su Daji to me." When he met Su Daji again, despite it not being their first encounter, Yin Shou still felt a sense of awe. Su Daji's vitality seemed so much better. She looked radiant. Even Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who were escorting her, were amazed. Her spirit was like that of two different people. Su Daji's change in attitude is quite swift. Both of them silently muttered. They were completely unaware of what had transpired last night. They merely assumed that Su Daji had come to terms with herself. Su Daji bowed gracefully to Yin Shou, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yesterday, Yin Shou's figure was like that of a deity. "I, your servant Su Daji, come to apologize on behalf of the countless citizens of Jizhou. May your majesty show mercy and take pity on the common folk. I am willing to serve your majesty with the grace of a slender willow for all eternity with unwavering loyalty." Yin Shou looked at Su Daji, who was kneeling on the ground. Suddenly he broke into a smile and said, all right. Your words suggest that if you were unwilling to enter the palace, I would not forgive Jizhou. Am I truly that tyrannical? Yin Shou paused and Fei Zhong immediately stepped forward. Then continuing from Yin Shou's lead, he said, Miss Su, you may not know, but our king is the most benevolent. Since you have already apologized on behalf of Jizhou. Fei Zhong discreetly glanced at Yin Shou. He then continued with reassurance, the king will surely forgive you. Upon hearing this, Su Daji expressed her gratitude once more. Subsequently, it was only natural that Su Daji entered the palace to become one of Yin Shou's consorts. At the same time, Yin Shou ordered Cheng Ho to withdraw his troops and issued a decree to Su Chuanzhong instructing him to take over the position of the duke previously held by Su, who to properly pacify the citizens of Jizhou. When Yin Shou's decrees were announced, the citizens of Chaogu once again had something to talk about. I told you. Once the king has Su Daji, he will surely cease all hostilities. Indeed, our king has an eye for beautiful women. Regarding the citizens' discussions, Yin Shou did not impose any restrictions. He understood the principle that it's easier to guard against the voice of the people than to stop a flood. He simply let it be. A single woman could quell swords and stop a rebellion. Wasn't that a good thing? Thus, although the citizens were chattering away, their tone was mostly filled with good-natured teasing. The king merely made the mistake that every man is bound to make. Su Daji was so enchanting. Who could resist? In the following days, Yin Shou favored Su Daji even more. A few days later, the pond that Yin Shou had constructed was finally completed. All the beauties were gathered together to frolic and enjoy the coolness of the water. However, the pond was not filled with fine wine. Now under Yin Shou's guidance, the fine wines of the Shang Dynasty had attained a distillation technique resulting in a very high alcohol content. If it were filled with fine wine frolicking in the pond, wouldn't that give a feeling akin to drunken crabs? This would surely have them marinated in flavor. Yin Shou looked at the beauties frolicking beside him, surrounded by an abundance of fine wine and delicacies, and sighed. Finally, it resembles a scene of wine pools and meat forests. Still need a deer platform. Constructing a deer platform is a laborious task that consumes resources. Yin Shou did not intend to let bygone and others intervene. He was waiting for Jiang Zia to appear to supervise and oversee its construction. At that time we will spread the rumor, saying that it was Jiang Zia's instigation. I was merely careless and deceived by petty men. Yin Shou was lost in thought. With her fair skin and graceful figure, Daji glided past Yin Shou. He reached out and pulled Daji into his embrace. Leaning close to Daji's ear, he asked, My beloved, I am a bit curious. Daji, confused, immediately responded, Your Majesty, what is it? Yin Shou's hand wandered downward, and he chuckled, whispering in Daji's ear, I am curious. Does your nine tails keep water out? At that moment, Su Daji's fair skin flushed crimson. Then shyly she playfully hit Yin Shou's chest, shyly saying, Your Majesty, you are so naughty. Ever since Su Daji integrated the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, she could now manifest a nine-tailed form. However, unlike a true nine-tailed fox, it was not made of flesh and blood, but rather a manifestation of spiritual power. It was uncertain why. Perhaps it was due to Su Daji's original human form. She felt an indescribable embarrassment regarding the suddenly manifested nine-tailed features. She generally did not allow Yin Shou to touch her. Finally, Su Daji gave Yin Shou a flirtatious glance, whispering, My sisters are here. Jiang Wang and the others were unaware of the changes in Su Daji. Yin Shou's eyes brightened, and he immediately said, Then let's find a time when they are not around. As Yin Shou indulged in wine and pleasure within the palace, the master of the heavenly Tao in Chaogu City finally felt it was time and strolled towards the palace. This Su Daji possesses demonic energy, yet it does not seem like that of a pure demon. How strange. This was not important. The master of the heavenly Tao could use the excuse of entering the palace to help Dxin expel the demonic energy. Additionally, he could have a face-to-face encounter with Dxin. With the strength of the master of the heavenly Tao, even with the destiny of the Shang Dynasty blocking him, he could easily enter the palace. However, he did not force his way in. Instead, he cheerfully asked the guards to announce his arrival. Unconstrained in action, living freely, that was the true nature of the master of the heavenly Tao. He did not look down on everything just because of his status as a sage. The guards, filled with doubt, proceeded into the palace. Step by step, they reported, and finally a maid arrived in the hall where Yin Shou was frolicking, reporting to him, Your Majesty, there is a Taoist outside the palace seeking an audience, claiming that there is demonic energy in the palace and wishes to meet with Your Majesty to assist in expelling it. Upon hearing this, Yin Shou's heart jolted. He suddenly stood up from the pond, water cascading down his robust. Oh, what does this Taoist look like? The maid quickly replied, He resembles a young man in red with a sword at his waist. At this moment, Su Daji, upon hearing these words, anxiously clutched Yin Shou's arm. Upon hearing this, Su Daji immediately understood. It was due to her nine-tailed aura that had attracted this Taoist. Yin Shou gently patted her a few times to comfort her. Yun Zhongzi has arrived so quickly following the scent. Yin Shou thought in surprise. However, he was not particularly worried. Su Daji was a genuine human being. It was merely by chance that she refined the essence of the nine-tailed fox and obtained its innate divine powers. What was there to be afraid of? Rather than worry, Yin Shou felt a great interest. This was Yun Zhongzi, who had only appeared for a fleeting moment during the great calamity of the Fengshen. Yun Zhongzi was not among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. Yet even Yuan Shi Tianzun remarked that he was a celestial of fortune and virtue not meant to be caught in the calamity. To come to Chaogu was merely to assess the situation. Furthermore, in later generations there were rumors that Yun Zhongzi was one of the reincarnations of Han Yun. Upon thinking this, Yin Shou immediately called out loudly, "Come bring me my clothes. Invite that Taoist in. I wish to have a good talk with him." Before long, Yin Shou was seated in the grand hall dressed neatly, while the Taoist outside the palace gate was invited in by the guards. Looking at the Taoist who walked in leisurely, Yin Shou was surprised. Why does Yun Zhongzi look so young? This red Taoist robe. It even glimmers with a purple golden sheen. It's simply more flamboyant than me. However, Yin Shou did not voice his thoughts. Instead, he smiled and motioned for the Taoist to take a seat. "Come quickly, let the Taoist take a seat." The Tantian cult master did not take offense and nodded slightly. He casually sat down in the grand hall. Yin Shou was above him, and he was below. This seating arrangement would surely provoke a rebuke from the primordial heavenly venerable. "I am a saint, how can I sit beneath this little child?" But the Tantian cult master was not bound by such formalities. As if conforming to local customs arriving at the territory of the human emperor, he respected the host-guest seating. After the Tantian cult master sat down, he raised his eyes and looked. He saw Yin Shou smiling at him, his eyes filled with a scrutinizing gaze. This was not surprising. Anyone would feel curious in the face of a suddenly appearing Taoist. Having such a scrutinizing gaze was not strange. However, there was one thing that puzzled the Tantian cult master. After the scrutiny from the human emperor, there was actually a look of understanding on his face. What was going on here? Could it be that Dxin already knew his identity? The Tantian cult master, before this I have not met Dxin either. As for knowing from Wenzhong or the Golden Spirit Mother, that was utterly impossible. While the Tantian cult master was still pondering, Yin Shou cheerfully spoke, asking, "May I ask where the Taoist celestial abode is? Did you come from Kunlun?" The Tantian cult master felt a stir in his heart, and replied lightly with a smile, sort of. His current Taoist sanctuary was at the Golden Turtle Island's Nüwa Palace, but before the division of the three purities, he had always been cultivating in Kunlun. Thus saying, "came from Kunlun," was not entirely incorrect. However, it inexplicably stirred worries in the Tantian cult master's heart. He could not help but sigh inwardly. After receiving the affirmative response from the Tantian cult master, Yin Shou's lips curled up slightly, and the look of understanding deepened. He muttered to himself, "So it is indeed this Yun Zhongzi." Though he did not understand why Yun Zhongzi appeared in this form. But in the vast wilderness, the shapes and appearances of various divine beings could indeed change with their hearts. It was not surprising for Yun Zhongzi to take on a youthful appearance. It is said that the Tantian cult master is similar. Although the three purities were all transformed from Pangus primordial spirit, their natures and paths being different resulted in each showing forms of old, middle-aged, and young. At this moment, the Tantian cult master felt a slight stir in his heart. He had already begun to guess. Dxin wouldn't mistake me for someone else, would he? Then a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he chuckled softly. Interesting. Upon realizing this, he decided to go along with the misunderstanding. I want to see what tricks Dxin can come up with. Besides, doesn't this perfectly serve my purpose of concealing my... The Tantian cult master immediately asked, "From the way the great king looks, it seems you have already recognized the origins of this poor Taoist." Yin Shou immediately burst into laughter. With a confident expression he said, "Indeed. If I am not mistaken, the Taoist is the Yun Zhongzi of the Chan sect." The Tantian cult master secretly laughed. "If I am not mistaken, you have guessed wrong." Looking at Yin Shou's expression, the Tantian cult master found it even more amusing. He did not deny it, but instead smiled and asked, "Then how does the great king know my origins?" Upon hearing this, Yin Shou was momentarily stunned. How should he answer? Yin Shou secretly mumbled, "Could it be that I know about the grand investiture of gods, and knowing that Daji entered the palace, this fellow would come to present the peachwood sword and perform a scene of entering the tribulation?" These were naturally things that no one could say. Yin Shou could only smile and wave his hand, adopting a grand demeanor, saying, "This is not important. The Taoist coming to my Chaoga indeed adds brilliance to my Chaoga." The Tantian cult master smiled gently. It seemed that Yin Shou did not want to discuss this matter. Though the Tantian cult master was curious, he did not press the issue. He was about to mention the matter of the ominous aura surrounding the palace. After all, this was his excuse for entering the palace. If one is to put on a show, they must do it thoroughly right. "Great king, this poor Taoist has come to address the ominous aura that has spread from the palace." Shou feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, will this ominous aura cause harm to me?" The Tantian cult master slightly shook his head and chuckled. The great king is the current human emperor, naturally protected by fate, let alone this mere ominous aura. Even the myriad celestial beings cannot harm the great king in the slightest. However, it will ultimately affect others within the palace and hinder the fate of the Deshang. Upon hearing this, Shou began to laugh directly. He was not particularly interested in the Yun Zhongzi coming to exorcise evil. The ominous aura in Yun Zhongzi's eyes was actually emitted by Daji. The current Daji is certainly not a nine-tailed fox. She is a proper human. What is there to exorcise? As for the hindrance to the fate of Deshang, are we afraid of that? Therefore, Shou paid no mind to what Yun Zhongzi said. Instead, he was filled with curiosity about the person. However, Shou had already foreseen the events to come. He secretly mumbled to himself, "Next, are you going to present the peachwood sword to suppress the evil spirits?" The peachwood sword presented by Yun Zhongzi was actually a branch of a peach tree he casually broke off when descending the mountain. Peach trees inherently have the effect of warding off evil spirits. Coupled with Yun Zhongzi's refinement, it could naturally suppress the ominous aura. But would Shou treasure his peachwood sword, an item that could be burned to ashes? With this thought, Shou smiled and said, "Does the Taoist have any treasures to suppress the evil aura to gift? I must clarify. If it's something like a peachwood sword, then let's forget it." As he spoke, Shou's gaze shifted. It landed on the sword at the Tongtian cult master's waist, and his eyes immediately lit up. The smile on his face grew brighter as he said, "If this sword is fine." The Tongtian cult master was taken aback by Shou's abrupt remarks. What treasure to gift? What peachwood sword? As Shou's gaze fixed intensely on the sword at his waist, he felt both amused and exasperated. "Your taste is quite good. You actually fixated on this sword right away." Without a second thought, the Tongtian cult master smiled and refused. "This one won't do. This sword is my proof of enlightenment, and thus cannot be given to others." This was the Qingping sword. Although it was not the main body of the Qingping sword, it was still of great significance. The Tongtian cult master was somewhat confused by Shou's series of strange actions. Could it be that Xin expected? That today there would be Yun Zhongzi visiting? And that he would present a peachwood sword? The Tongtian cult master pondered deeply in his heart. Looking again, there was even more scrutiny in his gaze. At this moment, Shou reluctantly withdrew his gaze, yet he felt no regret. If it were that simple to acquire the treasures of Yun Zhongzi, is Yun Zhongzi really that easy to talk to? Since that is the case, Shou decided not to dwell on this issue and directly changed the topic. With a wave of his hand, he stated, "Since it is a token of your enlightenment, how could I forcefully demand it? Never mind, never mind. After all, the evil energy that the Taoist spoke of does not harm me, so there is nothing to worry about. Come quickly fill the Taoist's cup." The maid behind the Tongtian patriarch hurriedly stepped forward to fill a cup for him. Shou raised his hand and gestured towards the Tongtian patriarch, saying, "Taoist, please drink this cup first. This palace's fine wine may not compare to your celestial brews, yet it possesses its own unique flavor." The Tongtian patriarch chuckled lightly as he drank it all down and then savored it carefully. This fine wine was somewhat cold and carried a hint of fruity fragrance. Though it had no spiritual energy, the Tongtian patriarch discerned a rich worldly flavor. He then set down the cup and nodded slightly, saying, "Indeed, it has a unique, earthly flavor." Upon hearing this, Shou's smile grew even wider. When he learned that Yun Zhongzi was coming, Shou had already made up his mind. "Are you not looking for a mere formality? I must pull you into this. Whether through favor or anger, in any case, I cannot allow Yun Zhongzi to leave so easily. I want to see whether this so-called immortal of fortune and virtue truly avoids cutting ties with karmic retribution, or if it's just talk. Just now I asked for the sword at Yun Zhongzi's waist." This was merely Shou's first test. Now hearing him speak like that, Shou immediately instructed those around him, saying, "Did you hear that? If the Taoist likes this wine, why not hurry and bring over 20 jars? The guards hurriedly responded and went to prepare. This was Shou's second test. "If asking for something doesn't work, then I shall send you something first. In any case, I must create some karmic ties with you." The Tongtian patriarch found it somewhat absurd. He quickly waved his hand to refuse, saying, "No need, no need." However, Shou had an unyielding demeanor. "In my territory, you must listen to me. Taoist, these are merely mundane items. Do you really look down on them?" At that moment, the prepared fine wine was brought into the great hall by the guards. Seeing this, the Tongtian patriarch could only accept helplessly. With a gentle wave of his hand, he gathered the fine wine into his sleeves. After doing this, the Tongtian patriarch contemplated within. "I cannot just accept Shou's gift without reason. It seems I must find a way to conclude this matter." As a sage, he was not afraid of karmic ties, but he did not wish to become entangled with Emperor Xin due After all, Emperor Xin was a central figure in the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. He was also the current emperor of the human realm and viewed as a variable by the Tongtian Patriarch. Seeing the Tongtian Patriarch accept, Yin Shou smiled with satisfaction. Look at that, can I not handle you? He then raised his cup again. He then inquired about another matter that concerned him. Taoist, there is something I am unsure whether to ask or not. This kind of statement is usually inappropriate to ask, yet he felt compelled to. The Tongtian Patriarch chuckled lightly, saying, You may ask without hesitation, great king. Yin Shou pondered for a moment, organized his words, and then asked, I have heard that your origins are extraordinarily connected to the mighty Han Yuan ancestor who existed since the opening of the heavens. Are you the reincarnation of Han Yuan ancestor? The Tongtian Patriarch's expression stiffened, his brow slightly furrowed. How could Emperor Xin know about such matters? At once his gaze towards Yin Shou was filled with suspicion. Seeing this, Yin Shou quickly explained, My great Shang's Wen Taishe is a disciple of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother of the Jie sect, and I learned about this from Wen Taishe. Today upon meeting the Taoist, I just wanted to verify it. This explanation from Yin Shou was not convincing to the Tongtian Patriarch. The secrets behind this matter were hardly known not only to Wen Zhong, but even to the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. But how did Emperor Xin learn of this? Could it be from the Huayun cave? Upon this thought, the Tongtian Patriarch subtly nodded. It seems that the human race is not entirely silent after all. The investiture of the gods is a divine calamity, yet it is to be fought upon the battlefield of the human dynasty's change. Essentially, it is still about redefining the teachings of the human race, dividing the incense offerings. Though the human race in the Huayun cave is suppressed by the sages, they call it the suppression of human fate. But how could they remain indifferent? The Tongtian Patriarch thought to himself, yet his face remained calm as he smiled lightly, saying, It can be considered related, but I am not the reincarnation of Han Yuan. According to Yin Shou's knowledge, after the Han Yuan ancestor self-destructed and perished, his essence scattered. One part was saved by Xinyuanzi, combined with the merits he gained from protecting the human race during the Wu and Yao calamity. It was cast into reincarnation and transformed into the Earth Emperor Shenong. Other parts transformed into the Western medicine master Yun Zhongzi of the Jie sect and the Three Xiao of the Jie sect, collected by Zhuan Ti Yuan Shi Tianzun and others. They assisted in achieving enlightenment to repay the karmic ties created when they were seated in the Purple Cloud Palace. At this moment, Yun Zhongzi had already acknowledged this, indirectly confirming that what Yin Shou knew was indeed true. Seeing Yin Shou in deep thought, the Tongtian Patriarch assumed he did not understand. He pointed to the wine in front of him and laughed, saying, Great king, I see this wine is brewed from fruits. Let me use this as a metaphor. Yun Zhongzi is like wine brewed from fruits, while the Han Yun ancestor is like a tree laden with ripe fruits. Although there is a connection between the two, Yun Zhongzi is not Hong Yun and Hong Yun is not Yun Zhongzi. After this explanation from the Tongtian Patriarch, Yin Shou suddenly understood, laughing, So that's how it is. However, Yin Shou still had some doubts. Clearly these individuals had similar origins, so how did Shenong attain enlightenment? Yun Zhongzi carefree, yet the medicine master became a Buddha, while the Three Xiao perished in the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. Yin Shou sighed inwardly but smiled on the surface, saying, So it seems the Taoist and our human race's Saint Emperor Shenong, though not brothers, are like brothers. The Taoist has a significant connection with our human race. At this point, Yin Shou's eyes lit up as if he suddenly thought of something. Taoist, since we have such a fateful connection, why not stay in the Great Shang? I will certainly treat you with the courtesy of a national teacher. This sudden proposal from Yin Shou caught the Tongtian Patriarch by surprise, who thought to himself, What kind of fate is this? Moreover, the Great Shang is already on the verge of collapse. Let alone Yun Zhongzi, anyone who cultivates would likely refuse, right? Immediately the Tongtian Patriarch shook his head. I intended to be carefree and cannot assume the position of national teacher. However, Yin Shou was persistent and continued to persuade him. Looking at Yin Shou, who was as sticky as a toffee, the Tongtian Patriarch had no choice but to say, Great king, the fortune of human dynasties is not a remedy for us practitioners of the Xianmen, it is poison. Being too deeply entangled, it is hard to avoid calamity. Yin Shou, however, cheerfully said, That may not be the case. I have heard that even the Yuan Shi saint praised the Taoist as the immortal of fortune and virtue, not to be caught in calamity. A trivial calamity, what could it possibly do to the Taoist? As he spoke, Yin Shou turned directly to the guards beside him and shouted, Come, send a decree to the ancestral temple's priest. On the altar erect a monument for Taoist Yun Zhongzi. I am pleased today. I must let Taoist Yun Zhongzi enjoy the fortune of my great Shang. The Tongtian Patriarch was astonished and then wore a bitter smile. He felt as though there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. This Emperor Xin is being unreasonable. How could he be so forceful? The Tongtian Patriarch felt somewhat awkward. Originally, he intended to use Yun Zhongzi's identity to observe Emperor Xian. Unexpectedly, he was entangled so much by him creating such a significant karmic tie with Yin Zhongzi. Yin Zhongzi, my disciple, I apologize. Tantian Jiaozhu pondered for a moment, then decided he could not allow Yin Zhongzi to bear karmic consequences unjustly. He spoke at once. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon yields no sweetness. Yet King Yin Shou merely smiled amiably. Lack of sweetness matters not, so long as it quenches thirst. Even Tantian Jiaozhu, whose temperament was legendary, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The Tantian Jiaozhu standing before him happened to be his benevolent corpse. Were it instead his malevolent corpse, he might well have erupted in fury and seized Yin Shou by the collar for a thorough thrashing. Is this how one plays? Have you truly taken me for granted? Yin Shou wore an expression of utter unshakable confidence. This is who I am. What then can you do about it, Yin Zhongzi? I am the current human sovereign, blessed with sovereign fortune. Try striking me if you dare. For he had resolved firmly Yin Zhongzi's tribulation would not pass as mere formalities. Not a single drop of blood would be spared. Yin Zhongzi would not escape so easily. In the end, Tantian Jiaozhu sighed wryly and said, I came to dispel malevolent energies afflicting your Majesty, yet now you subject me to such difficulty. This is hardly the way to treat a guest. Yin Shou only chuckled softly, saying nothing. After a brief pause, Tantian Jiaozhu suddenly grasped the truth. This Xian harbored a hidden request. Otherwise, why resort to such obstinate illogical wrangling? At that moment, Yin Shou descended from his throne and approached Tantian Jiaozhu personally, pouring him a cup of fine wine. With a warm, genial smile, he said, Truth be told, there's nothing grand. I merely wish to forge a virtuous connection with the Taoist master. Tantian Jiaozhu replied, exasperated, Such conduct from your Majesty hardly fosters virtue. It breeds enmity and reaps bitter fruit. Yin Shou remained utterly unruffled. His own audacity had been laid bare, and yet Yin Zhongzi still held his composure, meaning his limits had not yet been breached. Otherwise, he would have turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. Should Yin Zhongzi truly leave, Yin Shou knew full well he could not stop him. Thereafter, Yin Shou silently pondered what advantage he might extract from this Yin Zhongzi. After a moment's reflection, Yin Shou spoke. Taoist master, I confess, I do have a request. I have a consort daughter of the garrison commander at Sanshan Pass, Deng Chanyu, who possesses keen aptitude for cultivation. Yet she lacks a true mentor. What say you adopt her as your disciple? Yin Shou spoke with feigned nonchalance. She is after all a young woman. You need not exert yourself greatly. A few casual techniques will suffice, mere formal instruction. By invoking Deng Chanyu, Yin Shou sought to bind Yin Zhongzi to himself through karmic ties. If Yin Zhongzi agreed to take her as a disciple, their fates would intertwine. And Yin Shou felt no fear that Yin Zhongzi would use a disciple to fulfill his tribulation. After all, Yin Zhongzi was the immortal of virtuous fortune, a title that carried profound implications. How could Tantian Jiaozhu presume to decide for Yin Zhongzi and accept Deng Chanyu as a disciple? Moreover, how many millennia had passed since Tantian Jiaozhu, now a celestial sage, had last accepted a disciple? Still less would he accept the consort of the Shang Dynasty's sovereign, a figure deeply entangled in the great calamity. He therefore declined outright. There exists no karmic affinity between Deng Chanyu and myself. No master-disciple bond may form. Yin Shou refused to yield. After a brief pause, he proposed anew. Then perhaps you might simply impart a cultivation technique to her, leaving her progress entirely to fate. Tantian Jiaozhu still refused. In his mind, Yin Shou's desire for a cultivation method might not be solely for Deng Chanyu's sake. Perhaps he intended to cultivate it himself. Yet the human sovereign was forbidden from cultivation. Even possessing a technique would avail him nothing. Yin Shou cast a pained glance toward Yin Zhongzi. This too is denied. Then that. Are you truly making this difficult for this sovereign? Do you expect me to kowtow before you? Finally, Yin Shou paused thoughtfully. He spoke again. Though I reign as sovereign of the Shang Dynasty commanding all under heaven, I possess no genuine immortal artifact. Might you bestow one upon me? His gaze drifted to the sword at Yin Zhongzi's waist. It need not be extraordinary. Something comparable to that very blade will suffice. Acquiring even one treasure would not be a loss. Even if Yin Shou himself could not wield it, he could gift it to Deng Chanyu and others, to elevate their strength. Tantian Jiaozhu was instantly incensed, yet laughed aloud. Not too fine. Do you know what this sword at my waist truly is? To speak so boldly. Yet Tantian Jiaozhu also grew curious, raising his eyes to scrutinize Yin Shou before him. What precisely does this Xian intend? First he seeks a cultivation technique, then an immortal artifact. Yet what use could such things serve a human sovereign? Could it truly be for those close to him? If so, then Xian indeed showed remarkable devotion to the women in his life. Tantian Jiaozhu had come out of sheer curiosity to investigate him firsthand. Now Yin Shou's persistent, seemingly absurd entanglements only deepened Tongtian Jiaozhu's fascination. At that thought, Tongtian Jiaozhu stirred his mind. Activating his divine eye, golden light flashed across his pupils as he gazed once more upon Yin Shou. Boom! The sovereign fortune radiating from Yin Shou trembled violently. Countless strands of fortune surged forth, coalescing into a shimmering barrier that blocked Tongtian Jiaozhu's probing vision. Yin Shou sensed the shift and inwardly recoiled in surprise. Yet he maintained perfect composure, smiling serenely as he strolled back to his throne, while inwardly wondering, how dare Yin Zhongzi peer at me openly? Does he not fear my sovereign fortune striking back? Tongtian Jiaozhu had only glanced casually. A flicker of intrigue crossed his mind, and he immediately withdrew his divine eye. In that fleeting instant, Tongtian Jiaozhu had detected something profoundly anomalous within Yin Shou. Ordinarily, even as the current human sovereign, if Yin Shou possessed no cultivation foundation, his vital essence would inevitably scatter and dissipate. Yet this Yin Shou bore no trace of cultivation. Yet Tongtian Jiaozhu's glance, though revealing no overt anomalies, had unmistakably perceived the seamless unity of his essence, energy, and spirit. How without cultivation could one conceal every iota of essence, energy, and spirit? Tongtian Jiaozhu mused silently. Then after a moment's pause, a faint smile rose upon his face. As if witnessing something profoundly captivating, he murmured inwardly, truly fascinating. Since you seek life amid death, why should I not lend you a hand? Let us see whether you grasp this sliver of celestial opportunity. Smiling warmly, he addressed Yin Shou. My artifacts are beyond your majesty's reach. Yet you offered me fine wine. I shall repay that karmic debt. Thus I shall offer you a subtle hint. Yin Shou's eyes widened, his focus sharpening intently. Then Yin Zhongzi continued, Your Majesty already possesses a rare treasure. Why seek elsewhere? To name but one, the 9 tripods. Yin Shou blurted out in astonishment, the 9 tripods. Given his nature, and having learned from Wen Zhong of Yu the Great's ancient sealing formation, how could he not feel intense curiosity? He had long since visited the ancestral temple to examine them closely. Yet, apart from their immense weight, they displayed no divine or mystical properties whatsoever. So he dismissed them entirely, assuming the tripods enshrined in the temple were mere ceremonial vessels, not the true 9 tripods. Was there not, after all, a widely held belief that the authentic 9 tripods had long since sunk beneath the 9 provinces, serving as focal anchors of the great formation safeguarding the land itself? Tongtian Jiaozhu cast a gentle knowing glance at Yin Shou and remarked calmly, It is not that they lack power. It is that you do not know how to employ them.